Chapter 601 Mom. Dad? Auntie. It's you? Luo Sui didn't expect to see Su-chan here. She knew Su-chan. Of course. This woman was one of the few students in the same period in the entire training base who passed the midterm assessment. She was a genius second only to Zhu Shurjiu among the students in this command center. She had met Su-chan before, and knew that Su-chan was also a member of the chess club. She even reminded Zhu Shurjiu to be careful of Su-chan. Su-chan looked at the two people who came, squinted her eyes, and judged that the distance between Luo Sui and Zhu Shurjiu did not exceed the limit of intimacy. She nodded with satisfaction. Misha's judgment was indeed correct. She just warned me that two people entered the passage. But I didn't expect it to be you two. Luo Sui looked at Zhu Shurjiu at this time. She is the builder of the maze? There was some resentment in her eyes. Why didn't you tell me? Zhu Shurjiu smiled awkwardly. It's the underground maze she built with Misha. Su-chan seemed to not care about Luo Sui's weak hostility at all. She turned and walked into the underground space, saying loudly, "Remove the alert." Misha, Zhu Shurjiu, and Luo Sui followed in. Luo Sui was looking at this wide underground space. Zhu Shurjiu also found that the underground space had become wider and more exquisite. The last time he came to this space, he didn't see anything, just a lonely stone bed. But this time when he came to this underground space, he saw a lot of large and small bags of food cans underground. And in the corner next to it, there were tables, chairs, sofas, bookshelves, and other furniture made of mud. Needless to say, this must have been done by Su-chan instructing Misha. After looking around for a while, Zhu Shurjiu and Luo Sui finally saw the insect girl Misha jumping down from the space. You just entered the underground space, and Misha smelled the pheromones of both of you, and told me that one of the pheromones was you, and the other pheromone was unclear. So I was worried that you might be exposed and held hostage. So I asked Misha to ambush here. Su-chan glanced at Luo Sui and laughed. I didn't expect you to bring your partner here for a tryst. Should I leave now? Zhu Shurjiu said seriously. It's not a tryst. I want to introduce Misha to Luo Sui, because she also wants to participate in our plan. Su-chan said lightly. It's up to you. Your level is higher than mine. After that, she waved her hand to call Misha. Misha, come here. Misha came over and shouted Mom, with Su-chan in an unskilled and childish voice. Zhu Shurjiu and Luo Sui were shocked on the spot and couldn't say a word. Yeah. So good. Su-chan squinted her eyes and touched Misha's head. Misha also showed a very comfortable expression, just like a daughter who really waited for her mother's praise. If you ignore Misha's identity and the current scene, then this scene must look very warm. Then Su-chan led Misha to Zhu Shurjiu and said, Come on. What should you call him? Misha raised her head and looked at Zhu Shurjiu. Although she had a paralyzed face, her eyes shone with a smartness that Zhu Shurjiu had never seen before. She shouted crisply, Dad. Zhu Shurjiu held his forehead and said, Su-chan, what did you teach her? Su-chan ignored Zhu Shurjiu, who was already in a state of stiffness, and led Misha to Luo Sui, and taught her. I told you what I taught you some time ago. What should you call a strange woman next to your father? Misha, auntie. Luo Sui. Well, you are very polite. Good boy. I will reward you with 2 cans of food. Su-chan happily led Misha to eat canned food. When Su-chan returned to the two, Zhu Shurjiu asked helplessly, Why do you want her to call you Mom and me Dad? I have legitimate objective reasons for doing this. Su-chan said first, looking very calm. Don't you understand Misha's heart? She was separated from her parents when she was young and was sold to Papua New Guinea. She lacks parental love in her life. It doesn't mean that she has been transformed into a powerful insect man. And this problem can be solved if we don't face up to her inner flaws now. When her mind becomes mature, she will become a threat to humans. Zhu Shurjiu was stunned by what he said. And then he pondered. It seems, it is true. Although he was the first person to come into direct contact with Misha and had the closest relationship with Misha, he always cared more about Misha's identity as an insect man, and ignored her own psychological flaws as a girl. She is essentially a girl who lost her parents in childhood. It is the best choice for her to use family affection as a bond like Su-chan. But what surprised him even more was that Su-chan had broken through Misha's psychological defenses in such a short time, making Misha willingly call her mom. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the large and small bags of canned food in the corner of the space, and roughly understood Su-chan's means. But is there any deep meaning behind this high-sounding reason? Of course there is. Although Su Chan's ideas are always absurd, he is actually not motivated by profit, and often acts with interests. Obviously, Su Chan strengthened her position in the chess club through Misha, and in turn used the chess club to become her umbrella. Originally, Su Chan was just an ordinary participant in the Insect Man research project, but now she has transformed into a relative who is inseparable from Misha. Now Su Chan's own safety is also linked to Misha, because she is Misha's mother. If she encounters danger, how will Misha react? Will she go berserk? Zhu Shurjiu was shocked, pulled the corner of his mouth, and looked at this innocent woman. So under normal circumstances, once the chess club learned of this news, it would definitely find ways to secretly protect Su Chan's safety. In this way, Su Chan's life safety is guaranteed. Huh? Zhu Shurjiu saw through this and breathed a sigh of relief, but did not point it out to her face. Let Su Chan think whatever she wants. The only thing she did not expect is that the chess club has no power to protect her. The method is very good, but it is a pity that it is useless. Luo Sui on the side did not think so much. Different angles naturally lead to different conclusions. She just felt that Su Chan showed full of malice when she just met her, and asked Misha to call her auntie? This is well prepared. Zhu Shurjiu was lost in thought in a blink of an eye. He didn't ask Misha to change her words, and he didn't blame Su Chan. While Zhu Shurjiu was thinking, Luo Sui and Su Chan had already met each other's eyes, and they saw sparks in each other's eyes. Su Chan asked, "By the way, I think the psychological tactics used in the maze I built are pretty good. If you don't know the correct route, most people will probably be confused. How did you figure it out?" She asked how did you figure it out, but she actually wanted to ask who figured it out. Su Chan kept staring at Luo Sui. Zhu Shurjiu came back to his senses and replied, "I saw through your trick. I suggest you change the setting of the maze route. If the person who comes is a guy who is extremely confident or even conceited, he may find here all the way. This is too risky." Su Chan stopped looking at Luo Sui and laughed like a winner. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Luo Sui gritted her teeth. She could see that Su Chan was feeling proud that the trap had worked on her. It could be said that she was completely defeated in her first confrontation with Su Chan. Chapter 602 Sisterly Love. This time, in addition to letting Luo Sui meet Misha, the second reason is to see the progress of the maze construction. Now it seems that Su Chan is executing his instructions very well, and is almost devoted to this matter. Not long after they separated, they built a maze network underground. This made Zhu Shurjiu feel relieved, and his trust in Su Chan was further deepened. Playing and joking, Su Chan is still very efficient. Zhu Shurjiu did not notice the uneasy atmosphere between Su Chan and Luo Sui, and pulled Misha to one side, while deepening the relationship between father and daughter with Misha, and checking Misha's language learning progress. I don't know if Su Chan secretly strengthened Misha's language training. After checking, Zhu Shurjiu was surprised to find that Misha can now speak some simple short sentences. For example, some strange sentences like Dad accompany Mom. Dad loves Mom. Mom loves Dad. It is obvious that Su Chan did it on purpose, and deliberately educated in this direction. But at the same time, he can also feel that Misha is obviously in a state of emotional abundance when saying these sentences. And these sentences condense the yearning for a normal family. It is a good thing that Misha is emotionally rich. If she is not emotionally rich, she would not have been abducted by him in the first place. Further deepening the bond of family affection can eliminate the alien attribute in Misha. Good. Good. Misha is so good, and learns so quickly. Zhu Shurjiu touched Misha's head with satisfaction, and gave words of praise and encouragement. Misha squinted comfortably, enjoying the father. Now it seems that Misha has not weakened her relationship with him because of her improved relationship with Su Chan. Zhu Shurjiu chatted with Misha for a while, just like treating a real child, and gently cared about her mental state of staying underground for a long time without seeing the sun. Misha's answer was also very distressing with food, satisfied. Having food is enough to satisfy. Just like being trapped in the submarine with him before. If Zhu Shurjiu didn't want to get out of the submarine, Misha would probably treat the submarine as her home and live for a long time while eating canned food. Now it seems that Misha has been tortured by the Papua New Guinea military, which has made Misha somewhat resistant to the outside world. As long as she has a bite to eat and is in a safe environment, she can live in a small house until she dies. I don't know whether this character is good or bad. After chatting with Misha for about 10 minutes, and further deepening her relationship with Misha, Ju Sergio finally brought Misha to Luo Sui. During these 10 minutes, Luo Sui did not stand there stupidly and did nothing. She walked around this underground space and pointed out many traces that Su Chan left unintentionally. From these traces, you can actually infer what kind of people live in this underground space. Not to mention some things that can expose your identity. Hee. There is a hair here. If the person who came here is not me, but another black soldier with bad intentions, you can be directly locked through this hair. Why are you so careless? Isn't it another trap to mislead the enemy? Oh, no. Then I can only say that you need to be more cautious and careful. Don't make such low-level mistakes. Otherwise it will easily cause big problems. Luo Sui seemed to be calm, but in fact, she was sarcastically speaking, secretly responding to Su Chan in the simplest and most direct way. After being fooled by Su Chan with a maze, she also regained her ground in the field she was good at. It was Su Chan who always had a very calm expression, without any psychological fluctuations, which made Luo Sui feel like punching cotton, with no place to use her strength. When Ju Sergio brought Misha to Luo Sui, he saw the scene of Luo Sui educating Su Chan, and even heard the various flaws pointed out by Luo Sui. Very good. It seems that Luo Sui was not brought here in vain. Luo Sui's observation ability is definitely at the top level of the reconnaissance department. After her cleaning traces, it can almost make a formal reconnaissance department black soldier come here and find few flaws. Should Luo Sui be entrusted with an important task and let her participate in the construction of the maze? Ju Sergio thought about this question in his heart while watching Luo Sui carefully contact Misha. From an objective point of view, this underground maze does need a professional reconnaissance department to handle all the details. For example, the various traces seen at every fork in the road along the way were not left by Su Chan's trickery, but because of her lack of professionalism, she could not handle it more properly, so that Luo Sui could see the correct path at the first time. Luo Sui was like this. What about the official reconnaissance black soldiers of the Black Soldier Organization? Su Chan's psychological tactics in the maze were more out of helplessness. And now with Luo Sui, the maze could probably be built more perfectly. However, if this project is to be done perfectly, it will take time and energy, and Luo Sui may not be willing to do it. Ju Sergio didn't hide it and asked directly. Luo Sui didn't think about it, and smiled and touched Misha's head and replied, I agreed. You agreed so quickly? Don't you think about it carefully? Luo Sui replied, It's a very simple truth. I am a grasshopper on the same rope with you. We will rise and fall together. It can be done more perfectly without leaving any flaws. Why don't you agree? What's more, this also represents your trust in me. I am very happy that I can be useful. It's a very reasonable reason. But when Ju Sergio nodded for this, he saw Luo Sui glanced at Su Chan vaguely. I just don't know if Su Chan is willing to let me stay. This place should be a workplace that she has put a lot of effort into. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to work with her. Luo Sui emphasized the word workplace. Su Chan understood the hidden meaning of Luo Sui's words very well, and smiled dryly. Haha. Misha's home really needs an assistant to strengthen the construction. I have no objection. One characterizes this place as a workplace, and the other characterizes this place as a home. Even the slightly slow Ju Sergio can see the tit-for-tat meaning. Moreover, Su Chan's last sentence described Luo Sui as a helper, which directly put the hostility on the surface, making Ju Sergio careless. You guys. Ju Sergio sighed helplessly. You are comrades in arms from now on, so don't make the relationship too stiff. Su Chan raised her eyebrows at Luo Sui and flicked her hair. I don't mind being sisters with Luo Sui. Sisters? Sisters in what sense? Bah. So shameless. Luo Sui cursed shameless in her heart, but nodded solemnly on the surface. Well, I believe I can be good friends with Su Chan. Su Chan stepped forward and grabbed Luo Sui's hand that was stroking Misha's head. Sister Luo, I hope you don't dislike your sister. Luo Sui stiffened her body and laughed dryly. Of course not. I also hope you don't mind that Ju Sergio and I are superficial lovers. Yeah. Of course I don't mind. After all, we are just superficial lovers. Hee hee. Seeing the two people smiling at each other, Ju Sergio was very satisfied. From the tit-for-tat at the beginning to the deep sisterly love now, the feelings between girls are really wonderful. Thinking of this, he also smiled with relief. Hee hee. Chapter 603. Poor means? Confident? Zhu Shurjiu came out of the women's restroom alone. Luo Sui stayed in the underground maze. I found that there are still many places that need to be improved in this underground maze. You go out first. Su-chan and I will stay in the underground maze for a while. By the way, let me get familiar with Misha. Luo Sui said so. Su-chan had no objection, and agreed to Luo Sui's proposal. Zhu Shurjiu, who felt that it was useless to stay in the underground maze, told the two to get along well, and then left. These two people. One is responsible for building the underground maze, and the other is responsible for handling the traces. Even if the underground maze is really exposed in the end, the organization will not be able to find the old nest for a while. The current maze has taken shape, and there are already quite a few branching passages. Zhu Shurjiu believes that as time goes by, the entire underground maze will become more complicated. But all this is just a precautionary measure. If you really want to prevent all accidents, the most important thing is to discover the organization's small moves in advance. If the organization really starts investigating, it will surely start with Thorn and Fu Sidu. Those two are the baits he put out in the open. It depends on which fish will take the bait. It is useless to think too much. Zhu Shurjiu feels that everything is ready. The next step is to get the research equipment and then transport them to the Underground Research Institute one by one. After that, Fu Sidu can conduct further research on Misha in the Underground Research Institute. Did you find any results? Sting B. He is a secret investigation team exclusively belonging to the Armed Defense Department. He is loyal to the Armed Defense Department, and even more loyal to the Black Soldier organization. As an elite Black Soldier, he leads a 30-man Black Soldier team, and usually specializes in investigating and dealing with dangerous elements in the organization. The riot of the former head of the command a while ago attracted widespread attention from the organization, and their secret force, which had not been active for a long time, was mobilized again. For a while. I don't know how many big figures they have investigated. While the top leaders are panicking, they have indeed found a few restless people, with remarkable results. All the small actions that are unfavorable to the organization are exposed under their hands. They are a sharp sword of the Armed Defense Department. And the Armed Defense Department is a loyal dog of the organization that can never be more loyal. Just yesterday, they received an order to lurk in the Black Soldier training base and investigate a certain student, Fu Sidu. To be honest, this order was quite unexpected for Sting B, because their secret investigation team used to investigate big figures, waiting in the dark like a venomous snake, observing silently until they could kill them with one blow, and then expose themselves from the darkness to the sight of others. Where has there ever been an order like this one? Not only to investigate a small-time student, but also to pretend to be a student to sneak into the Black Soldier training base? The details of the mission are already very clear. Sting B and his 30-man team have become students of the Black Soldier training base. Of course, it's just a name. The 30-man team is listed under various departments, and they don't have to go to class or deal with people, except for an empty room in each dormitory for them to stay. They don't need to communicate with others at ordinary times. Just like ghosts, no one can find that there are more of them in the training base. The person the superiors wanted them to investigate was a student named Fu Sidu. It was said that he had recently passed the midterm assessment and was a genius from the logistics department. When the Sting B looked at the investigation report passed by his subordinates, he really found some strange things. This guy's movement trajectory is very strange. As a student of the logistics department, he has always gone to other departments to meet some students. Normally, students who join the Black Soldier organization will not have too many friends, especially students who span many departments. It is hard to imagine that Fu Sidu can have any intersection with these people. This obvious trace almost immediately attracted the attention of the Sting B. Is it so obvious? Or is it just a hook? The hook, as the name suggests, is a means to fish them out. This is a very common action when they investigated big figures in the past. Those big figures with guilty consciences were likely to be able to detect that the organization was suspicious of them. So they often prepared a hook in the open to lure them in. As long as they dare to bite the hook, those big figures, who are well prepared, will quickly remove all traces and stop all illegal activities. Whenever this happens, it means that it will be difficult for them to catch evidence on the spot. So when dealing with hooks, their general attitude is to be extremely cautious and first confirm whether it is a hook or a real flaw. Turning to the next page of the report, Sting B smiled slightly. This is the advantage of them pretending to be students at the training base. They can openly contact those students who have been contacted by Fusidu. According to the information above, these students have one thing in common. That is, their grades have improved significantly in a short period of time, which will obviously attract the attention of many people. And this also gives them a reason to contact those students. Most of the team members disguise themselves as senior students to try to ask, but most of them returned empty-handed, and only a few got some vague answers. Those answers can be summed up in one sentence. Fusidu's Point Mall store is quite useful, and the potions sold in it are very good. What they mean is that they use Fusidu's potions, which led to a significant increase in strength. So, did Fusidu, as a logistics student, develop some new products? The answer is no. It's still the same old things. All very common body strengthening potions. So is the efficacy of these potions far superior to the same potions? The answer is that the efficacy is indeed slightly better than the potions in other stores, but not much better. In short, the problem should be here. These students whose strength has increased significantly use the excuse that they had injected Fusidu's medicine. But in fact it was not the case. So what about the purchase records of these students? Following the investigation, Stingby found that there were purchase records. Each student had purchased different types of medicines in Fusidu's store, but there was no express logistics record. There was no express logistics record, which meant that Fusidu did not entrust the courier to mail the medicine, but delivered it to the door personally. Or, there was no so-called medicine at all, and the purchase record was just an excuse. The latter is also very common. Stingby had encountered similar means when investigating a big shot. The big shot sold civilian weapons and equipment to the public, but in fact it was just a cover. The big shot actually secretly sold the secondary black soldier potion that was prohibited from being sold to ordinary people. Many people who bought specific types of equipment from the big shot bought a quota for injection. At present, Stingby needs to find out whether Fusidu personally delivered the potion to the door. It is very simple to find out this point. Just check the surveillance. If the surveillance shows that Fusidu did deliver the potion to the door, they will continue to investigate whether the potion sent by Fusidu is indeed a normal potion, and even check Fusidu's experimental records in the laboratory. But if the surveillance shows that Fusidu did not deliver the potion to the door, Stingby can claim that he has found clues to discover the truth. These students are buying potions on the surface, but in fact they bought a quota to be taken out of the training base by Thorns. As for what they did after being taken out of the training base, that is the focus of the next investigation. He has now applied to investigate the surveillance. The first step is to determine whether Fusidu is guilty, and which conjecture is correct. But what makes Stingby a little uneasy is that no matter which route it is, it seems very obvious to him. As long as he is willing to investigate, he can find it. Is it a clumsy method? Or is it really well prepared and fearless? Chapter 604 Stinging Bee. After a long time, Jingji found that she was being watched. It was slightly different from the situation of being secretly monitored some time ago. This time it was closer to an undisguised investigation and observation. It was just that the investigation team did not appear in front of her. But the traces of the investigation were so obvious that there was no cover-up. And Jingji discovered it. First, Jingji found that her friend's villa, which was the site she took out for Fusidu to borrow temporarily for the laboratory, had been tampered with, from top to bottom and from inside to outside. It was full of traces of violent search, although it remained the same on the surface. It could not be hidden from the eyes of Jingji, an elite black soldier. At a glance, he could see that someone had entered her friend's villa during the period when she was not paying attention, and also searched everywhere. Jingji came to this conclusion when he entered his friend's villa for routine inspection. There are many footprints in the hall on the first floor. Although it has been cleaned carefully, it can still be roughly determined that there are at least 10 people. The placement of items in the study, laboratory, and gym has a certain degree of deviation. The wardrobe and bookcase under the bed in the bedroom have traces of being opened for inspection. After walking around the villa, everything is known. Jingji did not think that this was a simple search. In the tense situation, there was a 90% chance that it was aimed at her. The other party did not seem to care whether she would find out or not, and forcibly searched the villa. Just as she left her friend's villa, she was preparing to send a message to remind Zhu Shizhou with a heavy heart. She found that she was being followed. On the way back to her residence, her sixth sense reacted. The strong gaze like a thorn in the back could be clearly detected by even an ordinary official black soldier. almost as if declaring you have been targeted. It was as undisguised as the search traces in the villa. Are you here? Thorn had a blank expression on her face. She had thought that this day would eventually come when Zhu Shizhou used her as a tool to implement this plan. But she didn't expect it to come so soon. Zhu Shizhou undoubtedly prepared a backup plan. Otherwise he would not act so blatantly. But she was not sure what Zhu Shizhou's backup plan was, and whether it could guarantee her safety. Thorn walked into a narrow alley that could accommodate 2 or 3 people in parallel with a blank expression and pretended to be unaware. When she reached the middle of the alley, the light at the entrance in front was blocked by someone, and 3 black soldiers stood in front of her at the exit. Thorn stood still and turned her head to look. The entrance behind her was also blocked by someone. Oh! Did they sense our presence and deliberately lure us in? It seems that our actions are too obvious. A voice sounded from above. Thorn looked up at the roofs of the 2 buildings that formed the alley. At a glance, the left and right sides of the roofs were full of rows of elite black soldiers. The one who spoke was one of the people standing in the middle. In the backlight, Thorn could not see his face clearly, but from the sound of his voice, it sounded dry, cold and low. Thorn sneered. Don't pretend. You don't even want to cover it up. Correct answer. I just don't know if the rebel faction behind you has anticipated the current situation. As he spoke, the man took a step from the roof to the empty space in front of him, just like he was walking on flat ground. As a result, he naturally fell straight down from the roof under the action of gravity. He was about 6 stories high. In the whistling sound of the fierce wind, the figure fell heavily to the ground, making an unreserved roar. The bricks on the ground were broken, but the man still stood straight in front of Thorns, with his hands behind his back, looking at Thorns calmly. Sting B. Thorn slowly read out the code name of this person. Although there was a black soldier mask blocking him, Thorns had seen Sting B before. He had a very obvious characteristic. That is, his left eye was blind and covered by a black eye mask. It is said that this was because he was attacked and captured by a small organization on his way out on a mission, and then suffered inhuman interrogation. When he was rescued, his left eye was festering and there was no good place on his body. However, according to the members of the small organization who were captured, he did not reveal a single secret of the Black Soldier organization. I didn't expect Thorn to know me. An elite black soldier like you who goes out should have no impression of me. It seems that you have been observing me recently. The strongest captain of the secret investigation team of the Armed Defense Department, with the highest authority of investigation, has brought down countless big men, and is praised by many as the king of assassination. So far, it is said that your investigation has never been wrong, and the mission completion rate is 100%. Such a great person. Why do you think I haven't heard of it? Stingby still has his hands behind his back, not shaken by Thorn's praise. Stingby said slowly and gently, Elite Black Soldier Thorn, since you have heard of my name, I will give you a chance to surrender. How about that? I will try to treat you leniently. Thorn smiled, and at the same time, his body was ready for battle. Leniency? This seems to treat me as a sinner. Captain Stingby, have I committed any crime? Well, let me think about it. The crime has not been named yet, but I think the crime of privately developing and leaking dangerous drugs must be very suitable for you. What do you think? Thorn widened his eyes slightly. This sentence means that Stingby has fully known what she is doing. No. It should be said that he knows what the chess club is doing. Zhu Shizhou. Chess club. What exactly do you want to do? What about the backhand? What about the means to prevent exposure? In the final analysis, letting Stingby walk in front of her means failure in itself. It would be fine if the Stingby didn't show up, because he wasn't 100% sure. But once he showed up, it would prove that he had sufficient evidence. So what was the chess club doing when the Stingby was investigating before? Thorn cursed inwardly, and then heard the Stingby continue. Busida left the training base with you that night, and then came to the residence of your friend, the elite black soldier codenamed Saturday, and borrowed an empty laboratory to develop a drug. This drug can make the student's strength grow rapidly. But after all, it has not been clinically tested. So you targeted other students in the training base. So far, 20 students have tried the drug. After observation, their strength has suddenly soared from the bottom of the same period at the beginning to the middle level, which is inseparable from your help. Jingji felt bad. During the whole process, Jingji didn't say a word like maybe, probably, or perhaps to express half affirmation, but described the whole crime process as a statement of fact. What's more terrible is that Jingji knew he was right. In the past few days, she has been taking students out of the training base one after another. As a result, this behavior has attracted the attention of the Armed Defense Department. And Jingji even sent Jingji to investigate her. It's still the same question. What is the chess club doing? It's like waiting for the enemy to come to the door. And there is no response. What should we do now? The good news is that all 20 experimental reagents have been used up. And Jingji should not have any solid evidence. Yes, Stingby didn't know that Fu Sidu had only developed 20 potions. So Stingby probably thought that she must have hidden the remaining potions. So now he came to find the remaining potions as evidence. Thinking of this, Thorn felt a little more at ease. Narrowed his eyes. You are really good at putting accusations, Captain Stingby. So what do you want to do now? Stingby slowly walked in front of Thorn, waved his hand, and all the black soldiers above jumped down, forming a circle around Thorn. Of course, I will arrest you first. Do you want to resist? Or not? I am looking forward to your choice. Thorn's mind turned quickly. Stingby acted like this, and it was obvious that he was not sure whether he could find evidence in the end. So he was waiting for her to resist, so that he would have a reason to continue the investigation. After all, if there was nothing wrong in her heart, how could she resist the investigation of the investigation team? So the best choice at the moment was not to resist. And when Stingby really couldn't find any evidence, Stingby would naturally retreat. Jingji chose to surrender. However, what Jingji didn't expect was that the next step was that the Stingby didn't take her back to her house for a search. Nor did he intend to take her to the interrogation room. The Stingby searched her cell phone. Jingji's heart skipped a beat. Although she had cleared all the chat and call records with Zhu Shizhou, and had reset the data that could not be restored many times, the Stingby's behavior of taking out her cell phone was quite disturbing. What did he want to do? The Stingby played with the phone, saw the empty contact interface on the phone, and smiled. Is it Zhu Shizhou who manipulated all this behind the scenes? Or, Zhu Shizhou is just a pawn in the open, and there is actually a faction hidden behind it? At this moment, Jingji had a blank expression on his face. But he was extremely shocked in his heart. Stingby slightly distanced herself from Jingji, and let her men subdue her, saying, I arrested you to cut off all your connections with Zhu Shizhou, so that it will be easier for us to confirm Zhu Shizhou's identity. I hope you don't mind. Maybe today, you will be able to meet Zhu Shizhou in prison. Hearing this, Jingji seemed calm on the surface. But in fact, she was almost desperate. Zhu Shizhou, Jichi Club. I hope you really have a backup plan. Chapter 605 What Was Missed. On the way back to the dormitory from the arena, Zhu Shizhou noticed something was wrong. First, a message from Fu Sida came to his phone saying that something was wrong with Thorns. Second, several students in student uniforms appeared in front of him, vaguely surrounding him, or black soldiers disguised as students. Yes, Zhu Shizhou almost immediately judged that the people blocking him were not students, but real black soldiers. Should it be an intuitive judgment or due to experience? Because he got along with the formal black soldiers much more than with the students. He was quite familiar with the movements, expressions, and thoughts of formal black soldiers. The students who stopped him in front of him had the aura of formal black soldiers, which made Zhu Shizhou judge that even if these students were not formal black soldiers, they should be late-stage students who were about to graduate. Looking at the message from Fu Sidu on the phone again, Zhu Shizhou understood what happened in an instant. I see. Zhu Shizhou's expression did not change, because all this was within his expectations. He had guessed that his high-profile decision to send other students out of the training base as test subjects would attract the attention of the organization. But he did not expect it to happen so quickly. Student Zhu Shizhou, we are the Secret Investigation Unit of the Armed Defense Department. We are now going to arrest and investigate you. I hope you will surrender. Zhu Shizhou smiled and put his phone in his pocket without making any unnecessary movements, and did not even delete Fu Sidu's message. If they searched his phone and saw this message, they could use it as solid evidence to convict him. But this is meaningless to Zhu Shizhou now, because he can't let himself fall into the hands of these people alive. Countless replays have made Zhu Shizhou extremely skilled in the skills of suicide, enough to prevent anyone from stopping him. The key now is to find out what the secret investigation team did when he was not paying attention. So what happened? Why did you arrest me? Zhu Shizhou asked innocently. Let's wait until the interrogation room to ask the questions. Now our task is to capture you. If you are honest, you can suffer less pain, no matter how talented you are. According to our investigation, your current physical fitness is only at the stage of a trainee. If you are smart, you will know that it is meaningless to fight against us. Zhu Shizhou does not doubt the combat effectiveness of this secret investigation team. Fu Sidu sent a message saying that Thorns had problems there, which at least shows 2 points. First, Fu Sidu has a way to understand Thorns' situation. Or in other words, he and Thorns have a special way to confirm whether each other is safe. In this way, Fu Sidu was able to send a message to remind him now. Second, the secret investigation team acted very quickly. Fu Sidu had just reminded him that there was a problem with the Thorns, and the secret investigation team blocked him. With such efficient action efficiency, the secret investigation team must have carefully studied his combat effectiveness and made targeted arrangements. Zhu Shizhou had no doubt that he would be killed instantly if he fought with these people. Since you all found me, you must have some doubts about the faction behind me, right? However, in this critical situation, Zhu Shizhou seemed to be unhurried. The secret investigation team in front of him looked at each other and remembered what Sting B had told them when arranging the operation. When facing Zhu Shizhou, if he wants to try to talk to you, don't let him do it, because it is very likely that he is delaying time. We are not sure what the faction has secretly prepared to deal with us. Remember, once the operation begins, we must act according to the plan at an absolutely efficient lightning speed. Their mission is to capture Zhu Shizhou alive. So they were not prepared to pay attention to Zhu Shizhou's talk, and they all stepped forward and launched a fierce attack on Zhu Shizhou. But at this moment, Zhu Shizhou suddenly grabbed his throat and shouted, "Don't come over." The footsteps of the secret investigation team all stopped in an instant. "Answer my questions, or I will commit suicide." Zhu Shizhou was extremely calm, and his indifferent attitude of putting his life aside made everyone stop. No one expected Zhu Shizhou to use this method to force them to communicate with him. "Does your boss mind if you bring a body back to report?" Facing Zhu Shizhou's threat, one of the suspected leaders raised a gun calmly and said, "Don't move." The gun he raised was not the laser gun that Zhu Shizhou usually saw. This style, Zhu Shizhou carefully identified it and saw similar guns in the Point Mall. Anesthesia gun? The moment he recognized it, Zhu Shizhou suddenly laughed. "Do you really think this low-speed gun is useful to me? This is a tranquilizer gun, and the bullet fired is an anesthetic with an automatic injection syringe." Although Zhu Shizhou knew that at this distance, he would most likely not be able to dodge once they fired. But the people in front of him didn't know. "Why didn't you secretly fire the tranquilizer gun at him in the dark before, but jumped out in the open and took out the tranquilizer gun when I threatened my life? I believe you also know that under my powerful sixth sense, all your guns are as unbearable as toys." Everyone stood still, but did not refute. Zhu Shizhou continued to taunt. "Since you know it has no effect, why do you still take it out? If you regard me as just an opponent, then I can only regretfully tell you that I will commit suicide the moment you shoot. You can only get a corpse. My corpse should still have a certain research value, right? Maybe it can be sold to the logistics department for a good price to supplement your activities." Huh. Everyone. Zhu Shizhou was right. The reason why they didn't shoot from the dark was because Zhu Shizhou's sixth sense, which he usually showed during various graduation assessments, had surpassed the limits of the strongest black soldiers in various departments throughout the ages. That kind of extreme sixth sense that almost violated human science allowed them to reject all long-range attacks on Zhu Shizhou before the action began. On the contrary, close combat gave them a greater chance. They naturally investigated everything recorded in the arena clearly, and the close combat strength shown by Zhu Shizhou could only be described as excellent. But it is not good enough among the black soldiers. It is not that Zhu Shizhou lacks combat skills and combat thinking, but simply lacks physical fitness. As long as more people come to besiege him, Zhu Shizhou will almost never escape. The leader remained silent, but Zhu Shizhou smiled slightly and said, "I want to talk to your boss." Everyone remained silent. However, after a period of silence, the leader pressed the loudspeaker button of the communicator on his waist. "Hello, Zhu Shizhou. I am Sting B." A slow voice sounded from the communicator. Zhu Shizhou looked around. Although they were in a public place at this time, there were no other students around. He could infer that the secret investigation team probably carried out a blockade around them. So was Sting B hiding somewhere and observing their confrontation? Needless to say, he knew the whole communication with these people. And Stingby must have heard it. No need to look. I'm not in the training base now. But a lot of people have been added to block the surrounding area. For those of you who dare not show your heads, it should be a very powerful force. I just don't know how much the faction behind you values you. And whether your value is worth their rescue. Stingby easily guessed Zhu Shizhou's thoughts and secretly provoked him. But Zhu Shizhou suddenly raised his head and glanced at the surrounding surveillance cameras. As he expected, the surveillance cameras were all facing his direction. All the surveillance cameras on Olemison Island are under the control of the Armed Defense Department. This is information that Zhu Shizhou has known for a long time. And this secret investigation team is also the power of the Armed Defense Department. So if he guessed correctly, his every move was undoubtedly revealed under surveillance. Before the secret investigation team came to his door, they must have observed his every move in the training base through the surveillance cameras. Needless to say, his meeting with Fu Sidu was also seen by everyone. Maybe Luo Sui and Su Chan were also under the observation of the investigation team. Thinking of this, Zhu Shizhou smiled at the surveillance camera behind the monitor at this time. Stingby raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhu Shizhou through the monitor. After looking at each other for a long time, Stingby turned his head and asked a subordinate beside him, "What is this guy laughing at?" The subordinate replied, "I don't know." Stingby pinched his chin and thought, "Is there anything I didn't expect? Or is he trying to mislead us? Everything we observed in the past few days was his disguise? Are the clues we have just appearances? Has the hidden faction prepared a trap for us?" A series of questions made Stingby have a bad premonition in his heart. That feeling, as if he had missed something. Chapter 606 Fanatics. Zhu Shizhou laughed because he had understood that the secret investigation team had not noticed their insect research plan. If they had really observed him for a long time and knew about his connection with Luo Sui and Su Chan, then they would have focused on Su Chan and Luo Sui. And it would not be difficult to notice the toilet that hid the entrance to the underground passage. At the same time, if the secret investigation team really touched the truth, they would not have acted on him so quickly. At least they should have investigated more patiently and carefully after touching the prototype of their insect research plan. However, they did not. The actions of the secret investigation team were extremely efficient, which proved that their investigation was still in the field of medicine. If he guessed correctly, the secret investigation team now believed that they were just secretly developing medicine and conducting illegal human experiments on students, and suspected that they had the support of hidden factions behind them, and wanted to follow the clues and use him as a chess piece to find out the hidden faction. Zhu Shizhou was relieved after the speculation ended. Stingby never thought that Zhu Shizhou could see through their investigation progress just by the efficient actions of their secret investigation team. "Stingby, I have a question. Can you answer it for me?" Zhu Shizhou said with a calm expression. Stingby, who was sitting behind the monitor, frowned slightly. "You say, how long have you been observing me?" Stingby did not answer, but just laughed a mocking laugh. At the same time, he was thinking quickly in his heart. What was the purpose of Zhu Shizhou asking this question? "You came here so quickly, not only arresting Thorns, but also trying to arrest me. I guess you have already got some evidence, right? What do you think?" Stingby still answered ambiguously. "But have you ever doubted that the evidence you have is just an illusion? You must have had doubts during the investigation. Why, I almost did not cover up the research and development of the medicine." Stingby's face darkened slightly. Yes, the more he investigated, the more confused he became. The biggest and initial flaw in the criminal chain formed by Zhu Shizhou, Fu Sidu and Thorns was that they arranged for Thorns to take a large number of students out of the training base. As long as someone noticed this and investigated it, it would be normal for the investigation to reach its current progress. The fact speculated by Stingby is very simple. The hidden faction is researching a new medicine. Once this medicine is launched, it will shake the foundation of the Black Soldier organization. The hidden faction wants to subvert and split the entire Black Soldier organization by secretly promoting this kind of medicine. Now it has begun the first step of the plan to slowly erode the organization from the student stage. This is also the purpose of the hidden faction, to use students as experimental subjects for human experiments. This method of quickly improving strength is a fatal temptation for some students who are not determined. Then what happens after the bottom students' scores suddenly soar? The students who were originally below average in strength will become the bottom again. and the hidden faction will target these students again. This cycle will almost clean up all the students in the entire training base. Thinking further, the students were only the initial target. What if this potion could be applied to the black soldiers? This is a terrible situation that can quietly bring the entire black soldier organization under the control of the hidden faction. This is already the worst purpose of the hidden faction that he can imagine. But there is a question that can never be explained. That is, such an important question. Why did the hidden faction do it without covering up? Listening to Zhu Shizhou's meaning. Do they have other unknown purposes? And this potion is just a superficial appearance? If this is really the case, then their actions today are probably also in the calculations of the other party. And the other party's high-profile actions are probably to lure them into the trap. Humph! Mystification. Sting Feng was half believing and half doubting in his heart. But he scolded so. Zhu Shizhou smiled slightly. What I am more concerned about is, didn't you do anything on Fusidu's side? Sting Feng was secretly giving orders to other snipers hiding in the dark, asking them to prepare ordinary bullet-type firearms. And if they found Zhu Shizhou's flaws in the next process, they would injure his hands and feet. Hearing Zhu Shizhou's question, Stingby still didn't want to answer, and asked back, "What do you think?" Zhu Shizhou's smiling eyes didn't show much kindness. This is not the attitude of communication. Stingby showed a mocking smile on his face. Zhu Shizhou, you seem to have made a mistake. The so-called communication is based on the premise that both parties have equal status and exchange information equally. Unless you think you can still get out of this situation, or you have a bargaining chip in your hand that can control us. Otherwise, the communication between us cannot be called communication. Do you think you are threatening me with your life and forcing me to exchange information with you? No. I don't care about your life. Your suicide in front of us can prove that the direction of my investigation is correct. And the hidden faction is really related to you. And the hidden secrets are more important than your life. At the same time, the death of a genius like you can also give the hidden faction a strong blow. Compared to this, the value of your life is insignificant. Behind the monitor, Stingby crossed his legs and explained the current situation in an extremely relaxed posture. Do you understand? Now I am willing to listen to your conversation. You can understand it as a kind of charity. When my mercy ends, you don't have to speak. Zhu Shizhou narrowed his eyes, smiling unchanged. Well, that's it. You are still the first opponent I have met who doesn't take my life seriously. Stingby sneered. Hee hee. Your talent may be very strong. Maybe surviving is of great value to mankind. Or maybe the potion that your hidden faction is currently researching can really replace the Black Soldier potion and greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Black Soldier. But it doesn't make any sense to me. Unfortunately, the entire Armed Defense Department exists like this. Loyal to the Black Soldier organization. Not to the world. As long as there is a person or thing that may threaten the foundation of the Black Soldier organization, we will wipe it out. It is because of the existence of our Armed Defense Department that the Black Soldier organization can be united and work towards the same goal. Speaking of which, I am very curious about how your hidden faction developed under the nose of our Armed Defense Department. After listening to the philosophy of Sting B, Zhu Shizhou's smile disappeared. It's really twisted. If that's the case, then talking to you is just a waste of time. You probably can't understand. If the Black Soldier organization is not reformed, then perhaps the organization will drag all of humanity into the abyss. I'm just a sinner. I don't understand what you're talking about. Stingby saw the insoluble paranoia in Zhu Shizhou's eyes through the monitor. He had only seen such paranoia in some religious fanatics. Those crazy people only strongly believe in a certain point of view, reject all other ideas, and regard non-believers as heretics. In a sense, such people can be regarded as madmen who have unimaginable beliefs that ordinary people can hardly imagine, and who are unwavering in sticking to themselves under any circumstances. Chapter 607 Give them a surprise. Zhu Shizhou returned to the game. Being able to hook out the secret investigation team of the Armed Defense Department is also a gain. But the problem is that the Stingby does not take his life seriously at all. He upholds the concept of maintaining stability and excludes all unstable factors, even if this unstable factor may be a genius with high hopes. Due to the Stingby's non-cooperation, he can only infer some things through the few clues. For example, from the beginning, he set a condition for the investigator hiding in the dark to find him. He didn't know who would come to investigate, nor what methods the investigator would use. But no matter what kind of investigator, if he wanted to find him, He couldn't avoid thorns in Fu Sidu. In other words, before he was found, Thorns and Fu Sidu must have fallen first. The fact that Thorns didn't pass on the news to him can prove that Thorns was captured without any decent resistance. Or for safety reasons. He only contacted Fu Sidu unilaterally. However, the problem is that Fu Sidu was able to pass on information to him. Isn't this strange? If he is a secret investigation team, assuming that he wants to take action against Thorn Fu Sidu Zhu Shurjiu, then the most efficient and risk-free method is to take action against these three people at the same time. Thorns are very powerful, so they have to send their main force. Fu Sidu is just a member of the logistics department. He can take down Fu Sidu by hiding in the dark and attacking silently. The secret investigation team is fully capable of not giving Fu Sidu any possibility of passing on information. In this way, the matter is actually quite clear. The secret investigation team deliberately allowed Fu Sidu to pass on the message, because in this way, they would have the most direct evidence to prove that he had an unknown connection with Fu Sidu and Thorns. And Fu Sidu did not notice this trap. This message directly gave the secret investigation team the right to arrest him. Sting B. This guy is really insidious, Zhu Shurjiu muttered as he walked on the road. However, no matter how insidious a person is, it is impossible to bypass the trap he set for the replay. From the beginning, he understood that there was a major flaw in his ability to solve the problem from the route through replay. That is, once time was dragged on, the whole thing would sink deeper and deeper like an old cow stuck in a quagmire. If the investigator spent a long time carefully investigating the evidence and gave him a thunderbolt at the last moment, he would not be able to recover the evidence that had been collected by the investigation team through replay. Therefore, he made such a big fuss, as if he did not take the secret investigation team seriously, and simplified everything as much as possible. During the investigation, Stingby must have had a question. That is, why the investigation was so easy, why the means of hiding the faction were so undisguised, and the results could be found out with a little investigation. This is actually a sweet cake that Zhu Shurjiu prepared for them, ensuring that no matter who came to investigate, no matter how incompetent, they could find out the truth within a day. After the truth was found out, people like Stingby must have repeatedly confirmed the results. But the facts only told them that everything seemed so smooth and easy, without any abnormality. After the investigation results, as long as they have a sense of crisis, they will not allow the hidden faction to act. The advantage of the secret investigation team, quick action, has become a fatal flaw in front of Zhu Shurjiu. The current secret investigation team must have sneaked into the training base and quietly monitored Fu Sidu. Right? In other words, if I contact Fu Sidu now, I will definitely come into their sight. Zhu Shurjiu paced outside the arena slowly. But one thing they didn't expect was that their act of letting Fu Sidu pass messages to me revealed a lot of information. The reason they launched the arrest operation against the three of us must be that they have already obtained some evidence. But because the evidence is not perfect, they have to use Fu Sidu's means of passing messages to me to prove my role in this incident. This also indirectly confirms that they have not yet obtained evidence of my guilt. So under normal circumstances, he doesn't need to worry about this. What he needs to worry about is whether Fu Sidu and Thorns can avoid the investigation of the secret investigation team one day in advance. Unknowingly, Zhu Shurjiu has arrived downstairs of the dormitory of the logistics department. Zhu Shurjiu did not hide and called Fu Sidu directly. What's the matter? Fu Sidu's cold voice came from the phone. Zhu Shurjiu thought with a hint of amusement. If he was talking to Fu Sidu on the phone right now about the medicine, would the secret investigation team immediately rush out from the darkness and subdue him? He had no doubt that Fu Sidu's, his, and Jingxi's cell phones were being monitored. Although he was not sure, Zhu Shurjiu would not take any risks as long as he had doubts. It's not convenient to say it on the phone. Calm down. Fu Sidu was silent for a moment, as if he had noticed the caution in Zhu Shurjiu's tone, and said no more. Just okay. Then there was a rustling sound, and the phone was hung up. Not long after, Fu Sidu came down from the dormitory building. Zhu Shurjiu greeted him with a smile, patted Fu Sidu's shoulder as if to greet him, and took the opportunity to get close to him and whispered, "Don't show any strange expression. Listen to me carefully. You are being targeted now." Fu Sidu raised his hand and pushed his reflective glasses. Expressionless, Zhu Shurjiu came to him, and he thought Zhu Shurjiu wanted to ask him about the medicine. He had also been observing the experimental subjects during this period. and had a certain degree of understanding of the efficacy of the medicine. He was sorting out and confirming the side effects of 199 beta. Unexpectedly, Zhu Shurjiu opened his mouth, and it was bad news. But don't worry too much. We have used up all 20 medicines in the past few days. They shouldn't be able to find direct evidence. I came here to ask some questions. Are you sure that after the experimental subject is injected with the medicine, there is no way to detect the existence of the medicine through the experimental subject? Fu Si nodded. Yes. The predecessor of 199 beta was originally developed based on the potential of the compounds in the insect body to stimulate the human body. I have removed the alien insect components of compound 199 and only retained some milder components. Even if the tissue is tested, it can only detect that the body cells and nerves of the experimental subject are highly active. But the effect of 199 beta cannot be detected. Speaking of which, 199 beta has a very distinctive feature. That is, the drug effect can take effect very quickly, greatly strengthening the human body in a short period of time. And this also means that after the strengthening, the drug ingredients disappear completely, and the whole process is very fast. Zhu Shurjiu pinched his chin and thought. Fu Sidu asked, since I am being targeted, won't it arouse their suspicion if you come to me now? Zhu Shurjiu smiled. They are already suspicious of me, but they just don't have any evidence. If they want to catch me, they can only start with you, such as arresting Thorns first, and then using the connection between you and Thorns to make you realize that there is a problem with Thorns. And then you contact me so that they can drag me into the water. Fu Sida's pupils shrank slightly. As a chess piece that Zhu Shurjiu put in the open, he was naturally prepared. For example, what if something happened to Thorns? But he didn't know it. He set a simplest condition. That is to let Thorns send him a message every once in a while. The content of the message is not important, but the regular time interval is important. If Thorn didn't send him a message within the specified time, it meant that something had happened to Thorn. He used this method to confirm Thorn's safety, and he could also ensure that he could retreat in time after sensing danger. So what would be the first thing he would do if this happened? Without a doubt, he would contact Zhu Shurjiu. This would be fine under normal circumstances, as long as the traces were removed afterwards. But what about abnormal circumstances? Now, Fu Sidu said in a serious tone. Are you sure I'm being targeted now? Zhu Shurjiu nodded. Sure. Fu Sidu let out a sigh of relief. I know. So what should we do now? Zhu Shurjiu continued to smile. But there was some malice in his smile. Of course. Give them a surprise. Chapter 608. Become an apple that jumps into the chessboard. How to destroy the plan of a smart person who is watching from the dark. Rich experience tells Zhu Shurjiu not to become a chess piece, because then the opponent may also set a trap with chess pieces. And not to become a chess player, because the opponent also has an equal chess player. And the final result is either you die or I die. The best way is to become something else that throws away chess pieces, chess players, or even chessboards. For example, an apple that falls into the chessboard does not care about the rules, but only knows how to rush around, knocking over all the chess pieces neatly, and confusing the chess player who is playing chess carefully. Zhu Shurjiu knows that when he met Fu Sidu, he has attracted the attention of the secret investigation team. The secret investigation team is greedily watching their actions in secret, and to a certain extent, they suspect the relationship between him and Fu Sidu. Normally, he and Fu Sidu are friends who have known each other since they joined the organization. But what is abnormal is that he and Fu Sidu have almost no intersection except this relationship, especially when they were secretly investigating Fu Sidu. Zhu Shurjiu suddenly jumped out and looked very suspicious. After they became suspicious, the next thing they had to do was to investigate whether Zhu Shurjiu had any connection with this matter. Zhu Shurjiu chose to take the initiative to enter the chessboard of the secret investigation team. Is that so? Is it because you injected Fu Sidu's medicine and usually hide your strength that your grades have improved significantly? It really helped a lot. I always feel a little overwhelmed recently. The graduation assessment is coming soon, and I am still at the bottom of the class. Alas. Anyway, thank you. Zhao Tian sent away the senior who came to inquire and breathed a sigh of relief. This senior was also a student in the support department, but unlike him, who had just joined the organization not long ago, this senior was a late student and was about to face the graduation assessment, but his grades were still at the bottom of the class. He heard that there were several students among the freshmen whose strength had greatly improved in a short period of time. So he came to him, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. This senior first went to Zheng Lingling to ask. Zheng Lingling pretended to be stupid and got away with it, and then ran to him to ask. Zhao Tian certainly did not choose to expose the secret without thinking. But this was the request of Fu Sidu, the developer of the medicine. Fu Sidu told him that if someone noticed their situation and asked about it later, he only needed to answer according to what he had just said, half of which was attributed to the fact that their strength was usually hidden, and the other half was attributed to Fu Sidu's medicine. This half-true and half-false answer made Zhao Tian confused whether the club that Fu Sidu and his friends belonged to was formal. If it is a formal one, why do they have to hide it? If it is not a formal one, why do they openly publicize the way to buy medicine? Zhao Tian felt that there was a lot of water in this. He was just an insignificant member of the support department and could not intervene too much. As for the senior who came to him to inquire today, he also looked a little suspicious. Although he looked normal, he always felt something was wrong. Zhao Tian looked at the senior, who was walking away, and shook his head. Maybe I think too much. However, outside Zhao Tian's sight, the senior, the face that had been full of emotion suddenly turned cold, and he turned on the communicator on his body expressionlessly. It has been confirmed that the pheromone level of target number 2 has exceeded that of other students of the same period. But the physical exercise marks do not conform to the normal growth curve, and there is nothing special about it. According to him, the source of the medicine is indeed Fu Sidu. But a slightly cold voice came from the other end of the communicator and took over his words. But the other party has no intention of covering up, which seems very suspicious. Right? Yes. Okay. I know. The owner of the cold voice is naturally Sting B. For him, this mission should be considered a very easy mission, and all the links are not too friendly compared to investigating those big men with many means. But he always had a strange feeling in his heart, as if the chess player sitting opposite him showed him a chess routine that could be understood at a glance without reservation, without any twists and turns. Is this the level that a hidden faction that has been hiding in the organization for many years should have? Obviously not. So why is the other party so confident? Normally, he should have taken action when he confirmed that Fu Sidu was a suspect a few hours ago. But he still endured for several hours to think and make up his mind. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have thought for a longer time to figure out the other party's tricks. It's just that the current investigation is progressing too fast and too smoothly, as if there is a big hand behind him pushing him forward quickly. It's like letting a player who usually only plays the difficult mode suddenly come into contact with the simple mode of the game, and still subconsciously worry about what key clues he didn't notice during the game. This is what the Sting Bee is like now. Where is Zhu Shizhou? How is the investigation going? The black soldier who was responsible for monitoring the whereabouts of Zhu Shizhou and Fu Sidu replied. No key evidence has been found yet. Wait! A black soldier. Zhu Shizhou is moving in your direction. Pay attention to avoid it in time. No. He saw you. He walked towards you. The Sting Bee listened silently to the conversation between the two black soldiers without saying a word. Is it a coincidence? He narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand to operate on the operating table. He saw that one of the roadside surveillance cameras turned its direction and faced the location of a black soldier. Turn on the microphone to communicate. The Sting Bee said softly. Yes. The noisy sound continued to sound, and the Sting Bee looked at the monitor. In the monitor, Zhu Shizhou was walking from a distance, and he saw A2 walking on the road as if nothing had happened. Then Zhu Shizhou quickened his pace like an alien insect that smelled a delicious human, and his eyes were fixed on A2 black soldier. It doesn't seem to be a coincidence. A black soldier. Pay attention. Zhu Shizhou is coming for you. Did I reveal my flaw somewhere? A black soldier muttered expressionlessly, raised his eyes, and looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was walking straight towards him, and was a little confused for a moment. Zhu Shizhou saw this black soldier from a distance. Sting Bee would never have thought that they did not cover their faces in order to sneak into the training base, which was their biggest flaw. Zhu Shizhou saw their faces clearly in the previous round, and after memorizing them, he believed that as long as he could see them again in the training base, he would be able to recognize them. So where are these people now? A very simple logical reasoning. Since they want to investigate the 199 beta compound that caused the student's strength to increase significantly, then they will most likely have to contact these students who received the injection. And these students are spread across various departments. Zheng Lingling and Zhao Tian from the support department are the first 2 students to receive the injection. Zhu Shizhou does not believe that they will not take any action. So Zhu Shizhou brought Fu Sidu to the support department. Just to wait and see. Unexpectedly, he saw a familiar face on the way here. It seemed that he had finished contact and was ready to leave. Fortunately, he met him. Otherwise, he would have to go to the next department to try to wait and see. Zhu Shizhou rushed up enthusiastically and came to him in front of the A2 black soldier in his confused eyes, and put his arm on his shoulder like a good brother meeting. Just when the A2 black soldier wanted to resist for no reason, Zhu Shizhou turned his face and said to him, "Hey, buddy, I'm about to graduate soon. Can the secret investigation team introduce me to a position?" The A2 black soldier froze. The Sting Bee behind the monitor had a blank expression on his face, but his fists were clenched. Chapter 609, I seem to be exposed too. What's wrong? You look surprised? Zhu Shizhou asked. Needless to say, the surprise on A2's black soldier's face was naturally fake. He didn't believe that he was exposed so quickly. He hadn't even had any contact with Zhu Shizhou yet. So how could he be exposed suddenly? So at this time, he was more inclined to believe that Zhu Shizhou was tricking him. He reacted very quickly and pretended to be confused and a little surprised. And since he was tricked, he naturally couldn't be stupid enough to confess the situation. You are? Zhu Shizhou. Right. Although I don't know what you were talking about. I think you must have recognized the wrong person. Recognized the wrong person? Zhu Shizhou was stunned, and then carefully looked at the harmless man in front of him. Aren't you a member of the secret investigation force under the Armed Defense Department? A2 black soldier forced a smile no. Zhu Shizhou let go of the other party with a distressed look, and said with emotion, "Is that so? It turns out that you are not a member of the secret investigation force. I even thought that your captain was a stinging bee. And then he sent you to disguise and sneak into the training base to investigate and collect evidence. So it turns out that you are not? Sorry. I misunderstood. Black soldier. Stinging bee. Since I misunderstood, I will leave first. Bye. You continue to investigate." Oh no. I was wrong. Look at my brain. You just said you are not a member of the secret investigation force and I forgot. Alas, I feel that my memory is really getting worse and worse recently. Zhu Shizhou said as he walked away. The black soldier stood there, waiting for the next order from Captain Sting Bee. We are exposed. After a long time, Sting Bee spoke, his voice full of gloom, and anyone could hear the resentment and confusion in his tone. But how was it exposed? Did the hidden faction penetrate so deeply? Sting Bee thought about it, and the only explanation was that his behavior of secretly sending people to sneak into the training base was noticed by the hidden faction. And the hidden faction seemed to know all the players in the training base, and could tell at a glance that they were not real students. Obviously, all the procedures were done perfectly, and there was no problem in the procedure. But it was completely exposed in a short time. Originally, in his imagination, this was also a trap set by the secret investigation team. He sent these black soldiers to infiltrate the training base to investigate, and naturally made full preparations to confront the hidden faction. Once anyone noticed these black soldiers and launched a counter-investigation against them, the other counter-investigation team he prepared, which was completely hidden in the dark, would be aware of it and even be able to find the hidden faction. However, the result now is that no one investigated these black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou suddenly exposed the truth as if he had discovered their identities, which caught people off guard. Let me think about it. The flaws exposed by their actions in the open are fake. The reason why their actions are almost unconcealed is that they are fearless and think that even if we investigate at the first time, they can discover our investigation at the first time. This is not because of their excellent anti-investigation ability, but based on another more sophisticated method that even I can't see through. Sting Bee muttered to himself while staring at Zhu Shizhou walking in another direction. Zhu Shizhou came to the support department for the sole purpose of exposing the identity of the black soldier of their secret investigation unit, and left after exposing it. What is this? Unilaterally declare that all their actions that they thought were secret are clearly revealed in their hidden faction. Is this a warning? Sting Bee sat behind the monitor, tapping the armrest of the seat with his fingers. At this time, the A2 black soldier proposed a hypothesis. Could it be a pheromone problem? Sting Bee stopped the subconscious movement of his fingers while thinking, and frowned slightly. You mean? His pheromones are sensitive enough to sense the pheromones we deliberately hide? This is impossible. Didn't you inject pheromone control agent? Pheromone control agent is a kind of drug that can converge its own pheromones to a lower level within a certain period of time. The reason for using this potion is that the black soldier himself has very powerful pheromones, which are different from normal students in both quality and quantity. It is impossible to deceive some enemies with particularly strong pheromone perception ability by using the usual pheromone convergence techniques. The essence of pheromones has not changed. The effect of this potion is that it can change a person's pheromone within a certain period of time. Simply put, it is like forcibly diluting a drop of thick ink and actively reducing the level of one's own pheromone. Even if you want to perform a task that requires disguising yourself as another target person, you can even configure a pheromone control agent to specifically change the pheromone of a black soldier and completely disguise the black soldier's pheromone as another person. This is also possible. So there is absolutely no flaw in terms of pheromones. But is this really absolute? The past experience of being invincible has told the stinging bee that there has never been an exception that can break the rules. The stinging bee even stopped breathing for a moment, and then scolded. Stop talking nonsense. I don't believe that someone's pheromone sensitivity can be so strong. Pheromone control agents can even deceive alien insects. If Zhu Shurjiu can really do it, then I really have to doubt whether he is human. The A2 black soldier continued. But the data shows that he attracted the alien insects of the entire island by releasing his own pheromones in Papua New Guinea. Before him, has anyone been able to do it? The stinging bee did not answer, because no matter how he answered, he could only come to the conclusion that Zhu Shurjiu is an unconventional monster. And once he came to this conclusion, it meant that his judgment of common sense and his understanding of normal logic would be very outrageous. And he could no longer use seemingly reasonable experience to apply to Zhu Shurjiu. The A2 black soldier meant to let him imagine a new worldview that would negate all his judgments. In this special worldview system, only Zhu Shurjiu meets the standard. Chongfeng still chose not to believe his subordinates' whimsical ideas, saying you can make suggestions, but don't disrupt my judgment. Yes. Then Chongfeng opened the full channel communication other team members. Pay attention. Zhu Shurjiu may have seen through your identities now. Don't do things beyond the scope of normal students. Maybe the hidden faction used a special method to identify your identities, or maybe it didn't identify them. I don't believe the hidden faction can find you all. Soon? A black soldier asked. Do we still need to investigate the target now? Stingbee asked. Count up. Who else has not been investigated? Soon. The sound of counting came one after another. A6. A9. A17. A19. A20. After counting, a total of 13 black soldiers were okay. Counting up, Stingbee breathed a sigh of relief. With so many black soldiers who have not started the investigation, there will be no flaws no matter how you look at it. Can the hidden faction still find out the identities of these black soldiers who haven't done anything yet? Stingbee said. You suspend the investigation. And the rest of the team members who have finished the questioning should be careful not to expose themselves. However, at this moment, the voice of a black soldier interrupted him. Report? I saw Zhu Shurjiu. He came towards me. He was looking at me. I seem to have been exposed too. Chapter 610 No Need to Act. Talk to him. Stingbee noticed the communicator channel. And the one who was talking was A6 black soldier's channel. A6 black soldier was wandering around the area where the assault department training ground was located. It was true that he had not contacted any targets, but his current mission status should be investigation in progress. Suddenly, Stingbee issued a notice to cancel the mission. Before he could evacuate the assault department area, Zhu Shurjiu came to the door. Stingbee quickly issued an order. Don't worry. He may not be 100% sure of your identity. Just pretend that you don't know, and do what you need to do. Black soldier didn't reply, because Zhu Shurjiu had already come to him. Zhu Shurjiu greeted him as if nothing had happened. Hey, did you just finish the investigation, or are you still investigating? Are you really not considering taking me under your command? Although I came from the command, I don't really have a sense of belonging to the command. If you try harder, maybe I can develop in your armed defense department after graduation. Of course, this is just a joke. No one will believe it. The black soldier looked at Zhu Shurjiu blankly, and then looked around. There was naturally no one around. So the black soldier turned his gaze back to Zhu Shurjiu and played his best acting skills. Are you talking to me? He thought that according to his control of facial muscles, he could fully play the expression of a bewildered person. But Zhu Shizhou didn't seem to think so. Are you still going to pretend? It's so boring. Doesn't the captain of the Stinging Bee behind you have the courage to face me? It's really disappointing. The low-level provocation not only made the black soldier feel no psychological fluctuation, but also the Stinging Bee said that it didn't matter at all. The black soldier smiled apologetically. Sorry. I don't understand what you were talking about. Zhu Shizhou stared at the black soldier for a long time, and then laughed. If you don't want to admit it, forget it. You are the second one. I just don't know if your captain will deduct your salary if I recognize you. After telling a cold joke that no one wanted to laugh at, Zhu Shizhou turned and left again. Twice in a row. Exposing two members of the secret investigation team made the Stinging Bee have a worse premonition. He knew what Zhu Shizhou wanted to do. The reason why he still let the black soldiers hide now was because he was sure that the other members, who had not taken action, had not been exposed. But what if the other team members have actually been exposed? Zhu Shizhou's actions of coming to the door one by one are equivalent to telling Sting Bee, I already know the identities of all your undercover personnel. It's useless. Stop pretending. If you continue to play dead, then I will have to pull you all out one by one. The purpose of Zhu Shizhou wanting to pull them out is probably to talk to him directly. How arrogant. It's just a hidden faction hiding in the dark. But they dare to talk to me. The captain of the secret investigation team? It's as if they are sure that they will not be exposed. Sting Bee watched Zhu Shizhou's actions silently with a gloomy face. Although he knew that there would be no results, Sting Bee still contacted another team that he sent to the training base to investigate the traces of the hidden faction. What are the results of your investigation into the hidden faction? Report. No traces were found. Of course, Sting Bee would not send only one team to investigate. In addition to the team that was put in the open to contact the student suspected of receiving illegal drug injections, he also prepared another team to explore the hidden faction. Their task was to find all suspicious clues in the training base, as long as they could find traces of the existence of the hidden faction, and cooperate with Sting Bee's investigation of Fu Sidu and others. They could definitely find out the hidden faction. But the result was not ideal. The hidden faction seemed to have never existed. No matter how they investigated, they could not find anything. Faced with Zhu Shizhou's provocation, Sting Bee had no way to give a strong counterattack. Report. I'm exposed. Another very simple report, which made Sting Bee feel more and more that his action this time was like a joke. The key point was what magical means did Zhu Shizhou use to distinguish the highly disguised team members. Sting Bee really couldn't figure it out. Is this useful for you? On the way, Fu Sidu asked Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou smiled and asked back, do you think it's not feasible? Fu Sidu shook his head. It's too messy. He witnessed Zhu Shizhou stepping forward to expose the students, who were said to be members of the secret investigation team without any conspiracy. And he was always a little uneasy. He didn't have the confidence of Zhu Shizhou. Anyway, he couldn't see any flaws in the students whose identities were exposed by Zhu Shizhou, whether it was from their expressions or body movements. He couldn't see anything abnormal, and didn't know how Zhu Shizhou determined their identities. Not to mention Zhu Shizhou's operation that seemed to be directly confronting them. His scalp tingled just thinking about it. Wasn't Zhu Shizhou afraid of a car accident? Fu Sidu. My thoughts are different from yours. What I fear most is not a car accident, but being investigated quietly. The secret investigation team is investigating our Jiqi society. Do you think our Jiqi society has no action? Our Jiqi society has always had the courage to confront the secret investigation team directly. Really? Fu Sidu has never underestimated the Jiqi society. Can a faction that can safely hide and study insects in the organization be a small fish and shrimp? But he is not sure to what extent the Jiqi society can do for him. If he is caught, will the Jiqi society try every means to save him? It is precisely because of this worry that he is worried whether Zhu Shizhou's reckless behavior will lead to more serious consequences. Zhu Shizhou just smiled at Fu Sidu's worry. The current Black Soldier organization is corrupt. For example, the secret investigation team we are facing now is not loyal to the world, but only to the Black Soldier organization. In other words, even if our research is beneficial to mankind, as long as the Black Soldier organization opposes it, they will resolutely oppose it. To be more precise, it is not only this unit, but the entire armed defense department is in a similar situation. Facing such a behemoth, only a few can resist. You, Su-chan, Luo Sui, and Jingji. You are all warriors who are brave enough to resist like me. The chess club will not treat you as abandoned pieces at will. Seeing Zhu Shurjiu talking freely, Fusitu looked at Zhu Shurjiu deeply. I hope so. But what you said about the Armed Defense Department being loyal only to the Black Soldier Organization and not to the world, is that true? Zhu Shurjiu said. If you want to see the truth, follow me. This is just the beginning. I believe that the Sting Bee captain will jump out. As he was talking, Zhu Shurjiu saw a familiar face on the road again, smiled calmly, and walked up with Fusitu. Then Fusitu saw Zhu Shurjiu patting the shoulder of the student, who was walking and looking at his phone, and jokingly said 3 words, the 4th one. After that, he passed by the student without any nostalgia, and was not as talkative as before. Fusitu looked back, and the student stood there with a look of surprise and confusion, just like a real passerby. And he still couldn't see the flaw. Fusitu still couldn't help asking, how did you find out? Sixth sense. Or pheromone. Zhu Shurjiu lied about this matter without hesitation. Before Fusitu could think about it carefully, Zhu Shurjiu said, in fact, the difficult thing for me is not to identify their identities in person, but to meet them. But as long as I can meet them, I can tell whether they are students or black soldiers. So you are trying your luck now? Zhu Shurjiu shook his head, like the captain of the secret investigation team, the Sting Bee. Once he realizes that our chess club has a way to identify their members, he will not sit and wait for death and be exposed. Instead, he will continue to send people to verify. Fusitu thought of the student who just passed by them, and suddenly said, I understand. The easiest way to verify is to send someone to face you and see if you can accurately identify them. That's right. Zhu Shurjiu smiled and pointed to a student in front of him on the right. The 5th one. Behind the monitor. Sting Bee saw Zhu Shurjiu's actions and naturally understood that Zhu Shurjiu had accurately identified the identity of his team members for the 5th time. After rubbing his fingers slightly, Sting Bee exhaled and turned on the communicator. No need to act. Just talk to him. He finally admitted Zhu Shurjiu's ability, and continuing to test him would only bring humiliation upon himself. He wanted to see what Zhu Shurjiu's intentions were behind his arrogant actions. Chapter 611. Do you think Zhu Shurjiu is a genius? Hello Zhu Shurjiu. I am Sting Bee. The same voice as in the previous round came from the communicator of the black soldier in front of him. The only difference from the previous round is that the current situation is much better. There are no black soldiers surrounding him, and Sting Bee has no evidence to arrest him. It's because Zhu Shurjiu conducted the secret investigation team at the beginning of their investigation. Zhu Shurjiu smiled and raised his head, and waved to one of the surveillance cameras on the roadside that was pointed at him. Hello, Captain Sting Bee. The Sting Bee behind the monitor raised his eyebrows. It seems that Zhu Shurjiu not only knows the layout of the training base, but also knows that I am using surveillance cameras to monitor him. This is, of course, after experiencing the scene of a large number of surveillance cameras staring at him in the previous round. Zhu Shurjiu naturally knew what Sting Bee was using to monitor his screen. As for the sound, of course, it was with the help of the communicator on each black soldier who lurked in. Zhu Shurjiu turned his gaze to the black soldier in front of him. Sifeng asked calmly, So Zhu Shurjiu, you are trying so hard to talk to us. What is your purpose? You know, I can arrest you now, as if you are hindering our investigation. Since you are so eager to talk to us, then I guess you have realized the outcome of being arrested by us. Right? Zhu Shurjiu smiled and said, Captain Sifeng, will you really do this? Even if I hinder the investigation, it was entirely out of concern for my friend Fusitu. Arresting me now should not be within your plan. Sting Bee frowned slightly. Zhu Shurjiu was right. Arresting Zhu Shurjiu now would be like alerting the enemy. No, the enemy has already been alerted. The most important thing is that if no evidence can be found after arresting Zhu Shurjiu, the hidden faction will probably use Zhu Shurjiu's identity as a rising star to do evil. Sting Bee knew the reputation of the secret investigation team in the organization, which could be described as stinky. If there was a chance to bring down the secret investigation team, everyone would want to step on it. He would not hand the dagger that could hurt them to the hidden faction. Of course, Sting Bee would not admit his weakness himself. He changed the subject and said slowly, I am very curious. How did you notice my investigation team? I think my team members are good at hiding, but I was surprised that a mere student saw through my identity. Zhu Shurjiu narrowed his eyes and replied, Pheromone. It's pheromone. Sting Bee suddenly laughed disdainfully. Pheromone? Haha. Do you want to say that you have surpassed the alien insect's perception of pheromones with the human perception of pheromones? Are you too arrogant? Or do you think I'm a fool now? Zhu Shizhou sighed and said, how pathetic. Just like an ant standing in front of a dragon can't see the whole picture of the dragon. You have a wrong understanding of the limit of human ability. Even if the truth is placed in front of you, you can only see a high wall that blocks your vision. It's too obvious. Maybe you think your disguise is perfect. But in my perception, the stinky pheromones you carry with you can be smelled from a long distance the moment you sneak into the training base. Sting Bee frowned. Smelly? It seems that you are indeed as rumored. With pheromone perception ability far beyond that of ordinary people. You can even smell the pheromone we carefully developed to deceive alien insects. Do you think I would say that? Don't be ridiculous. You are bluffing. Right? I wanted to hear what interesting results would come out of your conversation with me. But I didn't expect it to be so boring. Do you have anything else to say? Zhu Shizhou laughed. No. I just came here to kindly remind you. But you can continue to investigate regardless. Just go ahead and investigate. Even though you have all been exposed. After saying that, Zhu Shizhou left. It seems that the effort to talk to him is really out of kindness. And I want to remind him specifically. However, is that really the case? Sting Bee closed his eyes. This guy. Is Zhu Shizhou bluffing? He is not sure. There were two sides arguing in his mind. One was his intuition. Reason told him that there could not be anyone in the world who could have such a keen pheromone perception. The other was his reason. From an objective point of view. Zhu Shizhou, a genius who had broken the limits of human beings many times, might really have pheromone perception that broke the limit. The Stinging Bee put a finger on his forehead. The subordinates next to him understood at a glance that this was the captain's unique skill to improve his thinking ability. Generally speaking, becoming a black soldier is equivalent to having reached the limit of the development of the whole body, including the brain. And the thinking ability depends on a person's own talent. It is difficult to improve after becoming a black soldier. But Sting Bee is quite special, because he has been carrying out dangerous missions with treacherous undercurrents for many years. He develops his thinking ability differently from the general black soldiers. He usually uses a specific action to turn on the switch of thinking, which can force his thinking ability to a new height and judge the decision of a certain thing in the most peak state. 10 minutes passed. Sting Bee suddenly loosened his fingers against his forehead, and his face was slightly pale, which was the result of overthinking. He said to his men beside him, I need a report on all the recent activities of Zhu Shizhou. Please sort it out as soon as possible. No one knew what Sting Bee was thinking just now. But the members of the secret investigation team were quite convinced of all the decisions made by this captain. They had experienced countless missions. According to their experience, the captain's mission completion rate after superlimit thinking was 100%. The deputy captain standing next to Sting Bee asked, How is it? Did you think of any results? I guess so. Sting Bee tilted his head and asked the deputy captain beside him a shocking question, as if to sort out his own thoughts, or simply to share his guesses with the people around him. Do you think Zhu Shizhou is a genius? The deputy captain was a little surprised. What do you mean? Does this need to be questioned? How many training-based student records has Zhu Shizhou broken so far? Now almost everyone believes that as long as Zhu Shizhou can graduate, he can immediately become a genius commander like Su Feng. What does Sting Bee mean by asking this? And does whether Zhu Shizhou is a genius have anything to do with this incident? The deputy captain didn't quite understand Sting Bee's thoughts. There are so many things I can't figure out about this incident. Everything seems to be very unreasonable. The information we have is too scarce. And there is basically no point in thinking. Instead of waiting and thinking, it is better to continue investigating and get more information. In comparison, I am more concerned about Zhu Shizhou. Don't you think he looks too perfect? I heard that he mastered the courses that the trainees in the training base can only master in a year by self-study. And the range of mastery is all 40 courses. Is there really someone who can be so talented? This is the key. Although the Stinging Bee said that there is no point in thinking about this incident, it is still related. The Stinging Bee is unwilling to believe that Zhu Shizhou can be so sensitive to pheromones, and naturally began to doubt Zhu Shizhou's genius identity. Zhu Shizhou's actions just now seemed to be deliberately showing off. The Stinging Bee began to doubt whether everything was an illusion, just like his team members were deceived by Zhu Shizhou now, thinking that Zhu Shizhou's pheromone perception ability surpassed the alien insects. But in fact Zhu Shizhou did not have such a keen perception ability at all. This is the case with pheromone perception. But what about other aspects? The more the stinging bee thought about it, the more suspicious it felt. Chapter 612. Sting Bees Beyond Limit Thinking. Zhu Shizhou's counterattack. Is there really someone who can be so talented? Faced with a question from the captain of Sting Bee, the deputy captain was helpless and tangled. Although it sounds very unreasonable. But Sting Bee interrupted the deputy captain's entanglement. Have you ever thought that all this was forged by the hidden faction? The deputy captain was stunned. First of all, let's find out what their purpose is in sending Zhu Shizhou. It is conceivable that if no one intervenes, then an all-round genius like Zhu Shizhou will definitely enter the top of the Black Soldier organization in the future. There is no doubt about this. So we can conclude that one of their goals must be to eventually let Zhu Shizhou sit on the throne that can influence high-level decision-making. Do you agree with this? The deputy captain thought about it, and then nodded. The Sting Bee continued. So, if you are a hidden faction, how can you maximize the momentum and let Zhu Shizhou sit on the throne of the top leader? Create a genius persona? The deputy captain understood what the Sting Bee meant. Yes, there is no need for Zhu Shizhou to really have the ability of a genius. But just to make him look like a genius, there are many ways, such as leaking the test questions in advance to bribe the examiner, or simply manipulate the entire test process. The deputy captain was speechless. She felt that Captain Sting Bee was really wrong this time. But to do this, how powerful must the hidden faction be? The Sting Bee said faintly. That's why I feel terrible. The behemoth we are facing this time may have infiltrated the Black Soldier organization. At least every aspect of the training base. It is also because of this that our talents have been exposed as soon as they sneaked into the training base. What? The deputy captain was shocked. She thought that Sting Bee was talking about irrelevant and whimsical speculations. But she didn't expect that it would form a logical loop. Think about it carefully. How did our people get exposed? We have just started the investigation. Let alone those team members who have contacted the subjects of the investigation. How did those team members, who have not yet started to act, get exposed? My explanation is that their control over the entire training base is already so high that we can't imagine it. Or in other words, we were under the watchful eyes of the hidden faction when we applied for the fake identity from the beginning. And we have been completely exposed to the hidden faction. The deputy captain swallowed his saliva. But it was not over yet. Sting Bee continued. This can also explain my initial doubts. Why did they feel confident in this incident and lead the trainees out of the training base openly? It was because of that reason. They have infiltrated almost the entire training base. And they are sure to deal with it from beginning to end. It's all connected. The deputy captain felt his scalp tingling at this time. Because this question was not only doubted by Sting Bee at the beginning, but also by the Minister of Armed Defense Department when assigning them tasks. Zhu Shizhou Fu Thorn's actions seemed too arrogant. Without any cover-up. There must be a reasonable explanation behind this extremely unreasonable situation. Now Sting Bee has given an explanation that can perfectly answer this question after excessive thinking. But this explanation is too bold and too terrifying to think about. If almost the entire training base is controlled by the hidden faction, what else can they do? Deputy Captain, what do you think they will do next? No. I don't know. The deputy captain shook his head. Don't know? If my guess is correct, then their next move is as clear as a drop of ink on a white paper. Isn't it? Sting Bee stretched out his hand and clenched it tightly, as if he wanted to grab something, his eyes full of excitement. For them who have basically controlled the entire training base, the simplest way to disperse us is, of course, to let the ministers jointly protest to the minister. Sting Bee said this, and the communicator suddenly sounded. It was just right in this monitoring room, which was creepy. Sting Bee and the deputy captain looked at the channel displayed on the communicator, which showed the only dedicated communication channel from the superior, which had a higher priority than all other channels. Once the channel was connected, other channels could only be forcibly interrupted. On his communicator, there was only one person who had this communication channel, the Minister of the Armed Defense Department. Connected, there was silence on the other side for a while. And then the slightly tired voice of the Minister of the Armed Defense Department came out. Sting Bee, stop the action. Sting Bee sat on the chair, with no sign of dejection on his face, and a smile on his lips. Got it. After hanging up the call, the monitoring room fell into silence. After a long time, Sting Bee's laughter rang out in the monitoring room. I should be the only one who has discovered the truth now? Oh, no. You also heard my analysis. You and I should be the only two people closest to the truth. Interesting. Ha ha ha. It's really interesting. Then the last piece of the puzzle to verify my idea should be to carefully analyze Zhu Shizhou's various signs of action, and find some clues that do not conform to his genius personality. The deputy captain was now in awe of Captain Sting B. When he heard the head of the Armed Defense Department say suspend the operation just now, he knew that Captain Sting B was probably right. But the problem was the clue Captain Sting B mentioned. Can we find it? Our operation has been suspended. For those of them in the Armed Defense Department, orders are everything. No matter what happens, they cannot disobey orders. Sting B still sat in his chair, with a confident smile on his face. Have you forgotten? Didn't I give an order after the end of the super limit thinking to let others collect all the signs of Zhu Shizhou's recent activities and report? The deputy captain widened his eyes. They actually predicted it at that time. Sting B licked his lips. The order I gave them was before the minister contacted me to stop the operation. So it is not against the order for them to continue investigating. When they come back from the investigation and the last piece of the puzzle is put together, we will withdraw? Yes, Captain. I can't figure out what the purpose of your conversation with the captain of the secret investigation team was. Fu Sidu walked on the road and asked Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou played with the phone that had just ended the call and said, "Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. It's not an important thing anyway. You just need to know that Sting B." He thought that my genius identity was insignificant from the beginning. So naturally, he would not value my talent too much. Under this premise, if I claim that my pheromone perception ability exceeds his cognition, what do you think he will think? Fu Sidu certainly couldn't guess it. He and Zhu Shizhou never thought in the same direction. And the information they had was even more different. But he knew now. No wonder. I thought what you said was too arrogant before. It turned out to be intentional? Comparing the other party to an ant and himself to a dragon. No matter who heard it. Zhu Shizhou was too crazy. Yes. It's just a low level, but most suitable provocation for someone as confident as Sting B. Zhu Shizhou didn't explain much, but put his phone in his pocket. Just now, he ended the call with the ministers. Except for the Minister of the Armed Defense Department and the new Minister of the Command Department. You have to know that his identity is a genius who was attacked by the rebel faction. He was in the hospital for many days. Every minister is sure that his talent is enough to change the world. As long as they are told that the Armed Defense Department is secretly investigating him, the ministers will jointly put pressure on the Minister of the Armed Defense Department. The secret investigation team should call it a day. Chapter 613. Flaws? I got it. Sting B smiled and unfolded the report in his hand. What he was holding was a report on Zhu Shizhou's recent activities investigated by his subordinates. After the end of his super limit thinking, Sting B realized that he didn't have much time left. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department would soon be put under joint pressure by the ministers. Even if he deliberately delayed for a while using the time difference, it would not last long. So he didn't give his subordinates too complicated tasks. He just asked them to investigate the recent signs of Zhu Shizhou's activities. Although he didn't collect much information, Sting B felt that it was enough. Because if he were Zhu Shizhou, he would definitely be very careful not to expose himself in his daily life. And once he was involved in an action, it would be hard to say. Especially since the hidden faction had never thought of covering up their actions. And Zhu Shizhou was very bold to come up and confront him directly. In short, Sting B had every reason to believe that he could find some good things in this investigation. The deputy captain stood aside. Although he didn't figure out the logic of the action like Sting B, he still had expectations for the order Sting B would issue after thinking beyond the limit. Can you find any clues? If I'm not mistaken, the hidden faction. No. It should be said that at present, Zhu Shizhou is a very confident person. He is not only confident in himself, but also confident in the hidden faction behind him. So there is a high possibility of revealing flaws. Sting B opened the report in his hand with interest, his eyes wandering over it. Just like a predator admiring his prey, enjoying the pleasure of approaching the prey bit by bit. It can be seen that Zhu Shizhou does not have many contacts. The person he contacts more frequently is Su Chan, who is in the same department as him. This is reasonable. After all, as far as he knows, Su Chan is also a genius in the command center, and it is normal for her to communicate with Zhu Shizhou. There is also Luo Sui. This woman is a genius in the reconnaissance department. It is said that she has controllable hypermnesia. At the same time, she has a very special identity. That is, Zhu Shizhou's girlfriend. In addition, there is Fu Sidu. I won't say much about Fu Sidu. It can basically be concluded that he is a pawn of the hidden faction. Are there any problems with Su Chan and Luo Sui? The Thornbee did not even raise its head. I can only say that they are very suspicious. If I can continue the investigation, I will definitely use them as bait to fish out the hidden faction behind them after arresting Zhu Shizhou. Unfortunately, the investigation has been suspended now. So the speculation about Su Chan and Luo Sui is limited to speculation and cannot be verified. The reason why Su Chan and Luo Sui are very suspicious is that they, like Fu Sidu, a pawn of the hidden faction, passed the midterm assessment at about the same time. Of course, there is a certain possibility that Su Chan and Luo Sui are pure geniuses, but this possibility is not very high. Whether from experience or intuition, Stingy judges that Su Chan and Luo Sui are suspects. At least the fact that they are involved with Zhu Shizhou makes them more suspicious. They are not the focus. The focus is Zhu Shizhou, who is the core figure of this operation. Only by catching his flaws can we follow the clues and launch a series of subsequent actions. Sting B was not disturbed by the suspicion of Su Chan and Luo Sui. After all, his right to investigate has been suspended. It is useless to think about Su Chan and Luo Sui. The weight of the two of them is too light. If he could find Zhu Shizhou's flaws and report them to the minister, he might be able to restart the investigation because of significant discoveries and give Zhu Shizhou a fatal blow. He kept flipping through the report. About 5 minutes had passed. The hasty investigation could not be too detailed. So Stingy finished reading it quickly, and his eyes finally stopped at a certain part of the report. In the battle in the arena, Zhu Shizhou's performance seemed not very satisfactory. The deputy captain was actually looking at the report on the side, and for a moment, he did not understand what Stingy meant. What do you mean? Zhu Shi played 10 games in the past 2 days, and the result was not a complete victory. This is not surprising. After all, students are just students. The top-level fighting students can only reach the level of medium-level black soldiers in terms of combat effectiveness. But did you notice the time? Time? The deputy captain looked at it, and there was only one sentence describing the time. The average fighting time is 20 minutes. What's wrong with this time? Stingy said. Too long. The deputy captain thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. The captain can always quickly find suspicious details from a large amount of complicated information. And these details can often become direct evidence of the suspect. For ordinary students, 20 minutes is a standard performance. But it is a bit suspicious for the genius Zhu Shizhou. After all, according to the combat effectiveness that Zhu Shizhou showed in the graduation assessment of the Emergency Mobile Department, if he is put in the arena, even if it is conservatively estimated, he should be able to end each battle within 5 minutes. The vice captain asked, "Don't you have any video recording?" It's easy to get a video recording, because as long as there is a video recording, it can be clearly distinguished whether Zhu Shizhou's performance in the arena is really all out or a bit of slacking. Time is too tight, and we can't find a video recording in a short time. But we don't need a video recording, Stingy said. At least we don't need it. The vice captain once again failed to keep up with the captain's thinking. Why? Stingy looked at his vice captain with some helplessness. This vice captain is loyal, but not very smart. But he is enough to be a supporting actor. Because my current task is to find suspicious points and report them to the minister to see how he decides. If the minister is determined to continue the investigation, he will definitely find an excuse to investigate the video of the battle in the arena. But he will not name anyone. As long as the minister gets the video, he will naturally be able to tell whether Zhu Shizhou is strong in combat or just a show-off. The deputy captain suddenly realized. I see. Zhu Shizhou is like a bubble that will burst at any time. And they can't reach out now. But they can force the bubble to burst by blowing. Cindy B believes that the minister will not give up so easily. His usual nearly 100% mission success rate has accumulated enough credibility with the minister. And the minister will definitely investigate. The worst possibility is that the other ministers are all members of the hidden faction. But no matter how strong the penetration of the hidden faction is, they all have a fatal flaw. That is, once the battlefield is put on the surface, they can only act according to the rules. For example, expelling them from the training base can only be successful by relying on the joint pressure of the ministers on the Minister of the Armed Defense Department, rather than playing tricks or forcibly driving him away. In other words, the subsequent developments were almost visible to the naked eye. The minister was lucky enough to discover that there were doubts in Zhu Shizhou's combat video, and openly questioned the ministers of other major departments. If the doubts raised were reasonable, then the investigation of Zhu Shizhou would be restarted, or a simpler and more brutal way would be adopted to puncture Zhu Shizhou's beautiful illusion in front of everyone. In short, his mission this time was not without gain, and he could call it a day. The deputy captain looked at the sting bee and stood up, and asked, "Are you done? What about the thorns? Keep watching over there, and find a reason to continue investigating the thorns. However, the thorns should be cannon fodder pushed out by the hidden faction. They are not of much value, but they may accidentally reveal flaws. However, after she reveals the flaws, the hidden faction will probably abandon her soon. This kind of abandoned child is the most tasteless, and a pity to abandon." The sting bee has carried out many investigation missions. Cutting off the tail to survive is a skill that every enemy has mastered. In his opinion, the thorns are also the tail of the hidden faction. The secret investigation team left the training base. That evening, Sting Bee compiled an investigation report and submitted it to the Minister of the Armed Defense Department. Chapter 614. Respond in a way they can't predict. What? You think Zhu Shizhou is just a fake genius? The Minister of Armed Defense looked at the Sting Bee standing in front of the desk with a strange look, as if he thought Sting Bee was joking. But Sting Bee's serious expression told him that Sting Bee seemed to really think so. Facing the minister's questioning, Sting Bee's expression did not change. The details of Zhu Shizhou's exposure have been written above. If we can get the video of his battle in the arena, it may be able to further prove my point of view. The Minister of Armed Defense did not speak. He had read the report over and over again, although he knew that Sting Bee would not make a point. It was too arbitrary to infer that Zhu Shizhou was a fake genius just because Zhu Shizhou fought for too long. Moreover, according to Sting Bee's guess, the entire training base might have quietly fallen into the hands of the hidden faction. This guess was too horrifying. Should we believe him? The results of the Sting Bee's super limit thinking have always been very reliable. In the past, all kinds of dangerous, complex and difficult tasks could not defeat the Sting Bee. It was precisely because in certain difficult situations, the Sting Bee could always find a path that was easily overlooked. If the Minister of the Armed Defense Department were to describe the Sting Bee, he would describe it as a genius who is good at finding blind spots. So this time, will Zhu Shizhou's genius appearance become everyone's blind spot? The Minister of the Armed Defense Department was somewhat hesitant. I roughly understand what you mean. It's nothing more than requisitioning the battle videos of the arena. Others can't see that we are targeting Zhu Shizhou. But what about Zhu Shizhou himself? What about the hidden faction? We are not sure what the hidden faction is doing. Is it really feasible to alarm the enemy on a large scale like this? The words of the Minister of the Armed Defense Department made Sting Bee fall into deep thought. He understood the minister's concerns almost immediately. In the eyes of the hidden faction, their Armed Defense Department was defeated this time and temporarily retreated. It was good for them to move from the open to the dark. But if they continue to collect the battle videos of the arena, others will not see anything. But the hidden faction must know that the Armed Defense Department is still unwilling to give up. So they will be more vigilant. And there may be more other unknown actions. In this way, if they want to restart the investigation in the future, the situation will be more passive. This time it is suspending the investigation, which is a tactical retreat. The minister is also thinking about making it easier to carry out the next thunder attack. Sting Bee understood the minister's concerns and said seriously, "Minister, do you still want to wait for the next time to investigate? You know, if you wait any longer, Zhu Shizhou may graduate." The Minister of the Armed Defense Department felt a pang in his heart. Yes, this is the reason why Sting Bee can't wait to act. They no longer have time to wait. They don't know what the hidden faction is doing in secret. But there is no doubt that Zhu Shizhou is a key. By the time Zhu Shizhou graduates, the hidden faction may have achieved their goal and everything will be over. Zhu Shizhou is still frantically passing the graduation examination at the speed of 2 or 3 courses a day, which is jaw-dropping. Although he occasionally takes a break for 1 or 2 days. At this speed, he may graduate successfully in less than a month. The office fell into silence for a while. At this time, the assistant minister, who had been standing aside and had not spoken, suddenly spoke. Do we really have to act according to their ideas? The Minister of Armed Defense and Sting Bee looked at the assistant together. The assistant narrowed his eyes and smiled. You are actually all in a misunderstanding. The hidden faction can easily use their flaws as bait to lure the enemy. And once the enemy is hooked, they will fall into their rhythm. It was like this on the night of turmoil. And it is also the same in this operation. So I wonder if the performance in the arena will also become their bait. The Minister of Armed Defense was a little unconvinced. No way. Stingby can guess that Zhu Shizhou is a false genius, which is already a fantasy. How can the hidden faction take precautions on this basis? I'm just talking. And there is no substantive speculation. But I think the style of the controller behind the hidden faction is quite obvious. Leaving a little flaw in the east and a little clue in the west are actually insignificant bait. They may not be able to speculate to the step we speculated. But it does not mean that they will not leave bait. It's like a hunter does not guarantee that the prey will enter a certain place in the forest. But the hunter will still spread traps in the forest. The assistant said slowly. We can assume that the hidden faction is an opponent with super strong action ability, which can be seen from this action. They almost took control of your movements at the beginning of your action. Let's not discuss the reasons. But we can assume that their actions are more efficient than yours. Stingby frowned slightly, but did not refute. Although he was unwilling. This action was indeed the case. So we don't need to compete with each other to see who is more efficient. It's meaningless. Captain Stingby, your idea is nothing more than to let the minister find the battle video to deny Zhu Shizhou's genius identity. Right? That's right. We don't know what will happen to the hidden faction at present. But let's assume that when the minister takes action, the hidden faction will efficiently detect the minister's actions. What do you think they will do? Stingby thought calmly. It's meaningless to discuss the inefficiency of the hidden faction's actions, because if the hidden faction's actions are inefficient, then the minister's operation of requisitioning battle videos will be successful. This possibility is of course the most ideal. What they are discussing now is the least ideal situation. That is, the hidden faction has magically seen through their thoughts again. What will they do? Just think from these two possibilities. Clear and destroy all battle videos. Stingby replied. That's right. If you want to take action, you have to ensure that they have no way to clear the battle videos. Is there a way? The question raised by the assistant is basically unsolvable in Stingby's view. The assistant first assumed that the hidden faction could effectively see through their thoughts. That is, let the hidden faction take the initiative no matter what. But what if the hidden faction took the initiative to clear all the battle videos in the arena? Stingby frowned. The assistant gave his solution. We can't do this operation in secret. What do you mean? Openly declare that the Armed Defense Department has found signs of the existence of traitors, and will investigate the arena. If the hidden faction clears the battle video under this premise, then everyone in the entire training base will know that the battle video in the arena was cleared by the rebel faction. Combined with today's investigation, can this matter be reported to the organization? And then the training base will be thoroughly investigated? The Minister of the Armed Defense Department and Stingby looked at each other, as if feasible. However, the assistant immediately poured cold water on them. So things will not be so simple. If we announce that we will investigate the arena in a high-profile manner, the hidden faction will not clear the battle video. The assistant said slowly. In this way, we will take the initiative. Assuming that Captain Stingby's speculation is correct, then the minister will get Zhu Shizhou's battle video. The minister asked back. Then we win. No. If we think so, then it's exactly what they want. I said before that this is most likely just a bait set by the hidden faction. I am more inclined to believe that the hidden faction has made preparations. They will not let Zhu Shizhou leave the battle video and be defenseless. We don't know what they will do. So we need to respond in a way that even they can't predict. How to do it? At this time, the Minister of Armed Defense and Stingby had completely taken the initiative because of the assistant's words. The assistant raised his head, his narrowed eyes flashing with light, and slowly said a sentence, which made the other two stand there in a daze. Chapter 615, showing you something good. Zhu Shizhou didn't know that the Minister of Armed Defense was going to investigate the battle video of the arena. He had been fighting various opponents in the arena these 2 days and learning from their combat experience. The difficulty of the opponents in the arena depends on the points you cast. Opponents with less than 1,000 points can be easily defeated. But if you want to reach a higher peak, opponents with 1,500 points are a bit tricky. Although his combat talent is not excellent, he is also an experienced person who has experienced countless difficult battles. Without relying on replay, he can deal with the opponent's attacks most of the time with his own abilities. As for opponents with higher difficulty, my body is still too weak. Zhu Shizhou walked out of the arena and sighed at his slightly trembling hands. If his body were now placed in the outside world, it would be enough to beat a large group of combat athletes who have trained for a lifetime. But compared to some late-stage students who were about to graduate in the arena, it was still too weak. The more he fought, the more he could feel his body's weakness. When fighting, he mostly relied on his prediction of the opponent rather than his naked eye observation, not to mention mobilizing his body's muscles in advance to respond accordingly. His control over his body was not up to the standard of a black soldier. Zhu Shizhou, who left the arena, did not notice that the undercurrent had begun to turn into an open wave and surge towards him. What is that guy Lao Wu doing again? Minister Zhu, the head of the Emergency Mobility Department, frowned and looked into the distance. Just now, he received a report from his subordinates, saying that the Minister of the Armed Defense Department was preparing to make trouble again, saying that there were traces of the existence of rebels in the arena, and that the entire arena would be thoroughly investigated. He also hoped that the ministers would pay attention to the situation of each department and hope that nothing would happen when he was thoroughly investigating the arena. This is obviously problematic. The first reason is that the Armed Defense Department does not need to notify other departments at all. Wouldn't it be alarming to act so openly? The second reason is that just an hour ago, the ministers knew that the Minister of the Armed Defense Department was secretly investigating Zhu Shizhou. So they all united to put pressure on the Minister of the Armed Defense Department to give up the investigation. Is this investigation of the arena related to the previous investigation of Zhu Shizhou? But in any case, the reason given by the Minister of the Armed Defense Department this time is traces of rebels were found in the arena. They can't stop it just for this reason. Minister Zhu thought about it and decided to set off for the arena. This is not a trivial matter. If there is any problem with the arena, then his emergency mobile department will be a bit dangerous, because it is well known that the strongest people in the world not only come from the emergency mobile department, but also the students in the emergency mobile department have the strongest personal combat power. And the place where these combat maniacs love to go the most is the arena. So if there is a rebel in the arena, the rebel may be from his emergency mobile department. Of course, there are ministers from other departments who have similar ideas. In addition to the command and logistics department, students from other departments have more or less the need to improve their own combat power. So students from all departments in the arena have. So when Minister Zhu led his men to the outside of the arena, he found other ministers standing outside the arena. Minister Zhu, you're here? The head of the reconnaissance department smiled and greeted him. It's a little late. Why did you rush here so quickly? Minister Zhu glanced at all the staff with a scrutinizing look. The head of the reconnaissance department, the head of the support department, the head of the assault department, the head of the logistics department, and him, the head of the emergency mobile department. A total of 5 ministers rushed here after hearing the news. The command center didn't even send a soldier, let alone the minister. Could it be that the command center is really so sure that they have no problems? And the armed defense department, they clearly said they would thoroughly investigate the arena. But now there is no one there. Minister Zhu felt that today's actions were a little weird, as if there was some calculation behind the scenes that he didn't expect. At this time, the head of the assault department sneered. Minister Zhu came so late. Are you in a hurry to deal with some tales? Minister Zhu's face changed, and then glared at the head of the assault department. Old Xiong, you idiot. Don't think like a smart person. Wait for the results of the investigation. Or do you have something to hide? So you can't wait to divert everyone's attention and blame me? Minister Xiong didn't know how to refute what he said, and finally just snorted coldly and didn't say anything. The head of the logistics department waved his hand with a smile. Don't quarrel. No matter what. Even if there is a rebel, I think it shouldn't involve our ministers. Let's not assume that there is a rebel among our ministers and hurt our feelings for many years. Minister Zhu and Minister Xiong turned their heads away at the same time, and no one looked at each other. The head of the reconnaissance department smiled faintly and said, Speaking of that guy, Old Wu, why hasn't he shown up yet? We clearly agreed to investigate, didn't we? It just so happened that at this time, the head of the armed defense department arrived late. Click, click, click. Everyone suddenly heard a series of neat footsteps, and turned around to see that Minister Wu and a large number of black soldiers were coming in a mighty manner, just like a large army going out to war. The black soldiers were lined up in a military formation, and their posture was not ambiguous at all. But at this moment, Everyone forgot that Minister Wu was here to investigate the problem of the rebels in the arena. Those who didn't know thought he was here to attack the training base. Minister Zhu frowned. Is it necessary to make such a big scene? It's not that he has something to hide, but he thinks Minister Wu's behavior is a bit abnormal. Not only is he late, but he also makes such a big noise. If there really is a rebel, wouldn't that really give the rebel a chance to deal with the traces? What is Minister Wu doing? Other ministers had similar doubts in their hearts. Minister Wu walked in front of everyone and waved his hand. The military formation behind him split up and surrounded the entire arena. Now even a fly couldn't fly out. Minister Wu greeted the ministers. Yo, everyone is here. What a coincidence. He glanced at everyone with a sharp gaze, and it seemed that there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. No, the new head of the headquarters didn't come, Minister Xiong said in a muffled voice. Oh, then forget about him. No one wanted to provoke the headquarters. Not to mention that the ministers who had previously jointly put pressure on the Minister of the Armed Defense Department did not have the head of the headquarters. So he didn't need one more. The head of the Reconnaissance Department narrowed his eyes and said, Old Wu, it's time to tell me. What is the purpose of your current action? I heard that you also investigated Zhu Shizhou today. If I didn't know that your loyalty to the organization is unshakable, I would have thought that you were the rebel faction that has been hiding until now. Hee hee. What is my purpose? You will know it later. Minister Wu did not explain, and even did not refute the matter of investigating Zhu Shizhou. Looking like he was waiting to see a good show. Everyone frowned. They rarely saw Minister Wu being so secretive. Soon they saw a group of people walking out of the army formation and entering the arena under the leadership of a leader who looked like a team leader. What happened in the arena was unknown to everyone. But when the leader came out, he had a small USB flash drive in his hand. The leader was Minister Wu's assistant, and the planner of this action. The assistant came to Minister Wu and said only 6 words respectfully. It went smoothly. I got it. Hearing this, Minister Wu nodded and turned to the ministers and said, Next, please move to the nearest meeting room. I want to show you something good. Chapter 616, Battle Video. Skull Mask. What on earth is Lao Wu doing? Minister Wu's strange behavior naturally made everyone confused. He surrounded the arena, took out something from it, and now called them to the conference room. The key is that he did not explain it in detail, and even let a group of black soldiers surround them on the way, as if he was worried that these ministers would take the opportunity to escape or send a signal. It's just like treating the enemy. Is it time to tell now? Minister Wu, what is the purpose of bringing us to the conference room? What is in the USB drive? The head of the Reconnaissance Department asked calmly. It's something that will open your eyes. I'm afraid the things in it will overturn some of your misconceptions. But pay attention. Some of you should know this very well. And those who have something to hide may already know what is in the USB drive. While saying this in a mysterious way, Minister Wu also secretly looked at the expressions and various actions of the people. If there is a traitor among these 5 ministers, he will definitely realize that the USB drive contains Zhu Shizhou's battle video. However, under his observation, no minister revealed a flaw. Very good. This is interesting. The other ministers also heard the meaning of Minister Wu's words. Although they couldn't figure out the details, they still reacted. Minister Xiong, the hot-tempered director of the assault department, was even more furious. He slapped the table with a slap and shouted with his eyes wide open. You mean? There is a traitor among us? The table is made of ordinary stainless steel. And Minister Xiong's slap directly left a palm print on the table. Minister Zhu of the Emergency Mobility Department leaned back in his chair, looking relaxed. Don't be so hot-tempered. Minister Xiong, you are just trying to get rid of suspicion. You know, since Minister Wu brought us all to the conference room, it means that each of us is suspected. Right? The logistics department tried to smooth things over with a smile. That's right. We should now figure out what Minister Wu has in his hands. Hee hee. You'll know after you finish reading it. Minister Wu looked at the ministers sitting on both sides of the conference table in various postures, sneered, and clapped his hands. As the door of the conference room was slowly closed, the lights in the entire bright room were turned off. The curtains were drawn, and the only source of light in the room was the big screen. Now in the dim room, there is a black soldier from the Armed Defense Department in each corner, paying attention to the actions of each minister. As long as these ministers have actions that seem to send signals, or if they have other electronic light sources, they will be seen by these black soldiers. Any small action cannot escape the focused black soldiers of the Armed Defense Department. TSK. It's just like treating a criminal. Minister Xiong glanced around irritably, and finally fixed his eyes on the big screen. Minister Wu personally took the USB drive to the operating table, and then in full view of everyone, the contents of the USB drive were also displayed in front of everyone. Is this a video? The head of the reconnaissance department was puzzled. There were more than a dozen video files in front of him, and no other text materials. Minister Wu clicked on the first video file in chronological order. The video's screen was in the form of surveillance, and the scene content was not familiar to each minister. But it was not unfamiliar. It's the arena room, Minister Xiong muttered. Two opponents appeared in the arena room, one of them wearing a skull mask, and the other wearing a fox mask. Is this what you want us to see? A fight between students? Minister Xiong said disdainfully. Don't worry. I think Minister Wu must have a reason for letting us see this. He said before that there were traces of rebel factions in the arena. I guess it must be that in these battles there were guys who far exceeded the students' combat capabilities. Right? The head of the reconnaissance department made a reasonable guess. Minister Zhu was also very interested in the battle video that Minister Wu wanted to show them. Oh! The battle has begun. The two opponents in the picture moved almost at the same time. The speed of the two was comparable. But Minister Zhu and Minister Xiong, who had rich experience in battle, could almost see at a glance that the student wearing a skull mask was still slower than the fox mask on the opposite side. Skeleton and fox. Their movement speed is still within the range of students. Minister Xiong stroked his chin and examined the opening. Minister Zhu also nodded. Soon, the two people in the picture officially fought, and Fox's movements were more skill-oriented, which showed that the basic skills of the black soldier fighting technique were quite solid. Compared to Fox, Skeleton's fighting movements were more agile and defensive, blocking Fox's attacks several times. Whether it was vital or non-vital, Skeleton dodged all Fox's attacks, but still chose to dodge and defend at several obvious opportunities when Fox had flaws. What's wrong with this Skeleton? He could have defeated Fox with one strike several times, but he still defended like a coward. Which department did this sissy graduate from? Minister Xiong deliberately said loudly, because he knew very well that most of the students fighting in the arena were from the emergency mobile department and the assault department, and the third largest number were from the support department. Minister Xiong did not think that the students from the assault department would choose to fight mainly by dodging. So since they were not from his department, he could ridicule them. Minister Zhu said after observing for a while. No, you didn't get the point. This Skeleton. It's not that he didn't realize the opponent's flaws, but that he couldn't fight back during the dodging process. That's right. The director of the reconnaissance department was actually the first to draw a conclusion. But he didn't speak first, because the Skeleton's movements were too graceful, and the scene looked like the Skeleton was deliberately playing with the fox, so that it was impossible for people to make an accurate judgment at the first time. It doesn't look like the dodging movements I taught, Minister Zhu said lightly, and at the same time thought, is this the evidence that Minister Wu mentioned? No, it shouldn't be so hasty. Other ministers also said that this didn't look like the fighting skills taught by their department. After about 10 minutes, the battle that the ministers found boring was over. In the end, the Skeleton caught a flaw in the fox and counterattacked, knocking down the fox who frequently attacked and neglected defense. That's it? Minister Xiong frowned. Minister Zhu also said, I don't understand what Minister Wu meant. I feel like I just wasted 10 minutes. The director of the reconnaissance department didn't say anything, but nodded secretly. The whole battle process was boring. It looked like a fight between chickens. There was nothing worth noting. Both the speed and the fighting skills were very ordinary. They could see at a glance that the level of these two students was only the fighting level of mid to late stage students. After a video ended, Minister Wu didn't say anything, closed the video, and started playing the next video. The minister shut up and continued to look at the screen. Huh? Still a skull mask? The ministers found the clue, and now they also knew what to focus on. Two battles, the same skull mask, but different opponents. It is obvious that the problem should be with this skull mask. Chapter 617 The Face Under the Mask. The videos were played one after another in order. Everyone had watched 9 consecutive battle videos, and now they were watching the 10th battle. In each battle video, there was a student wearing a skull mask, whose appearance, identity, and gender were unknown, and the opponents were changed one after another. It was obvious that the fighting style and fighting process of the students wearing skull masks were highly unified, and everyone saw some tricks from each battle. Minister Zhu held his chin with one hand and rested his other hand on the armrest of the chair, and came to a conclusion lightly. So that's it. This skull student. It seems that his body dragged him down in the battle. That's right. Everyone has realized what kind of characteristics the strength shown by the skull students in these battle videos has. Among these characteristics, the first to feel the sense of disobedience were Minister Zhu and Minister Xiong. And these two ministers with rich combat experience had fundamental differences in their analysis of the battle. Minister Xiong did not have excellent observation skills, and his analysis of the battle was all based on his unthinking fighting instinct, while Minister Zhu saw through the essence of the skull student's battle. It can be seen that no matter what kind of opponent the skeleton student faces, he can observe the direction of the opponent's attack through the opponent's subtle muscle movements and dodge in advance. At the same time, due to the lack of physical function, he has no way to seize the fleeting flaws to counterattack while dodging the opponent's fierce attack, and can only drag the opponent to reveal a bigger flaw due to fatigue. Minister Zhu's analysis is very accurate. After listening to it, the other ministers watched the battle process and found that it was indeed the case. The head of the reconnaissance department also sighed. Indeed, and we can find that while the skeleton student consciously observes the opponent's movements, he tries to reduce the range of movement as much as possible. This is the case in almost every game. He has not changed his tactics from beginning to end. This means that he naturally puts his body functions in the lower position, which shows that he lacks confidence in his body. The head of the logistics department smiled and nodded. I understand what you said. He is very wise. He chose the most advantageous way to fight. TSK. Minister Xiong said disdainfully. Although it is a wise way of fighting, it also shows that the strength of the fighter is quite weak. One chose a tricky way to win, and the other was defeated by this tricky way. They are both weak. No one refuted Minister Xiong's words, although the ministers were seriously analyzing the fighting methods of the skeleton students. They were only curious about the fact that Minister Wu showed them these battle videos. In fact, the ministers did not think that the students in the battle videos would be strong. They were even more confused. They thought that Minister Wu would let them see a rebel who was much stronger than the students and showed amazing strength. But they didn't expect that they would still see a fight between noobs after watching 10 battles. After watching 10 videos, Minister Wu did not put down the next video, but looked at everyone. He also listened to everyone's analysis and was quite satisfied. What's going on? Asshole. Is this the kind of boring thing you want us to watch? Minister Xiong couldn't hold his temper. He didn't like the condescending look of the guy standing in front of him, as if he treated them all as traitors. Obviously, this was an insult to him as a minister. The other ministers also stared at Minister Wu, wanting him to give an explanation. Sure enough. Do you also think that this skeleton student is a weakling? The minister of the reconnaissance department, who was originally quite patient, couldn't help it. Of course. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't the game of catching traitors over yet? Okay. Remember, this is the conclusion you have drawn. Then I will ask another question. Minister Wu raised a finger. What do you think will happen if Zhu Shizhou, whom you value, comes to the arena? Will the battle be as boring as you saw today? What? Everyone was stunned, because the timing of this question was too weird. Everyone's brains were a little short-circuited for a while. They never thought that Minister Wu would mention Zhu Shizhou's name at this time. And he also made an assumption for them to imagine. The head of the logistics department scratched his head. Need I say more? If it was Zhu Shizhou, according to the strength of the students in the battle videos you gave us now, it is estimated that he can't beat them with one hand. Minister Zhu also nodded. I don't know what you mean, but I have seen his performance in the graduation assessment of the extreme training course, facing an opponent with the strength of a black soldier who has been held back for several years. He can beat him. Halfway through, Minister Zhu's hand that was originally supporting his chin suddenly pinched his chin. Wait. Something flashed through his mind, as if he had overlooked some key points before and after. However, just as he was thinking hard, Minister Xiong on the side suddenly said with a complicated expression, It looks like it. It looks like it. What do they look like? Minister Zhu blurted out. Minister Xiong pointed to the screen where the last scene of the skeleton student knocking down the opponent was frozen, and said, Don't you think they look like the way the skeleton student and Zhu Shizhou fight? Minister Zhu suddenly realized that the flash of lightning that flashed through his mind, but he couldn't catch, was clearly caught by Minister Xiong and stuffed into his head. That's right. That's a fact that only the black soldiers with extremely rich combat experience can determine. Fighting style. Evasion. Counterattack. Prediction mode. The fighting style of the skeleton student in today's battle video seems familiar. But Minister Zhu couldn't remember where he had seen this fighting style at the first time. And he didn't connect Zhu Shizhou with the skeleton student until he finished watching the video. It's really because the gap is too big. Just as the Minister of Logistics answered without thinking. Everyone thinks that Zhu Shizhou will kill randomly when he arrives at the arena. And the students in today's battle video can't be Zhu Shizhou's opponent. So Minister Zhu couldn't connect the two at the first time. But Minister Xiong did not think about it at all. He came to the conclusion based on his combat instinct that the fighting style of the skeleton student was very similar to Zhu Shizhou. No. If you think about it carefully, it is almost exactly the same. If you insist, if Zhu Shizhou were to fight, he would definitely not miss any flaws and end the battle at the same time as dodging at the speed of light. The skeleton student is like a weakened version of Zhu Shizhou. Is he Zhu Shizhou's apprentice? Or is he an admirer of Zhu Shizhou? No. Could it be a student who is good at imitating? Support department? At this time, the head of the support department, who had always had little presence, found that everyone's eyes were looking at him. The head of the support department naturally understood what they meant and shook his head and said, "What are you thinking? Do you think that my students imitated Zhu Shizhou's fighting style and went to the arena to fight? Not to mention that I don't have so much detailed combat information about Zhu Shizhou. Even if my students are really capable of imitating Zhu Shizhou, they should not be evidence of traitors worthy of careful investigation by Minister Wu." Right? The head of the support department looked at Minister Wu calmly. So don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us the answer directly. What do you mean by specifically pointing out Zhu Shizhou? What is the connection between Zhu Shizhou and these combat videos? Clap, clap, clap. Minister Wu applauded. It's really wonderful. I was really surprised that you could find that Zhu Shizhou and this skeleton student's fighting style are extremely similar. But I think you should not have thought about another obvious possibility. As he spoke, Minister Wu slowly clicked on the next video. It was not a combat video, but a picture that shocked the ministers present. Under the surveillance video, the skeleton student walked out of the room and took off the mask. The face under the mask was Zhu Shizhou. Chapter 618. This round is a sure kill. No solution. Even though he had already reached most of the conclusions in his heart, Minister Zhu was still surprised when he actually saw the skull mask take off the mask under the surveillance. No. There must be something wrong. Minister Zhu couldn't sit still anymore and stood up suddenly from his seat. The other ministers also looked at Minister Wu in astonishment. Are you surprised? Minister Wu laughed very arrogantly. This is the truth I want to show you. Some of you may have known this result, and some may not know it. But it doesn't matter. I want to ask, why did Zhu Shizhou, who was so powerful before, behave like a real rookie in the arena? No one could answer this question. And Minister Wu looked at Minister Zhu and fell silent. Before the action, Minister Wu discussed many details with his assistant and Sting B. One of the most important details was whether the ministers would betray him. Assuming that Zhu Shizhou's genius persona was all lies, he must have corresponding personnel in various departments to support this lie. And their status was not low. Otherwise the lie system would not work at all. The worst result is naturally the minister's betrayal. But what else? The instructor's betrayal can also perfectly create Zhu Shizhou's genius persona. Every time the instructor is assessed, he can extend his tentacles into the assessment and manipulate the assessment process. And the minister who does not know the details will be easily deceived. This is of course the most ideal situation. That is, the hidden faction has not yet extended its tentacles to the ministers. Are there any rebels among the ministers now? Forget it. It doesn't matter whether there are any or not. Because from now on, everything has entered the stage of open conspiracy. And the hidden faction can't escape. While Minister Wu was examining everyone, other ministers were also analyzing the meaning of Minister Wu's words. And they immediately turned their eyes to Minister Zhu. Because it is well known that Zhu Shizhou had just passed the extreme training course of the Emergency Mobile Department not long ago. Zhu Shizhou's performance in the extreme training course was very excellent. With his excellent sixth sense, he raised his combat effectiveness to an excellent level. The video of the graduation assessment has been sealed in the Emergency Mobile Department until now. The ministers have naturally seen it. And it is clear that if Zhu Shizhou really has the ability to pass the graduation assessment of the extreme training course, then coming to the arena is a waste of time. But what about the battle video they just saw? Compared with Zhu Shizhou's combat effectiveness in their memory, it is simply a world of difference. In conjunction with Minister Wu's words, the other ministers came to a very surprising conclusion. Could it be fake? The minister of the reconnaissance department murmured first. You're talking bullshit. Minister Zhu replied without thinking. The head of the reconnaissance department said calmly. But how do you explain Zhu Shizhou's performance in the arena? Is it that Zhu Shizhou becomes stronger when facing a strong opponent, and doesn't know how to defeat the weak opponent? They saw every performance of Zhu Shizhou in the arena, and they knew that Zhu Shizhou won most of the time with great difficulty. Maybe Zhu Shizhou was just experimenting with new fighting skills, or he was injured. Minister Zhu's explanation was too pale, and Minister Xiong couldn't help but sneer after hearing it. At this time, Minister Wu also spoke up at the right time. Not only the emergency mobile department, other departments are also highly suspected. Minister Xiong laughed. It's none of my business anyway, because everyone knows that the assault department's course is to fight against alien insects. I can't let the alien insects cooperate with Zhu Shizhou to cheat. Right? Minister Xiong is a rough guy with meticulousness, and he cleared himself of all charges in one go. As for the ministers of other departments present, they couldn't conclude that their instructors were really clean. In short, the reason you called us here today is probably because of this? Zhu Shizhou's strength is completely different from what he showed in the graduation assessment. So you think that there is a rebel faction that assisted Zhu Shizhou in cheating and created a persona of an all-round genius to gain reputation. With this analysis, the Minister of Logistics Department analyzed the source of Minister Wu's action. Now the ministers finally understood a little bit. No wonder the Armed Defense Department sent people to sneak into the training base. When they received Zhu Shizhou's call, they didn't think much and directly questioned the Armed Defense Department. Unexpectedly, they got themselves dirty. Now it's difficult to clear their suspicion. Minister Wu smiled and pressed his hands on the conference table, leaning forward to create a sense of oppression. So, how are you going to prove your innocence? Minister Zhu is now completely different from his previous calm appearance. He stared at Minister Xiong with eyes wider than before and said, No, I still don't believe that Zhu Shizhou's omnipotence is a fake. The head of the reconnaissance department began to doubt. But from a rational point of view, everything Zhu Shizhou showed before was quite unreasonable. If it was all fake, it could be explained. Minister Zhu gritted his teeth and said, I have carefully analyzed Zhu Shizhou's performance in the extreme training class. Zhu Shizhou's combat effectiveness cannot be fake. Minister Xiong laughed disdainfully. Are you still unsure? You are suspicious yourself. Do you think your guarantee is valuable? You? The head of the logistics department came out to smooth things over again. He should be the calmest among all the ministers. Okay. Stop arguing. I don't believe that Minister Wu has already started to act. So there will be no plan. Let's listen to what Minister Wu says. He must have an idea. What a farce. Minister Zhu couldn't help but curse, and then looked at Minister Wu. Minister Wu stood in front with his hands behind his back. I know some of you don't believe it, and some of you will be half believing and half doubting. In short, there is a simplest verification method to arrange a special test for Zhu Shizhou. As long as Zhu Shizhou can pass it, it proves that everything he did before is true and correct. But if he can't pass it, everyone was silent. No one jumped out to object. Even Minister Zhu, who firmly believed that Zhu Shizhou was not faking it, would not object at this time. The reason is very simple. The problem now is that there may be a faction of rebels who assisted Zhu Shizhou in faking it. So what will oppose this proposal now? Of course, since a special test has been arranged. If Zhu Shizhou really passes the test, we naturally cannot let Zhu Shizhou suffer injustice for nothing. So how about? Minister Wu narrowed his eyes and said the proposal that he had discussed with his assistant and Sting B. If Zhu Shizhou can pass the test, it will prove that he has the ability to graduate with the whole department. So there is no need to continue the courses in the training base. All of us ministers will jointly apply to the organization to let Zhu Shizhou graduate early. As soon as these words came out, the meeting room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. This is the strongest conspiracy against the hidden faction behind. Minister Wu looked at the expressions of the ministers looking at each other and remembered the analysis of his assistant. We need to respond in a way that even they can't predict to let Zhu Shizhou graduate early. We now know that Zhu Shizhou is the core of a secret plan in the training base. So as long as Zhu Shizhou can graduate early, it will definitely destroy the original plan of the hidden faction. They could never have imagined that we would arrange for Zhu Shizhou to graduate early. All the preparations they had made in the training base with Zhu Shizhou as the core would be in vain. And outside the training base, can the tentacles of the hidden faction still reach so far? On the contrary, if Zhu Shizhou fails to pass the special test we arranged, then Zhu Shizhou's false genius personality will be exposed. No matter what the final result is, we will win. Minister Wu laughed wildly in his heart. This round is a sure kill. There is no solution. Chapter 619 Uneasy. For some reason, Zhu Shizhou felt a little uneasy. He had already defeated the Armed Defense Department's investigation conspiracy. But now, he still felt that something was beyond his expectations. Thinking carefully, after he forced back the Armed Defense Department's secret investigation team, the Armed Defense Department did not take any action, which was a more strange thing. This is the case now. Zhu Shizhou was originally prepared to face a stronger counterattack, but the Armed Defense Department did not react at all, which made Zhu Shizhou feel like punching a hungry cotton ball, with no place to use his strength. Don't worry too much. Maybe it's really nothing. I hope so. Zhu Shizhou is not with Fu Sida now, but returned to the headquarters dormitory and shared a room with Su Chan. There is no other meaning. Just that danger is coming. Zhu Shizhou has to tell Su Chan after all, so that this guy can prepare. After all, what Su Chan is doing here is much more dangerous than him and Fu Sidu. Once reserved, it basically means that there is no chance of turning back, and it will attract the organization's high attention. In addition, I wanted to ask Su Chan's opinion at this time, and ask her to help think about what tricks the Armed Defense Department would have. But before the Armed Defense Department made any moves, Su Chan could not guess what the Armed Defense Department was preparing. After listening to Zhu Shizhou's narration, she simply comforted him, and secretly raised her vigilance. The construction of the underground maze could be stopped for a while in the near future. Although I can't guess the specific means that the Armed Defense Department will use in the future, I can actually roughly guess their direction of action. Su Chan saw Zhu Shizhou still looking thoughtful, and spoke. Zhu Shizhou nodded. Tell me about it. I have an idea. Tell me, and we can verify it together. Su Chan said. It's very simple. You used a special countermeasure to break the situation this time, and used the face of the ministers in the training base to put pressure on the Minister of the Armed Defense Department. Then the Minister of the Armed Defense Department will naturally doubt whether the ministers are reliable. Are they being used by you? Or the worst result for him is that the ministers have already betrayed. Zhu Shizhou nodded seriously. Yes. Indeed. I think so too. Continue. Then if the Armed Defense Department wants to continue to investigate and make small moves in the training base, it must find out the composition of the ministers. So the next most important step for them is to test the ministers. Speaking of the ministers, is there really no one from us in the ministry? Zhu Shizhou shook his head. No. Do you think I'm still hiding this from you? This is really not the case. Oh. Okay. Since there is no one, then the next thing is really difficult to deal with. The most difficult point for us to determine is how the Armed Defense Department will test and confirm the ministers. There is no one from us among the ministers, so it is difficult for us to get the news in advance. And naturally we cannot confirm when the Armed Defense Department will end the investigation of the ministers. As long as the Armed Defense Department confirms that the other ministers are harmless, they can continue to conduct subsequent investigations against us in the training base. And I can be sure that if they really confirm the identity of the other ministers, then the worst result is that they will turn around and unite with other ministers to put pressure on us. Zhu Shizhou was awakened by Su Chan's words. His previous move of using other ministers to put joint pressure on the Minister of the Armed Defense Department was a good move, which could be regarded as a move to break the deadlock. But it was also a move with great risks. If the Armed Defense Department could really find out that there was no problem with the composition of the ministers, then it would not be difficult to unite with other ministers to make trouble for him. So the focus of his next prevention is to determine the movements of the ministers? Su Chan. It's right to ask you for advice. After thinking it through, Zhu Shizhou praised with emotion. Of course. Su Chan nodded and accepted the praise frankly. However, due to the lack of information, Su Chan could only analyze it here. It was not easy to analyze the next movement of the Armed Defense Department. If you want to go further, you have to get more information. In order to ensure her own safety, Suchan asked, "Have you received any notice? Has the chess club informed you of its next actions?" Zhu Shurjiu shook his head. "I haven't received any notice yet. I promise that if there is any notice, I will inform you as soon as possible." Suchan looked at Zhu Shurjiu for a long time, and nodded after confirming that Zhu Shurjiu was not lying or fooling her. Okay. After that, Suchan was ready to leave Zhu Shurjiu's room. According to the current situation, she couldn't stay with Zhu Shurjiu for a long time. After all, Zhu Shurjiu was now officially under the suspicion of the top leaders. And if she was not careful, she might be involved, which was inconsistent with Su Chan's original intention of trying to save her life. This time, she came to discuss the conspiracy of the Armed Defense Department with Zhu Shurjiu to confirm the scope of the incident. Only by confirming that it had not yet affected her, she could continue to act and have time to make corresponding arrangements. Another point is to confirm the next response of the chess club, fearing that she would do something to disrupt the plan of the chess club when dealing with the corresponding matters. Now that both points are confirmed, Suchan has no need to stay any longer. So she got up and went to the door. Before leaving, she thought again, "You'd better make sure if you have revealed any flaws recently. Not only refers to the cooperation with Fu Sidu and Thorns, but also pay more attention to other aspects. If the Armed Defense Department really decides to investigate you, some of your actions that seem insignificant at ordinary times will be infinitely magnified by them." After the reminder, Suchan left Zhu Shurjiu's room. But the last word she left made Zhu Shurjiu think deeply. Are there any other actions that are worthy of suspicion from the Armed Defense Department recently? Of course there are. In order to quickly earn enough points to buy experimental equipment for the Underground Research Institute, he has been hanging around in the arena recently. When he was masked in the arena, all battles went naturally, and he did not use the cheating skill of rewinding to assist in the battle. If the Armed Defense Department can investigate the arena, maybe, but it shouldn't be a problem. After all, my previous actions were fast enough. I was one step ahead of the Sting Bee, and I should not leave any room for the Sting Bee to think before forcing it to retreat. So he shouldn't investigate the arena, Zhu Shurjiu muttered. But he didn't expect that Suchan, who had just finished talking to himself and left the room not long ago, would soon return. Something went wrong, and the expressionless Suchan said something that made Zhu Shurjiu's heart jump. Zhu Shurjiu stood up quickly and asked, "What's the problem?" Suchan opened her phone and handed it to Zhu Shurjiu. "You can check the forum. Many people are already discussing it." Zhu Shurjiu looked at it carefully. "What happened?" "The arena was surrounded. Who in the family knows? I met a group of black soldiers in the arena today. The arena was surrounded, and all the ministers came." "What happened?" After looking through it for a while, Zhu Shurjiu found that there were a lot of posts discussing the same thing. The arena was surrounded. Although the siege did not last long, it was obviously a big deal. What made Zhu Shurjiu feel depressed was that this was obviously the work of the Armed Defense Department. It was too fast. Too fast. Zhu Shurjiu thought that even if the Armed Defense Department wanted to take action, it should have made detailed plans. But he never expected that the Armed Defense Department would take action so quickly. And it moved to the key point at once. Suchan saw that Zhu Shurjiu's expression was not relaxed, and asked, "Is there anything about the chess club involved?" Zhu Shurjiu returned the phone to Suchan. "Don't get involved next, so as not to involve you. I have a rough idea in my mind." This was originally a flaw he had exposed. It was impossible to say that he had no preparations. But what made Zhu Shurjiu most uneasy was that he was worried that the Armed Defense Department had other unexpected preparations. The action was so quick. Was this also an action led by the Sting Bee? Chapter 620, We Are Investigating You. Zhu Shurjiu did not expect that the Armed Defense Department would act so quickly. At 10 o'clock that night, Zhu Shurjiu's dormitory room welcomed several uninvited guests. Knock, knock, knock. There were regular knocks on his door. Zhu Shurjiu knew that at this time, no one would come to see him. Suchan, who lived in the same dormitory building with him, was also in a state of extreme vigilance. Don't expect that the person knocking on the door in the middle of the night was Suchan. For some reason, Zhu Shurjiu remembered the situation when the elite black soldier Da Vinci came to see him, which was exactly the same as now. On the same night, there was a similar knock on the door. He came so quickly? Zhu Shurjiu muttered. Although the situation was very similar, he also knew that the person knocking on the door now was probably not a member of the elite team he belonged to, but someone from the Armed Defense Department. And it was probably related to the investigation of the arena in the morning. He thought about it and walked over. Since the man standing outside the door chose to knock on the door instead of breaking in, it proved that the other party did not come with the intention of forcibly arresting him. And if he showed a hostile attitude from the beginning, the Armed Defense Department might use this to make something of it. Zhu Sergio opened the door and saw several black soldiers standing outside. Zhu Sergio did not see the Sting Bee. The black soldiers were all wearing regular uniforms. The leading black soldier came up and stood in front of him, showing him his ID and a document. Student Zhu Sergio, the Armed Defense Department now needs you to unconditionally assist in the investigation. This is the investigation order document. Seeing this document, Zhu Sergio seemed calm on the surface. But in fact, he was shocked. Since there is a document, it proves that this investigation is different from the investigation during the day. It is open and above board. It is unlikely to stop the Armed Defense Department by the means used during the day after the investigation has been approved by the organization. Zhu Sergio pretended to be confused and asked after reading the document. Investigation? Investigating what? The content of the document is very simple. It is nothing more than that the Armed Defense Department has stalled due to a certain investigation. So he was recruited to cooperate with the investigation. It is equivalent to the police investigating a murder case without any clues. So they found a civilian detective to solve the case, which is similar to this situation. I will tell you the content of the investigation when I get there. Anyway, you have to follow me now. Zhu Sergio delayed and did not act immediately, but said, I don't know if your identity is real. You know, I was attacked by a rebel some time ago. I need to make a phone call to confirm your identity. Unexpectedly, the leading black soldier nodded and said, Okay. He did not stop him. This attitude means that the Armed Defense Department has made all the preparations. And no matter what phone call he makes, it will probably be useless. Zhu Sergio's heart sank, and he did not try to contact the people in the chess club, but contacted the head of the Emergency Mobility Department. He had the contact information of this head in his mobile phone. The call was connected. Hello? Head. I have encountered a group of black soldiers now. They surrounded my room and asked me to cooperate with the investigation. Ah. Is this true? You also know about it. It's okay then. Contacting the head of the Emergency Mobile Department was fruitless. Unwilling to give up, Zhu Sergio contacted the head of the Reconnaissance Department, Assault Department, and Logistics Department again. But the result was the same. The difference from the daytime was that no matter which head Zhu Sergio contacted, the head's reply was almost the same. There was indeed an investigation that they all knew about and needed his cooperation. This investigation was a semi-public investigation, which was approved by the organization. What is a semi-public investigation? It means that the investigation process needs to be kept confidential. But after the investigation is completed, the results will be made public. Zhu Sergio, who was confused, was already on high alert. There is no doubt that the Armed Defense Department came prepared and blocked his way to ask the ministers for help in advance. Putting down his phone, Zhu Sergio looked at the several black soldiers who were still standing still, without resistance, and said directly, Lead the way. In any case, as long as there is a means of replay, any calculation of the Armed Defense Department can be clearly seen in front of him. And his replay is precisely the blind spot that the head of the Armed Defense Department cannot see or calculate. However, the inner sense of uneasiness is getting worse. Silence all the way. Zhu Sergio was taken out of the training base. The procedure was quite formal. He registered his information in the guard room at the entrance of the training base, and then got into a car parked at the entrance of the training base under the watchful eyes of the guards. The car drove slowly, and after about an hour, the car stopped. The black soldiers got out of the car first and opened the door for Zhu Sergio. Zhu Sergio followed him out. The black soldiers had already formed a surrounding posture at the door, as if they were on guard against his resistance, and also as if they were on guard against someone suddenly jumping out to attack them. Why do I feel like I'm going to the execution ground? Zhu Sergio thought solemnly. He didn't know what the Armed Defense Department was doing, but the danger was already looming. After getting off the car, Zhu Sergio looked around. It was not a wilderness, but a heavily guarded military area, similar to the central military area of Illinois Island where he had been during the graduation assessment of the command course. But the difference was that this time, the ministers of the major departments were waiting for him. The ministers of the major departments stood not far away. There were 6 familiar faces in the Assault Department, Emergency Mobility Department, Logistics Department, Reconnaissance Department, Support Department, and Armed Defense Department. There was also a middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back. Zhu Shizhou guessed that his identity should be the new head of the command department, who replaced the original head of the command department. The 7 ministers gathered together, and Zhu Shizhou was a little dazed when he saw this situation. "Are you really going to execute me?" Zhu Shizhou looked strange and cast inquiring glances at the ministers. But the atmosphere at the scene was quite serious. No minister spoke to him, let alone explained anything. It was not until Zhu Shizhou, who was full of doubts, was taken into the high wall of a military base that the ministers gradually regained a relaxed atmosphere. A sigh sounded. "I hope nothing will happen. Although I believe in Zhu Shizhou. Tonight's test is a normal black soldier with a chance of death. If Zhu Shizhou really has a problem, then we ministers will be sinners." Minister Wu sneered. "If Zhu Shizhou's identity as a genius is true, and he also has a sixth sense that exceeds the limits of human beings, then tonight's test is just a piece of cake for Zhu Shizhou. There is still a risk, but it's not big," the head of the Reconnaissance Department said. The head of the Logistics Department looked at the high wall of the military base with concern, and clasped his hands together. "I hope everyone is fine." The head of the Military Department snorted coldly. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Whether my guess is correct or not, I think we can see an interesting result tonight." On the other side, Zhu Shizhou, who was brought into the military base, was led into a tent by 2 black soldiers on the left and right. In the tent, a man was sitting behind a desk handling official business. When Zhu Shizhou walked in, the man had already raised his head. "Hello, Zhu Shizhou. You should not have seen me. Let me introduce myself. I am the assistant of the head of the Armed Defense Department. I recruited you tonight." Zhu Shizhou looked confused and puzzled. "Hello. I am still confused. Why did you suddenly call me here to assist in the investigation?" "I don't know what to investigate." The assistant smiled faintly. "The person we want to investigate is you, Zhu Shizhou." Chapter 621 Dark Underground Palace Battle Royale. Zhu Shizhou. According to our Armed Defense Department's investigation, we found that your performance in the arena is very different from your performance in the Emergency Mobile Department's graduation assessment. Your combat capability has declined significantly. This is a very magical phenomenon, isn't it? Sure enough, it was this incident, Zhu Shizhou thought. But he didn't panic. Instead, he coughed calmly. "Is there any problem with this? Am I not allowed to retain my strength in the arena?" The assistant laughed. "Is this your explanation? But according to the professional judgment of the Emergency Mobile Department Minister, the Assault Department Minister, and a group of elite black soldiers, they all agreed that your performance in the arena was real, and there was no sign of hiding your strength," Zhu Shizhou said indifferently. "If this is true, then I doubt their judgment. It seems that you can't admit it for a while." The assistant didn't get angry, and always had a squinting smile on his face, which made people uncomfortable. "This is also within our expectations. So we called you here this time to verify your strength, and see if your strength is really reserved in the arena as you said." Zhu Shizhou pretended to be surprised, and then frowned. "Just because I reserved my strength in the arena, the organization is going to investigate me? I can't understand what the organization means," the assistant said calmly. "I don't care whether you really don't understand or pretend not to understand. I can tell you very clearly that we suspect you are a member of the rebel faction, and your genius appearance is obtained by cheating." As soon as these words came out, Zhu Shizhou was shocked. To be honest, he was a little surprised, but not to the extent of shock. It was just that Zhu Shizhou did not expect this guy to openly state his purpose. He was so confident. The assistant stared at Zhu Shizhou with a smile. "Any other questions?" Zhu Shizhou's performance was as if he had really suffered a great injustice. He was 3 parts angry, 3 parts puzzled, and a little curious, and asked, "Oh, what does the organization decide to do? Do you know where this place is?" The assistant asked. "I don't know. No one told me on the way. In fact, I didn't know the content of the investigation until I got here." "Ha! It's really ridiculous. Don't rush to ridicule." The assistant took a sip of water on the table and seemed to have everything under control. This is the former site of the Black Soldier Training Base when Olympus Island was first established. Later, due to various reasons, The training base was moved to the location you know now. At the same time, it was transformed into an experimental site for experimental subjects. However, due to technological improvements, the experimental site here was also abolished. After saying a lot, the assistant suddenly mentioned the key point. To be more specific, the content of the experimental site here was originally studied on the sixth sense. Oh! Zhu Shurjiu felt something was wrong because he didn't have the sixth sense. If the next investigation was for the sixth sense, he would have to consider whether to go back to the original file. The assistant said, "You should know that humans did not develop the sixth sense through theoretical research. The organization did not initially discover the existence of the sixth sense. The organization's research direction initially focused on improving the five senses of the black soldiers. The sixth sense is a non-material sense that is adaptively extended by the human body after the five senses are all improved to the human limit. After the organization found the first black soldier with the sixth sense, they really started to study the sixth sense. And until now, the organization's research progress on the sixth sense is still at a very shallow stage. This part is a fact that Zhu Shurjiu already knows. But he has not heard of the story of the first black soldier with the sixth sense. The black soldier who first developed the sixth sense originated from an experiment. The name of that experiment is called the Dark Underground Palace Battle Royale." Dark Underground Palace Battle Royale? Zhu Shurjiu muttered and repeated the name of the experiment. The assistant said, "You should be able to see the content of this experiment from the name. In short, a group of experimental subjects are placed in a completely dark underground palace. The experimental subjects are not allowed to carry any equipment, no water, and no food. For any experimental subject, other experimental subjects are enemies. Only the experimental subject who kills all other enemies and survives to the end can leave the underground palace alive." Zhu Shurjiu listened without showing any hesitation. In a completely dark environment, the subjects need to rely most on the four senses other than vision. Anything they hear, smell, touch, and taste can give them some effective information to help them find their opponents or avoid their pursuit. The initial experiment was so crude. However, it was under such crude experimental conditions that an experiment subject who was completely out of common sense was born. According to the records of the organization, this experiment subject, without using any of the four senses to survey, seemed to have sensed the existence of the opponent out of thin air, and successfully killed all the other experiment subjects and walked out of the underground palace. After a series of tests, the organization finally confirmed that the experimental subject had a sixth sense in addition to the five senses, and he could sense the existence of pheromones. The following is what Zhu Shurjiu knew. After consulting the ancient books, the organization found that there were assassins with a sixth sense in ancient times, and some ancient books described the sixth sense. Later, the organization studied the development of the sixth sense based on the collected information and laboratory research, and invented many pheromone use techniques, such as hiding one's own pheromones, pheromone bursts, pheromone camouflage, etc., and finally developed the sixth sense into a regular skill of the black soldier. The assistant continued, "The experimental subject finally got rid of the identity of the experimental subject and became a black soldier. I won't say more about these. I think I have said so much. You should also know what kind of test we are going to conduct on you today. Right?" Zhu Shurjiu really understood, and said calmly, "Dark Underground Palace Battle Royale? That's right." The assistant smiled harmlessly. "But what you may not know is that the Dark Underground Palace Battle Royale has naturally changed as an experiment that has been developed for many years. The organization has added the inspection elements of various departments." He raised his first finger. "I won't talk about the reconnaissance methods of the reconnaissance department. In a completely dark environment, it is not only necessary to rely on the sixth sense, but also the reconnaissance of the terrain is very important." Raise the second finger. "There are also the research and development skills and medical skills of the logistics department. The organization has set up many medical points in the Dark Underground Palace, as well as weapon raw materials and assembly tools scattered everywhere. You can collect parts and materials to rub weapons by hand. When you are injured, you also need to find medicines that can be identified by smell and taste, and deal with your own injuries in a targeted manner. Third, every test subject who enters the Dark Underground Palace has a unique skill to hide their breath. There is no time limit for the test. Only the winner can come out of the Underground Palace. There is no water or food during the test. The longest test in history lasted for half a month. In the end, The test subjects relied on their willpower. This is the unique skill of the Armed Defense Department. Fourth and fifth. Let's not talk about the individual combat capabilities of the Assault Department and the Emergency Mobile Department. One focuses on long range, and the other focuses on close combat capabilities. If you are lucky enough to rub out long-range weapons, then those with excellent shooting skills can kill people in the underground palace. But if everyone is unarmed, then those with excellent close combat capabilities will naturally have an advantage. The assistant continued. Some experimental subjects are good at pheromone camouflage. In the completely dark underground palace, they can disguise the pheromone of another person. You should know how powerful it is without me telling you. There is a course in the support department that is about imitation. As a genius like you, you should have mastered the pheromone camouflage skills. Right? Before Zhu Shizhou could answer, the assistant raised another finger. Finally, the team command ability of the command center. I believe that you, who came from the command center, must be very good in this aspect. Then I will tell you a good news. Temporary alliances are not prohibited in the dark underground palace. After saying this, the assistant looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was indifferent, and said, That's about it. The heads of our major departments will score you based on your comprehensive performance to determine whether you really have the corresponding genius strength you have shown to the outside world. Don't let us down, Zhu Shizhou. In the final analysis, it is called cooperating with the investigation. In fact, the Minister of the Armed Defense Department persuaded the ministers of other departments through some method to let the ministers of various departments conduct a test of his strength. Zhu Shizhou found that he underestimated the consequences of his performance in the arena, and did not expect that the Armed Defense Department would be able to persuade other ministers to arrange a life-and-death test for him. He had heard clearly the consequences of not passing the dark underground palace, which was death. But would these ministers really let him die in the dark underground palace? I'm afraid not. If he didn't have the ability to pass the dark underground palace, other ministers would probably save him. But in this case, his genius would be questionable. And with the covetous eyes of the Armed Defense Department, Zhu Shizhou believed that once this flaw was revealed, he would be hit harder in the future. And even if there was no hit, he would be under closer surveillance. So now he has only one goal, which is to show cheating strength and pass the dark underground palace. But is it really that simple? Zhu Shizhou pondered for a while, looked up at his assistant, who was looking at him with a smile. And for a moment, he couldn't figure out whether the purpose of the Armed Defense Department was true or false. If it was true, then the purpose was too clear. Did the Armed Defense Department determine that he couldn't pass through the Dark Palace? Did they prepare more shady methods in the Dark Palace? Zhu Shizhou was thinking while being taken out of the tent and heading to the experimental site of the Dark Palace. Chapter 622. Isn't this forcing me to act cool? Zhu Shizhou died. This is not surprising. He has never been able to solve problems without using the rollback when facing difficulties. So this time is no exception. Zhu Shizhou died once in the Dark Palace. And then the time point returned to the daytime, when the stinging bee conspiracy had not yet been exposed. It's a bit bad, Zhu Shizhou muttered to himself. The Dark Palace experiment site. From the name, it can be seen that this experiment took place underground. There is a huge and completely dark underground space hidden under the ground of an unknown military base. After Zhu Shizhou finished talking with the assistant of the Armed Defense Department, he was taken to the underground palace. At that time, the Battle Royale test had not yet begun. In the darkness, it was pitch dark. The extraordinary vision that had been strengthened several times was forcibly deprived. The only senses that could be relied on were hearing, smell, touch, and taste. And he groped forward in the dark palace for a long time, and even almost fell on the way. Yes, the terrain in the dark palace was not flat, but full of potholes. It was obviously an irregular terrain with stones and mud. There was no wall on the way forward, which proved that at least there was a relatively wide area at the entrance of the palace. The air was filled with the smell of dust, and the cold and damp underground plus the completely dark vision, to be honest, gave people a lot of psychological pressure. About half an hour after entering the Dark Palace, the experiment began. At that time, Zhu Shizhou had not found a safe place. Then about 5 minutes into the experiment, he suffered a heavy blow to the back of his head. When he woke up and opened his eyes, he saw the dormitory room. He went back to the game. This is the complete process of his death in the last round. Too sloppy. And it's a bit difficult. My fighting ability in the Dark Palace is almost ineffective. I'm afraid that even rewinding can't solve this problem. Zhu Shizhou felt despair again. The last time he felt despair was when he faced Su Feng. He knew very well what effect he could achieve by relying on his rewinding ability. Facing a powerful enemy far superior to himself, he could experience the opponent's fighting style through repeated deaths. And through naked eye observation and prediction, he successfully evaded the enemy's attack and looked for opportunities to counterattack. When facing the alien insects whose movement trajectory could not be observed by the naked eye, he used the surrounding environment and corresponding events combined with the memory of the time node to forcibly dodge and counterattack. However, all this requires is vision. What's worse is that in the Dark Palace, he lost not only his vision, but also his sense of direction and time. In 1989, NASA designed an experiment. They initially planned to let a woman spend 210 days in a closed underground cave. The entire underground cave could not see the sun or hear the outside world, and there was no equipment to display time. The experiment was forced to stop at 130 days because the woman had serious psychological and physical health problems. Her sense of time was seriously disordered, and her biological clock was completely out of balance. In a subsequent interview with the woman, it was learned that she thought she had only been underground for 60 days. Zhu Shizhou's sense of time is naturally more accurate than that of normal people, not to mention that his body has been strengthened. But he does not think that he can accurately judge the passage of time underground with 100% accuracy. As he stayed underground for longer, his time judgment error became greater. If he could not judge the time correctly, he could not accurately estimate the movement of the enemy who attacked him. This was only one aspect. In the completely dark underground, the uneven ground caused serious trouble to his sense of direction. As we all know, it is difficult for a person to walk in a straight line with his eyes closed. The principle is that the center of gravity of each person is usually either to the left or to the right. In addition, when walking, one leg is usually used as the axis leg, and the other leg is used as the supporting leg to take steps. Therefore, after losing vision, people cannot use their eyes as a navigator to fine-tune the direction of advance. Therefore, after losing vision, people can usually only walk in a curved arc. On the flat ground, Zhu Shizhou could barely walk a straight line of about 50 meters with his eyes closed, because his body was strengthened and his ability to control his body was beyond ordinary people. He had an estimate of every step he took. What about on uneven ground? Zhu Shizhou can guarantee that even if the real black soldiers come, they can't walk in a straight line without vision, because walking on uneven ground requires an error judgment for every step. The uneven ground will cause the walker to have slightly more or less errors in each step, and the errors will seriously interfere with the walker's sense of direction when they accumulate. In that dark underground palace, the sense of time and direction cannot be accurately grasped. Zhu Shizhou can guarantee that even if he dies 100 times, it will probably be the same result. So the question is, what sense will be the most relied on in the dark underground palace? The answer is the sixth sense. This is really bad. Zhu Shizhou paced continuously in the room. His physical level could not support him to use pheromone skills. When he entered the Dark Palace experiment, it was like he brought an oversized light bulb with him. The other test subjects were all predators that could collect pheromones, and he was a conspicuous target in the eyes of other predators. Zhu Shizhou didn't know how many people participated in the experiment, but he knew very well that no matter how many people there were, he would definitely be the first target of all test subjects. There are two ways to solve the problem. One is to break the plan of the Armed Defense Department first, and the other is to gain a sixth sense in a short time. Don't worry. Do it one by one, and think about the first way first. Zhu Shizhou forced himself to sit on the bed. Now I haven't exposed the sting bees yet. The only thing we know is that only if I expose the sting bees, the Dark Palace incident will happen later. So if you want to change the ending, the best way is to make a fuss about the sting bees. Is it feasible not to expose the sting bees? Zhu Shizhou asked himself. After thinking for a moment, Zhu Shizhou answered himself. No. My purpose at the beginning was very clear, which was to direct the situation to a short-term operation and solve the sting bees within 1 day. This is a perfect and risk-free solution. Once I choose to extend the time, the sting bees will only slowly collect evidence day by day, and I will be completely unaware. If the sting bees really find decisive evidence, then even if I can go back, I can't change the overall situation. So I can't let the sting bees do whatever they want in the training base. I still have to get them out. The problem now is that I got the sting bee out of the training base, And it seems that the dark underground palace is a foregone conclusion. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department investigated the arena with great fanfare, which proves that he is not investigating the arena under the guise of investigating me. The other ministers have no reason or ability to stop him. Once he investigates the arena, he can still find my battle video. Yes. Battle video. Zhu Shizhou suddenly calmed down. That's right. The breakthrough point lies in the battle video. The reason why other ministers also agreed to the experiment in the dark underground palace is precisely because of the battle video issue. His performance in the arena was so bad that other ministers doubted his strength. So as long as he can change his fighting style and crush his opponent, he can perfectly match his strength and make the minister speechless. Zhu Shizhou stood up. He came to a conclusion. We still have to stop the Sting Bee. But before that I have to go to the arena to refresh my battle video. Fuck. Isn't this forcing me to pretend to be cool? Zhu Shizhou swore that this was the first time he had to pretend to be so reluctant. Chapter 623, Arena Storm. Since he was going to the arena to crush his opponent, Zhu Shizhou would naturally consider more details. For example, in the previous round, the Minister of the Armed Defense Department surrounded the arena, and the entire process of retrieving the battle video from the arena was operated by the Armed Defense Department's own people. This means that if Zhu Shizhou chooses to pretend to be a secret boss, that is, to quietly crush his opponent in the arena without making it public, the Armed Defense Department will also choose to secretly delete or turn a blind eye to his crushing battle video in the process of retrieving the battle video. Zhu Shizhou naturally cannot give the Armed Defense Department such a great opportunity. So his only way is to pretend to be an open boss. That is, to disclose his identity, and then crush his opponent under the attention of the public. So that the argument that the Minister of the Armed Defense Department wants to claim that his genius identity is a falsehood is untenable. But in this way, troubles will follow. The reason why Zhu Shizhou is reluctant to pretend to be such a boss is precisely because once he chooses to disclose his identity, his opponent will only become stronger. You can imagine that he is a talented player who is the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone in the organization is waiting for his rise. His all-round performance has already shocked the entire training base, and his reputation is well known to every student. Once he chooses to reveal his identity in the arena, what kind of strong people will snipe him? In the extreme training class of the Emergency Mobile Department, Zhu Shizhou encountered an opponent whose strength far exceeded the graduation standard. The Overlord. The battle with the Overlord alone made him die in agony. Although the result was good, the process put great mental pressure on him. What about the other opponents in the arena? Zhu Shizhou knew that there were many students in the training base who chose to repeat the grade instead of graduating. Characters like Overlord would be more and more outrageous than he imagined. And once he revealed his identity, more strong people would definitely compete to fight him. So Zhu Shizhou was extremely dissatisfied with the current development. At this point, Zhu Shizhou had no other better way. So he had to deal with the secret investigation team of Sting Bee first. With the experience of the previous week, Zhu Shizhou found several members of the secret investigation team in succession at the right time and place without much effort. Zhu Shizhou mocked the black soldier in front of him. How pathetic. Just like an ant standing in front of a dragon cannot see the dragon's full picture. You have a wrong understanding of the limit of what humans can reach. Even if the truth is placed in front of you, you can only see a high wall that blocks your vision. The voice of Sting Bee came from the other end of the communicator. Zhu Shizhou was not going to listen anymore. Because Sting Bee was just an insignificant little character. Sting Bee should leave the stage next. And the Armed Defense Department behind Sting Bee and the assistant, who was suspected of controlling all developments, were the ones Zhu Shizhou was ready to play against. Zhu Shizhou left without looking back. This time, Sting Bee was a little annoyed while being suspicious. But he did not lose his mind after all. Is this guy bluffing? Sting Bee muttered to himself with a gloomy face. How could there be a guy with such a high pheromone perception? But if not, how to explain the current situation? It can't be that there is a ghost in my team. The irritated Sting Bee put his finger on his forehead and entered a state of super-limited thinking. On the other side, Zhu Shizhou asked for help from the ministers just like last week. After solving the problem of Sting Bee, he and Fu Sidu parted ways in the arena. Before parting, Zhu Shizhou thought for a while and asked one more question. In your opinion, what is the experimental effect of 199 beta? Fu Sidu was still immersed in the series of operations performed by Zhu Shizhou in front of him. When he heard Zhu Shizhou's question, He immediately responded, 199 beta has an excellent effect. But the side effects need further observation. The side effects may exist or not. In short, the time for the injection of those student experimental subjects is still too short. If there is a longer time, it is estimated that the complete effect of 199 beta on the students can be fully determined. Time waits for no one. Zhu Shizhou sighed. And Fu Sidu didn't understand why. You developed 199 beta through compound 199 before. Do you need more technical support now? Fu Sidu replied. The only technical support we need now is experimental equipment. I still have the original solution of compound 199. And I also have a backup of the original solution material of 199 beta. Zhu Shizhou curled his lips and said, I suggest you keep these two things in a safer place. He finally understood why the stinging bees decisively surrounded and arrested him in the last episode. Thorns was arrested, but Fu Sidu was silent. It was obvious that the secret investigation team found the original solution of compound 199 and the original solution material of 199 beta through Fu Sidu, and used this as evidence, which was foolproof. So they carried out the arrest operation. In the last round, because he acted too fast, the stinging bee didn't have time to find Fu Sidu's materials. Although Fu Sidu didn't know the situation, he saw Zhu Shizhou's serious reminder and nodded. Okay. I'll transfer the materials when I go back. That's it. Zhu Shizhou waved his hand, said goodbye to Fu Sidu, and walked into the arena alone. While walking into the arena, Zhu Shizhou took out his mobile phone and posted a post on the forum. Zhu Shizhou, want to fight 10. In less than 5 minutes. The whole forum was boiling because of this. Zhu Shizhou was a talented rising star who was followed by many people. So he could be seen by many people as soon as he posted a post. And the content of the post was very simple. Zhu Shizhou, recently entered the arena anonymously. I fought several times in it, but found that there was no one who could fight in the arena. Who else in the entire training base could fight with me? After Zhu Shizhou posted the post, he refreshed it habitually, and there were already dozens of messages. Crazy. 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 Awesome. Big guy. Leave your name, and take me to challenge. Fighting skill ranking number 99 came to check in. I wonder if it is worthy of your attention. The people above are almost out of the top 100. So don't come to make trouble. You can only be regarded as a cannon fodder at most. A person's energy is limited. Everyone wants to challenge Zhu Shizhou in perfect fighting state. So let's leave this opportunity to the top 10 big guys in the ranking. Borrowing this post to advertise. It's not easy for a newcomer to open a store. Please pay attention to my store. The link is as follows XXXX. It has to be Zhu Shen. If it was someone else, I wouldn't think twice and just call him an idiot. But it was Zhu Shen who issued the challenge. Is there any big guy in the top 10 fighting skills who can respond? Haha. You are still discussing whether anyone will respond. I have already gone to take a seat. Damn it. You bastard. Save me a seat. Tickets for sale. Selling the number 1 seat in the front row of the arena hall at a high price. There was a whole group of demons dancing under the post. And Zhu Shizhou couldn't bear to look at it for a while. Even though he knew he could stir up a big uproar. The commotion was still a little bigger than he imagined. Well, anyway, the purpose of coming to the arena is to earn points and practice my fighting skills. Now that the post has been sent, I don't know how many times I have to go back. And there are countless opponents. I can keep choosing opponents of different styles to fight against, which can be regarded as a shortcut to quickly master fighting skills. Zhu Shizhou shook his head, sighed, and then walked to the front desk. Hello. I want to change my name back to Prophet. You don't have to hide it for me. If anyone asks, tell him my fighting code name. The receptionist moved her eyes from the phone to the main person in front of her in shock. She also saw the post. As a rookie, she couldn't comment on the boss's behavior. She just felt that Zhu Shizhou was domineering now. And he didn't seem to take the many repeaters in the training base seriously. She kindly reminded him, Boss, I suggest you be careful. There are still many opponents in the training base who can threaten you. Zhu Shizhou said coldly. It doesn't matter. Open a room for me. I'll wait for the opponent to come. The receptionist handled the procedures for Zhu Shizhou with admiration. And soon Zhu Shizhou went upstairs leisurely. What Zhu Shizhou didn't know was that just as he went upstairs, A low-key black soldier walked into the fighting arena. Hey Bing threw his ID card on the front desk and said coldly, "I am from the secret investigation team. Hey Bing number 2738. I need to investigate the battle data of the arena now. And bring up the recent games for me." The front desk didn't know what happened today. Why two big guys came to the arena. And after verifying that Hey Bing's identity was true, she could only cooperate obediently. Hey Bing knew that he didn't have much time. So he downloaded and printed out all the text materials of the game. And didn't read them carefully. And left the arena directly with the text materials. Chapter 624 Confrontation. Armed Defense Department Office. After listening to Sting B's speculation and analysis, Minister Wu felt incredible. What? You think Xu Shizhou is just a fake genius? Minister Wu flipped through the report in his hand. The report combined with Sting B's analysis can easily draw a conclusion that Xu Shizhou's combat performance in the arena is definitely not excellent. However, it is too bold to analyze the duration of the battle and guess that Xu Shizhou's genius personality is all disguised. In response, Sting B's expression remained unchanged. The details of Xu Shizhou's exposure have been written above. If we can get the video of his battle in the arena, it may be able to further prove my point of view. He believes in his own judgment. Years of mission experience have made him certain that there must be something fishy behind Xu Shizhou's genius appearance. The office fell into silence for a while. Minister Wu was thinking. And the assistant on the other side was also watching the report. The assistant narrowed his eyes and broke the silence. "Captain Sting B, what you mean now is nothing more than judging Xu Shizhou's true strength from the battle video of the arena. As long as Minister Wu goes to retrieve the video, it will be easy to verify this." "Right?" Sting B replied. "Yes. But have you noticed Xu Shizhou's actions after you left the training base? Assuming that there is such a hidden faction, they have the ability to create a genius persona for Xu Shizhou. And their power is great enough to influence the ministers. Then would they leave such a flaw for us for no reason?" Sting B was silent. He didn't know how to answer this question, because this operation was very different from any previous one. It was weird everywhere. It looked simple. But he was exposed and expelled from the training base without knowing it. So he couldn't be 100% sure that this time it was not a trap. The assistant said again, "You are actually all in a misunderstanding. It is very easy for hidden factions to use their flaws as bait to lure the enemy. It was the case during the Night of Turmoil. And it was also the case in this operation. So I wonder if everything Xu Shizhou did in the arena was also their bait." The assistant said, picked up his mobile phone, operated the phone for a while, and placed the phone face up on the desk. "Look, Xu Shizhou is now inviting the strong men in the training base to fight him on the forum." Sting B widened his eyes. The weird feeling came again. Just like he didn't know how his people were exposed before. This time he hadn't taken action yet. But Xu Shizhou seemed to know what would happen and prepared in advance. How could this happen?" The assistant said slowly. "It's obvious that the hidden faction noticed your actions, guessed your next plan, and immediately responded accordingly." Sting B was speechless. Minister Wu said, "It seems that there is a very smart military advisor in the hidden faction. Now I believe Sting B's speculation a little bit. If Xu Shizhou's battle video in the arena is really fine, the hidden faction would not respond so high profile." "Yes." Sting B's eyes became serious. "Since the hidden faction has responded, even I can imagine what will happen next. Xu Shizhou will crush his opponents with excellent performance in the arena and win one victory after another. I can guarantee that the opponents Xu Shizhou faces must also be from the hidden faction. There is only one truth. The hidden faction once again builds momentum for Xu Shizhou. In this way, even if Minister Wu can call up Xu Shizhou's previous battle video from the arena, it will not be convincing, because the new battle video has been released. And Xu Shizhou's performance in the new battle video will definitely be superb." Sting B took a deep breath. "What should we do now?" the assistant asked. "What do you think we should do next?" "I think." Sting B is a little unconfident now. He feels that every step he takes is calculated by the hidden faction. Will this step also be calculated? "I think, after Xu Shizhou successfully challenges those opponents, he will investigate his opponents." Sting B gritted his teeth and said, "Since one investigation target can't find any results, then I believe that multiple investigation targets will reveal flaws that they themselves didn't expect." However, the assistant suddenly said, "Wrong." Sting B was at a loss. The assistant said seriously, "Haven't you discovered it yet?" You are following the other party's thinking now. Stingby pondered. The tentacles of the hidden faction have infiltrated every corner of the training base. Do you think there will be any results if we continue to investigate? Then, what should we do now? In my opinion, the hidden faction has an absolutely unavoidable weakness. That is, no matter how they act, they can only do small actions in secret. So there is no point in investigating secretly. It is equivalent to tying your own hands and feet and jumping into the opponent's territory to fight them. The assistant said calmly. Our best way is to use an open conspiracy. The hidden faction dare not confront us head-on. So they naturally cannot stop our actions in the open. Stingby was thoughtful. And Minister Wu, who had been silent and watching Stingby and the assistant brainstorming, felt that he was redundant. If he didn't speak, he would probably be forgotten by these two guys. So what should we do? Now, block the arena immediately. We have to fight a blitzkrieg, and don't give Zhu Shizhou any chance to fight his opponent. Block the arena. What's the excuse? Such a big move must have an excuse. Zhu Shizhou was attacked by unidentified rebels some time ago. Our armed defense department is worried that the rebels will mix in with the challengers and plot against Zhu Shizhou through fighting. Both Stingby and Minister Wu were stunned. This move had a very good reason, and no one could find fault with it. There is another benefit to doing this, which is that the hidden faction cannot clear the battle video when we claim to investigate the arena. Because if the hidden faction clears the battle video after we have confirmed that there are traitors among the challengers, then it is equivalent to proving their existence. Their previous expulsion of Stingby from the training base is equivalent to doing useless work, and Stingby can restart the investigation. It makes sense. It makes sense. Minister Wu is like an NPC with no independent will, nodding continuously. Stingby also understood what the assistant meant. So after sealing off the arena, we can either restart the investigation or get Zhu Shizhou's battle videos smoothly? Is it that simple? The assistant affirmed. Yes, it's that simple. And I boldly predict that the hidden faction will not clear the battle video. As mentioned before, once the hidden faction clears the battle video, it proves that there is something fishy, and Stingby can go back to investigate again. Since the hidden faction expelled Stingby, it proves that Stingby's investigation did threaten him. So they definitely don't want to see this result. Therefore, the assistant inferred that the hidden faction would do nothing. They don't know what we are going to do next. This is our advantage. We have to put an end to this investigation with a countermeasure they will never think of. Well said. That is, they don't know what we are going to do next. And I don't know either. Minister Wu was embarrassed. He now felt that he was really redundant, as if he was listening to the advice of Stingby and his assistant throughout the whole process. Minister Wu coughed lightly and asked, So what should we do? The assistant smiled faintly and said something that shocked Minister Wu and Stingby. Let Zhu Shizhou graduate early. Chapter 625 Plan B. The arena was surrounded. When he heard the news, Zhu Shizhou was still waiting for his opponent in the arena room. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a while, a staff member came in and told him that the arena was surrounded by the armed defense department and the arena was forced to stop. What a quick move. Although the arena was surrounded by the armed defense department once in the previous round, Zhu Shizhou was really surprised this time. After he expelled the Stingby from the training base, he did not waste time doing other things, but came to the arena without stopping to execute the plan of inviting the strong. In other words, the armed defense department made a decision very quickly and efficiently almost immediately after learning of his actions, and also did not waste any time. There are still masters? Zhu Shizhou knew very well that this was not the work of the Stingby. Although he had only fought with the Stingby a few times, he also knew that the Stingby would not act so openly unless he had sufficient evidence. There was someone else who was behind the armed defense department. Zhu Shizhou's invitation plan failed. The armed defense department made a nearly perfect response, which prevented him from showing his strength to more people. This was a very bad result. But he was not discouraged. He walked out of the fighting room without changing his expression. When he came to the lobby on the first floor, Zhu Shizhou saw a large group of students gathered in the fighting arena, some wearing masks and some not. Zhu Shizhou was still wearing a skull mask on his face. He came down from the upstairs without causing any sensation and naturally blended into the crowd. What? Why did they suddenly surround the arena? That is, we finally had a chance to fight Zhu Shizhou. But suddenly this happened, and it was interrupted. TSK. Shut up. Didn't you listen to what these black soldiers said? There is a traitor among us. The Armed Defense Department wants to find the traitor now. Alas, the traitor. It was a big deal not long ago. And the organization hasn't cleaned it up yet? Hee hee. Maybe you who are talking to me now are the traitor. Hey, what did you say? The crowd was crowded in the lobby on the first floor with noisy discussions. Zhu Shurjiu finally understood what happened through the crowd's discussions. As expected, the Armed Defense Department found an excuse to find a traitor and surrounded the arena. Just like last week. Although this trick was simple, it was extremely effective. At least Zhu Shurjiu couldn't think of a solution for a while. What's the use of him knowing the actions of the Armed Defense Department in advance? Investigating rebels and all riders is the responsibility of the Armed Defense Department. Even if he drives other ministers to put pressure on him, it's useless. Because this time is different from the last time. It's not directly targeting him. In another sense, the Armed Defense Department has further guaranteed his safety from the side. At least other ministers think so. The purpose of the action of the Minister of the Armed Defense Department is very clear. It's nothing more than his combat video. In the crowd, Zhu Shurjiu watched a group of black soldiers retrieve some information from the system at the front desk and transfer files with a USB flash drive. On the other side, the entrance and exit of the arena were also surrounded by black soldiers. If you want to go out, you have to take off your mask and verify your identity. The students who complained could not stop the investigation of the Armed Defense Department, and they lined up and left the arena one after another. Zhu Shurjiu had a headache. Dark underground palace. Do we really have to enter that place again? He looked back unwillingly, and saw a squinting man standing next to the black soldier who was retrieving information at the front desk. That was the guy who claimed to be the Assistant Minister of the Armed Defense Department in the previous round. After leaving the arena, Zhu Shurjiu's heart was already very heavy. He had a vague premonition that the Assistant Minister of the Armed Defense Department was a dangerous person. This efficient encirclement of the arena might have been proposed by this Assistant Minister, and it was even his idea to let him enter the dark underground palace for testing. To be honest, it's a bit tricky. In this case, I'm afraid I'll really be forced to enter the dark underground palace again. Plan A failed, and Zhu Shurjiu took out Plan B. Plan B had actually been considered before, which was to find a way to gain the sixth sense in a short period of time, so that he could fight in the dark palace like a fish in water. And his ability to rewind would also be useful. And how to gain the sixth sense in a short period of time? The answer actually exists, and it is already in front of him. Let Fu Sidu prepare a large amount of 199 beta again, and then overdose it. At present, those student test subjects are equivalent to voluntarily accepting a volunteer drug experiment. But whether there will be any adverse effects in the future, Fu Sidu and Zhu Shurjiu don't know. So it needs to be observed. However, the conclusion that can be drawn at present is no obvious side effects. And the effect of improving strength is obvious. After all, the predecessor of 199 beta compound, compound number 199, is a powerful compound that can transform an ordinary person whose body has not been strengthened into a bug man. Now that Fu Sidu has developed 199 beta, it is within Zhu Shurjiu's expectation that the drug effect can be so good. The reason why Zhu Shurjiu has not personally injected 199 beta is that he is worried that 199 beta will have irreversible side effects after long-term injection. Therefore, Zhu Shurjiu put it on Plan B. However, with the failure of Plan A, he had to consider Plan B. Otherwise, he would never pass the test of the Dark Palace. Zhu Shurjiu knew from the previous round that the Armed Defense Department would come to him at night. And this time it would be about the same. So he now has a whole day to consider. He contacted Fu Sidu as soon as possible. Hello? Where are you? Laboratory. Okay. I'll come to you right away. There is something that needs to be dealt with immediately. It's not convenient to talk on the phone. Let's meet directly. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Shurjiu rushed to the logistics department to find Fu Sidu. The two met soon. Fu Sidu was wearing a white coat and a mask on his face. He took off his mask when he saw Zhu Shurjiu. What's the matter? I heard that the arena was surrounded. Is it related to this? Zhu Shurjiu nodded distressfully. It is related. After that, Zhu Shurjiu told the story of the dark underground palace, attributed the source of the news to the mysterious chess club, and explained his troubles. Now, to put it simply, the dark underground palace test is very dangerous. Even I am not sure of winning. So I want to inject 199 beta immediately to increase my chances of winning. Fusidu did not object or dissuade, but pointed out the risks of this matter. The side effects of 199 beta are not clear yet. If you are in urgent need, you must wait until I clarify the side effects of 199 beta before injecting it. Otherwise it is easy to go wrong. Zhu Shizhou said. We don't have time. The Armed Defense Department will come to me tonight at the latest. Fusidu said simply. Then we can't take the form of slow secret observation. I need to conduct a full set of examinations on the students who have been injected with 199 beta before. If I can check their bodies, I can confirm whether the compound has side effects at the fastest speed. Zhu Shizhou thought for a moment. The reason why they adopted the form of secret observation before was because they didn't want to attract too much attention from the organization. Now that they have been targeted, even if they don't do this, the Armed Defense Department may have locked Fusidu. Zhu Shizhou made a decisive decision. Okay. Then where do I need to send the person as soon as possible at noon? My dormitory room, which has a full set of physical examination equipment. After Fusidu answered, he added, it would be best to have both male and female samples. And not too many people. 2 or 3 will be enough. Zhu Shizhou nodded and waved away. Chapter 626 199 Beta Side Effects. Safe and hygienic. It is not difficult to get those students to go to Fusidu for a physical examination. After all, those students also know that they have been injected with the medicine developed by Fusidu. And it is not a bad thing for them to be able to do a full set of professional physical examinations. And Zhu Shizhou personally invited them, which made these students who were in high spirits feel that they were valued. Ha! It seems that my road to rise is just around the corner. Even Zhu Shizhou came to care about my health. It seems that I really have great potential. Others don't seem to have received Zhu Shizhou's care. Could it be, can I become a genius like Zhu Shizhou? I really want to get another shot. A total of 4 students were invited. From the support department, the emergency mobile department, the assault department, and the reconnaissance department. In order to make the physical examination more clear, Zhu Shizhou specially selected several typical cases and students who seemed to be easy to fool from 4 different departments, in order to enrich the sample and facilitate Fusidu to draw more accurate conclusions. And these students began to have wild thoughts, and came to Fusidu's room one after another with different ideas. They were fooled at the beginning because they had different potentials in their bodies than ordinary people. So they were selected to secretly inject drugs. Now Zhu Shizhou personally invited them, which made them extremely surprised. It's like a small person who didn't expect that he could get the attention of a big person, and he was somewhat flattered. Fusidu didn't know the mental state of these students. After successfully receiving these 4 students, he said to Zhu Shizhou, don't let anyone disturb me. I need at least an hour. Understood. Zhu Shizhou nodded. He knew that this was already a very fast speed. Fusidu needed the physical data of the 4 students, and then analyzed them to draw accurate conclusions. This was also very difficult for a logistics student. Fortunately, Fusidu was not an ordinary logistics student. He was also a genius in the logistics department. As for whether this action would attract the attention of the Armed Defense Department, there was no need to care. Zhu Shizhou just needed not to be disturbed. Even if the Armed Defense Department noticed it now, as long as they didn't come to stop it in person, Zhu Shizhou would not take more precautions. As long as Fusidu could draw a conclusion, he could be sure that Plan B was indeed feasible. The basis of Plan B is that this 199 beta compound has no side effects. As long as there are no side effects, his body can be raised to the physiological limit in a short period of time, thereby developing the 6th sense. On the contrary, if the side effects of 199 beta are long-term and seriously harmful, then he can only give up this plan. Within an hour, Zhu Shizhou wandered around the dormitory building of the logistics department, waiting for the results while patrolling around to see if there were any suspicious people. Fortunately, everything was calm. This calmness is very much like the last calm before the storm. Zhu Shizhou knew that the Armed Defense Department would give him a fatal blow before the night came, and the current calmness was their last mercy to him. An hour later, the results of the examination came out. The students left the dormitory of the logistics department with a smile. In order to avoid wasting time, Zhu Shizhou did not meet them, but went around them in a roundabout way. After they all left, he entered the dormitory building of the logistics department and found Fusidu's room. Zhu Shurjiu asked impatiently as soon as he stepped in. Let me tell you the conclusion first. Fu Sidu was sitting at the desk writing a report quickly, and said without raising his head, the bad news is that there are side effects. And the good news is that the side effects are not big. What side effects? Zhu Shurjiu walked over and saw the words written neatly by Fu Sidu, which looked like they were printed out by a printer. He found that they were all a bunch of professional terms, and he could not understand them. Fu Sidu stopped writing, pushed his glasses and said, after a routine physical examination, their physical indicators are all normal, and there seems to be no problem. But their mental health is suspected to be abnormal. Mental health? Zhu Shurjiu didn't expect that the side effects were linked to mental health. And there was obviously no problem with the body. So why would there be mental problems? Normally speaking, isn't it the body that affects the mind? Yes, according to my judgment, their emotions are obviously more upbeat than ordinary people, which is still within the normal range. When I asked them questions, they tended to give positive answers, and there was almost no negative emotion. It feels like they lack the most basic preventive cognition of danger. Zhu Shurjiu thought for a while and said, this part should be fine. After all, when I first selected the student experimental subjects, I took a fancy to them for this. In simple terms, they are easy to fool. They are all stupid and easy to trust others. Fu Sidu nodded. I think so too. So I classify this as a normal indicator. But the unusual thing is the next point. Fu Sidu's expression became more serious. When I asked them about their subjective feelings about 199 beta, their answers can be summarized into 2 points. One is that the drug is very powerful, and the other is that they want to take another shot. Zhu Shurjiu was puzzled. Is there any problem? He thought to himself. Isn't this normal? Compound 199 beta is indeed very powerful, which shows that these students have the right judgment. It is human nature to want another shot. Is there a problem with this part? The problem is that when they recall the memory of injecting compound 199 beta, their facial expressions, gestures, and body hormone levels all showed temporary abnormalities. According to my judgment, they seemed abnormally excited, and even one female student had a brief orgasm. Zhu Shurjiu was shocked. So awesome? He was so excited that he had an orgasm directly. And he also saw the problem. Fu Sidu took a pen and flipped through the pages of the information in his hand, circled one of the words, and directly stated the conclusion. I think 199 beta is addictive. The room fell silent. After a long time, Fu Sidu broke the silence. Just thinking back to the scene of injecting the compound can make people climax briefly. I can't imagine how happy they will be when injecting the compound. The other students who did not climax were also extremely excited, obviously beyond the normal standard. When I lied to them that the second round of injections would be available soon, they signed up without even thinking about it. When I hinted that the organization would conduct a strict investigation and ban it, they also did not care about the harm in this regard and still chose to sign up unwaveringly. Fu Sidu explained everything that happened in the room, which made Zhu Shurjiu shudder. But didn't their physical indicators say that there was no problem? Yes. This is very strange, Fu Sidu said. I guess either the dosage is too small, resulting in no significant changes in physical addiction, or this compound belongs to the category of psychological addiction rather than physical addiction. Zhu Shurjiu calmed down and asked, which possibility do you think is more likely? Do you know why I said before that the good news is that the side effects are not great? Fu Sidu asked back. It seems that you support the second possibility, that this drug belongs to psychological addiction. The obvious difference between psychological addiction and physical addiction is whether it is harmful to the body. If it is a physical addiction, it will harm the body. Even if you can force yourself to quit the addiction, your body will have more or less problems. As for psychological addiction, Fu Sidu, who is also a psychologist, is very sure about this. As long as the willpower is strong, the side effects will be non-existent. So Fu Sidu said this is good news. And how is Zhu Shurjiu's willpower? Zhu Shurjiu didn't say anything else, but said, I need to arrange the injection as soon as possible. Have you made up your mind? Fu Sidu said, my judgment may be wrong. Zhu Shurjiu shook his head. It doesn't matter. It's just an addiction. And I believe in your judgment. The question now is, how can we make another batch under the surveillance of the Armed Defense Department? Before he finished speaking, Fu Sidu opened the box next to the desk. I have it here. 199 beta. Zhu Shurjiu was stunned. Don't blame me for hiding it. Everyone wants to keep a little secret. Although I trust you, I don't trust the chess club. So when I configured 199 beta that day, I secretly kept 10 more backups. Zhu Shizhou thought that Fu Sidu was not completely under his control, and asked, I won't ask how you hid it from the thorns. How did you avoid the guard's inspection? Put 199 beta in a glass container, then swallow it into your stomach, and spit it out after returning to the dormitory. Zhu Shizhou suddenly felt nauseous. He thought of Fu Sidu's deeds of hiding his number plate under his crotch during the entrance examination. But I couldn't swallow 5 at that time, so I hid the rest in my anus. Zhu Shizhou covered his mouth to stop Fu Sidu. Don't say it. Just give me the injection quickly. I'm afraid I will be too nauseous to dare to inject after hearing it. Fu Sidu pushed his glasses and said seriously, Don't worry. I disinfected it when I took it out. It's safe and hygienic. Chapter 627 Injection 199 Beta. Those who achieve great things do not care about small details. Zhu Shizhou has been persuading himself in his heart. But when he thought that these 199 betas were taken out of Fu Sidu's body, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. Are they really all disinfected? Why do I feel there is still a bad smell? Zhu Shizhou frowned and asked while picking up a 199 beta. Fu Sidu was preparing the injection syringe, and shook his head after hearing Zhu Shizhou's words. Illusion? Purely psychological effect. Well, your body should be healthy, right? Are you sure there is no infectious disease? No infectious disease. 100% healthy. And the health level is far beyond that of normal students. Don't underestimate the academic quality of a logistics department student. Oh! Okay. By the way, you are not lying to me. Are you? Putting these 10 medicines into the stomach and anus, back. Such obvious small movements will not be observed by thorns? Zhu Shizhou still has a fluke in his heart. Fu Sidu ruthlessly shattered Zhu Shizhou's fluke mentality. That elite black soldier. Thorn. She didn't watch me prepare the compound all the time. During the process of preparing the compound, she occasionally went out for a walk. After she came back, I took the time to go to the toilet several times. These were all opportunities. It was too easy to take advantage of the opportunity to hide a few potions. Zhu Shizhou twitched his mouth. I see. Thorn could actually make such a serious mistake. To be precise, it was not her fault. But my method was clever. Fu Sidu corrected Zhu Shizhou's words and explained. I never believed in Jingzhou at the beginning, so I deliberately slowed down the preparation speed during the preparation of the compound. Zhu Shizhou was surprised and said, So what you told me at that time would take at least 5 hours. Was it a lie? Well, it only takes 1 or 2 hours to complete. When Jingzhou got used to my speed of preparing the compound, she would think that it took me that long to prepare a compound. So she would occasionally go out for a walk. In fact, when she was out of my sight, I sped up the preparation speed and prepared a few more compounds. The 10 compounds you see now were accumulated bit by taking advantage of such opportunities. Hearing this, Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but sigh at Fu Sidu's boldness and carefulness. He and Jingji didn't know about this at all, which shows how perfect Fu Sidu's work was. But Zhu Shizhou didn't know whether he should praise Fu Sidu. Fu Sidu's behavior was obviously beyond his control, which was extremely disadvantageous to his ability to rewind. Just like this time. If Fu Sidu had made some mistakes in leaving behind 10 medicines, and had not informed him until today, he would not be able to travel back to correct Fu Sidu's behavior. Fortunately, Fu Sidu did not leave any mistakes, and these 10 compounds can help him now. Chatting with Fu Sidu. Fu Sidu was soon ready and extracted 199 beta into syringes. He was about to strengthen his body, and Zhu Shizhou felt a little excited inexplicably. Are these 10 compounds sure to strengthen my body to the level of a formal black soldier? Fu Sidu said. After my calculations? Yes. Zhu Shizhou had strengthened his body many times before, and had already advanced the progress bar to the formal black soldier. Formal black soldiers? Although they sound like a commonplace. And there are high-level black soldier combat units above them, such as elite black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou knows that the meaning of formal black soldiers is quite significant. Every formal black soldier has reached their own physiological limit. That is to say, no matter whether Zhu Shizhou's physical potential is high or low, the moment he becomes a formal black soldier, he can develop his body to the peak. Some people have high physical potential, and the limit they can reach is higher. Those who are higher and stronger become elite black soldiers. while the rest of the mediocre ones can only stay at the level of formal black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou guessed that his physical talent might not be as good as that of an ordinary official black soldier. After all, apart from his ability to rewind, he was just an ordinary male college student. He had neither good nor bad athletic talent since childhood, and was considered an extremely ordinary existence among ordinary people. Zhu Shizhou took a deep breath, took off all his clothes, leaving only the last pair of shorts, and lay on the laboratory table used by Fu Sidu for physical examination. Fu Sidu pasted special patches on Zhu Shizhou's body. After watching all that Fu Sidu did, Zhu Shizhou concentrated and stretched out an arm. Come on! Inject! Fu Sidu wore a white coat and his glasses were shining with white reflections, looking like an evil scientist. Haha. I'm really honored. It seems that you can be the first researcher in the entire Black Soldier organization to conduct human experiments on you. Zhu Shizhou suddenly didn't want to inject anymore. However, Fu Sidu still inserted the hard and long needle into his body. As the compound was slowly pushed into the blood vessels of his arm, Zhu Shizhou also felt his body begin to get hot. But before Zhu Shizhou could feel it carefully, Fu Sidu said, "The medicine can't be stopped. Raise the other arm." Zhu Shizhou raised his other arm upon hearing this, and Fu Sidu immediately pushed the second compound into his body. Fu Sidu used the method of point injection. That is, in order to ensure the uniform dispersion of the drug effect, blood circulation alone cannot be relied on. So Fu Sidu found 10 points on Zhu Shizhou's body, including his hands, feet, neck, chest, abdomen, both sides of the waist, and finally a buttocks injection. How does it feel? During the injection process, Fu Sidu asked Zhu Shizhou about his physiological experience from time to time to ensure the safety of Zhu Shizhou's experiment. In the middle, he also operated the testing equipment on the side to ensure that Zhu Shizhou's various physiological indicators met his strict calculations. After 6 injections, when Fu Sidu asked again, Zhu Shizhou's body surface had turned red. Fu Sidu knew that this was normal, because Zhu Shizhou's blood circulation began to speed up, and his heartbeat accelerated to 200 beats, which is equivalent to the heart rate of a person after strenuous exercise. And now Zhu Shizhou was just lying on the bed to receive the injection. Zhu Shizhou's eyes were blurred. His whole body was trembling, and his voice became a little far and near. One more. I can still bear it. The judgment of the experimental subject cannot be used as a criterion for judging whether it is normal. I am asking about your current subjective feelings. Please answer truthfully. Zhu Shizhou roared. Great. I'm so great. I'm almost overwhelmed. Keep injecting me. Fu Sidu scolded. Calm down. Zhu Shizhou. Think about the purpose of our injection this time. In order to ensure your physiological safety, you must strictly perceive all changes in your body. If you find any problems with your body, you must tell me as soon as possible. Fu Sidu's warning is not without reason, because it is now known that 199 beta is addictive, and it will bring extreme comfort to the experimental subjects during the injection process, which can easily cause the experimental subjects to deliberately ignore the problems in their bodies in order to continue the injection. Hearing Fu Sidu's words, Zhu Shizhou barely controlled his excitement, and his chest kept rising and falling. Don't talk nonsense. Trust me and inject me quickly. Okay. Fu Sidu glanced at the detection instrument and found that there was no serious problem. It was still within the normal range he calculated in advance. However, Zhu Shizhou's heartbeat reached 230 beats at this time, which was increasingly beyond Fu Sidu's understanding of the normal human body. Fu Sidu silently recorded the experimental data and supplemented his cognitive library. Keep injecting. Chapter 628. Inject quickly. M. Logistics Department. Dormitory. In Fu Sidu's room, a man's low moan continued to come from the room. It was hard to tell whether the sound was painful or comfortable, or perhaps it was an unconscious moan, which easily reminded people of some bad images, making the listeners afraid to get close. Fortunately, most of the students at this time were not in the dormitory, so no one noticed the strange movement coming from Fu Sidu's room. The person who made the strange low moan in the room was Zhu Shizhou. He had injected 199 beta compounds in a row. His whole body was twitching, and his skin was red and almost bleeding. His expression was even more ecstatic. His eyes rolled up, and almost only the whites of his eyes could be seen, and his lips trembled, and he made some incomprehensible calls from time to time. Fu Sidu looked at the various test indicators, which were far beyond his estimation. This requires an explanation of his estimation. His estimation is based on recording various physical data of multiple experimental samples, and then drawing a comprehensive image through these discrete data to fit a nonlinear equation. The image presented by the equation of each indicator is finally a curve with a gradually flattening slope. This is a very scientific and conventional method of fitting curves, thanks to his identity as a student in the logistics department. Since he started taking classes in the logistics department, he has often been taken by the instructor to treat injured students in various departments, so he can get the physical data of many students. He usually records all the physical data of these students and divides the collected samples into 3 stages. The first stage is the students from the early to middle stage, whose physical fitness is just better than that of normal people. The second stage is the students from the middle to late stage, whose physical fitness has exceeded the normal range of normal people's understanding. This is a field that Fu Sidu has not been exposed to in the outside world. The third stage is the students from the late stage to the graduation level, which is already quite close to the black soldiers. And all physical indicators are terrifying. He also evenly subdivided the 3 stages into low level, middle level, high level, and during his stay in the logistics department, the most samples collected were naturally the students in the first stage, 60 of which were concentrated in the early high level, and the remaining 40 were evenly distributed in the middle and late stages. The data that could be collected from the late stage students was greatly reduced, which also led to his equation fitting more accurately in the early and middle stages. But there might be large errors in the middle and late stages. After Zhu Shurjiu called over the students, who had been injected with 199 beta, he conducted physical tests on them for this purpose. Before the injection, their bodies were undoubtedly at the early low level, and after the test, their bodies were suddenly strengthened to the early high level. As long as they continue to exercise, they will soon be able to improve to the middle level. In Fu Sidu's prediction, their physical indicators will either show normal data that conforms to the nonlinear equation he fitted, or abnormal data that is obviously out of the equation. The former means that the strengthening of the body by 199 beta is in line with normal logic, while the latter means that the strengthening of the body by 199 beta is abnormal. If it is the latter, he may have to reconstruct a special 199 beta, the sample database. So the curve equation has to be refitted. Fortunately, the various strengthening indicators of these students are still within the normal range, so Fu Sidu can boldly deduce that the physical strengthening of students in the middle and high stages should also conform to the curve equation. However, there is a problem that cannot be solved. That is, Fu Sidu lacks the physical data of black soldier level students. Without the physical data of black soldier level students, the fitted curve can only be used to estimate the physical data of the experimental subjects at the student level, and the subsequent smooth curve that exceeds the sampling range is completely calculated by Fu Sidu. How did he calculate it? Simply put, by sampling the data points of various physical indicators, calculating the law of the curvature decrease of the curve, and then drawing a curve with decreasing curvature, and then calculating the subsequent curve of the original equation by sampling the data points of the curvature decrease curve. However, this pure calculation has a key point that cannot be ignored. That is, the premise is to ignore the possibility of inflection points or mutation points in the curve. Because Fu Sidu did not get the physical data of the black soldier, he had no way to judge whether the curve would present a different form after the student's physiology reached the limit. That is, after the transformation into a black soldier. Zhu Shurjiu's current situation is exactly what Fu Sidu is struggling with. After Zhu Shurjiu's various physical indicators exceeded the normal sampling fitting area, the fitting error with the curve in the curve equation area calculated by him by hand has reached an astonishing 40. The subsequent calculation error is too large. Fu Sidu held the ninth compound, not knowing whether to inject Zhu Shurjiu, muttering to himself, either your body is abnormal, so it deviates from the curve equation I calculated, or my subsequent calculations are wrong. After the students transform into black soldiers, the curve will have an inflection point or mutation point. Your current body has exceeded my sampling area. In other words, Zhu Shurjiu's current body has surpassed the late-stage student sampled by Fu Sidu. And Zhu Shurjiu is now obviously unable to think, twitching all over, and looks like he is dying. However, just when Fu Sidu was struggling, Zhu Shurjiu's trembling voice still insisted on coming out of his trembling mouth. Inject. Again. So cool. So comfortable. Fu Sidu pushed his glasses. Zhu Shurjiu, I need to judge. Can you think rationally now? Yes, still think. You talk a lot of nonsense. Give it to me. 8 times 9 equals what? 72. Thinking is slow. But the result is correct. 783 times 356 equals what? This time, Zhu Shizhou's answer was faster. 278748. Calculation ability has been significantly enhanced. Fu Sidu said silently in his heart. Oldly has 7 sons in total. And each of these 7 sons has a sister. So how many children does Uncle Li have in total? 8. His logical thinking ability is fine. Zhu Shizhou's blurred eyes gradually became clear. How do you feel now? Can you say a few complete sentences that conform to the language system? Don't ask me anymore. Give me the injection. I feel like I'm almost at the peak. My sixth sense is just one step away. The language system is stable. And it seems that he has quickly regained his sanity. If you were my patient, I would definitely not continue to inject you. But you are my experimental subject now. So, Fu Sidu took a deep breath and inserted the needle into Zhu Shizhou's waist. Hiss! Ha! Another shot. Zhu Shizhou took a breath. His eyes tended to roll up again. And he kept urging Fu Sidu. It's the last shot. Are you sure you want to continue? If you are close to the final shot, then I suggest you stop and practice to absorb the drug effect. This can also be. Zhu Shizhou suddenly became very irritable, twisting his body wildly on the laboratory table. His eyes bloodshot. Inject. 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 Inject me. Otherwise, I will blow your dog head off. Hack you. Listening to a series of dirty words, Fu Sidu was not angry, but sighed. You are crazy. Zhu Shizhou suddenly stopped cursing at this time, and his expression became extremely rational. I am calm. Inject. Fu Sidu looked at Zhu Shizhou's extreme change in astonishment, and his hand holding the compound trembled slightly for a while. You. Please, inject me quickly, the last one. I promise not to touch it again. Hee hee ha 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 ha. Sha 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 ha, come on. Come on. Damn it. Fu Sidu rarely cursed, not knowing whether he was cursing himself or Zhu Shizhou. I know my body best. Fu Sidu. Forget about the damn data. Inject now. Zhu Shizhou roared, raised his hand, grabbed Fu Sidu's hand holding 199 beta, and inserted it directly into his arm. Chapter 629, in fact, there is no chess club at all. Fu Si didn't have time to stop him. And Zhu Shizhou's power was so strong that his grip alone was enough to crush a person's wrist bones. In fact, Fu Sidu now felt that his wrist had been fractured. The last compound was finally injected automatically into Zhu Shizhou's body. Zhu Shizhou's body trembled and shook the entire laboratory table, just like an epileptic patient, twitching on the laboratory table. What was extremely strange was that he kept making inaudible murmurs in his mouth, speaking very quickly. And Fu Sidu couldn't hear what Zhu Shizhou was saying. Failure or success? Just leave it to fate. Fu Sidu rubbed his wrist, took a step back, and wrote down the data of this experiment on paper with his left hand. The whole experiment took 1 hour and 23 minutes. About 20 minutes later, the creaking and murmurs from the lab table gradually disappeared. And finally there was only a strange silence in the room. And the only sound was the rustling of Fu Sidu's pen tip on the paper. Soon, Fu Sidu stopped writing and glanced at the lab table. Zhu Shizhou, who was lying on the lab table, stared at the ceiling with his eyes blankly. His body stopped shaking. His expression was slightly dull, and a trace of saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. More importantly, a smell of urine came into his nose from the lab table. Fu Sidu's face changed drastically. Dead? He rushed to the lab table and looked at the testing equipment next to it. The electrocardiogram on the electrocardiograph was running normally. Fu Sidu breathed a sigh of relief. He's not dead, but he's incontinent. At this moment, he had the urge to curse. Zhu Shizhou, this bastard, actually peed on his lab table. But when did he pee? Fu Sidu himself didn't notice. Maybe it was during the injection. Or maybe just now. The most urgent thing now is to wake up Zhu Shizhou's consciousness. If he doesn't stop it, he might pee and shit at the same time. Zhu Shizhou, wake up. Zhu Shizhou. Fu Sidu reached out and pushed Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou's eyes were still staring at the ceiling, not knowing what he was looking at. Fu Sidu's heart sank. There was another possibility above death. Could he become a vegetable? So cool. Suddenly, Zhu Shizhou's voice came out of his mouth. Although the voice was very low, Fu Sidu still heard it clearly. Zhu Shizhou's voice sounded like mist coming from a distant mountain, so ethereal that one would think it would disappear without a trace in the next moment. Fu Sidu, you don't know how wonderful this feeling is. It turns out that humans can actually see such a scene. I injected compound 199 in Papua New Guinea, and had a sixth sense for a short time. But it was not as clear as it is now. I am so moved. It turns out that humans have this sense. Fu Sidu calmed down and pushed his glasses. Don't talk about this for now. Do you know that you are peeing on my laboratory table now? Zhu Shizhou murmured. I don't know. Sorry. But that doesn't matter. You know? All the pheromones in the outside world are clearly visible in my perception. This sense is beyond my cognition. It's so wonderful. Fu Sidu. Shame gone? Fu Sidu is not sure if this is temporary or permanent. If it is permanent, it will be bad. Because 199 beta compound can change a person's shame, which undoubtedly affects certain functions of the brain. Fu Sidu said, your physical indicators are beyond my cognition. Without other sample data, I can't judge whether your condition is normal. Yeah, Zhu Shizhou responded softly, as if he didn't care at all. So my suggestion is that you should seek help from the top management of the chess club. After all, I can't guarantee. Zhu Shizhou stared at the ceiling blankly and interrupted Fu Sidu calmly. No. Huh? What? There is no chess club at all. Or rather, the chess club itself is a false concept I made up. There is no top management from beginning to end. Only me. Zhu Shizhou's tone when he said this was as casual as talking about dinner tonight, which made Fu Sidu's brain have a brief emotional blank. But Fu Sidu couldn't understand the content. What did you say? There is no chess club. Zhu Shizhou repeated it. Fu Sidu suddenly felt cold all over and stared at Zhu Shizhou. Are you kidding? How can there be no chess club? How can there be no chess club? Zhu Shizhou retracted his gaze from staring at the ceiling and looked at Fu Sidu calmly. I'm sorry. I lied to you. Luo Suyi doesn't know. Su Chan doesn't know. Jingji doesn't know. Now I only tell you. Fu Sidu is now in a mess. I've done it with you and become an irreversible accomplice. But you tell me that I have no backing at all. And we are just a group of rabble, ready to fight against the powerful Black Soldier organization alone? Fu Sidu still can't believe it now, and suspects that Zhu Shizhou's brain has been affected by the compound and has cognitive confusion. Fu Sidu, who has always been emotionally stable, almost couldn't hold it. He took a deep breath and confirmed with Zhu Shizhou with a fluke mentality. It's fake, right? You are kidding, Zhu Shizhou said calmly. If there are high-level executives of the chess club, I don't need to accept the compound you developed. Fu Sidu took 2 steps back. But don't worry. My idea of saving the world is real. I am sure I can save the world, as long as you stand shoulder to shoulder with me. The glory of saving the world will shine on you in the end. Fu Sidu shook his head wildly in disbelief. You are crazy, Zhu Shizhou. You are really crazy. There is no way to explain this. Aren't you the secret weapon of the chess club? So you are so omnipotent? No. It's because I came to the Black Soldier organization, and I am destined to change the world. After hearing these arrogant words, Fu Sidu was speechless. After a while, he didn't know what he was thinking, but he found a sense of security in Zhu Shizhou's calm tone. The initial shock caused by the sudden truth gradually subsided. All the unreasonable thoughts he had thought about before flashed through his mind, and he concluded that what Zhu Shizhou said was true. There really is no chess club. However, this still cannot explain why Zhu Shizhou's performance is so genius, so inhuman. Where is Su Feng? You said before that Commander Su was also from the chess club. Zhu Shizhou was too honest. That's a lie. I was the only one in the chess club from beginning to end. Fu Sidu weakly supported the experimental table beside him, but felt a warm and wet area, which was Zhu Shizhou's urine. Fuck. Fu Sidu couldn't help but curse. Zhu Shizhou sat up from the experimental table, moved his shoulders, felt the surging power in his body, and asked, Do you want to listen from the beginning? Fu Sidu palely picked up the towel beside him, did not go to the bathroom, but simply wiped his hands, and finally slumped in a chair beside him. Speak. Chapter 630, Confess Everything. The version Zhu Shizhou told was the version in Su Feng's cognition. That is, Su Feng confirmed that he had the ability to predict the future, and then sent him to the Black Soldier organization to receive Black Soldier education, trying to make him grow up, and then change the organization's plan to attack the enemy of the world. Predicting the future. the destruction of the world. However, this was indeed a fantasy for Fusitu, which sounded absurd and completely violated his scientific view. However, Fusitu listened to the words that should have been refuted immediately, and after listening to them, he only felt an incredible sense of relief in his heart. So that's it. Zhu Shizhou's lie really sounds like this. And it can explain a lot of things. For example, why Zhu Shizhou behaves so geniusly is because he can predict the future. So every assessment has a perfect answer for him. As long as he chooses the most correct path, he can show perfection in the eyes of outsiders. The same was true when fighting against the Zerg. Zhu Shizhou's video of the command class had already spread throughout the training base. His perfect performance in killing through the Zerg forest looked like the Zerg were cooperating and cheating. But in fact, Zhu Shizhou knew in advance which point to shoot at so that he could accurately kill each Zerg. There were also paper exams for various departments. In Zhu Shizhou's eyes, any theoretical knowledge was not difficult. No matter how confidential the exam was, he could know the content of the exam in advance. What was so difficult about it? There was also the open and secret struggles with the Armed Defense Department. The reason why he could magically find one secret investigation team member after another during the day was also because of this reason. Are these all illusions? The worst thing is that the more Fusitu thought about it, the more he felt that this was true. His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't think properly. Zhu Shizhou told Fusitu everything, including his confrontation with Su Feng and the purpose of joining the Black Soldier organization. This sounded like a fantasy story. Normal people would probably think it was the delusion of a madman. I just don't know if Fusitu believed it. Fusitu hung his head and was silent for a long time. Zhu Shizhou, how many fingers do I have on my hand behind my back? Zhu Shizhou replied, I don't know. Fusitu looked up at Zhu Shizhou as if he had found something wrong. Didn't you say you can predict the future? How could you not know? Tell me, how many fingers do I have on my back? Zhu Shizhou casually guessed 3. Fusitu gritted his teeth and raised his hand from behind his back to the front of him. He said, yeah, on his urine-smelling hand. You liar bastard. I fucking extended 2 fingers. And you said you can predict the future. Oh! In response to Fusitu, Zhu Shizhou punched his own head. It must be said that after reaching the Black Soldier level, even suicide becomes faster. Zhu Shizhou was very satisfied. Zhu Shizhou, how many fingers do I have on my hand behind my back? Fusitu stared at Zhu Shizhou. 2. Zhu Shizhou said calmly. Fusitu froze and shook his head quickly, almost throwing his glasses off. No. This must be because your perception has greatly improved since you became a Black Soldier. This doesn't count, Zhu Shizhou said calmly. I will only give you one more chance at most. Find a method that you can be 100% sure of, and come to me for verification. Fusitu adjusted his crooked glasses, stood up from his chair, and began to pace around the room. After a minute, Fusitu finally sat down again, leaning forward and staring at Zhu Shizhou. I'm going to say something next. Guess what it is? Fusitu had just thought of a sentence that had nothing to do with the current situation, and had nothing to do with it at all. If Zhu Shizhou could know this, then he would admit that Zhu Shizhou had the ability to predict the future. Zhu Shizhou thought for a while and said, you should know the characteristics of my ability to predict the future. Right? That is, you must first promise to tell me the answer after I guess wrong, so that I can predict the future when you tell me the answer after I guess wrong. Fusitu silently said something in his heart, then nodded. I know. Guess it. Zhu Shizhou still went through the motions perfunctorily. I guess you mean that you can't predict the future. Wrong. What I was going to say is, Zhu Shizhou said calmly, methylene tetrahydrofolate reductase can convert 510 methylene tetrahydrofolate into 5-methyl tetrahydrofolate with biological functions in the folic acid metabolic pathway. Fusitu froze. That's right. This is exactly what he was thinking. There is absolutely no way that anyone could accurately say the sentence he silently recited in his mind. The only explanation is that Zhu Shizhou really knew the answer a long time ago. And according to Zhu Shizhou, this is the answer he got by predicting the future. The room fell into a dead silence, and Fusitu slumped in the chair, speechless. Why tell me this? Zhu Shizhou said. Because I will leave the training base soon. What, graduation? Fusitu asked. I have been wondering what the purpose of the Armed Defense Department is. I couldn't figure it out at first. But after injecting the compound, my mind was clearer than ever before. So I knew the answer. Zhu Shizhou explained everything that was going to happen in the evening, including the Dark Palace. Why didn't the minister stop the Armed Defense Department from recruiting me to the Dark Palace for testing? Because on the one hand, they thought that there was no suspicion on me, and I could pass the Dark Palace smoothly. And on the other hand, they thought that passing the Dark Palace test would not harm me. They think the Dark Palace test will not harm you. I understand. Fu Sidu chewed on this sentence and understood what Zhu Shizhou meant. The Dark Palace test must be dangerous. If Zhu Shizhou is unfortunately injured in it, even if he can pass the Dark Palace test in the end, it will be a test with only dangers and no rewards. And it will be a test with disadvantages but no benefits. The other ministers will not let the Armed Defense Department do such a thing to Zhu Shizhou. A genius. Unless the minister of the Armed Defense Department promises something to other ministers, which can make them think that the Dark Palace test has more advantages than disadvantages. Then, the ministers can stand by and watch. After confirming this, Zhu Shizhou thought again. Why did the Armed Defense Department surround the arena with great fanfare, and there was no cover-up afterwards? Aren't they afraid that the hidden faction will respond in advance after knowing their actions? Isn't he worried that there are hidden factions among other ministers? Isn't he worried that the upcoming Dark Palace test will also be tampered by the hidden faction? The answer is that the Armed Defense Department is very confident that no matter what the outcome is, whether he can help the hidden faction, if he fails the test, the Armed Defense Department doesn't care. If he fails the test, the result will naturally be that his genius identity is in doubt, and the Armed Defense Department has an excuse to conduct a deeper investigation. If he passes the test, what kind of response will the Armed Defense Department make? Zhu Shizhou thought of the origin of the Dark Underground Palace that the Assistant Minister of the Armed Defense Department told him in the tent in the previous week, and that the first experimental subject became a black soldier after passing the Dark Underground Palace test. Combined with the fact that the Armed Defense Department may have reached a consensus with other ministers to let them watch his test together, the answer is already here. The ultimate move of the Armed Defense Department is to cut off the source of the fire and force him to graduate immediately. Chapter 631 Passionate I-Generation and Ruthless I-Generation. Because Zhu Shizhou figured out the conspiracy of the Armed Defense Department, he chose to tell Fu Sidu everything. He knew that he could not escape now. The Armed Defense Department planned to use the means of forcing him to graduate to stop all the small actions of the hidden faction in the training base. This was a very effective move to cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. They believed that no matter what conspiracy the hidden faction had, the core was him. In fact, this speculation was indeed true. All the plans and arrangements made by Zhu Shizhou before were based on the fact that he was still in the training base, and his initial expectation should be that everything should be arranged in the training base. And after ensuring that the other remaining members of the chess club developed steadily, he would graduate and leave. To be honest, the current layout of the training base is far from meeting Zhu Shizhou's expected graduation standards. First of all, he has not had time to study the insect girl Misha, and even the experimental equipment for the Underground Research Institute under the alien insect forest has not been purchased. The Armed Defense Department will definitely force me to leave the training base. This Dark Underground Palace test is equivalent to my special graduation test, and I don't have time to arrange everything for you. After I leave, no one from the chess club will help you. Even if you are caught, no one will come to clean up your mess. And after your identity as a traitor is confirmed, no one will come to rescue you. Zhu Shizhou and Fu Sidu explained everything. The next moment, he was hit hard on the cheek. Zhu Shizhou saw Fu Sidu's movements, and even in an instant, he evolved in his brain the precise landing point where Fu Sidu was about to punch him in the cheek. But he did not dodge. After being beaten hard, Zhu Shizhou's cheek tilted slightly, while Fu Sidu drooped one hand to the side of his body. Asshole. Fu Sidu gritted his teeth and cursed Zhu Shizhou. Are you confessing to me just because you know that I am deeply involved and can't escape? You are really not afraid that I will tell on you. To be honest, Fu Sidu doesn't care whether he is an enemy of the Black Soldier organization. If he really cares, he would not have agreed to Zhu Shizhou to help him secretly develop 199 beta from the beginning. However, it seems that Zhu Shizhou is still overconfident. I don't know where this guy got the confidence to think that he can handle everything. And it led to the current situation. If he was told the truth from the beginning, he might be able to help with advice. Of course, Fu Sidu also knew that this was just a thought. If you put yourself in their shoes, you will know that Zhu Shizhou would not have confessed to them at the beginning. He was more angry not because of this, but because he had been deceived for so long. Like being fooled by a monkey. When he came to his senses, Zhu Shizhou was about to get away. but he was forced to stay in the training base to fight against the Black Soldier organization. The more he thought about it, the more he felt annoyed. He could only punch Yu Shurjo. As a result, the punch just now did not hurt Yu Shurjo, but hurt his fist. In short, the truth has been told to you. Now you have two choices. One is to continue to believe me and do things for me in the training base. The other is to betray me and secretly find an opportunity to confess to the organization. Fusita had calmed down, but he was quite unhappy when he saw Yu Shurjo's face. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and walked to the bedside table, opened the drawer and rummaged around, then took out a small syringe from the drawer and stabbed it into his body. After the injection, Fusita turned around and said, "I choose the first path. Continue to trust you and work for you at the training base." Yu Shurjo was not surprised by this answer. He knew that Fusita would choose this. He was more curious about what did you just inject. Forced emotional closure potion. Improved self Black Soldier potion. Remove the body strengthening effect. Only retain the simple temporary emotional closure effect. The emotional closure time will only last for 3 hours. Yu Shurjo took a deep look at Fusita. At this time Fusita had completely regained his composure, and there was no trace of panic or previous wavering on his face. Since I joined the Black Soldier organization and was injected with the secondary Black Soldier potion, I wanted to remove the emotional blockage. I know the importance of human emotions. The Black Soldier organization is not like training soldiers, but more like training mass-produced robots. The kind that would not be a pity if they died. So I secretly developed a potion to remove the emotional blockage. Of course, I also developed a pure emotional blockage potion, which is the one I am injecting now. I named it the Ruthless Eye Generation. So you guys have a rebellious heart? Yu Shurjo recalled the scene when he proposed to Fusita that he should develop a potion to remove the emotional blockage. In other words, you had already developed a potion to remove the emotional blockage at that time. Right? Fusita sat down in front of Yu Shurjo again, pushed his glasses and said, "That's right. The potion that removes emotional blockage. I named it Passion Generation. But for confidentiality, I didn't give you Passion Generation directly, but mixed Passion Generation into the secondary Black Soldier potion, and finally improved it into a formal Black Soldier potion with the effect of removing emotional blockage." Yu Shurjo remembered that he was still confused at the time. He clearly asked Fusita for a potion that removed emotional blockage, but Fusita sent him a Black Soldier potion with the effect of removing emotional blockage. It turns out that there is such a little trick in the middle. Fusita usually relies on Passion Generation and Ruthless Generation to switch back and forth between absolute rationality and normal state, ensuring that he will not reveal flaws when facing instructors and other classmates in daily life. In fact, as soon as he returns to the dormitory, he will give himself a shot of Passion Generation. Speaking of which, this name is really ugly, and I don't know what the difference is with the anti-Black Soldier potion. Now we are both honest with each other, Fusita said calmly. This is to add weight to himself. He knows that everything he knows now is what Yu Shurjo told him. It may be the truth, but there may also be a certain degree of concealment. So he needs to show more to make Yu Shurjo believe him more. In this way, he can be fully prepared after Yu Shurjo leaves the training base. Then, I need to know more, including your original plan and the goals you want to achieve in the first stage. After you leave the training base, I will take over and slowly complete it. Fusita looked quite decisive. Yu Shurjo looked at Fusita for a long time, and finally nodded. Okay, since you choose to go all the way with me, then I will tell you more. In fact, the Insect Man research project you knew before did not come from the Fake Chess Club's research, but from the Papua New Guinea military. Then, he told Fusita about everything in Papua New Guinea, including that Thorn was conquered by him halfway, and various details. Fusita was not loyal to the Black Soldier organization from the beginning, and he secretly developed banned drugs. He was already on the same rope with him. Yu Shurjo believed that telling Fusita all this was the best choice. After listening, Fusita closed his eyes. Since the Jichi Club does not exist, then the experiment he has been thinking about is naturally not done by the Jichi Club. What Yu Shurjo told him before that the Jichi Club's research on insects is naturally false. The truth is that the insect research project is a project of the Papua and Western Guinea military. Chapter 632 Fusita noticed something unusual, and Yu Shurjo began to think. After listening to Zhu Shurjio's explanation, Fu Sidu got the answer he wanted. It turned out to be the research in Papua New Guinea. I see. I understand. He pushed his glasses and muttered to himself. No wonder. No wonder the experimental data and development direction are so strange. I originally thought that your chess club was hiding something from me. But I didn't expect that the original experiment didn't find the right research direction. Zhu Shurjio was slightly stunned. Some things require the professional opinions of the experimenters to know. For example, now Zhu Shurjio knows that those people who experimented with insect people in Papua and Western Guinea did not actually find the right research direction. Fu Sidu explained. The compound number 199 you gave me is a secondary compound extracted from the insect man. Theoretically, an ordinary human can be transformed into a short-lived insect man in a short period of time through compound number 199. But the experimental data did not go deeper in this direction, but focused on the insect man itself. The key is that a considerable part of the focus is on breaking the reproductive isolation between insect men and humans. Zhu Shurjio already knew it, and nodded. After they successfully transformed Misha, they planned to use Misha as a reproductive mother, mate with humans, and then give birth to offspring. That makes sense. At first I just had this guess, but I quickly rejected it because it was inconsistent with the experimental goal you told me. Zhu Shurjio told Fu Sidu that their research direction for insect men was to develop drugs that could adapt to humans, so that humans could also have the speed and strength of alien insects. It was very similar to the research direction of insect men in the United States. But now it seems different from the research direction of Papua New Guinea. Fu Sidu had been troubled during the research process, and felt that the direction of the experimental data given by Zhu Shurjio was not very clear. Now he finally knew the answer, because his research was completely different from that of Papua New Guinea. Thinking of this, Zhu Shurjio asked, does that mean that a large part of my experimental data actually has directional errors? Fu Sidu nodded and shook his head. It still has a certain reference value. However, I have a new problem. That is, they did not pay attention to compound number 199, which is very strange. He recalled the various questions he had during the research process. And now he told Zhu Shurjio. After all, this is likely to be their last conversation in the training base. So he wants to figure out everything as much as possible. What's strange? As a logistics student who only passed the midterm assessment of the Black Soldier Organization, I can see that compound 199 has great potential, although my ability is enough to beat the outside scientific researchers. As a scientific research institution that successfully transformed a bugman, it makes no sense that everyone can't see the potential of compound 199. However, the strange thing is that their research on compound 199 is very superficial, just like they don't know how to pick up gold when it is placed in front of them. At this time, Zhu Shurjio recalled the scene when he first heard about compound 199 in Papua New Guinea. That was what he learned from the military staff when he was interrogating that the general used this compound to aphrodisiac. From this point, we can see how perfunctory the general himself was with compound 199. But from the subsequent development, the military's secret forces still used this compound. And he finally got it, which shows that the military still knew the value of compound 199. Zhu Shurjio made a guess. Could it be that they had just developed compound 199, and I uncovered their conspiracy shortly after? Fu Sidu said. In the experimental log, they developed compound 199 half a year ago, and their progress in developing compound 199 in depth is almost zero. This guess doesn't make sense. Zhu Shurjio was very strange. He came to confess to Fu Sidu and course Fu Sidu. But Fu Sidu's words turned the tables and aroused his doubts. What does this mean? Zhu Shurjio thought for a while and asked Fu Sidu. This shows that the researchers conducting insect man research, or the person in charge of the experiment, are deliberately avoiding the development of compound 199. Why? Zhu Shurjio's mind is clearer than ever, but he still silently asks why in his heart. Why do they do this? Obviously, going deeper in this direction is likely to be the correct research direction. Why don't they do it? Fu Sidu doesn't know. So now he brings this up, hoping that Zhu Shurjio can tell him the answer. He has the subjective intention to cooperate with Zhu Shurjio, but he doesn't want to find out that his research is meaningless in the end. Maybe it's because they know that this path is wrong. Fu Sidu asked this question, and he was also thinking about it in combination with the truth that Zhu Shurjio told him now. The explanation he could think of was that only after knowing that this road was not feasible, The experimenters would deliberately avoid this road. But the problem is, how did they know that this road was not feasible before they took it? And he has clearly improved 199 beta through compound 199. And this research result is enough to shock the entire Black Soldier organization. Fu Sidu relied on the intuition of a scientific researcher and thought that this research path was also feasible. Hearing Fu Sidu talking to himself, Zhu Shizhou's mind flashed with lightning. At this time, he remembered several questions he and Misha had thought about when they were trapped in the submarine together. Has the United States developed insects? What is the purpose of the United States research on insects? He even proposed a conjecture that the United States intends to turn all people into insects. In order to get this answer, he once requested a call with Su Feng after escaping. At that time, Su Feng told him that the art project of the United States was indeed to turn all the people into insects, and that the Black Soldier organization had cooperated with the United States once before. But the Black Soldier organization finally gave up, and the United States continued to implement the idea of turning all the people into insects. Since Su Feng knew about the American insect plan, didn't he know about the insect plan of Papua New Guinea? At that time, Zhu Shizhou guessed whether this was a trap set by Su Feng, deliberately leading him to Papua New Guinea to discover the insects. This question has no answer until now. But at this time Zhu Shizhou seemed to have grasped something vaguely. It's Su Feng. Zhu Shizhou blurted out in an instant. What? Fu Sidu was stunned on the spot. It was Su Feng. He took advantage of the Insect Man research project being studied in the United States. I was wrong from the beginning. It was Su Feng who secretly planned everything. He secretly helped Max to bring the Insect Man research project to Papua New Guinea. In fact, the reason why Papua New Guinea was able to accidentally transform Misha was not because they were lucky, but the entire experiment was controlled by Su Feng. Those experimenters, some of them must be Su Feng's people. Zhu Shizhou's mind at this time connected all the clues that could be connected. Su Feng must have his own scientific research team outside. Damn. How could I ignore such important information? Zhu Shizhou jumped off the experimental table and wandered back and forth. After the showdown with Su Feng, wasn't the cruise ship on his way here full of scientific researchers? That cruise ship included well-known figures from various academic circles, and they were all Su Feng's people. That was enough to prove that Su Feng secretly had his own scientific research team outside of Elimination, which was not surprising at all. So when he was talking to Su Feng, he already knew that Su Feng knew about the U.S. insect research plan. According to Su Feng's personality, would he really let the U.S. develop the insect research plan? No. With his cautious personality, it would be abnormal not to pay close attention to it in secret. And the United States lost important insect research plan data. Such important news. Can it be hidden from Su Feng's attention? Damn. I'm such a fool. Chapter 633, Desperate. Su Feng's real plan. Max was not caught by the United States, but escaped safely to Papua New Guinea. Then Su Feng used Max to rebuild a research institute in Papua New Guinea. Max also mistakenly thought that it was his own luck that he escaped from the United States. In fact, it was Su Feng who secretly helped him cover up all traces. What about Misha? What about the experimental subjects looted from various countries? Su Feng did not operate it personally, but he must have contributed to the situation. Then Su Feng secretly promoted him and made him an elite black soldier, so that his first mission with the team was Papua New Guinea. This was the beginning of Su Feng's real plan. I'm afraid that even if he didn't find out that Papua New Guinea was studying insect people, Su Feng's arrangements in Papua New Guinea would actively let him discover it. But why is it Papua New Guinea? Zhu Shizhou didn't believe that this place was chosen by Su Feng at random, compared with other places. The special thing about this place is that the underground is full of alien insects. Su Feng knew from the beginning that there were unimaginable alien insects sleeping underground in Papua New Guinea. But he still placed the Insect Man research project in Papua New Guinea. What was his purpose? Think about it carefully. Think about it carefully. According to Su Feng's idea, he led me to Papua New Guinea. Did he want me to discover the Insect Man? Or did he want me to discover the excessive amount of alien insects underground? Or both? Zhu Shizhou muttered to himself, biting his fingers and pacing back and forth. After a moment, Zhu Shizhou cursed himself again. Fuck. These two are connected. Wasn't it because I first discovered the Insect Man research project in Papua New Guinea? And then Misha released pheromones, which finally made all the alien insects come out in full force. Su Feng calculated that I would interfere in the research of the Zerg, and also calculated that I could predict the excessive amount of alien Zerg underground in Papua New Guinea. No one else could do it. Only I could possibly predict that kind of future before the Zerg outbreak. So what Su Feng really wanted to do was to let me discover the excessive amount of alien Zerg underground, then report it to the organization, and finally let the organization implement the Continental Annihilation Plan to finally eliminate the excessive amount of alien Zerg in Papua New Guinea. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Why didn't Su Feng tell the organization himself, but had to use me as a pawn to tell the organization? Is it because he is worried that his research on Zerg in Papua New Guinea will be exposed? No. If that's the case, why did he have to study Zerg in Papua New Guinea from the beginning? Zhu Shurjiu forced himself to calm down and first drew a conclusion. Su Feng was studying Zerg in Papua New Guinea, and this matter was related to the excessive amount of alien Zerg in Papua New Guinea. Secondly, another conclusion was drawn. Su Feng deliberately let him discover the existence of Zerg and excessive amount of alien Zerg. Finally, when the organization proposed the plan to annihilate the continent, he did not stop it. So Su Feng's goal is to eliminate the excessive amount of alien insects in Papua New Guinea and eliminate his criminal traces by the way. No. This is too simple. Zhu Shurjiu sat down on the chair in frustration. If Su Feng really wants to achieve this goal, he can do it without my help. So what he wants to do must be something that can only be done with my participation. Only I can do it. What can I do? Predict the future. With the ability to predict the future, I can control the situation within a controllable range. Zhu Shurjiu's rapidly spinning thought stopped here, because in this moment, he thought of an extremely terrifying conjecture. And this conjecture can perfectly explain why Su Feng wants to establish an insect research institute in Papua New Guinea. It is known that there are excessive alien insects underground in Papua New Guinea. It is known that Misha's pheromone can attract a large number of alien insects. It is known that Misha's existence was created by Su Feng. It is known that Su Feng did not stop the annihilation plan of the Death Rose continent. It is known that he can predict the future and has left elimination. So he has the opportunity to contact Su Feng. Su Feng used my foresight to confirm that the annihilation of the continent is feasible. Because if it is not feasible, I will find ways to contact Su Feng for help. And Su Feng will naturally stop this plan. And my behavior of acquiescing to the development of things and constantly adjusting various details and proposing various measures is equivalent to directly telling Su Feng that the Continental Annihilation Plan will definitely succeed. Su Feng successfully used my ability and perfectly executed the Continental Annihilation Plan. This is not his main purpose. If it were just like this, Zhu Shurjiu would not think that his conjecture was terrible. At most, Su Feng used him to save the people of Papua New Guinea. Instead, he would think that Su Feng was a good person and should thank Su Feng. However, in fact, the terrible conjecture that Zhu Shurjiu thought of made him tremble all over, and a chill ran from the tail vertebrae to the top of the head. Zhu Shurjiu held his head with both hands and muttered to himself. This situation exists not only in Papua New Guinea, but everywhere. And Papua New Guinea is just one of the experimental samples. That bastard Su Feng deliberately guided me and made me complete this experiment. Through this experiment, he proved the conjecture that he had hesitated for many years, but was afraid to act on. The insect research project in Papua New Guinea is not a recent one. They have been researching for several years. But Su Feng has not used the insects to lure out the alien insects underground, because the risk is too great. If you are not careful, it will easily cause the destruction of the world. Until some time ago, Su Feng harvested a monster that can predict the future and conducted an experiment. It was an experiment on how to attract excessive alien insects, an experiment on how to eliminate alien insects on a large scale, and an experiment on how to save the world. As long as this experiment is successful, Su Feng can apply the solution of this experiment to all similar situations. First, produce Zergmen that can attract large numbers of Zergmen. Second, select a location and let the Zergmen release pheromones to attract excessive Zergmen. Third, prepare continental annihilation weapons to annihilate the attracted Zergmen. Finally, use my predictive ability to confirm whether the final result will be successful and whether it will cause more serious harm. If the loss is acceptable, then execute it. This is not the scariest part. The scariest part is that even the United States is his pawn. Why didn't Su Feng stop the US Zergmen research plan? Because the US ARC plan is to make all the people Zergmen. And once they are all transformed into Zergmen, The American Zergmen will become an excellent bait. The pheromones they release are enough to attract the Zergmen of the whole world. As long as the United States is sacrificed. No. No. Is it really the only way? Zhu Shizhou's mind flashed the beginning of the story. When Su Feng asked him to take a cruise with those talents to set off. Speaking of which, in addition to being Su Feng's eyes and ears to monitor him, what was the original purpose of their voyage? It was not Illuminescent Island. But Illuminescent Island was his voyage destination, which is located in the Pacific Ocean. If there were no obstruction from those small organizations, Su Feng could have safely arrived at Illuminescent by cruise ship. And his eyes continued to move to the back of the route. And after the Asia Pacific, it was America. The scientific research experts who sailed with him. Their initial destination was America. It's just that Su Feng didn't let them take a plane, but let them take a cruise ship, which not only led to the rebellious organization, but also tested his predictive ability. In the end, if it went more smoothly, they could also reach America and carry out the subsequent insect research plan, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. And the purpose of those scientific researchers going to America is to further promote the insectization of all Americans. Or, the insectization of all Americans. After the alien insects in the world are attracted and concentrated in America, the Continental Annihilation Weapon will be activated to annihilate America and eventually eliminate all the alien insects in the world. Su Feng. Su Feng. Zhu Shizhou came to this conclusion, and sat in a chair in a daze, holding his head with both hands, muttering Su Feng's name. He originally thought that he had overestimated Su Feng enough, but he didn't expect Su Feng to be even crazier, more ruthless, and more smarter than he imagined, attacking the enemy of the world. This is just Su Feng's plan A. Su Feng never thought that this would lead to the destruction of the world by blue light. So he just used the insect bait as a backup plan. His purpose of studying insects in Papua New Guinea is that if plan A fails, the most likely result is that the enemy of the world will release a large number of alien insects. By then, Illuminescent Island in the Pacific Ocean. We still don't know what defenses this island has, but we can speculate that the purpose of Su Feng's establishment of the Zerg Research Institute in Papua New Guinea, also in the Pacific Ocean, a few years ago was to transform Zerg that could attract Zerg, to attract the attention of Zerg, to serve as bait for Illuminescent, or to delay the arrival of Zerg at Illuminescent. But plan A failed, because a college student who could predict the future appeared in front of him. Zhu Shizhou figured out everything, and it was because he figured it out that he felt incredible. Su Feng, that guy, planned everything that followed that day, because he predicted that the world would be destroyed by blue light. Su Feng was forced to change his plan, and used one night to come up with the crazy plan B of the Zerg bait. From the fact that Su Feng sent the scientific research talent pool to board the cruise ship with him, it can be seen that Su Feng had been quietly laying out since that day. He privately abandoned plan A, and the Black Soldier organization was postponed for 3 months. During this period, Zhu Shizhou was secretly promoted to an elite Black Soldier, and then went to Papua New Guinea, and Su Feng's arrangement in Papua New Guinea a few years ago became an excellent experimental site for Su Feng. Su Feng conducted a perfect experiment and preliminarily verified that Plan B was indeed feasible. Zhu Shizhou was already in a trance at this time, not knowing what to say, and sat in silence in the chair. Chapter 634, Empty Despair. Full of warmth. From Fu Sidu's perspective, he had no idea what Zhu Shizhou was thinking about. He only knew that this naked man, wearing only a pair of underwear, walked around his room with the underwear still wet with urine. He saw that Zhu Shizhou was thinking hard and was still talking to himself about something he couldn't understand. So he didn't interrupt Zhu Shizhou, but waited until Zhu Shizhou finally calmed down before asking a question. So you figured it out, right? Why didn't the Papua New Guinea experimental data go further into Compound 199? Zhu Shizhou said absent-mindedly. Because there is no need. Su Feng's goal is not to develop drugs to transform the human body. His ideas are fundamentally different from ours. But this also proves from the side that our path is correct. Su Feng knows that this path is feasible. He knows that continuing to develop Compound 199 can produce results. But this result will arouse the ambition of the Papua New Guinea military. So he did not let the experimenters continue to develop in this direction, but continued to persevere in mass production of insects. Zhu Shizhou thought of the tens of thousands of insects imprisoned in the Underground Insect Research Institute in Papua New Guinea, and closed his eyes. It turned out that it was Su Feng's sin. So what's next? Fu Sidu looked at the naked man sitting in the chair and said, "Why don't you go back first and get familiar with your body first? After all, your body has just been strengthened." "Okay." Zhu Shizhou got up and was about to leave. Fu Sidu asked, "Are you leaving just like that?" Zhu Shizhou then remembered that he was not wearing any clothes. He came back to his senses and apologized. "If you don't mind, can I take a shower in your bathroom?" Fu Sidu looked at the room and then at the experimental table. "Help me clean up the room first." After leaving Fu Sidu's room, Zhu Shizhou looked up at the sky, then shook his head and returned to the headquarters dormitory in silence. He figured out Su Feng's crazy plan through the little abnormality that Fu Sidu noticed. Although there was no evidence, he still felt that his guess might be true. "I just don't know how far the Insect Man plan in the United States has progressed, and whether Su Feng is going to use the United States or the entire America. In addition, Su Feng, do you want to save the world in this way? Should I say that I have become part of your plan?" What really frightened Zhu Shizhou was that he didn't know whether everything he was doing now was out of his own will or under Su Feng's guidance. Did Su Feng know that Misha was intelligent? If so, did Su Feng know that he was researching drugs to strengthen the human body? If Su Feng knew everything, why didn't he stop him? Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but think that when Su Feng was executing a plan, he would often prepare a backup plan. Could he be part of Su Feng's backup plan? Su Feng didn't dare to guarantee that his plan to use America as bait would succeed. So Su Feng let him research drugs to strengthen the human body in medicine. Thinking of this, Zhu Shizhou covered his chest. Although his breathing was healthy, strong and smooth, he still felt a sense of suffocation. Just like when he failed to save the lives of the entire cruise ship. All he saw was the black despair. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhu Shizhou raised his head and stared at the door. "No. Why are you here now? Shouldn't it be in the evening?" His current condition was extremely bad. Although his body had been strengthened to the peak state, he had no time to organize his familiar black soldier-level body. In addition, he guessed the full picture of Su Feng's plan. So he felt that his consciousness and body were separated, and even his thinking was quite unsmooth. He dragged his tired body to the door and opened it. Zhu Shizhou. It was not a black soldier from the Armed Defense Department, but Luo Suyi. Zhu Shizhou breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Luo Suyi, who came and looked at him with a worried face, and was a little dazed for a while. "Is there anything?" Zhu Shizhou forced a smile at Luo Suyi. "I'm a little tired now. Can we?" Luo Suyi took out a tissue from her pocket and handed it to Zhu Shizhou. "You look very pale and in a bad condition. What happened?" Zhu Shizhou was stunned, touched his forehead, and felt sweat. "Well, I was exercising just now. Maybe I overexerted myself." Zhu Shizhou reached out to take the tissue, but found that his arm was shaking, and he lost his grip and the tissue fell to the ground. "Let me pick it up. You can't even stand steadily. Is it necessary to work so hard?" Luo Suyi half complained and half cared, and sighed. "If Fu Sidu hadn't told me that you were not in a good condition now, I wouldn't have known that you would push yourself to this extent." Zhu Shizhou was silent for a while and looked at Luo Suyi. "What did Fu Sidu tell you?" "He said that you came to see him today, but you were not in a good state. I don't know what happened. Anyway, let me enlighten you." Luo Suyi took out a tissue, hesitated for a moment, and then wiped the sweat off Zhu Shizhou's forehead. "I'll do it myself." "No, I'll do it. Let's go in first. You lie down on the bed." Zhu Shizhou couldn't refuse Luo Suyi's concern after all, and he really needed to calm down his emotions now. No matter how desperate he was, he didn't want to show it in front of Luo Suyi. The reason why he chose to tell the truth to Fu Sidu alone was because Fu Sidu had been targeted, while Luo Suyi and Su Chan were fine. He didn't want to put Luo Su and Su Chan in a position to confront the organization in person. But there were some things that should be told to them. Such as tonight, he was going to take a special test. If he passed the test, he would probably graduate from the training base. Zhu Shizhou, who was lying peacefully on the bed, said weakly, "Luo Suyi, I have something to tell you." Luo Suyi was startled. "Well, go ahead and I'll listen." "Hey, isn't it a last word?" Zhu Shizhou, "Ahem. Go ahead and I won't interrupt you." To make a long story short, I received a message from the top management of the chess club that I will take a test tonight. After passing the test, I will graduate from the training base. Luo Sui looked at Zhu Shizhou's pale face and replied softly. Well? Zhu Shizhou asked in surprise. Why aren't you surprised at all? Luo Sui shook her head. Because I had expected this day a long time ago. Not only me, but everyone in the training base knew that you would graduate early. It's just that this day has come early now, Zhu Shizhou said with emotion. Yes, this day has come early, disrupting my plan, because of the conspiracy of the Armed Defense Department. I had to fight. You have also been to the underground maze. I originally planned to build an underground research institute there, but it was not built, and there were no experimental equipment. After I leave, you have to get all of this, and be careful of the organization's investigation. In addition, after I leave, the chess club must also be careful of the organization's investigation. So I will not allocate forces to help you. Everything depends on you. Babble. Even Zhu Shizhou felt that he was talking too much and too long-winded now. At this time, suddenly, a fragrant breeze came. There was a soft touch on the body. Looking down, it turned out that Luo Sui was lying on him and hugged him. What happened? Zhu Shizhou was a little stiff. Nothing. Luo Sui held him without moving, but whispered, I just feel that you shouldn't say these things now. Although I don't know what happened. I can feel that you are very uneasy now. I'm sorry. I can't help you at all. I don't have the wisdom of Suchan, nor the scientific research ability of Fusidu. All I can do now is to hold you tight. Zhu Shizhou's stiff body gradually relaxed, and his trembling hands were placed on Luo Sui's back. Zhu Shizhou found that even his voice was trembling now. Perhaps it was because someone saw through his inner fear and despair that he could no longer pretend to be indifferent. Luo Sui, who was holding him in her arms, gave him a little more sense of security. Luo Sui hugged Zhu Shizhou tightly and touched Zhu Shizhou's head. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Let me be willful. Let me hold you for a while. Zhu Shizhou closed his eyes, allowing the empty despair in his heart to be slowly filled with another warm emotion. Yeah. Chapter 635. Greedy Emotions. In the room, the two people hugged each other without saying anything or doing anything. Just hugging each other. And time slowly flowed. Zhu Shizhou's emotions gradually stabilized. And Luo Sui also let him go. Sorry. I made a fool of you. Luo Sui shook her head. It's okay. Don't always force yourself in the future. It's not shameful to be fragile. I don't know what you are carrying. And I have no position to persuade you to give up what you are carrying easily. But sometimes things may not be as bad as you think. Zhu Shizhou smiled bitterly. Luo Sui didn't know how terrible Su Feng was. Everything he thought about today was connected. And it was very likely to be the truth. If this was the case, Su Feng's plan might have been arranged and everything was probably in the later stage. Could he really stop it? Or was it really necessary to stop it? His original intention to save the world was actually quite narrow. As long as his family and the people he cares about are fine, the lives of others have nothing to do with him. If it were 3 months ago, he would have spared no effort to support Su Feng's plan. Sacrificing an American continent to save the world is simply a great deal. But as time goes by, the more things he experiences, the more he can't maintain his original intention with such a frivolous attitude. Especially the convenience and power of the ability to rewind, which makes him involuntarily shoulder some responsibilities. If you can do it, but don't do it, what's the point of regretting it later? Luo Sui's comfort still has a certain effect. At least it makes him no longer desperate. He has been through so many things so far. And Su Feng's experience is not bad. Yes, things may not be that bad. Zhu Shizhou murmured. First of all, Su Feng may not know the details of Misha. And he may not know that Misha can be tamed. After all, if Su Feng knew that Misha could be tamed, then Misha would not have fled in the wild of Papua New Guinea at the beginning. And he could have tamed Misha to achieve his goal. Secondly, Su Feng may not necessarily take the goal of destroying America as the first choice. Maybe it is just a backup plan for him. And Su Feng may not have 100% confidence to execute it. Since Su Feng needs his ability to predict the future, to control everything. Then before getting his affirmative reply, Su Feng probably won't be bold enough to immediately execute the plan. Finally, he still has the ability to rewind. Thinking of this, he glanced at Luo Sui, who was sitting by the bed. But his ability to rewind can't take care of the friends he made at the training base after he graduated. Whether it is Luo Sui, Fusidu, Su Chan, or Jing Ji, they are all part of his plan. without their own ability to rewind. Can they do it on their own? Zhu Shizhou asked this question. In response to Zhu Shizhou's question, Luo Sui just said seriously, "Why can't we do it without you?" Zhu Shizhou, you are too arrogant. I arrogant? Yes. Maybe you didn't notice it. But others saw it most clearly. You always hope that everything will happen under your control. And deep in your heart, you firmly believe that without your participation, things will definitely fail. Do you dare to say that you don't think so? Zhu Shizhou opened his mouth and said, That's right. Luo Sui was right. Due to his ability to rewind and all the dangers he had experienced so far, he was extremely afraid of the uncertain future. And as he used his ability to rewind, he became more and more dependent on the feeling that everything was under control. As long as there was a little bit of uncertainty, he wanted to solve it himself. Now, after hearing what Luo Sui said, he couldn't help but start to examine himself. Luo Sui sighed. Zhu Shizhou, we are partners. We can rely on each other. Not a pawn in your hand. Zhu Shizhou was silent. We are not babies who need your constant reminders and care. Now you just need to tell me what I am going to do next. Also, what should I do during your absence? You said before that the chess club can no longer help us. Please explain in detail. Luo Sui clearly stated all her questions. It seems that she has been thinking about it for a long time. So she has considered it. Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but smile bitterly. So far, what did he think of Luo Sui and the others? If it weren't for this graduation crisis, he probably wouldn't realize how arrogant he was before. However, it is better to let Fu Sida know about the future for the time being. The rest can be appropriately modified and told to Luo Sui. Half an hour later, Luo Sui came out of Zhu Shizhou's room. Luo Sui closed the door with a look of disappointment. But her eyes were full of determination. Only half an hour? Zhu Shizhou's endurance is not good enough? At this time, a woman stood outside the door, leaning against the wall with her arms folded, and uttered a playful word. Su-chan. Luo Sui looked at the woman with a complicated expression. Half an hour ago, Luo Sui did not come alone, but with Su-chan. But when she arrived at the door, Su-chan stopped and did not go in with her, which led to the fact that it was she who comforted Zhu Shizhou instead of Su-chan. But she knew that Su-chan must also know Zhu Shizhou's inner fragility. In the entire training base, perhaps no one knows Zhu Shizhou better than Su-chan. So, in what mood did Su-chan stand outside the door during this half hour? Don't look at me like this. Don't forget that I am emotionally closed now. Even if you pity me, it's useless. Sorry. Luo Sui, who didn't know what to say, could only apologize. Su-chan was like a third party watching, and said calmly, the reason why I didn't go in was because he chose you. If I went in with him, he wouldn't be able to open his heart. So judging from a rational point of view, now is the best choice. Luo Sui looked at Su-chan. Will you regret it? When you recover your emotions? Maybe. I don't know. After all, the most difficult person to recognize is oneself. Zhu Shizhou is like this. And so is she. What does she want? Even she herself can't figure it out. There was another reason why she didn't go in just now. Zhu Shizhou's strong, confident, and optimistic attitude, as if everything was under control, was what she longed for. She dreamed of becoming that kind of person. Zhu Shizhou was simply the epitome of perfection in her eyes. So there shouldn't be any fragility in him. She hated her own fragility. So she also hated the collapse of the perfect Zhu Shizhou's image because of fragility. As long as she didn't witness Zhu Shizhou's fragility with her own eyes, Zhu Shizhou would still be perfect in her heart. Su-chan was greedy for such a small, self-satisfied snicker. However, it was precisely because of this that she could never enter Zhu Shizhou's heart. Even the last bit of greedy emotion could only be felt when the emotions were restored. But now she had nothing. Chapter 636. At the moment of having the sixth sense, thanks to Luo Sui, Zhu Shizhou realized that it was meaningless to think about these things now. Along the way to now, when has he not tried every way to break the situation under great pressure? Now he just figured out Su Feng's plan and found that everything he did was still under Su Feng's control. But does Su Feng really know the whole picture of everything he did? I'm afraid he doesn't know, including his current strength. Su Feng didn't expect that he had reached the Black Soldier level. The body of the Black Soldier level is very strange, which means that a person's various physiological indicators have reached the limit of human beings. Due to the difference in personal qualifications, Everyone's physiological limit is high and low. Zhu Shizhou doesn't know what level his physiological limit is among other black soldiers. But just from the feeling, the unprecedented strength from all parts of his body made him spend the whole afternoon unable to adapt to the sudden increase in strength. All senses were extremely sharp. The noises coming from all directions were so noisy that it was unbearable. There were people walking upstairs and downstairs, and the sound of conversations that came from nowhere. There was also the manic heartbeat in his chest. There were so many sounds that Zhu Shizhou couldn't adapt. And he smelled the smells in the air that he couldn't smell at all on weekdays, such as the fragrance of hand soap in the wash basin in the bathroom, the residual fragrance of shampoo and shower gel in the bathroom, and the sweaty smell of clothes in the washing machine. The whole olfactory center seemed to be bursting, not to mention everything he saw with his eyes. Zhu Shizhou had an illusion that he was probably a blind man who didn't know anything before. In the past, when he saw a table, due to limited vision, he could only think this is a table, as cognition. And now, when he sees a table, the things his eyes notice increase exponentially. For example, the fine lines in the corners of the table, the dust in the edges, and the wear and tear. Everything rushes into his vision, giving his brain more information at all costs. In addition, there is the sense of touch. When wearing clothes, you can clearly feel the clothes rubbing against your body, which is not a good thing for an extremely sensitive body. It feels like someone is holding a feather and teasing you all over your body at any time. Every time you make a move, you will be stimulated to tremble all over. So Zhu Shizhou has taken off his clothes now, and his skin feels the rubbing of the air from the air, which is more comfortable than wearing clothes. I won't develop any extraordinary interests in this state, right? Zhu Shizhou couldn't help thinking so after taking off his clothes and exercising for a while. As for the taste of the last 5 senses, Zhu Shizhou has not tried it yet, but just by imagining it, he may be able to feel the richness of the explosion of taste buds when he tastes anything now. The improvement brought by various senses should be a normal exercise for a student to adapt to imperceptibly. But now Zhu Shizhou has forced it to improve by injecting a large amount of 199 beta, so the adaptation time is naturally longer. This also led to a result. When the black soldiers of the Armed Defense Department came to find Zhu Shizhou, he was still training himself madly, trying to make his consciousness match the peak state of his body. Knock knock knock. Zhu Shizhou in the room insisted on finishing the last little finger push-up and stopped exercising. Are you here? This is the sixth sense. The person outside the door did not restrain his pheromones. And it was precisely because of this that Zhu Shizhou had already sensed the existence of the black soldiers outside the door. This skill of being able to sense the existence of the other party without seeing it with his own eyes was simply unimaginable in Zhu Shizhou's eyes before. In the final stage of the confrontation with the supersized alien insects in Papua New Guinea, Zhu Shizhou also had a short sixth sense due to the injection of compound 199. But after experiencing it once, no matter how he recalled it afterwards, he could no longer imagine the actual feeling of the sixth sense. The sixth sense once opened the door to him, and now it is open to him again. Zhu Shizhou took a deep breath for a while, and in just a few dozen seconds, he had recovered from the panting state after intense exercise to normal state. This is the amazing recovery ability of the black soldier level body. Zhu Shizhou, who was amazed more than once, still feels incredible now. A whole day of exercise overturned all his previous normal and limited cognition of the human body in his life. After opening the door, Zhu Shizhou saw several black soldiers as expected. Student Zhu Shizhou, please restrain your pheromones. They are really smelly. Most of the pheromones of your Armed Defense Department's black soldiers have a dark and damp smell. I almost vomited, Zhu Shizhou said lightly. The black soldiers really restrained their pheromones. They were ordered to bring Zhu Shizhou to the Dark Underground Palace experiment site, so they were not prepared to cause any possible variables. They would satisfy Zhu Shizhou as much as possible. Then, the leading black soldier explained the situation, which Zhu Shizhou had heard in the previous round. But compared to the tension and vigilance in the previous round, Zhu Shizhou seemed to be much more at ease this time. Oh, cooperate with the investigation? Can I take a shower first? I'm sweating profusely now. The black soldiers looked at each other and nodded. But they did not give Zhu Shizhou any chance to escape. They also entered the room and stood guard at the bathroom door, as if they were afraid that Zhu Shizhou would escape. Zhu Shizhou said lightly, I won't run away. Don't worry. After taking a simple shower, Zhu Shizhou changed into an elite black soldier uniform. This was a set of black soldier uniforms that he was given after being selected as a reserve elite black soldier. Now, he knew the difficulty of the Dark Palace, so he also prepared to change into the elite black soldier uniform. When the other black soldiers saw Zhu Shizhou's clothes, although they still had no expression on the surface, their pheromones were a little unstable, because the order they received was very clear. It was very likely that the target person had known their purpose in advance, so they had to guard against any possible resistance. Zhu Shizhou now changed into the elite black soldier uniform, which undoubtedly told him that he was ready for battle. "Why are you standing there? Let's go!" However, Zhu Shizhou did not attack them, but took the lead in walking in front. "We will lead. I know that your people are waiting for me at the gate of the training base now. Aren't they?" Hearing this, the black soldiers' muscles tightened, and their eyes locked on Zhu Shizhou involuntarily. At this time, Zhu Shizhou silently felt the sight from behind, and his body, no. It should be said that it was a more ethereal level, and he felt a clear sense of being watched, like a thorn in his back. This is a real feeling, not a psychological effect. Zhu Shizhou knew without looking back that they were staring at his back. And even Zhu Shizhou knew where they were staring at his back. And if they attacked, from which direction they would attack first. At this moment, even Zhu Shizhou, who had the ability to rewind and cheat, couldn't help but want to curse cheating. When he thought that most of the countless black soldiers in the Black Soldier Organization had this keen sixth sense, he understood why the Black Soldier Organization could stand at the top of the world. And he was cheating more than these black soldiers. Now, with his cheats, no human could hinder his steps from the individual's strength. The moment he had the sixth sense, he had become the strongest human. Chapter 637 The Sixth Sense. Zhu Shizhou was taken to the same place all the way. At a heavily guarded military base, he met a group of ministers, and the ministers all saluted him. And no one said hello. It was not until he arrived at the tent that Zhu Shizhou saw the instigator of everything, the assistant of the Minister of Armed Defense. "Yo." Zhu Shizhou looked at the assistant sitting behind the desk expressionlessly. They met again. But this meeting was fundamentally different from the last one. First of all, there was a difference in vision. Knowing more information, he was no longer confused about the purpose of this cooperation investigation. Secondly, there was a difference in pheromone perception. In his perception, the assistant in front of him was unscrupulously releasing his own pheromones, which kept lingering around him. And he didn't know this at all in the previous round. "Don't release your disgusting pheromones. Restrain yourself a little." Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but speak out. He is quite irritable now, especially after he figured out Su Feng's real plan. His emotions were not so stable. Even though Luo Sui calmed his despair, the anger that followed was not calmed at all. "It seems that you can really sense pheromones? It's incredible. Your body has not reached its physiological limit yet. The assistant's pheromone perception ability is actually not very strong, and he cannot sense the pheromones that Zhu Shizhou deliberately concealed. As for the pheromone convergence technique, Zhu Shizhou had already mastered it the moment he had the sixth sense." Zhu Shizhou said impatiently. "Tell me, what exactly do you want me to do?" The assistant chuckled and squinted at Zhu Shizhou. "Zhu Shizhou, you probably haven't seen me before. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the assistant to the Minister of Armed Defense." The assistant said calmly. "I think you already have some guesses in your mind, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have specially changed into the elite black soldier uniform and been brought here by us." Zhu Shizhou said expressionlessly. "I don't know. I just think you have bad intentions. So I'm fully prepared, including the malice hidden in your current pheromones, all of which I can sense clearly." "Really? Well, just take it as true, since you don't want to listen to my nonsense. Then I'll get straight to the point. Zhu Shizhou, have you ever heard of the Dark Underground Palace Battle Royale experiment?" The assistant was very decisive. Seeing that Zhu Shizhou didn't want to listen to his nonsense, he directly began to explain similarly to the previous round. The Dark Underground Palace Battle Royale gave birth to the first experimental subject in history who developed a sixth sense. And then that experimental subject became a black soldier, and the human research on the sixth sense officially opened the prelude. But so far, human research on the sixth sense is still quite shallow, and the existing human science cannot accurately measure the mysterious sixth sense. It is precisely because of this that when Zhu Shizhou claimed that he had a sixth sense, the organization could not disprove it, and could only judge the facts based on Zhu Shizhou's past performance. The fact is that everything Zhu Shizhou showed in front of the public showed that Zhu Shizhou had an extremely powerful sixth sense. And in the Battle of Papua New Guinea, the pheromones that Zhu Shizhou showed at the end even attracted the alien insects in the entire Papua New Guinea. It was really amazing. However, the people of the Armed Defense Department said that this was just an illusory dream. Zhu Shizhou's sixth sense was fake, and he was not that strong. The fundamental purpose of the Dark Underground Palace test was this. The other ministers unanimously judged that if Zhu Shizhou was really as strong as he had shown in the past, then the Dark Underground Palace test would not pose any threat to Zhu Shizhou at all. So the speculation of the Armed Defense Department was quite unreasonable. Before leaving the tent, Zhu Shizhou took a deep look at the assistant of the Armed Defense Department. He thought a lot about this assistant. After figuring out Su Feng's real plan, he also had another bold guess. After Su Feng used Papua New Guinea to conduct a grand experiment, would he really be willing to let him continue to waste time at the training base? He just used his own safety to force Su Feng into the water, and let Su Feng come forward to rescue him from Papua New Guinea. And Su Feng felt his uncontrollability. So the question is this assistant to the head of the Armed Defense Department really just an assistant? Does he have another identity as Su Feng's spy in the Armed Defense Department? And now this Dark Palace test, on the surface, seems to be to test his strength. But in fact it is to force him out of the training base, so as to complete Su Feng's last puzzle. Zhu Shizhou didn't say all these speculations, because he knew that he had no evidence and no means of counterattack. And his biggest advantage was that Su Feng could not expect him to have deduced everything. So he had to be patient, pretend to be unaware, obey the plan, and find a perfect opportunity to defeat Su Feng's plan. Dark Underground Palace. Zhu Shizhou looked back at the exit where there was still light. As the electronic door slowly closed, the last trace of light in the entire underground space was taken away, leaving only endless darkness. Zhu Shizhou knew that he was still the only one in the entire Dark Underground Palace. The experimental subjects were put in one after another. Those experimental subjects were given a task to kill everyone else and get out of the Dark Underground Palace alive. They didn't know how many people were in this experiment, nor did they know the true meaning behind this experiment, nor did they know how powerful the opponent they would face in this experiment. If you want to survive, then kill others. Faced with such a cruel situation, Zhu Shizhou couldn't think about whether the experimental subjects were innocent. He had one and only one way to survive, which was to kill everyone else. There was no other way. Really? Is there really no way? No. There is another way. That is to cooperate with other experimental subjects and agree with each other that no one would take action. The ministers could accept that he was killed in the Dark Palace because of his lack of strength, but they could never accept that he was starved to death or died of thirst in the Dark Palace. So if such a situation really happened, the ministers would definitely stop the experiment. But how difficult is it to achieve coordination with other experimental subjects? Zhu Shizhou did not have much confidence in human nature, so he could only take one step at a time. Just from the fact that he was killed by an experimental subject who had just entered the Dark Palace not long ago without any nonsense in the previous round, he knew that the experimental subjects who entered the Dark Palace were decisive and could not be easily shaken by words. Zhu Shizhou sighed and walked towards the depths of darkness. The dampness in the air, the uneven ground under his feet, and the constant flow of air in the air made Zhu Shizhou open all his senses to perceive everything. If he was not careful, he would be found and killed, or because of a little noise, people would notice his location. This is how he died in the last round. Did it appear? Zhu Shizhou thought. He sensed a hint of danger. He did not sense the pheromones of other experimental subjects, but a sense of danger appeared in his heart out of thin air. This is the sixth sense. The sixth sense of human beings. This shows that Zhu Shizhou's perception of pheromones is still in a stage where subjective feelings are relatively weak. But the brain has set an instinctive reminder, which is a wonderful feeling that cannot be experienced with only 5 senses. Vision is no longer useful in the Dark Underground Palace. And Zhu Shizhou closed his eyes. Chapter 638, 1 minute and 3 seconds of fighting. Human life is so fragile. Xmiel often thinks so. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for torturing and killing his girlfriend and the person his girlfriend cheated on. Since the judge ruled that he killed people out of anger, he was sentenced to life imprisonment for carrying 2 lives. But what the judge and prosecutors didn't know was that whether it was his girlfriend's cheating or deliberately leading the third party to frequently enter his home and have sex with his girlfriend when he was away on business. It was all planned by him. His girlfriend thought she was having an affair, but in fact everything happened under his watch. So when he came back from a business trip, he happened to catch his girlfriend cheating on him. He pretended to rush into the kitchen in anger to find a pistol, and killed his girlfriend and the third party with 2 shots. In fact, he was ecstatic because he committed the crime of murder. These were just his first 2 victims. After entering prison, his true nature was completely exposed. In just a few months, he assassinated more than 10 criminals in succession. He hid in the blind spot of surveillance when he was doing it, so that he was caught after killing more than 10 times. Just when he thought he was finished, a group of mysterious people transferred him out of prison. In the name of changing his prison, they actually took him, and people from all over the world who spoke different languages, to an island in the Pacific Ocean. This island is called Ilminison. Later, after much inquiry, he realized that he had become an experimental subject, cooperating with various experiments to strengthen the human body and constantly fighting with other experimental subjects. Other experimental subjects more or less experienced a period of confusion, and finally became numb and compromised. But he was different. He found pleasure in fighting with other experimental subjects. This is the paradise on Earth. Although various experiments are still annoying, in the end, you still have to fight with other experimental subjects. Is there anything more pleasant than this? You don't have to care about morals and laws. And you don't have to worry about being punished by law no matter how many people you kill. If this is not heaven, what is it? It's too easy. Human life is so fragile. After a certain experiment, he was the only one who survived in the melee of 85 experimental subjects. The blood and limbs on the ground did not affect him at all. He just felt that his fighting power was no longer on the same level as other experimental subjects. When he was undergoing a physical examination, the doctor responsible for repairing his body said that his strength had reached the Black Soldier level. Black Soldier level? I haven't fought with Black Soldier yet. Will you arrange an experiment for me to fight with Black Soldier later? The doctor was quite perfunctory. There is a chance. There is always a chance. I have never seen anyone who wants to die more than you. Seeking death? No. He didn't want to die. But he wanted to enjoy killing an opponent or being killed by an opponent after doing his best. This was the destination he sincerely hoped for, rather than dying inexplicably in a drug experiment of this organization. Moreover, would he definitely die if he fought with a Black Soldier level opponent? This day finally came, and he was suddenly recruited into an experiment called Dark Underground Palace Battle Royale. Someone was responsible for conveying the content and rules of the experiment to him. You and an unknown number of other experimental subjects will be put into this Dark Underground Palace. The goal of your experimental subjects is to kill someone in the Dark Underground Palace. There is no water or food in it, but there are parts or raw materials for various weapons. Well, I roughly understood it. In simple terms, it means killing everyone in the underground palace in a completely dark environment. X. Meyer understood this set of rhetoric for himself and was satisfied with it. What about the strength of the opponent? X refused to ask. The person in charge replied, it may be very strong or very weak. But one thing that can be confirmed is that the weakest opponent is also an ordinary Black Soldier level. And the strongest opponent is likely to have reached the strength of an elite Black Soldier. X was a little stunned. In other words, my strength is still relatively weak in this experiment? He knew very well that he had only mastered the sixth sense at a preliminary level, and his pheromone perception ability was relatively slow. The person in charge replied coldly, yes, that's right. Uh-huh. It's quite interesting. X licked his lips. The person in charge continued, at the same time, it should be noted that your goal is to kill one of the non-experimental subjects. This requires your own judgment. As long as you can kill that person, the experiment will end here. That person is the strongest. Right? X asked. Maybe. Maybe not. The person in charge gave an ambiguous answer. It doesn't matter anyway. X showed a creepy smile on his face. Anyway, just kill them all. The person in charge was not frightened at all, but looked at Axe with pity. Anyway, I wish you good luck. The experimental subjects were released one after another. Now there is only one person in the entire Dark Palace. That is Yu Sergio. And Axe is the second experimental subject to be released. If he is unlucky, this beast that bites people will definitely pounce on him as soon as it senses Yu Sergio's pheromones. Is it still necessary to say whether he lives or dies? That's Yu Sergio. The person in charge thought. The staff responsible for carrying out the experiment actually did not know the nature of the experiment. They were just told that the organization decided to conduct a special graduation assessment for Zhu Shizhou, and as long as he passed it, he could graduate smoothly. So in the eyes of the person in charge, this experimental subject was already a dead person. Okay, go in. The person in charge opened the entrance to the Dark Palace. This entrance is not the same as the one Zhu Shizhou entered, but it is also quite close. Axe is just the first pioneer used to test Zhu Shizhou. After placing Xmeli into the dark underground palace, the person in charge flipped through the paper materials in his hand and said, "Next is the second experimental subject, whose name is..." "Report." Suddenly, a hurried voice interrupted the person in charge's actions. "What's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" the staff member said with cold sweat. "Xmeli is dead." "What?" The person in charge quickly turned around and asked another staff member, "Did you record it? How long did it take?" The staff stared blankly at the electronic screen showing the time 1 minute and 3 seconds. The thermal imaging recorders scattered throughout the Dark Palace showed the entire battle process. They had not noticed it before. Now they replayed the battle video and saw that after Xmeyer was put into the Dark Palace, a group of red and purple figures rushed up, as if they had known that someone would be nearby. And X also sensed the existence of this person at the first time. So he madly released his pheromones to inform the other party that he was ready for battle, and also let out a series of wild laughter to announce his arrival. From the one-way communicator placed on X, it can be heard that X's wild laughter stopped after 3 times. Zhu Shizhou grabbed his throat and slammed him into the ground, smashing a small pit on the ground, and X let out a squeaking roar. Then came Zhu Shizhou's calm voice. "Listen to me. If you want to stop this experiment, cooperate with me." Axe pinched Zhu Shizhou's arms with both hands and lifted them up, making his neck a little bit more relaxed. And then he sneered. "Cooperation? Don't say such a weak word. I came here just to kill others, or be killed by others. If you have the ability, kill me and see." Zhu Shizhou still warned. "If you don't cooperate, you will die. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Kill me if you have the guts. I have killed countless naive trash like you." After 20 seconds of silence, Zhu Shizhou pressed his palm hard, digging the 5 fingers of his right hand into Axe's neck. "Just like this, kill me, kill me." These were Axe's last words and last words. Axe did not die of suffocation, but his neck was crushed by a pair of powerful hands, and his spine was crushed to pieces. Blood gushed out and flowed all over the ground in an instant. It took Axe 1 minute and 3 seconds from the time he entered the dark underground palace to the time he completely lost his life signs. The person in charge watched the battle video, and he was very sure that Zhu Shizhou, in his cognition, could not completely subdue an experimental subject with a black soldier-level body by strength alone. After all, the most amazing thing about Zhu Shizhou was that he had a 6th sense before he reached his physiological limit. However, this battle clearly told him that Zhu Shizhou's body had reached the black soldier level before reaching his physical limit. Zhu Shizhou already had the strength to be promoted to an elite black soldier. How strong would Zhu Shizhou be now that he has reached his physical limit? This is not something they can think about. They have another task here, which is to monitor Zhu Shizhou's condition at all times and report all abnormalities. Zhu Shizhou suddenly has the physical fitness of a black soldier, which is undoubtedly abnormal. Chapter 639 Exposed Position. Zhu Shizhou clearly remembered the place where he was attacked in the previous round. He was wandering forward aimlessly at that time, and was attacked and killed after walking a short distance. So in this round, he walked forward early, and after walking for a period of time that he remembered, he stopped and carefully sensed the possible pheromones. And the 6th sense told him that the danger was coming quietly at the first time. The danger came from a certain direction, very close to him. He could clearly sense the sense of direction. This was the ability given to him by the 6th sense to point out the direction in a completely dark environment. After hesitating for a while, Zhu Shizhou released his own pheromones and approached in that direction. Anyone with a little pheromone perception ability can sense the kind of information contained in the pheromones released by Zhu Shizhou, which is not aggressive at all. Zhu Shizhou believes that if this experimental subject is a normal person, even if he does not actively approach him after sensing his pheromones, he will at least choose to escape cautiously. He was just looking for a slight possibility of cooperation with the other party. However, The development of the matter was beyond his expectation. The other party suddenly burst out pheromones. And Zhu Shizhou went from only being able to sense a slight sense of danger at the beginning to being able to sense the malice and murderous intent contained in the other party's pheromones. The whole process took only 10 seconds. After the other party sensed his kind pheromones, not only did he not show a kind attitude, but he was full of murderous intent. This made Zhu Shizhou judge that this experimental subject was not a good person. But in the end, there was still a fluke mentality. So Zhu Shizhou still tried to test the other party after subduing him. Zhu Shizhou didn't know how many people were in the Dark Palace now, and he was not sure whether other experimental subjects had noticed the situation here. In short, in order to prevent this crazy person, who was full of thoughts of fighting from affecting his plan, to cooperate with other experimental subjects, Zhu Shizhou finally chose to kill him. I knew it was not that simple. Zhu Shizhou frowned and stood up, turned around and left. The Armed Defense Department was indeed fully prepared. In order to prevent him from joining other experimental subjects to force them to terminate the experiment by agreeing not to take action, the Armed Defense Department specially selected highly aggressive experimental subjects. From the first experimental subject contacted, we can see the clues. This experimental subject basically has no intention of cooperating. And when talking about fighting, the pheromones he bursts out can make people clearly feel that he is excited. Whether it was brainwashing by the Black Soldier organization or this guy's nature, Zhu Shizhou felt disgust from the bottom of his heart. So Zhu Shizhou ended his life with his own hands and walked towards the darker place with heavy steps. He is very decisive. In a meeting room, the ministers were judging everything they saw. Zhu Shizhou seemed to be very clear about the cruelty of this battle. But at the same time, he also had a naive idea. He sought cooperation at first, but after failing to seek cooperation, he decisively killed him, showing amazing execution ability. Nonsense. He is the genius I think the most. Minister Xiong laughed heartily. But then again, he has been hiding it from us for a long time. He has already trained his body to the physiological limit. If it weren't for today's pressure, I don't know how long he would have kept it a secret. Minister Wu narrowed his eyes and said nothing. He could probably guess how Zhu Shizhou had improved his strength. The unknown potion that Fu Sidu studied could improve the strength of ordinary students quickly. But it could actually improve a person's body to the Black Soldier level? You know, even if it is a Black Soldier potion, it takes a long time of hard training after injection to make people reach the ceiling of their physiological limits. Zhu Shizhou's strength improvement is so amazing that he is now in a state of shock. The head of the reconnaissance department frowned. Now there is a question. When did he reach his physiological limit? This is a good question, because this question represents whether Zhu Shizhou has refreshed the human cognition of the sixth sense. Before Zhu Shizhou appeared, humans usually believed that a person could have a sixth sense because the human body reached its limit, and naturally evolved a new sense to feel pheromones, which is the sixth sense. However, the appearance of Zhu Shizhou broke people's cognition, because Zhu Shizhou was the first person who had a sixth sense before the body reached its physiological limit since the Black Soldier organization discovered the sixth sense. The organization could not explain this phenomenon and remained skeptical about it. Now it seems that Zhu Shizhou is still within the scope of the rules. Right? In other words, Zhu Shizhou actually reached his physiological limit a long time ago. But he had been hiding his strength before, which led to a deviation in everyone's cognition of him. Did we misjudge him? This guy hid himself so well that we couldn't find any clues even after watching the battle video. He is a natural genius in fighting. Minister Xu and Minister Xiong doubted themselves, and one of them was sure of his judgment. They basically believed that Zhu Shizhou had already reached his physiological limit and had been hiding his strength. The Minister of Armed Defense did not speak at this time, leaving the ministers to guess. The Ministers of Logistics and Support had a low sense of presence, and the Minister of Command was very calm from beginning to end, as if nothing would shake his mind. The battle in the Dark Palace continued. The smell of blood. The second, third, fourth, more experimental subjects smelled a strong and fresh smell of blood when they were put into the Dark Palace. It is true that the Dark Palace is large, but the experimental subjects have a very sensitive sense of smell, and the gas circulation system of the entire Dark Palace will also blow the bloody breath mixed with humid air to every corner of the Dark Palace. What's going on? This strong smell of blood? I am not the first test subject to enter the Dark Underground Palace. There are others who arrived here before me and encountered a life and death struggle? This should be a trap set by the Black Soldier organization to provoke hostility among us test subjects? The test subjects had different ideas. Some were confused, while others suspected that the organization was behind it. But without exception, when they smelled the blood, they tried their best to hide their pheromones. All the subjects who were chosen to come to the dark underground palace were strong people who had experienced thousands of experiments. They were stronger than normal subjects in both actual ability and vigilance. They almost immediately thought that the smell of blood would make many subjects unable to cooperate. Because of limited information, these subjects did not know whether other subjects arrived earlier or later than them. And they did not know whether the subjects they encountered had formed an alliance with other subjects. The strong smell of blood that they smelled as soon as they came on the scene was destined to make the subjects face everyone they encountered with the strongest vigilance. Zhu Shizhou sensed the pheromones of some subjects. Although they hid well, it was not good enough. Zhu Shizhou could not judge the extent of his current pheromone perception ability because there were not enough reference objects. He could only temporarily conclude that the pheromone control ability of these subjects was not as good as his own. At least they would leave some traces. These traces made Zhu Shizhou feel the crisis of approaching death. Zhu Shizhou walked cautiously in the dark. But what he didn't know was that there was another experimental subject in front of him who was slowly approaching him. When they were 30 meters apart, Zhu Shizhou and the experimental subject both stopped. I shouldn't wear the elite black soldier uniform, Zhu Shizhou thought to himself. He thought it was because of the clothes he was wearing that the other party heard the almost inaudible friction of his clothes. He was the first to be exposed. Chapter 640 Declaration. Is this a trap? Or is the opponent really a rookie? The experimental subject, who was 30 meters in front of Zhu Shizhou, thought so. Unlike Zhu Shizhou, this experimental subject was wearing only a pair of tight boxer shorts. This was the first choice he made after he knew that he was participating in the Dark Underground Palace Battle Royale experiment. After entering the Underground Palace, he first took off his clothes and pants that had no defense at all, and also took off his shoes, in order to avoid being exposed by the sound of his clothes and pants while walking. Not to mention that if he was wearing clothes, then after the battle began, whether he was fighting or fleeing, he would be at a disadvantage. He believed that the experimental subjects participating in this dark underground palace would probably make the same choice. But what about the experimental subject on the opposite side? He was still wearing clothes. Either he deliberately induced my trap, or he was fearless, or he was an inexperienced rookie. The experimental subject thought in his heart. And at the same time, he let go of his 5 senses and tried his best to perceive all the details of the opponent 30 meters away. He didn't know whether he should continue to move forward. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded 30 meters away. Want to cooperate with me? Damn! Idiot! The experimental subject retreated frantically. Even at this moment, he didn't care about his steps, and quickly left on the uneven ground with a panicked step. Almost at the same time, the experimental subjects in the entire dark underground palace looked in the same direction. Zhu Shizhou's voice was so obvious. Almost as obvious as turning on a flashlight in a completely dark environment. This is easier to judge than the smell of blood. The confused sense of direction in the darkness was cured by Zhu Shizhou's voice at this moment. As long as they wanted, they could rush straight to the direction of the sound without taking any detours. The experiment subject, who had confronted Zhu Shizhou before, fled for this reason. No matter what happened next, it was not suitable to stay with Zhu Shizhou. If the conversation continued, his position would be exposed. He couldn't understand Zhu Shizhou's idea of cooperation. If he could understand, he would only call him an idiot. After participating in so many experiments, they had long been desperate to break the rules, and would never give up fighting because of Zhu Shizhou's words. However, the entire underground space was still so quiet. No one rushed to Zhu Shizhou. No one answered, and no one moved without authorization. They were all trying their best to control their pheromones, staring at the darkness in the distance, like a cat with its fur blown up. I am Zhu Shizhou. You experiment subjects should not know me, but I can tell you very clearly that the subject of this experiment is me. Zhu Shizhou said something very explosive as soon as he opened his mouth. Even the ministers who were hiding in the conference room and watching everything were shocked by what Zhu Shizhou said. The Minister of Logistics was stunned. Is he a fool? No. On the contrary, he is very smart. Minister Zhu grinned. Minister Xiong also nodded. The Minister of Logistics was confused. What do you mean? This time, it was Minister Xiong who smacked his lips and despised the IQ of the Minister of Logistics. Are you stupid? The experimental subjects had just entered the scene and had not figured out the Dark Palace. They were all moving cautiously, not to mention finding weapon parts in the dark palace for assembly. Zhu Shizhou now seems to be recklessly exposing his position. But in fact there is no better opportunity than this to negotiate with other experimental subjects. Minister Zhu nodded. Yes. If Zhu Shizhou still holds the idea of cooperation, now is the most appropriate time. And taking the initiative to expose his position is also a kind of honesty. If there are guys as naive as him among the experimental subjects, they may really form an alliance with him. And he will be the first one to form an alliance among all the experimental subjects. The Minister of Logistics said excitedly. But he directly said that he is the subject of this experiment. You must know that the rule is that as long as he is killed, the experiment will automatically end. Minister Zhu laughed. That's right. But do you see anyone dare to go up now? The logistics department looked at the screen. And sure enough, all the experimental subjects stood in the same place strangely. The Minister of Reconnaissance also pinched his chin and spoke at this time. No one knows whether what Zhu Shizhou said is true or false, a trap or the honest truth. But none of this matters. Minister Xiong waved his hand and said with great certainty, if it were me, I would definitely do the same. Why? The Minister of Logistics could not understand. Why else? I have full confidence in my strength. So I will expose my position at the beginning and lure other experimental subjects to attack me, so that I can end this experiment in the fastest way. The Minister of Logistics was speechless. A reckless man. But is Zhu Shizhou such a reckless man? Is he naive or sinister? Zhu Shizhou in the dark underground palace is still talking. I think everyone should understand what I said. As long as you kill me, this experiment will be over. The subjects all thought that the person who was talking at this moment was crazy and was looking for death. Whether this was true or not, they would regard this subject as their #1 target. And even what this subject said would promote the alliance of other subjects. What they didn't know was that Zhu Shizhou's first goal was also this. How could the subjects who entered this dark palace battle royale let go of their full vigilance at the beginning? Zhu Shizhou thought of it in just 10 seconds after killing the first subject. Set up a common enemy for them. That is, yourself. Use yourself as bait, and tell them that the experiment will end if they just kill yourself. In this way, other subjects will naturally let go of their vigilance against other subjects, and even avoid fighting first when they encounter each other. After all, someone said that he was the target of this experiment. Wouldn't it be a waste of time and energy to fight with other subjects with the same goal? Zhu Shizhou has the confidence to kill all the subjects in the normal process. But he will not do that. He wants to try the cooperation of other subjects first. If they cooperate with him and agree not to attack, then everyone will be happy. But if they don't cooperate, then use force to make them cooperate. Just let them know that he is an enemy that they can't defeat even if they join forces. And they can only cooperate obediently. If someone can understand Zhu Shizhou's thoughts, they will definitely think he is crazy. He went to great lengths for some experimental subjects who are destined to die in other experiments, and even prepared to keep rolling back. Is it really worth it? Zhu Shizhou understood that if he hadn't sensed that the first experimental subject was not afraid of death and was full of malice and murderous intent, he might have tried to persuade the first experimental subject. After killing an experimental subject himself, he didn't want to create more tragedies. However, things would not go as smoothly as he wished. He is wasting time. The Assistant Minister of the Armed Defense Department wandered in the conference room and distributed a copy of all the data of all the experimental subjects to everyone. These experimental subjects are carefully selected by us. They will not form an alliance, and will not rush forward to attack Zhu Shizhou rashly. The director of the Reconnaissance Department took the lead in looking through the information. So that's it. These experimental subjects are cautious, tough and ruthless. And they all have one thing in common. That is, they were betrayed by their friends in one or more experiments. This led to the possibility that the experimental subjects did not form an alliance. Zhu Shizhou would not know this, but his method was still somewhat effective. Although he could not stop the other experimental subjects from fighting each other after meeting, he did become the #1 target of other experimental subjects. Chapter 641, Crazy Awakening. The first one to burst out with murderous intent was the experimental subject, who had left quickly after hearing Zhu Shizhou's voice. From the fact that Zhu Shizhou could sense the murderous intent of this experimental subject, his ability to control his own pheromones was not strong. So of course, he could not cover up his own murderous intent. But more importantly, he did not want to cover it up. He retreated before because he was worried that other experimental subjects would notice this place and attack here first. But after observing for a while, he did not find other experimental subjects approaching this place. Instead, several weak ones, who could even sense pheromones from him, chose to stay away. At this time, he realized that his chance had come. Zhu Shizhou's words were too tempting. As long as he is killed, the experiment can be ended? The mind of this experimental subject was filled with ecstasy, and even the steps of leaving stopped. Although he didn't know what kind of guy shouted this, he already understood that the friction sound of clothes he heard before was not a trap, but represented the other party's genuine naivety. This kind of naivety is only possessed by rookies who have not participated in a few experiments. Survivors like him who have experienced thousands of experiments have long been accustomed to the demise of the weak. So the other party is most likely a weakling who is wearing clothes, knows nothing, and has insufficient experimental experience. What kind of naive guy would think of directly declaring that he is the key to this experiment? If it were him, he would definitely hide like a venomous snake until the end, and then try to avoid the battle, and wait until the other experimental subjects have almost killed each other before coming out to reap the fruits of victory. Too stupid. Too stupid. This kid's voice sounds very young. He is indeed a fool. The murderous intent bursting out of the experimental subject was carried by the pheromone and rushed towards Zhu Shizhou. Across a distance of 100 meters, Zhu Shizhou was surrounded by the surging air. Almost in an instant, Zhu Shizhou, who was sensitive to pheromones, felt this murderous intent. The other party's perception of pheromones may not be as strong as his, but he does not know this kind of murderous deterrent technique. Under normal circumstances, if all the pheromones full of murderous intent released by a black soldier-level human are pressed on an ordinary person, the ordinary person will tremble with cold sweats all over his body at best. Or his heart will stop beating and his breathing will stop. Or even go into shock on the spot. This is derived from the instinct of living things. Even humans who have grown up in a modern peaceful society cannot restrain this natural fear of death from the depths of the soul of living things. The murderous intent of the black soldier level represents the strongest cohesion of a black soldier's spiritual will. The whole body and mind are filled with the idea of killing a certain creature. This strong idea will form an invisible murderous aura and destroy the psychological defense line of the target. Is this the murderous deterrence? Zhu Shizhou felt the threat from all directions, and for a moment, he didn't know where the other party would attack from. As for the other experimental subjects in the dark underground palace, they all stopped fighting and waited quietly for the battle to break out. Please, I don't know who you are, but I beg you to kill him. If you kill him, this experiment will end easily. That would be great. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Such a naive rookie should be easy to deal with. Right? Kill him! If you don't release your own pheromones to isolate the pheromones carrying the killing intent in the aura of the murderous intent, then the pheromones will continue to invade the body. So, Zhu Shizhou simply stopped hiding his own pheromones and spread them out. But compared with the overwhelming pheromones carrying the killing intent, his pheromones are much milder. Under the fusion of pheromones, the experimental subject also found out the true and false of Zhu Shizhou's pheromones. Ha 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 ha. The experimental subject couldn't help laughing wildly. It turns out that you are really a rookie who hasn't killed many people. He didn't hide his voice. And he didn't hide his sprint. He rushed towards Zhu Shizhou while laughing wildly, and turned his right hand into a hand knife. With the blessing of the black soldier-level body, even if it is just a hand knife, it has the same power as a dangerous controlled knife. If it is hit, the place touched by the nail will be cut by the sharp blade, and the place hit by the palm will be severely damaged by the hard blunt instrument. Zhu Shizhou did not rush towards the opponent, because the opponent rushed to him very quickly. He did not see the figure of the opponent. In the dark environment, he only heard the sound of the wind in his ears, felt the strong wind pressure from the left side on his skin, smelled the slight sweat smell from the left side, and had a premonition from his brain that his left neck was about to be hit. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou quickly squatted down to deal with this attack. Strong wind pressure passed over his head, and the next moment a whip kick came whistling. Zhu Shizhou turned sideways again, and the whip kick landed in the air, brushed the corner of his clothes and rotated at an angle, and then turned into a knee strike towards his abdomen. The hand knife is just a feint. The actual killer move is in the leg. Your strength is really not comparable to that of the students. Zhu Shizhou, who has more than 10 battle experiences in the fighting arena of the training base, is qualified to make such an evaluation. However, The embarrassing performance in the fighting arena was not reflected at this moment, but gave people a feeling of ease. Nonsense! I have already reached the black soldier level. The killer move was easily cracked, and the experimental subject was a little exasperated. He twisted his waist and abdomen and punched out, shaking the air wave in the air, and directly hit Zhu Shurjio's temple. In a completely dark environment, he constructed Zhu Shurjio's evasive movements and amplitudes in his mind, and automatically judged the position of Zhu Shurjio's head, so that he could accurately attack Zhu Shurjio's vital points. However, the next moment, he felt his fist hit a wall. Then his fist was wrapped by something, and the slightly damp smell of blood in the air entered his nose. He immediately realized that it was a hand that wrapped his fist. His fist was blocked, and the opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. Damn! He wanted to pull his fist away, but at this moment the opponent's other hand pressed his arm, and in less than 0.3 seconds, his entire arm was dislocated with a click. At this moment, the excellent fighting instinct was not affected at all, and another whip kick was made at close range. However, this blow still landed in the air. The experimental subject quickly took the opportunity to distance himself from Zhu Shurjio. Tell me, why did you immediately conclude that I was a rookie who hadn't killed many people? Zhu Shurjio's calm voice entered the subject's cochlea. Cold sweat had already appeared on the subject's forehead. After a brief fight, he found that he was wrong. Very wrong. The opponent was definitely not a rookie, but had rich combat experience. He held his right arm with his left hand, and reluctantly reattached the dislocated arm. At the same time, in order to delay time, he replied, "Isn't it obvious? There is not much malice towards humans in your pheromones. Even if I want to kill you, the pheromones you show to me are only pure hostility. Hostility and murderous intent are too easy to distinguish. As long as a large number of people have been killed, the pheromones will never be as clean as those released by Zhu Shurjio. Is that so? You have killed many people too." Zhu Shurjio sensed the other party's pheromones, and said with a little compassion, "Asshole." The subject didn't know whether he was stimulated by Zhu Shurjio's condescending attitude, or because he recalled those painful memories. He suddenly became irritable, and his pheromones surged wildly. If his previous killing intent could make an ordinary person go into shock on the spot, then his current killing intent was enough to kill an ordinary person on the spot. Under the extreme killing intent, as long as the brain thinks that it has been killed, the person will suddenly fall into a state of brain death. The Black Soldier organization has conducted many experiments on this. Zhu Shurjio made a judgment at once, and the subject entered a state of pheromone explosion. When the pheromone explodes, the Black Soldier will enter a more sensitive combat state. But after the pheromone dries up, the whole person will be extremely insensitive to danger. The opponent has decided to kill him here. Zhu Shurjio moved his feet, allowing the opponent's fists and feet to pass by him, rolling up the shaking air. "Let me confirm it one last time. Are you really unwilling to stop? I am sure that if everyone can stop, the experiment will naturally end." Zhu Shurjio's answer was a punch with murderous intent. Zhu Shurjio understood the opponent's answer and stopped dodging. He made a lightning-fast move from bottom to top, pinched the wrist of the experimental subject, and lifted it up. Then he quickly stepped forward and approached. His left hand turned into a hand knife, and stabbed forward with all his strength. The touch of soft and uncovered flesh came from the fingertips, followed by a violent gushing of hot liquid, and the bloody smell with a taste of rust splashed on Zhu Shurjio's hands, face and body. "You are the second one. I'm sorry." Zhu Shurjio drew out his knife and blocked the opponent's desperate side kick. The last side kick was quite powerful, but it still failed to break through his defense. It only made an explosive roar, and the opponent's leg bone was broken by Zhu Shurjio's left fist. The moment he inserted into the opponent's chest, he had already crushed the opponent's heart. The last kick of the experimental subject was just a last gasp. I'm not willing." The experimental subject said this and fell backwards. The bloody smell in the air was so heavy that it was almost suffocating. This heaviness pressed Zhu Shurjio's shoulders a little lower. Zhu Shurjio looked at the still dark space and murmured, "You don't need to kill each other. If you must die, then die in my hands. I will walk out of here with the sin of killing you." In the meeting room, the ministers who heard Zhu Shurjio talking to himself felt strange. Minister Zhu asked, "Is he going crazy?" The assistant minister of the Armed Forces Defense Department smiled and replied, "No, he is about to wake up." Chapter 642, Wooden Man. Don't move. When killing the second experimental subject, Zhu Shizhou no longer expected that the experimental subject would cooperate with him according to his ideas. He was convinced that all this was Su Feng's trick, since Su Feng had already arranged for America to attract all the alien insects, and needed him, a precognitive person, to cooperate to perfectly realize the plan. How could he not prepare any means to make him willingly cooperate? Zhu Shizhou, covered in blood, stood in the darkness and looked at nothingness. His expression was suddenly clear. It was still killing two birds with one stone, which was really Su Feng's usual trick. Su Feng arranged for the assistant of the Armed Defense Department to promote the Dark Underground Palace test, not only to promote his graduation as soon as possible, but also to destroy his hypocrisy. Su Feng had long calculated that if he revealed the plan in full, he would definitely encounter his strong opposition. So he first destroyed his hypocrisy and let him fall little by little. The Dark Underground Palace test stained his hands with innocent blood. If he really fell, then when Su Feng was about to execute the real plan, would he still be able to firmly oppose it? It was because he figured it out that he was sure that the assistant of the Armed Defense Department must be Su Feng's man. Zhu Shizhou sighed in his heart. If he hadn't figured out that all this was arranged by Su Feng, maybe things would really develop as Su Feng arranged, allowing Su Feng to annihilate the American continent. And everything he did now should be within Su Feng's calculations. Very strong. If you approach rashly, you will die. In the darkness, the experimental subjects scattered in various locations are now almost certain that Zhu Shizhou is pretending to be a rookie. But in fact, he is luring the reckless experimental subject to take the bait. When another experimental subject confronted Zhu Shizhou, they could naturally feel the pheromones of the experimental subject, and secretly evaluate if it were them, how long they could fight with him. The answer is definitely not so easy. Zhu Shizhou's battle was quite casual, and he didn't even release too much pheromone, as if he killed his opponent casually. The difference in combat power between the two sides was so great that it was impossible to accurately judge Zhu Shizhou's combat power. Head-on combat is not advisable. The experimental subjects all had such thoughts in their minds. There is a very considerate rule in the Dark Underground Palace Battle Royale. That is, various weapon parts or materials are scattered everywhere. If an experimental subject is lucky enough to touch the parts, he can assemble a gun or other weapons for long-range attack. This requires the experimental subjects to search patiently. Zhu Shizhou walked in the Dark Underground Palace with a bloody smell on his body, attracting attention like a firefly in the dark. Whether it was the almost undisguised pheromone or the bloody smell on his body that was so strong that it was difficult for people to ignore. Other experimental subjects immediately locked his position. Just wait. If the experiment is over after we kill you, then wait until we assemble the long-range weapon, and then you die. All the test subjects thought the same. So now they all avoided Zhu Shizhou. However, they still couldn't avoid fighting with other test subjects. The test subjects wanted to find weapon parts everywhere in the Dark Palace, so they would inevitably meet. It is conceivable that a test subject who tried every means to strengthen his own strength would meet another test subject with the same idea, and a fight would break out between the two. After Zhu Shizhou killed the second test subject, he suddenly sensed that the pheromones of the two test subjects were leaked from another place in the Dark Palace. Can't these experimental subjects collect pheromones while fighting? Zhu Shizhou's doubts flashed across his mind. And at the same time, he thought of another way to force these experimental subjects to stop fighting each other. Suddenly, Zhu Shizhou controlled his own pheromones and quickly extended them in the direction of the outbreak of the battle. At the same time, he sprinted in that direction without disguising himself. It was also at this time that Zhu Shizhou clearly realized how powerful his pheromones were, compared with the pheromone control ability of these experimental subjects that was forcibly bred by the Black Soldier organization. He, a pheromone rookie, had a stronger control over pheromones. Under his control, pheromones were more like his arms and fingers, as if he was born with such skills. Zhu Shizhou didn't know whether this was because of his special physique or the ability given by 199 Beta. In short, he also understood that his situation was definitely not normal. It was as if he had automatically acquired the pheromone control skills of the elite Black Soldier level as soon as he broke through to the Black Soldier level. Like the current pheromone extension technique, condense the pheromone into a line, extend it to the destination, and then expand the pheromone concentrated into a line to create a pheromone coverage network. He did it easily with just a little try. At this time, the two experimental subjects had just encountered each other not long ago. 1 minute ago, The two experimental subjects did not speak. But the slight footsteps, slow breathing, and air flow caused by body movements at close range exposed each other's existence. They were like hunters who locked onto each other and were slowly approaching each other. At the same moment, they moved almost at the same time. At this time, the distance between the two sides has been shortened to just 10 meters. Such a short distance can be reached in an instant for an experimental subject with a black soldier-level body. A strong sound of breaking wind exploded in the space in an instant. This was the result of one of the experimental subjects punching forward quickly. But unfortunately, the attack fell into the air. Except for the explosion of air. The fist did not touch any real feeling. The other experimental subject seemed to have anticipated the enemy's attack. In the darkness, he showed a weird posture. His body leaned back extremely, and the whole person seemed to have lost balance, showing the shape of an arch bridge. But his legs were still firmly grasped on the ground, and his toes seemed to be nailed to the soil, so that his body would not lean back and fall down. Then the subject tensed all his muscles, and even his bones made a tight creaking sound. A human machine compressed to the limit released powerful kinetic energy in an instant, and his body leaned back and bounced towards the enemy. The other subject couldn't see anything, and the only thing he could rely on was his sixth sense and the pheromone of the other party at close range. However, the distance was still too close. The distance between the two sides was so short that the subject couldn't dodge the attack of the other party. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain all over his body, and then he flew out. It was like being hit by a truck at full speed, especially his shoulders, which seemed to have a comminuted fracture sound, and his arms lost consciousness at the same time. It was at this time that the pheromone could not be controlled and leaked out a little. It was just a little pheromone leaked, and after more than 10 seconds, a larger amount of pheromone immediately enveloped the battlefield. The two test subjects changed their faces slightly. The test subject who had the upper hand was about to pursue the victory. But the next moment, he stopped and stood still. And the test subject, who was knocked out, also drooped his arms and barely rolled on the ground for 2 circles. And the whole person was like a statue, frozen in the action of just getting up. The pheromone that enveloped this battle area was very large, and they had already sensed Zhu Shizhou's pheromone from a distance. So they naturally knew who the pheromone belonged to. It was the pheromone of the subject who claimed that the experiment would end if he was killed. Boom, boom, boom. They could all hear the undisguised sprinting footsteps, just like the explosion of a cannonball with a regular pattern, approaching them quickly. They could almost imagine the scene of the man's feet constantly cracking the ground, and the whole person approaching this side quickly with the explosion of his leg muscles. That speed was much faster than their full-strength sprint, and they had missed the best time to leave. They had no doubt that as long as they dared to move now, the guy would rush up regardless of everything, and that would be their death. Soon, Zhu Shizhou had arrived at the scene, wrapped in a gust of wind, and a steady voice sounded at the scene. You too. I have sensed your pheromones before. I give you 2 choices. One is to resist me and then be killed by me, and the other is to compromise with me. I will only break your limbs and throw you in the medical point. Both subjects held their breath, not daring to breathe even a little. Really, you guys want to play the statue game with me? Chapter 643, Comprehensive Understanding. Breaking the limbs of the experimental subjects and leaving them in the medical center is the biggest compromise that Zhu Shizhou can make. But the premise is that these experimental subjects, whose limbs were broken by him, will not be discovered and killed by other experimental subjects. If these experimental subjects still cannot escape the fate of being killed by other experimental subjects, it is better to die in his hands. Zhu Shizhou thought so, and even his pheromones revealed a sense of sincerity. However, this sincere pheromone enveloped the scene, making the 2 experimental subjects at the scene feel that this guy's brain is a little abnormal. What do you mean either be killed or have your limbs broken and wait to die? Is this person mentally abnormal? If you really want to end this experiment, why don't you commit suicide? Both experimental subjects had similar thoughts at the same time. Zhu Shizhou asked. So, which one do you choose? If you don't speak, I will kill you next. The experimental subjects did not speak. Only fools speak. The ideas of the 2 experimental subjects are very simple. They know that they cannot beat Zhu Shizhou in close combat. But they don't need to be stronger than Zhu Shizhou to survive. They just need to be stronger than the other experimental subject. Now, as Zhu Shizhou said, they are playing the game of stand still. Except that the stakes of the game are their lives. So that's it. You are also unwilling to compromise with me? Is it so difficult for me to find someone who is willing to cooperate with me? Zhu Shizhou said with a little compassion. As soon as the voice fell, Zhu Shizhou's figure moved. Of course, the two people at the scene naturally could not see Zhu Shizhou's movements in the dark. The only thing they could hear was the slight friction of clothes and the faint smell of blood on his body. Fuck. Why did you choose me? An experimental subject screamed out. Because he knew that Zhu Shizhou rushed towards him without hesitation. He knew that his position had been exposed. So he stopped hiding. Bang, bang, bang. In the darkness, the sound of fists and feet colliding continued to explode. The strength of this experimental subject was stronger than the two experimental subjects that Zhu Shizhou had met before. Although you have tried very hard to hide your pheromones, my pheromone perception ability is stronger than you think. You have been exposed from the beginning. Zhu Shizhou explained with ease in the battle. Damn it! How can I die here? The experimental subject roared. And the sound echoed throughout the dark underground palace. Like a thunder. Now is not the time to save pheromones. He chose pheromone burst at this moment. This kind of scattered pheromone burst again. You know? Your pheromone burst is much inferior to that of the elite black soldiers. Your fighting ability is more than one level lower than that of the elite black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou said the truth. But it shocked the experimental subject. Because Zhu Shizhou's words undoubtedly meant that he had fought with the elite black soldiers and survived successfully. As experimental subjects, they naturally knew what level the elite black soldiers were. The elite black soldiers could kill them at will. And their pheromone control ability was only kindergarten level in the eyes of the elite black soldiers. What made the experimental subject even more suspicious was that the man who fought with him was in line with his understanding of the elite black soldiers in all aspects. Could it be that the content of this Dark Palace experiment was to let them fight an elite black soldier? You? Not long after the sensitive pheromone burst out, his strength was severely suppressed. Because of the pheromone burst, the sixth sense of the experimental subject became stronger. So he felt an unprecedented sense of death crisis. It came from the pheromone that stably enveloped the scene from all directions. Just like a mountain. Inconspicuous but very heavy. Any of his movements seemed to be suppressed by the mountain-like pheromones. And even his movement nerves became dull. A great panic surged in the heart of the experimental subject. You die? Like a violent storm. The fists and feet rushed forward in the darkness. From a close distance, you can feel a gust of wind that blew on your face painfully. But Zhu Shizhou just moved his feet, followed the instinctive perception of his body, dodged left and right, and narrowly passed by the fists and feet of the experimental subject many times. The first two battles were too short. He failed to extend the battle time, and he could not have a deeper understanding of the use of the sixth sense in battle. The sixth sense comes from the human body's perception of the impending death crisis. The more sensitive the pheromone is, the more information it can extract from the outside world, thereby issuing a warning to the brain. In this world, is there anyone who can experience death better than Zhu Shizhou? The answer is no. Even if someone walks on the edge of death all day, dances on the edge of a knife, and walks on a tightrope in the middle of a cliff, they can't be closer to death than Zhu Shizhou, who has died countless times. At the same time, Zhu Shizhou's actual combat ability did not grow from theoretical training. From the beginning, his actual combat experience was higher than his physical ability. The reason why he couldn't easily defeat the black soldier level opponent in the past was because his physical ability restricted his actual combat ability, and he could never fully exert the limit of his combat ability. Now, his body has gradually unified the combat experience in the battle and the actual combat experience in his head, and achieved a high degree of unity between the brain and the body. The first two battles were not even a warm-up. But in this battle, Zhu Shizhou forced himself to only block or dodge, but not to counterattack, and finally gradually heated up the combat instinct of his body. With an extremely sharp sixth sense and a black soldier level body, his actual combat ability has really approached that of an elite black soldier. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Why can't I hit it? The experimental subject became more and more panicked and shouted in panic, because his punches and kicks, which almost formed after images, all fell into the air. The sound of the empty strikes made the death crisis lingering in his heart more intense. He already knew that the opponent's combat power was like a mountain in front of him. Insurmountable. Zhu Shizhou replied calmly, moving his feet to the left and dodging the left swing punch of the experimental subject. The last experimental subject told me that if you want to form a murderous aura, you have to kill enough people. Do you think my murderous aura is good? Murderous aura? You said this is murderous aura? The experimental subject shouted in disbelief. If this is a murderous aura, the murderous intent in it is a little too weak. Right? But it is precisely the field formed by the pheromones in the air that makes his fists and feet flustered. And even as the battle progresses, more and more flaws are revealed. Is that so? In your opinion, the murderous intent is still too weak? After all, I didn't want to kill you from the beginning to the end. And I didn't kill enough people. In order to form a true murderous aura, you have to kill enough people. Isn't that right? At this moment, the experimental subject felt that his blood stopped flowing in an instant, and his heart seemed to be grasped by a pair of big hands. Of course, this was just his illusion. It was just that Zhu Shizhou had made up his mind to kill him. So the strong crisis of death was approaching, deceiving his brain, making him mistakenly believe that he was dead at this moment. So his body function stopped in an instant. But the strong inertia of his body functions forced the body to continue to function. After feeling the illusion of death for a moment, the experimental subject had lost his will to fight. Escape! 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 All the cells in his body were sending him the same signal. The strong and fatal crisis of death told him that this was not an enemy he could deal with, and he had to escape from here if he wanted to survive. His legs began to tremble and retreated. And the next moment, he was so frightened that he had completely given up the attack and retreated madly. However, the danger of death did not ease at all. Zhu Shizhou's voice still rang from beside him, who was running away frantically. Had you given up? The experimental subject was going crazy. Don't come over here. Choose. Will you be killed by me, or have your limbs broken by me? Choose a fart. Go to hell. The experimental subject roared like a mental disorder and punched Zhu Shizhou in the face. However, Zhu Shizhou did not block or dodge this punch, but met it with his left hand, and accurately pinched the wrist of the experimental subject in the darkness, pulled it back with force, and stretched out his right leg at the same time, tripping under the feet of the experimental subject. And the experimental subject lost balance and almost fell forward the next moment. However, at the moment when the center of gravity was unbalanced, Zhu Shizhou stretched out his right hand and supported the chest of the experimental subject. The palm strike that strongly fought against inertia caused the subject's sternum to shatter, and he coughed up a stream of blood. The next moment, Zhu Shizhou pulled and supported him, and he flew into the air. After turning 360 degrees in the air, Zhu Shizhou's right palm was still firmly locked on his chest. With a bang, he was slammed to the ground without reservation. Boom! Crack! Zhu Shizhou's right palm was deeply embedded in the subject's chest. And when he pulled it out, his hand was already covered in hot blood. Chapter 644 Arrows in the Dark. The third one, Zhu Shizhou thought. He pulled his bloody right hand out of the subject's chest. The subject was still struggling, whimpering inaudibly, but it was just a last gasp. The subject's heart had been crushed by him. Even if the powerful black soldier-level body could make the life struggle to the last heart, the subject still could not escape the fate of death. Zhu Shizhou didn't know the origins of these subjects, nor did he know what they had experienced. He only knew that if he didn't do his best to kill them, they would kill him. Perhaps none of these subjects prepared by the Armed Defense Department were willing to cooperate with him. Zhu Shizhou turned around. The other injured subject, who had confronted the subject he had killed, had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a little insignificant residual pheromone at the scene. 1, 2. All like this. Zhu Shizhou sighed. But before he could finish his words, suddenly, a strong omen of death suddenly came from the back of his head. A last gasp. A near-death blow? No. This is... Zhu Shizhou's hair stood on end, and his body reacted faster than his brain, barely tilting his head to the side. A whistling sound of breaking wind exploded in his ears, cutting through the air and quickly rushing into the depths of darkness. And by the way, Zhu Shizhou felt a sharp pain in his ears. When Zhu Shizhou hurriedly jumped to the side, he reached out and touched a pool of blood. His left ear. The whole ear was broken by the inexplicable attack. He reached out to cover his left ear, which was bleeding profusely, and the hearing of his left ear was also greatly affected. Long-range weapon? He calmly analyzed the current situation. There is no doubt that someone did not sneak up to him and attack him while he was not paying attention. He was not so careless. Instead, someone had already made a long-range attack weapon in a short time. and had been hiding in the distance while he was fighting the experimental subject. After he won, he chose a time when he was most relaxed and attacked him from a distance. What weapon attacked me? Zhu Shizhou did not immediately look for the enemy in the dark. Such recklessness was purely courting death. He could tell with his toes that the other party would definitely leave the place after the first attack. Even if he looked for it in the direction of the attack, it would only make his position more obvious. He wanted to find out what weapon the enemy was holding. Only by figuring out this problem could he judge more information and launch a counterattack against the enemy. Thinking of this, Zhu Shizhou rushed towards the direction of the unknown thing that hit his left ear. Faintly, he heard another sound of breaking wind whistling past his back. Obviously, the first blow was very accurate, basically aimed at the back of his head. If he didn't dodge, the blow would have hit the center of his back of the head accurately. The second blow was much less accurate. If he didn't dodge, the blow would have only hit his waist from behind. I don't know if this was a trick by the opponent to show weakness, or if he really lost his ability in a hurry. The first blow blew off his ear, and the thing stained with his blood also emitted strong pheromones that belonged to him in the dark. So it was quite easy to find. He sniffed the smell, felt the veins of pheromones, and quickly rushed to the side of the thing, leaning down quickly to pick it up. At the same time, a strong whistle with a strong sense of death crisis came from the left. After picking up the thing, Zhu Shizhou rolled to the side without stopping, and at the same time, he restrained his pheromones to the extreme. Like a lifeless stone, he squatted in the same place and fumbled for the thing with his blood. It was a crossbow arrow. Zhu Shizhou felt the general shape of the object in the dark. The arrowhead was twisted from dozens of thin wires. The arrow body was made of light wood, and the tail was two pieces of plastic with uneven edges inserted into the tail of the arrow. Not to mention the arrow body, the arrowhead and the tail were strongly hand-rubbed. The arrowhead was made of wires collected by the enemy from somewhere, twisted one by one, and the tail was obviously made by tearing two small pieces from another whole piece of plastic with bare hands. The arrow was quite rough, but the first shot was quite accurate. But the subsequent shots were not so good. Zhu Shizhou understood that it was because the arrows made by hand had strong differences in each arrow, and it was impossible to make every arrow accurate. Moreover, the opponent obviously did not have much practice time, and shooting the most accurate arrow at the most accurate time was already the limit. Zhu Shizhou concealed his own pheromones, bent down and walked quietly towards the estimated direction of the second arrow, and found the second arrow. The arrowhead was still made by the same method, but the tail of the arrow that controlled the balance of the arrow was much rougher than the first arrow. Not only was it too regular, but the plastic shape of the tail felt smaller than the first arrow. That person may have a lot of iron wire, but not too much plastic. So the number of arrows that the other party can make will not be too many. Zhu Shizhou came to a conclusion in his heart. Zhu Shizhou then walked towards the estimated landing point of the third arrow. But unexpectedly, he searched for the estimated location for a long time and did not find the third arrow. Recovered? That person may only have 3 arrows, even if there are more. It is about this number. Zhu Shizhou tried his best to slow down his heartbeat and sense everything around him. He was sure that his movements were fast, but he still couldn't touch the third arrow, which meant that the opponent who recovered the third arrow was still nearby and didn't go away, because it is obvious that it is impossible to move quickly in the dark underground palace. Once a sound is made, it will be quite conspicuous, which is equivalent to actively exposing one's existence. After all, people like Zhu Shizhou are weird, and Zhu Shizhou did not hear any sound of the opponent moving, unless the opponent's skills in hiding his footsteps are so advanced that even he can't detect it now. In that case, Zhu Shizhou admits defeat. In short, Zhu Shizhou's judgment is more inclined to the fact that the man is still nearby. At the same time, he also understands that the opponent must know his specific location, because he was wearing clothes throughout the whole process. As long as he was wearing clothes, he could not avoid the friction of clothes, and he was still carrying the bloody smell of killing 3 people in a row. He had not had time to deal with the bloody smell on his body. This was his absolute weakness. However, the attacker was reluctant to take action. Zhu Shizhou speculated that on the one hand, it was because there were not enough arrows, and at most it could only support 1 or 2 sneak attacks by the attacker. On the other hand, it was because the man also understood that Zhu Shizhou must be concentrating on the battle now, and if he was not careful, he would expose his position. So he needed to be very careful. Zhu Shizhou failed to sense the opponent's pheromones. It can be seen that this person's pheromone convergence skills are much better than the first 3 experimental subjects. Not all the experimental subjects thrown into the dark underground palace are weak. Zhu Shurjiu thought for a moment. At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air came. Zhu Shurjiu turned his footsteps and was about to dodge the attack. But the next moment, another sound of breaking through the air shot straight at his chest that had already moved halfway. 2 consecutive shots? No. 3 consecutive shots. Zhu Shurjiu also sensed a strong sense of death crisis coming to his neck. At this moment, he understood that the purpose of the opponent's recovery of the 3rd arrow was to mislead him and make him seriously misjudge the next battle. He thought that the man had few arrows and would choose a cautious and conservative offensive. But in fact, the opponent had more arrows than he thought, and the offensive was also quite fierce. Of these 3 arrows, Zhu Shurjiu barely dodged 2 arrows. The 3rd arrow pierced his neck obliquely, but Zhu Shurjiu's strong 6th sense allowed him to cleverly avoid the artery. Zhu Shurjiu knew that he could not die now. Even if he had to die, he had to find out how many arrows the attacker had. Although he was in danger of death, it was precisely because of this that he knew the direction from which the 3 arrows came. Even from the sound, the opponent was definitely no more than 30 meters away from him. At this time, Zhu Shurjiu was extremely calm. He broke the arrow that was stuck in his neck and caused his neck to bleed profusely. His legs burst out with powerful strength, blasting 2 small pits on the ground, and the whole person rushed towards the attacker quickly. Chapter 645. Hug and Kill. If you missed the first strike, flee thousands of miles away. This should have been the rule for Kaz, a former mercenary. The experimental subject who made a simple bow and arrow in a dark environment was a mercenary who wandered around the battlefield and did some dirty work that ordinary people could not do before being captured by the Black Soldier Organization. After entering the Black Soldier Organization, he also had a very good resume among the experimental subjects. So relying on the combat experience accumulated before and the development of the injured body during the experiment, Kaz gradually stood out from the experimental subjects and was often arranged to participate in some extremely dangerous experiments. And the Dark Underground Palace Battle Royale experiment that he participated in today was just an ordinary experiment similar to the dangerous experiments he participated in before in Kaz's eyes. Will he die? Maybe. But Kaz doesn't care. Whether he became a mercenary or an experimental subject, Kaz had long expected that he would die one day, and he had been mentally prepared for this for many years. However, this dark environment still greatly limits his combat ability. For example, if you miss the target, flee far away mentioned at the beginning should be the basic quality of a sniper. But in this dark underground palace where you can hear a pin drop, if you really flee far away, the big noise you create will be more eye-catching. So Kaz just moved very slowly. Only one of the 3 arrows just now should have hit the opponent's vital point. If I heard it correctly, that arrow should have penetrated his neck. Well, I also heard the sound of him breaking the arrow. Is it because pulling out the arrow will cause a lot of bleeding? From the fact that he can still move quickly, that arrow should not have hit the artery. In addition, his speed is faster than I thought. And after being shot in the neck by me, he did not prioritize looking for a medical point, but thought about counterattacking. Is his injury much lighter than I thought? While sensing the strong pheromones pressing towards him like a raging wave, a series of thoughts flashed through Kaz's mind. The only pity was that he failed at the very beginning when it was easiest to succeed, and failed to kill the opponent when the opponent's mind was relaxed after the victory. In front of this huge pheromone, Kaz rarely felt a special quality from it that was different from ordinary people. The opponent's pheromones were denser and more viscous than those of normal test subjects, and they carried a strong sense of oppression, as if the essence of the opponent's pheromones was different from theirs, and they were not at the same level at all. What caused the opponent's pheromones to be so powerful? Why was the test subject with such a powerful pheromone asked to participate in this experiment? Could it be that the Black Soldier Organization has developed a new generation of pheromone-enhancing drugs, and this test subject is the latest secret weapon, and our other test subjects are just used to verify his powerful bait? While thinking, Kaz tried his best to restrain his own pheromones. He was an experimental subject who was extremely good at hiding his pheromones. It was precisely because of his excellent concealment skills that he survived in one experiment after another. A gust of wind blew up at the scene. It was Zhu Shurjiu who arrived. He rushed over with a bloody smell all over his body. When he stopped, the ground under his feet exploded with several cracks. Kez could even hear the sound of small stones flying past his cheek. Should he fight back? Or wait until he left because he could not detect his pheromones? Kez put the last arrow on the simple bowstring and had not yet pulled it. He assessed the situation extremely calmly. It was obvious that the other party had not discovered his pheromones. Otherwise, he would not have stopped at the scene and did nothing. Secondly, the last arrow he had not yet shot was prepared for this moment. From the beginning, he had set up a series of shooting plans, and thought that he must keep the last arrow to prevent the other party from really killing him. The only thing he did not expect was that the other party's pheromones were so huge. Under the strong outbreak, he was so keenly aware of the pheromones that he almost couldn't restrain his breath. All the cells in his body told him that the other party was a strong man he could not match. But he was not without a chance to kill. If the other party was a lion, then he was now equivalent to a venomous snake. The venomous snake was sure to poison the lion to death. But it was also possible that the lion would slap him to death with a slap under the venom. After struggling for a long time in his heart, Kez decided to take action. You must act quickly, and not give the other party any time to notice. After you act, no matter whether you can hit the opponent's vital point or not, you must get away from here as quickly as possible. At this moment, Kez put the arrow on the bow and pulled the bowstring. I heard it. However, in response to him, there was a loud shout. The wind swept over. At this moment, Kez didn't even need to aim to know that the man had rushed in front of him. Kez stared into the depths of the darkness, as if a monster that was choosing people to eat was rushing towards him in the depths of the darkness. You are looking for death. The arrow had to be shot on the string, and Kez loosened his fingers without thinking. The arrow was driven by the powerful elastic potential energy of the bowstring, and it made a loud explosion in the air, almost undisguisedly shooting out. Unlike before when he tried every means to manually press the bowstring to silence it, Kez no longer had the energy to silence it, because he knew that the other party had locked onto his position. After shooting an arrow, Kez tightened his legs, burst out at his fastest speed, stepped on the ground, and moved quickly in another direction. He vaguely heard a cold snort from the other party, and there was no sound of the arrow hitting the flesh where it was shot. Did it hit? Or didn't it? Kez ran away at a high speed, but heard a more violent and fierce explosion in the depths of the darkness than the explosion when he shot the arrow. The explosions were rapidly closing the distance with him. He was still running wildly, squeezing out all the energy of the cells in his body. But the other party kept approaching him. He couldn't escape. Kez made a calm judgment. So at this moment, he stopped. The beast behind him was already within a meter of him. Kez broke the crossbow in his hand with all his strength, and then used the broken part as a blade to strike back at his back. Swish! Kez did not feel the touch of the other party's body being stabbed, but felt a sharp pain in his arm. The other party was holding a sharp weapon. When? No. It was an arrow. The arrow that he had shot out, but could not be retrieved, was used as a dagger by the other party. At this moment, a sign of death suddenly appeared. Kez jumped back dangerously, and a whip kick brushed across his chest. The strong wind pressure made Kez realize that if he was attacked by the other party, he would be either dead or disabled, and he would not have any power to fight back later. Danger! 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 3 big words seemed to appear on his forehead, telling him clearly that he was now in an undoubted crisis of death. The whistling attack was quite fierce, and he was almost not prepared to give him any breathing space. After his first counterattack failed, he could only defend himself. The opponent seemed to have abandoned the iron arrowhead and punched him crazily. In just 5 seconds, Kez had understood his injuries. His left arm, right shoulder, abdominal muscles, and left hip all had different degrees of minor injuries. This was the result of his best efforts to dodge the opponent's attack on his body. But he still failed to avoid it completely. Boom, boom, boom. Even if he successfully dodged the opponent's fist, it would resound in the air like an explosion, which shows how strong the opponent's power is. This kind of power is definitely a close combat experimental subject specializing in power development. Kez was hit in the chest by a punch, and he spit out a mouthful of turbid blood. While sighing in his head, he also understood what kind of injuries he had in his body. His heart was bruised and his lungs were punctured by the sternum. According to the current sports standards, he would fall into a hypoxia crisis in about 30 seconds. The omen of death loomed over his mind again, and his temple ached slightly. His sixth sense told him that the opponent's next attack should hit his temple. Sure enough, the next moment, he heard a whistling sound of breaking through the air. At this time, Kez had no more energy to dodge. Wait. Ahem. I surrender. Kez barely ducked back, shouting while spitting blood. Zhu Shurjio's movements stopped forcibly. His fist stopped in the air, and he forcibly stopped a straight punch. However, the next moment after the other party finished speaking, Zhu Shurjio noticed that the other party's originally calm pheromones had stirred up waves again, with a fierce murderous intent approaching. In the darkness, Zhu Shurjio only felt that his whole body was forcibly hugged, and a hand was clasping the wound on his neck that was already close to the vital point. There was still half an arrow stuck in his neck, and even now, there was blood gushing out of the wound. A finger was inserted into the wound on his neck, forcibly expanding the wound and tearing it open. Zhu Shurjio had no resentment, and even no extra emotions, because the moment he chose not to deal with the wound on his neck, he was destined to die from excessive blood loss. And now, it was just a little earlier. If there is a light source shining here now, you can see that Kaz's eyes are full of bloodshot, and there is a strong desire for death in his eyes. His body is hugged by Zhu Shurjio, and the arms that are tightly holding his body are slowly shrinking. Zhu Shurjio was not affected by the critical situation of blood gushing out of his neck at all. He exerted force with his arms, as if he wanted to crush the bones of the man in his arms. Crackling, cough and vomit. Kaz's sternum and ribs were completely broken at this moment, and the dislocated arm joints directly pierced the flesh and blood and exposed it in the air. The whole person showed a weird twisted posture, and a lot of blood gushed out of his mouth. Zhu Shurjio bowed his head compassionately, and said to the man in his arms, "Let's die together." However, this is a lie. Zhu Shurjio knew that he could not die. But this man who could defeat the strong with the weak, and was forced to die with him, was destined to be killed by him once. And there would be no doubt that there would be a second and third time. And the person who survived and walked out of the Dark Palace was destined to be him. Zhu Shurjio. Chapter 646 Another Way. After returning to the game, Zhu Shurjio looked at the ceiling in a daze. It was completely unfeasible to try to communicate with the experimental subjects in the last round. It was impossible to unite with the experimental subjects to fight against the Dark Palace Battle Royale. So he was going to try another way this round. It was a foregone conclusion to drive the Sting Bee and others out of the training base. Of course, Zhu Shurjio already knew that it would be useless even if he went to the arena. So he did not appear in the arena so openly, and even seemed quite low-key after driving away the Sting Bee and others. Zhu Shurjio still found Fusidu in the room. Zhu Shurjio, who had been injected with 10199 betas, and whose body was strengthened to the Black Soldier level again, told Fusidu the truth that was similar to the previous round. But the only slight change was the future he was about to encounter. And Zhu Shurjio described it in a little more detail. So, you will be invited to participate in the Dark Underground Palace Battle Royale, and be killed there? Although Zhu Shurjio's predictive ability has been verified, Fusidu still feels unbelievable. In fact, it is easier to believe if it is changed to this is the result of the investigation of the chess club. That's right. So I can't follow the script set by the Armed Defense Department. Zhu Shurjio sat up from the experimental table. This time he did not urinate incontinently, but the feeling of being comfortable all over his body still penetrated his soul, giving him a chance to release his oppressed spirit. After all the pressure was released, his mind became a little clearer. Fusidu questioned, "Can't you predict the future when you come out of the Dark Palace alive?" Zhu Shurjio shook his head and said, "Maybe when I get to the Dark Palace, I can predict such a future. But even if it is such a future, I don't want to face it." Fusidu frowned. "Why?" Zhu Shurjio asked back. "This is equivalent to a trolley problem in reality. If it were you, which side would you choose?" Fusidu understood Zhu Shurjio's concerns, and then answered without hesitation, "Kill those experimental subjects, and then live with this sin until you save the world. If it were me, I would do it. Don't you think so?" Zhu Shurjio sighed. "I think so too. But at the same time, I know that this is what Su Feng wants me to think." Fusidu was a little confused. What does this have to do with Su Feng? But Zhu Shurjio did not explain. The Dark Palace is a means used by Su Feng to brainwash him. In the future visible to the naked eye, he and Su Feng will face a bigger Dark Palace experiment, sacrificing a few people to ensure the survival of the majority. Su Feng resolutely implements the Black Soldier doctrine, so he must ensure that this important puzzle piece of his is on the same front with him. Zhu Shurjio didn't say much. He said to Fusidu, "In short, I must try my best to avoid the Dark Palace experiment. Fusidu didn't question too much, but quickly accepted Zhu Shurjio's wishes and nodded. I understand. If you think from the perspective of Zhu Shurjio wanting to avoid the Dark Palace experiment, how about applying for graduation early from the organization? Fusidu said. The Armed Defense Department asked other ministers questions based on your performance in the arena, and then conducted a cruel Dark Underground Palace Battle Royale experiment on you. But if you took the initiative to apply for early graduation, would the graduation assessment be more gentle? Zhu Shurjio smiled bitterly. I thought so too. But the result may not be what I want. Because if he wants to apply for early graduation from the training base, as a commander, he can't get around the commander. The former commander was removed from office by him, and the new commander has not had any intersection with him. Which means that Zhu Shurjio's intelligence knowledge of him is basically zero. He only knows that he is a man, and has only seen him once from a distance at the military base where the Dark Underground Palace is located. Apart from that, Zhu Shurjio knows nothing about that person. But apart from other things, could Su Feng really leave such a conspicuous loophole? Zhu Shurjio suspected, and even had a high probability of guessing that the new commander was Su Feng's man. He was maliciously speculating that perhaps when other ministers were still hesitating whether to conduct the Dark Underground Palace test on him, this minister would definitely cast a vote of support to promote the development of things. An assistant placed in the Armed Defense Department guided everything, and a minister who was supposed to support the students in his department became a pusher. And the Dark Underground Palace experiment would be carried out strictly according to Su Feng's plan. So Zhu Shurjio was not optimistic about Fusidu's idea. But if it was just to verify whether his guess was correct, it's okay to give it a try. Zhu Shurjio finally adopted the path proposed by Fusidu. After leaving the dormitory area of the logistics department, Zhu Shurjio returned to his dormitory, locked himself in the room, spread out paper and pen, and began to write a report on his early graduation application. This report will not be submitted directly to the desk of the head of the command department, but must first pass through his command instructor. Although Instructor Mo is only responsible for teaching his command course, he can also serve as a guarantor to guarantee his early graduation. In the process of writing the report, Zhu Shurjio recalled that Luo Sui came to his dormitory to comfort him in the previous round. This round, his condition did not show any abnormality, and Fusidu naturally would not contact Luo Sui. When he thought of this, Zhu Shurjio's hand holding the pen trembled slightly, and the strokes written on the paper were also a little crooked. An inexplicable loneliness pierced the paper through the tip of the pen. This is not the first time, and it certainly won't be the last time. I have to get used to it, Zhu Shurjio muttered. Spent 20 minutes to complete the application report, took a photo and sent it to Instructor Mo, and signed it in the lower right corner. The wording and sentence structure were not very complicated, and the whole article expressed one meaning: I, Zhu Shurjio, am very strong, and I don't want to continue playing with a group of mediocre people. I want to graduate. Although the meaning was crazy, he believed that anyone who saw this report in the training base would find it reasonable. After all, it was Zhu Shurjio who submitted the application. In the eyes of many people, Zhu Shurjio should have graduated long ago, and many people didn't understand why such a monster as Zhu Shurjio was still staying in the training base. In just 5 minutes, Zhu Shurjio got a reply. This was the reply from Instructor Mo. Zhu Shurjio called directly. Instructor Mo, don't you understand? I feel that my strength has surpassed all the students in the training base, so I want to apply for graduation. Nonsense. Of course I understand. Instructor Mo cursed. In fact, I had expected it a long time ago. It's strange that you applied to me until now. Your strength has already reached the black soldier level, but your body should not have. Zhu Shurjio let out a long breath and pretended to sigh. Instructor Mo, I'm sorry to have kept it from you for so long. In fact, I have already trained my body to the physiological limit. My body is already at the black soldier level. Instructor Mo? Are you kidding me? When did this happen? It's been a long time, Zhu Shurjio said vaguely. Instructor Mo naturally didn't think Zhu Shurjio was joking, but the news was still a little too shocking. Zhu Shurjio said to Instructor Mo, who had been silent for a long time. Anyway, please, Instructor Mo, can you help me submit the application? Of course you can, but I can't guarantee that it will be approved. This new commander was airdropped from outside, and I don't know him well. When Instructor Mo said airdrop from outside, Zhu Shurjio's heart sank, but he still managed to maintain his mood and replied, well, Then I'll trouble you. Instructor MO. Chapter 647 Deliberate Targeting of the Experiment. It's useless. It's useless at all. Zhu Shizhou returned to the entrance of the dark underground palace. Even if he took the initiative to apply for early graduation, he still had to conduct this dark underground palace experiment in the end. It's just that the name of the experiment changed from Zhu Shizhou's ability test to Zhu Shizhou's early graduation assessment test. Only the name changed. But the time, place and content were exactly the same as the previous times. Zhu Shizhou muttered. It's really fucked up. I knew that bastard Su Feng would not leave me any chance. He already knew that I could predict the future to a certain extent. And of course, he had already made all the preparations to prevent me from taking advantage of the loophole. What are you talking about to yourself? Are you ready? The person in charge asked Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou replied unhappily. Ready! Go in if you're ready. In any case, Zhu Shizhou still entered the dark underground palace. In the dark underground palace, he couldn't judge the time node and direction through the dark environment and his own sense of time. The biggest role of his rewinding ability was that after sensing the pheromone, he could know who his next opponent was, and the attack method the opponent prepared. The first opponent was a man whose pheromones seemed to be filled with murderous intent. It could be detected from the pheromones alone that there was no other extra thoughts in the opponent's mind except murderous intent. He was a very pure man. But that purity was used in the wrong place. Arriving at a similar position, Zhu Shizhou rushed up the moment he sensed the pheromone. It took 32 seconds to kill the first experimental subject. This time, Zhu Shizhou did not say anything nonsense. He showed an extremely cold and tough attitude from the beginning, and seemed extremely decisive. Even if Su Feng was here, he would not see any hesitation in Zhu Shizhou. The person in charge outside the dark palace was stunned after seeing the entire battle time of Zhu Shizhou. 32 seconds? And it was killed by force? He quickly recorded the result. The ministers in the conference room also saw the result of Zhu Shizhou's first encounter. Sure enough, Zhu Shizhou proposed to graduate early for a reason. His current physical fitness has quietly grown to this point. He really hit it well before. Minister Zhu was full of admiration, and his eyes were shining, as if he saw an exquisite gem. Minister Xiong laughed. Actually, I wanted Zhu Shizhou to graduate early a long time ago, but his health has always been a shortcoming, so I have not made up my mind. But now it seems that Zhu Shizhou has already reached the graduation standard. This dark underground palace test will not pose any threat to Zhu Shizhou at all. But some people are puzzled, the head of the reconnaissance department said. However, he was able to solve the first opponent in such a short time, which shows that Zhu Shizhou's body has been tempered to an extremely high level. How did he pretend to be so weak before? When did he have such a physical level? Minister Xiong didn't care at all. Who knows? You can ask after the test is over. The discussion about Zhu Shizhou's physical fitness ends here. The head of the command center did not speak during the whole process, and looked at the real-time thermal sensor screen calmly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. The assistant standing behind the head of the Armed Defense Department looked deeply at the screen, without any expression. In the screen, a large number of experimental subjects were successively thrown into the dark underground palace. Zhu Shizhou found that this round was slightly different from the previous round. The test has just started not long ago, and his sense of time can still be called accurate. In his estimation, he spent about 1.5 minutes to eliminate the first opponent in the last round, and then it took about half a minute to sense the pheromones of other experimental subjects in the dark underground palace. And now, the pheromones in various directions appeared much earlier than in the previous round. Is it based on the time I killed the first experimental subject to decide to release other experimental subjects? Zhu Shizhou murmured softly. Zhu Shizhou didn't waste too much time thinking. If he wanted to follow the trajectory of the previous round, it would be best not to change too many details. Moreover, Zhu Shizhou didn't find a subject willing to fight against the Dark Palace experiment with him in the previous round. At least, he had to try all possibilities before giving up this road. So, he made a declaration like the previous round. What a fool. Kaz's evaluation of this was that he didn't know how high the sky was, and how deep the earth was. He wanted to fight against the Black Soldier organization? It was ridiculous. The subjects carefully selected by the Armed Defense Department were not something that Zhu Shizhou could convince with simple words. Their minds were difficult to shake. From the beginning, they entered the Dark Palace with the purpose of killing all the subjects. If there was even a trace of naivety, they would definitely die at the first time. But it's really interesting. He actually declared himself to be the subject of this experiment so openly. As long as he is killed, the experiment can be ended. Whether this is true or not, he will become the first target of attack by other experimental subjects. From the side, it can be seen that this person is quite confident in his strength. We can't rashly fight him in close combat, so we should choose long-range attack. According to the experimental rules, various experimental materials and props are scattered on the ground inside. It will probably take some time to find them, Kez thought to himself while trying his best to hide his pheromones and searching in the dark underground palace. However, the facts were completely opposite to what he expected. It was not that it was too difficult to find materials for making weapons, but it was too easy. Under a large rock 10 meters away from the place where he was thrown, he found dozens of straight wooden poles with iron wire and an empty plastic lunch box. 20 meters away, he found ready-made bowstrings and tough curved wooden materials. Is this intentional or accidental? They actually put me so close to these materials. If it's a coincidence, then my luck is really too good. Kaz was a little surprised, but he didn't waste too much time and quickly made a set of bows and arrows with iron wire arrows from the materials on hand. Now compared to other experimental subjects, Kaz is more convinced that Zhu Shizhou is the experimental subject of this experiment, because this sense of targeting is too strong. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too ostentatious. A smile appeared on Kaz's cold face. This experiment should be over soon. Since the guy knew that he was the subject of the experiment, he dared to show off. Isn't this courting death? In addition, he was suspected to be deliberately placed near this place where raw materials were placed. Other experimental subjects were probably the same. I just don't know what kind of weapons they will make. In order to prevent myself, who only has a simple bow and arrow, from encountering other experimental subjects with powerful weapons, I still have to kill that person in advance. Thinking of this, Kez suddenly sensed a burst of pheromones coming from the darkness. The two experimental subjects had an encounter, and the experimental subject who claimed that he was the experimental subject was swaggering and releasing pheromones towards that direction. You can use this opportunity to kill him. Kez clenched the arrow in his hand. Chapter 648. Put away your hypocrisy. Kill me. There is an old saying in Xia country. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. There is also an old saying called the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. Kez thought that he had learned the culture of Xia country quite well, so he thought that in this situation, he had a high probability of holding the final holy fruit in his hands. It was also because of this that when he shot the first arrow in his hand at the most appropriate time, he was already imagining the joy at the end of the experiment with a sure victory. But things seemed to be different from what he thought. The overwhelming pheromones suddenly pressed towards him crazily. What? So fast? Even with Kaz's usual calm personality, he couldn't help being a little shocked at this time, because the other party's ability to capture his pheromones was too strong. As if he had accurately grasped the direction from which the arrow was shot in an instant, and immediately locked his position. At this time, the ministers in the conference room, who saw Zhu Shizhou had already set off and rushed in a certain direction, were also somewhat puzzled. They were not at the scene, so they naturally did not understand the excitement of pheromones at the scene. Judging from the battle between the first two experimental subjects and Zhu Shizhou, and the scene where Zhu Shizhou immediately locked onto the enemy, were the experimental subjects deployed in the dark underground palace not very good? Anyone who saw the one-sided battle situation would think so. The Minister of the Armed Defense Department stood up and explained. The experimental subjects deployed in the dark underground palace are naturally normal black soldier-level experimental subjects. The reason why the battle scene does not look good is because Zhu Shizhou's pheromone perception ability is too strong. In this week, because of Zhu Shizhou's preemptive strike, the Armed Defense Department didn't even have time to investigate the arena. This time, the ministers didn't see Zhu Shizhou's poor performance in the arena. Therefore, they didn't feel strange about the explanation of the Minister of Armed Defense Department, but nodded as a matter of course. Yes, based on the only two encounters, Zhu Shizhou's strength has obviously reached the level of elite black soldiers. I really don't know how he trained. If this growth rate can be replicated. The Minister of Logistics looked at Zhu Shizhou in the picture with some regret and sighed. What made the Minister of Logistics feel most sorry was that Zhu Shizhou was unable to leave sperm cells during his student period. The Minister of Armed Defense Department stared at the screen, with a slight smile on his face. Yes, it would be great if it could be replicated. He didn't forget that the matter he asked Sting B to investigate was related to Zhu Shizhou. About the research on medicine. In the eyes of ordinary people, Zhu Shizhou is just a genius who grows at an astonishingly fast speed for unknown reasons. But in his eyes, Zhu Shizhou's astonishing growth speed is entirely due to the potion that the hidden faction is researching. If he can get that potion. A glimmer of greed flashed in the eyes of the Minister of Armed Defense. While the ministers were discussing, the Minister of Reconnaissance was watching the screen and said, "It's over. So fast." Minister Zhu laughed and said, "Does this kind of test really make sense for Zhu Shizhou? You all know what will happen if you put an elite black soldier and a group of ordinary black soldier-level experimental subjects in the same experiment." Minister Xiong curled his lips and said, "The key is that these experimental subjects have no emotional annihilation. It is precisely because of the lack of emotional annihilation that more pheromones are leaked. It is normal to be easily discovered and crushed. In my opinion, this experiment is simply meaningless." In the picture, Zhu Shizhou has rushed to Kaz, twisted Kaz's wrist with one hand, and pressed him to the ground effortlessly like an eagle catching a chick. The whole picture is not worth watching. And it is no wonder that the ministers think this is a one-sided battle. But what the ministers don't know is that the details of the battle are quite dangerous. Kaz's long-range shooting ability is not that bad. Even if he is holding a simple homemade bow and arrow. Kaz almost shot Zhu Shizhou last week. The reason why Kaz's shooting failed this week is because Zhu Shizhou has enough reaction time, and he knows Kaz's shooting strategy. Facing the 3 consecutive shots that blocked all his evasive routes, Kaz expected that the last shot should be able to penetrate Zhu Shizhou's neck. But Zhu Shizhou had experienced the dilemma of having his neck pierced once. So when the arrows came, he did not dodge, but made an extremely bold move. He stretched out his hand to hold the first arrow. Then he used the arrow as a dagger and blocked the next 2 arrows with 2 clicks. The whole process was short, but quite smooth, and there was no sign of reluctance at all. Kaz could hear in the darkness that his arrows did not hit Zhu Shizhou at all. So he wanted to retreat and began to slowly retreat. But he still underestimated Zhu Shizhou. The violent pheromone seemed to have turned into a storm and enveloped the entire area. He was in the center of the storm. The violent pheromones made him tremble all over. When he ran back with his legs, Zhu Shizhou had already run behind him with continuous explosions. Kaz didn't even have time to dodge or react. He didn't even have time to pull out the last arrow stuck in his waist before he was knocked down by Zhu Shizhou. In the darkness, Zhu Shizhou also accurately grasped his wrist, holding the arrow on his waist, and twisted his wrist casually. "I'll give you a chance. Surrender to me, and cooperate with me to fight this experiment." Zhu Shizhou's voice was very calm, as if all the battles he had just experienced did not exist, and it couldn't make him feel any waves at all. "Fighting the experiment?" Kaz smiled, even though he was pressed to the ground and his cheek was pressed to the ground and hurt. But he still smiled. "I don't know who you are, nor do I know the real purpose of this experiment. But I dare to guess that you are not an experimental subject." "Right," Zhu Shizhou said. "That's right," Kaz said. "I guess that someone like you who can come up with such a naive idea must not be an experimental subject. And you are not cruel enough. You should not be a black soldier. If I am not wrong, you should be a trainee?" Zhu Shizhou asked back. "So what?" Kaz sneered. "Even if it is really as you said, you successfully resisted the experiment. Let us stop fighting. Listen to your arrangements, and end this experiment together. Then what will happen next? Have you ever thought that you ended the experiment? But what about us experimental subjects?" Zhu Shizhou's hand on Kaz's head was a little stiff. "Put aside your ridiculous hypocrisy. If you want to kill me, just kill me directly. Be decisive. You don't have to show your disgusting hypocrisy. It's so disgusting that I want to vomit." The subjects who participated in this experiment were determined to die. Every subject was a scum with blood on his hands. "It's not worth your mercy. If I say this, will you feel better?" "Ha ha ha." Kaz laughed crazily. He was doomed to fail. But it didn't stop him from being disgusted by the man who was about to kill him. "You, a student, don't see it as clearly as me. An experimental subject. The Black Soldier Organization exists like this. As long as you can achieve your goals, you must be aware of sacrificing your personal will. Otherwise, why do you think every black soldier has to erase emotions? Isn't it because when they become black soldiers, all the extra emotions in their hearts are destined to be unrealistic luxuries?" Kaz roared while laughing wildly. "Hypocrisy is unnecessary. Compassion is unnecessary. Indecision is unnecessary. If you want to become a black soldier, you must give up these things. Give them up and kill me. This is what you should do. Kill me. Chapter 649. What is a qualified black soldier? Kaz's idea is actually very simple. If I can't survive, the rest of you test subjects can't survive either. All of you should die in the hands of this monster. But Kaz never thought about how much impact his words would have on Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou did not understand what Kaz said. On the contrary, it was because Zhu Shizhou knew too well what a black soldier was that he felt resistant to becoming such a thing. But in fact, even if he could unite with other test subjects in the Dark Palace to safely pass this test, what would it matter? He never thought about what the test subjects would encounter after the Dark Palace test. The Black Soldier organization would never allow a test subject to go against their will and fight the rules every time. So what would be waiting for them? Zhu Shizhou was not a test subject, so he didn't know. He just realized that he didn't want these test subjects to die on the surface. But in fact, he never put himself in their shoes to think about their situation from the perspective of these test subjects. Kaz was right. He was indeed a hypocrite. Why are all the experimental subjects unwilling to compromise? Because they all know that they have no way out. The only way to get out alive is to kill other experimental subjects. There is no other way for them. The long-term experience of experimental subjects tells them that the experimental subjects who dare to defy the rules have died. And they are still alive. This is the default rule in the experimental subject world. After thinking it through, Zhu Shizhou killed Kaz in silence. In the meeting room, the ministers looked at Zhu Shizhou standing still with a calm expression. They have seen this scene countless times. When a trainee at a training base becomes a black soldier, he has to go through a cruel graduation test. The graduation test is to test the strength of the trainees on the one hand, and to make these greenhouse flowers have the awareness of becoming black soldiers on the other hand. There are a large number of trainees in the training base who have reached the black soldier level, but are reluctant to graduate. They are not afraid of death, but are unwilling to accept the cruel baptism. For such trainees, even if they are forced to become black soldiers, they will only become a drag. So now Zhu Shizhou's performance is still within their expectations. Zhu Shizhou showed more truth and kindness than anyone else during the entry test. Now he is in the emotional recovery period. It is normal for him to try to save these experimental subjects. But what the ministers did not expect was that the experimental subject killed by Zhu Shizhou would actually say something like a black soldier. Did you teach them to say that? The head of the reconnaissance department looked at the head of the armed defense department with a little surprise in his eyes. The head of the armed defense department smiled faintly. That's not the case. These experimental subjects were carefully selected by my assistant. They have all been brainwashed by the black soldier's beliefs in a subtle way. So it's normal for them to say this. In the entire black soldier organization, no one understands the black soldier's beliefs better than the armed defense department. Sacrifice everything to achieve the goal. The experimental subjects thought they still had their own will, but in fact their thoughts were all moving closer to the black soldier. Even their last words were despising Zhu Shizhou's hypocrisy and persuading Zhu Shizhou to give up all unnecessary persistence. The degree of brainwashing can be seen. So after all this, can Zhu Shizhou continue to insist? The ministers looked at the screen. And Zhu Shizhou in the screen moved and moved towards the direction of other experimental subjects. In the next half an hour, Zhu Shizhou did not say a word, did not hesitate at all, and encountered 3 experimental subjects in succession, killing his opponents one by one with an average fighting time of 50 seconds. The ministers smiled at each other. Minister Xiong grinned and said, "He passed the test. Zhu Shizhou will definitely become the best black soldier in history." Did Zhu Shizhou give up? He gave up. But he didn't give up completely. He knew that he couldn't escape this round today. In any case, these experimental subjects have been brainwashed into monsters who only know how to kill. And he has no way to persuade them to the right path. In this case, it is better to kill them all in his own hands to prevent them from being poisoned by the subsequent black soldier organization. So he was silent and killed 3 experimental subjects in succession with a heavy heart. These 3 subjects were weak subjects who could sense the pheromone convergence skills at once. Zhu Shizhou could actually sense the existence of these subjects all along. He had not taken action before, but after listening to Kaz's words, he realized it. These subjects were destined not to survive. After the dark underground palace began, there was no third option except the subjects live. He dies. And he lives. The subjects die. Zhu Shizhou walked towards the darkness, with a bloody smell all over his body. In Fusida's room. Am I doing the right thing? Zhu Shurjiu looked at Fusidu and asked with a sigh. Yes. He died again. This time he was besieged to death. After killing more than a dozen experimental subjects in succession. The other experimental subjects may have felt the crisis. Or they may have been worried that they would be the next to be killed. So the experimental subjects finally reached the alliance that Zhu Shurjiu expected at the beginning. They put down their hostility towards other experimental subjects and turned to unite against him. Zhu Shurjiu didn't know how long he had been in the Dark Palace. In short, many experimental subjects at that time had already made long-range weapons. And the most outrageous one of them made a simple fragmentation explosive. He was first injured in one leg by the explosives. And then he was besieged by other experimental subjects flying kites. His injuries gradually worsened. And finally, he was shot in the head with a stone by the experimental subject. According to Zhu Shurjiu's original idea, it should be to let these experimental subjects join forces first, and then let them feel the unmatched despair. And finally these experimental subjects may cooperate with him. But now Zhu Shurjiu can't be sure whether his previous idea is reasonable. Fusida pushed his glasses, stared at the data recorded on the paper, and said without raising his head, I can see that you are very conflicted. But is it possible that my subjective thoughts can change your will? I just want to ask for your opinion. For reference. Well, if it were me, I would kill them. Because they were destined to die for the experiment the moment they became experimental subjects. Even if they did not die in the Dark Palace experiment, they would die in other experiments. If that's the case, why can't he die in my hands? After all, at least he made a contribution and let me graduate successfully. Zhu Shurjiu was silent for a while. When you graduate and take the assessment, you will definitely become a qualified black soldier. Thank you for the compliment. No, this is not a compliment. Zhu Shurjiu smiled bitterly and said, I'm leaving. I'll be alone for now. Goodbye. Fusida watched Zhu Shurjiu, who was in great distress, leave the room, thought for a while, picked up his phone and made a call. Hello. Luo Sui. Zhu Shurjiu's condition is a little abnormal. Let's go and check. Chapter 650 Final Explanation. Sometimes, fate will return to its original state. Zhu Shurjiu underestimated Fusida's grasp of his emotions. As a researcher who often needs to pay attention to the psychological state of the experimental subjects, it is too simple to judge whether a person has psychological problems. Not to mention that Fusida had the title of psychologist before joining the Black Soldier organization. So, when Zhu Shurjiu opened the door and saw Luo Sui, he was actually quite surprised. Are you okay? Luo Sui looked at Zhu Shurjiu with a little surprise. Zhu Shurjiu's condition was not as bad as she thought. When Fusida called, she was still worried that something was going to happen. But she didn't expect Zhu Shurjiu to be like a normal person. Of course I'm fine. Why are you here? Okay. No need to say. Did Fusidu ask you to come? Yes. He said that your condition was not right. So I came to see. There is nothing wrong with my condition. But I just have some obstacles in my heart. Zhu Shurjiu made way and let Luo Sui walk in. After Luo Sui entered the room, she first looked at the layout of the room. Usually, people with bad mental state will show clues in the layout of the room, such as the neatly arranged items are suddenly placed everywhere. The sanitary environment is not properly tidied, and the clothes are placed everywhere. It seems that this situation has not occurred so far. But the perceptive Luo Sui heard some unusual meanings from Zhu Shurjiu's tone. She turned around and asked tentatively, sometimes you can't realize your own problems by yourself. So I believe in Fusida's judgment. The hurdle you are talking about should be quite big. Right? Zhu Shurjiu thought of Luo Sui's comfort in the previous round, and his anxiety was slightly relieved. After thinking for a while, Zhu Shurjiu asked, Luo Sui, what kind of person do you think I am? Facing Zhu Shurjiu's inquiry, if a normal person wants others to suddenly come up with some words to describe you, even if the relationship between the two is too close, it will take some time to think. However, Luo Sui did not have such a problem. She quickly replied, kind, pure, firm, strong, confident, persistent, brave. There are too many words to praise you. How long do you want me to praise you? Zhu Shurjiu was a little confused. Are these talking about me? At least since I came into contact with you. This is the image of you that I have seen. Luo Sui said sincerely. To be honest, in my eyes, You are so perfect that you don't seem to be a real person. Do you know? The video of you commanding the experimental subjects to kill through the alien insect forest in the command class has been treasured by many fans. Whenever they feel confused, they will watch that video to motivate themselves. You have long become a benchmark idol for many students. It's all the fault of the rollback. Zhu Shurjiu was ashamed. He felt guilty. Actually, I'm not that perfect. I'm just an ordinary person. An ordinary person with no talent, who happens to have the ability to roll back. This is how Zhu Shurjiu positioned himself. Zhu Shurjiu thought Luo Sui would refute, saying something like, if even you are considered an ordinary person, then what are we? But she didn't. Luo Sui said, if you think so, then being an ordinary person is not bad either. Zhu Shurjiu looked at Luo Sui in a daze, not understanding what she said. If you feel tired and can't carry so much, then be an ordinary person. If you feel that you can still hold on, then continue to carry what I can't see and move forward. Isn't this a simple truth? Luo Sui came to Zhu Shurjiu and looked up at him gently. Although it's a bit rash to say this. You may think that I don't understand it at all, and I'm talking nonsense here. But what I want to say is that since you said you are an ordinary person, there is no need to treat yourself with the standard of treating a saint. Right? The woman stared at Zhu Shurjiu straight, as if she wanted to see through his eyes. And her words messed up Zhu Shurjiu's already exhausted thoughts. Luo Sui obviously didn't know anything, but she accurately said the solution that fit Zhu Shurjiu's current situation. Zhu Shurjiu was so entangled because he couldn't make up his mind to kill those experimental subjects. He only confessed to Fu Sidu about what was about to happen in the Dark Palace. Mr. Fu would not casually reveal the secrets he had given him. So was it that I was so obvious? Luo Sui smiled and said, are you surprised? You can think of it as a woman's intuition. Really? Zhu Shurjiu sat down heavily on the chair. And after thinking about it, he decided to just say it out loud. Luo Sui was clearly concerned about him. And if he still didn't want to tell her anything, it would be too disrespectful to her. He sighed and said, if I say that I must participate in a cruel experiment tonight, and only one person can survive this experiment, and I must kill the experimental subject who participated in the experiment with me, what do you think I should do? Luo Sui pinched her chin and fell into deep thought. It will be tangled. Right? Zhu Shurjiu was not surprised. After all, it involved specific issues now. And it was no longer empty talk like before. Is this experiment unavoidable? It is unavoidable. Zhu Shurjiu did not say that he had tried several times but failed. It was obvious that the Armed Defense Department had made full preparations. And the ministers would not stop it. The final result could only facilitate the occurrence of this experiment. Luo Sui finished thinking. Then kill them. But I don't want to say cold words, saying that the experimental subjects are not as valuable as you. Although this is true. But now it is clear that if you don't kill them, you can't pass the experiment. Right? And you have to understand that it's not you who is wrong, but the Black Soldier Organization. The Black Soldier Organization treats the experimental subjects as supplies that can be consumed at will. Since it's their fault, why do you take all the blame on yourself? You are just a victim. Luo Sui's words are like sunlight that penetrates through the clouds and shines on Zhu Shurjiu's heart. Yes, it's not me who is wrong. It's the Black Soldier Organization. Such a simple truth. He had never figured it out before. He had been trapped in a thinking error. And this was also the thinking error that Su Feng wanted him to fall into. Through this thinking error to brainwash him. I am a victim, not an offender. Zhu Shurjiu raised his head and sincerely said to Luo Sui, thank you. Luo Sui didn't think she had done anything worthy of being thanked. After all, Zhu Shurjiu was just worried about killing innocent experimental subjects. It was no big deal. Even without her, Zhu Shurjiu would have figured it out on his own. It just took time to ease the tension. In fact, Zhu Shurjiu's desire to save those experimental subjects was even more strange. Luo Sui then asked about the inside story. So, what is this experiment for? I'm about to graduate, and this experiment is my graduation test. Zhu Shurjiu's words made Luo Sui fall into a long period of shock and silence. Oh, then I wish you a bright future. But I was forced to graduate. Luo Sui, I need your help. I have a lot of things to do. And I must tell you some important things before I graduate. Luo Sui put away her stunned look and said solemnly. You say. When Luo Sui walked out of the room, she looked at Su Chan who was leaning against the wall. Su Chan said calmly, you're quite durable. Luo Sui ignored Su Chan's dirty jokes and said directly, Zhu Shizhou wants to see you. Go in. Su Chan looked at Luo Sui. Did you tell him I was outside the door? No. He sensed it himself. Anyway, you'll understand after you go in. Su Chan understood that Zhu Shizhou must be talking about something important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called her in after flirting with Luo Sui. Luo Sui looked at Su Chan, who walked into Zhu Shizhou's room with a complicated expression. Among the things Zhu Shizhou told her, Su Chan was also an important part of the plan. Zhu Shizhou could be said to have regarded Su Chan as his own person, and it seemed that he had not considered the possibility of Su Chan's betrayal. But would Su Chan really not betray? Luo Sui, based on her own observations, could not see through Su Chan, let alone understand Su Chan. In any case, when Zhu Shizhou was away, she would always be on guard against Su Chan for Zhu Shizhou. Chapter 651 Enlightenment. At night, Zhu Shizhou waited for the black soldiers from the Armed Defense Department to come to his door, as he wished. Now he has made sufficient preparations. Not only has he adjusted his body to the best condition, but his mind is also full of enlightenment. Kill the experimental subject, graduate successfully, and then become an important figure, holding his fate firmly in his own hands. Along the way, Zhu Shizhou did not speak. His expression was calm, as if he already knew what would happen. Even when he arrived at the tent of the military base and faced the assistant of the Armed Defense Department, he seemed particularly calm. After listening to the assistant's dark underground palace experiment, he did not even utter a word of surprise. Sure enough, he knew it a long time ago. The assistant watched Zhu Shizhou leave the tent and thought so in his heart. After recording Zhu Shizhou's performance in detail in the tent, a black soldier walked into the tent. Report. The minister asked you to go to the conference room to watch and analyze the experiment. Okay. I got it. After writing for a while, the assistant put down his pen, stood up, left the tent, and went to the conference room. The ministers in the conference room had already sat in their seats neatly, and there was a large screen in front of the conference room, which clearly showed Zhu Shizhou standing near the entrance of the Dark Palace. Zhu Shizhou in the picture was still so calm, as if he had already made sufficient preparations, and nothing could shake his mind. In the assistant's opinion, either Zhu Shizhou's strength was indeed as bad as his performance in the arena, and he was ready to die, or Zhu Shizhou was fully confident that he could pass the Dark Palace test. Which side is it? In fact, even the minister of the Armed Defense Department was confused. When he got the battle video of the arena, the minister of the Armed Defense Department was extremely excited, thinking that he had caught Zhu Shizhou's handle and could expose Zhu Shizhou's true face. But he didn't expect that before he released the battle video. Zhu Shizhou took the lead in applying for early graduation. This move really confused him. This means that Zhu Shizhou has sufficient confidence in his own strength, so he is sure that he can pass the graduation assessment. Zhu Shizhou should be very clear that his graduation assessment will definitely not be the same as that of other students, because the graduation assessment he is going to participate in is the elite black soldier level. It is extremely dangerous for ordinary black soldier level students to participate in this kind of assessment. Then he can still appear so calm after learning this news, which is obviously a performance of being confident. This is also the reason why the minister of the Armed Defense Department is hesitant now. Anyone who sees Zhu Shizhou's calm performance will think that Zhu Shizhou is extremely confident, which is quite in line with Zhu Shizhou's genius personality. At least the other ministers all agreed that this Dark Underground Palace test was no problem for Zhu Shizhou. Let's get started. I can't wait to see Zhu Shizhou's wonderful performance. Minister Xiong patted the table carelessly. The head of the logistics department looked at Zhu Shizhou in the picture with concern and said, "Don't forget that Zhu Shizhou was the one who would rather go down and face the alien insects in person in the command class to protect his experimental subject. In my opinion, his strength is enough, but his personality may not be able to support him to pass the test." Alas, the head of the reconnaissance department said, "In the end, if you don't have enough awareness, no matter how strong you are useless." Minister Zhu said, "It should take a year to shape the students' minds, but Zhu Shizhou only took 2 months. I don't know if it's enough. I remember that the undead took 5 months to graduate and became an elite black soldier in one go. It was a sensation at the time. Zhu Shizhou improved this record by 4 months. In fact, I still don't recommend that he be allowed to take the graduation test so early." The other ministers were speechless, and Minister Xiong was very unhappy. "You guys, There is no need to brag about the strongest human being every time. Right? I have heard it for so many years. I'm tired of hearing that. It's just a good seedling. But you brag about it every day. I think after today, the title of the strongest human being will not belong to your emergency mobile department, but to the command department, Minister Zhu said innocently. Haha. I naturally hope that Zhu Shizhou will be as strong as possible. But testing too early will easily cause this genius, with the greatest potential in history, to die prematurely. I also have good intentions. The argument did not last long. Seeing Zhu Shizhou enter the Dark Palace under the guidance of the person in charge, all the ministers shut up, and the screen switched to the inside of the Dark Palace. The red heat sensor showed that Zhu Shizhou's whole body was as hot as a fireball. Obviously, Zhu Shizhou had entered the combat state before entering the Dark Palace. What is the combat state? Zhu Shizhou gathered all his pheromones into his body, like a lifeless stone, without leaking a single pheromone. Even the person in charge, who passed by Zhu Shizhou, couldn't help but look up and glanced at him 2 or 3 times. After watching Zhu Shizhou enter the dark underground palace, the person in charge was shocked and turned to ask the staff next to him. Did you feel it? At such a close distance, I couldn't sense any pheromones at all. It's too scary. Other staff members obviously didn't pay attention to this aspect and were stunned for a moment. But after thinking about it, they all nodded in agreement. It seems to be like this. He was right next to me, but I couldn't seem to sense his breathing. Not only his breathing. Even when I recall it now, his image is quite vague. This is the performance of pheromone convergence to the extreme. The top pheromone convergence technique can converge one's own pheromones to the point that no one can detect it. Even if you pass by others face to face, it will not attract their attention. Even if others recall the relevant scenes, they can only get a vague memory. The person in charge took a deep look at the closed entrance to the dark underground palace, shook his head, and said, "Let the test subject in." The first test subject was a criminal. After investigation, it was found that this test subject had a strong antisocial personality and was a very dangerous existence in society. So the Black Soldier Organization transferred him to the Black Soldier Organization as a test subject while he was still serving his sentence. After training, the strength of the test subject was equivalent to that of a medium-level black soldier. He had a strong sense of vigilance, and his fighting skills were also at the upper level among the black soldiers. However, due to his own talent problems, his pheromone control skills were quite poor, and he was at the lower level among the black soldiers. Generally speaking, if he was fighting against an elite black soldier, he would not last more than half a minute. I just don't know how long this guy can last in this dark underground palace. The second experimental subject is... The person in charge turned to the next page of experimental subject information. But at this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Report. The first experimental subject has been killed by Zhu Shizhou. TF? The person in charge looked up in surprise. The staff member next to him said the details that the person in charge didn't notice. 17 seconds. Zhu Shizhou only took 17 seconds to kill the first experimental subject. And from the battle process, the opponent had no power to fight back. If Zhu Shizhou hadn't chosen to kill the opponent with joint skills, the battle time might have been shortened. The person in charge hurriedly looked at the screen, only to see Zhu Shizhou standing up from the ground. And below him was a group of corpses with necks at a strange angle. No, these are not the key. The key is, how did Zhu Shizhou lock on to the experimental subject so quickly? Originally, everyone expected that Zhu Shizhou would have to spend a certain amount of time to meet the experimental subjects. But this process seemed to be edited out. Zhu Shizhou directly skipped this link, and they had just put the experimental subjects down when the encounter occurred. Is this a coincidence? If this question is put in front of Zhu Shizhou may command the answer with 2 words, enlightenment. Because now, unlike the previous rounds, he has fully realized, whoever stands in his way, he will kill them all. It's not his fault. It's the Black Soldier Organization that set up this experiment. Chapter 652, There is a madman in the experimental subject. Zhu Shizhou's subsequent performance told the person in charge that this was no coincidence. This dark underground palace experiment was just a performance by Zhu Shizhou alone. No one outside the venue knew how he locked the experimental subject. Not only was the first experimental subject killed so quickly, but even the deaths of the second and third experimental subjects were like ants under the feet of a dragon without any resistance. In the dark underground palace, when Zhu Shizhou removed his palm from Kaz's neck, Kaz's body collapsed forward powerlessly, and the crossbow at his hand fell to the ground, making a crisp landing sound. The first two encounters with Kaz were still a little embarrassed, but this time, he solved the opponent quite easily. This was due to his pheromone perception, rather than saying that he was more comfortable with the ability to master pheromones in the replays. It was better to say that his sensitivity to the pheromones of these experimental subjects was further improved. Every time he used pheromones to sense the existence of the experimental subjects, the pheromones of these experimental subjects would leave a mark in his mind. Once, twice, 3 times. The pheromones of the experimental subjects were deeply imprinted in his memory, so that when he sensed the experimental subjects, his sixth sense could react at an unimaginable speed. The battle between the black soldiers was simply a battle of reaction. Some black soldiers had dull pheromones, and their sixth sense would be correspondingly delayed. Some black soldiers had extremely sensitive pheromones, and their superfast sixth sense would make them seem to predict every step they took. It's amazing. When Zhu Shizhou ended the life of the 10th experimental subject, Minister Zhu in the conference room couldn't help but stare at the screen with his eyes wide open. Did you expect this to happen before? To be honest, I thought the Dark Palace would at least cause some trouble to Zhu Shizhou, and I even thought my idea was bold enough. But now I realized that I still underestimated Zhu Shizhou. Minister Xiong also stared at the screen without saying anything. The head of the reconnaissance department sighed. How did he do it? I really want to go down and find out. You know, the head of the reconnaissance department thought that even if he was in the Dark Palace, he would need to use various reconnaissance methods to detect the positions of other experimental subjects in the dark. And even so, there would still be a high error rate. But Zhu Shizhou's performance was like turning on the perspective cheat. He locked the positions of other experimental subjects almost effortlessly. And judging from his route, he almost always went straight to the experimental subjects without any hesitation. Another incredible pheromone perception? So interesting. The Minister of Armed Defense said it was interesting. But he was not smiling at all. In fact, he did not expect such a result. The final ending should be a farce. And then he could use this farce to catch a large number of hidden factions that assisted Zhu Shizhou in the fraud, and even the top leaders of the hidden factions. But he did not expect that Zhu Shizhou's genius was real, which had disrupted his original plan. When he looked at his assistant, the assistant gave him a calm expression. Zhu Shizhou in the Dark Palace was unaware of the thoughts and discussions of the ministers in the meeting room. He learned to let go of unnecessary pity and began to face his opponents. The opportunity was naturally a conversation between Luo Sui and him. Zhu Shizhou realized that in this Dark Palace, everyone was a victim. But he, the victim, was destined to go to the end of this experiment. So as long as he held this mentality, Zhu Shizhou's thoughts changed, and everything he thought about became easy. As long as he believed that his killing was redemption for these victims, then there would be no psychological burden to kill them. Zhu Shizhou began to think so from the bottom of his heart. Kaz, who had troubled him several times before, was solved by him this time with 3 arrows left. Zhu Shizhou also got a complete set of simple bows and arrows. But since the opponents he met next could be solved by close combat, he did not shoot arrows rashly. The Dark Palace fell into silence. Or it could be said that it had been very quiet. But Zhu Shizhou had been chasing the experimental subjects and killing them, which made a lot of noise. So the sudden stop of the battle only made the dark underground palace even more silent. All the weak ones, who could easily expose their pheromones, had been killed by him. Zhu Shizhou could not sense any of the next opponents. How many people participated in this experiment? Zhu Shizhou did not know the answer to this question. But he knew without even having to count that even if he did nothing, the number of surviving experimental subjects would only decrease as time went by. In this round, he started killing without saying anything. So the other subjects didn't know that he was the subject of this experiment. This also avoided the ending of being besieged to death by the subjects in the previous round. So in order to ensure their survival, the other subjects must try their best to hide themselves and secretly look for opponents with equal strength. The rustling sound of Zhu Shizhou's clothes rubbing against each other was extremely harsh in the dark. But the strange thing was that no one dared to attack him. It's not that no one tried to attack Zhu Shizhou before, but was easily killed by Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou took off his elite black soldier uniform amid the harsh sound of clothes rubbing against each other. There were no more subjects that could be easily lured by him. So there was no need to continue wearing clothes and making noises to announce their positions when moving. To win and survive in this experiment, the biggest weapon is only your own pheromone. Pheromone perception ability and pheromone convergence ability. There is a madman among the subjects. Fuck. So strong. I definitely don't want to run into that bastard. Wang Dong, who is 1.93 meters tall and weighs 212 kilograms, cursed in his heart. Zhu Shizhou, who chased a group of experimental subjects and killed them without saying a word, was defined as a complete lunatic in Wang Dong's mind. He refused to participate in this experiment because his strength is not strong. He is only at the level of an ordinary middle-level black soldier, but because of his natural affinity for pheromones, he has an extremely keen pheromone perception and upper-level pheromone control. Because of this, he could sense more than other test subjects how strong the madman who killed several test subjects in a row was, and how terrifying the pheromones that the other party accidentally leaked during the battle were. It was a kind of strength that seemed to be born with. Unlike ordinary black soldiers, the opponent's pheromones were so dense that it made people's scalps numb. Just from the leaked pheromones, you can see the clues. If your pheromones are compared to cotton, then the opponent's pheromones are equivalent to iron blocks. He dared not imagine that if the opponent burst out pheromones with all his strength in front of him, he could suppress a pheromone-sensitive person like him to the point of being unable to breathe. If we meet, I will definitely not survive a single encounter. Wang Dong held the stone in his hand, hoping that the stone in his hand could bring him a sense of security. Chapter 653 Strong Men. How strong am I now? In the darkness, Wang Dong could only pray that he would not be so unlucky as to meet Zhu Shizhou. That's right. He could only rely on luck now, because when Zhu Shizhou was concentrating his pheromones, he could not sense Zhu Shizhou's existence. On the contrary, with his big body, he had to be especially careful not to cause excessive wind pressure and expose his position when moving. Wang Dong crouched and moved slowly. Suddenly, Wang Dong sensed the pheromones of an experimental subject. Compared to the ridiculously strong character like Zhu Shizhou, this weak character is more suitable to be his opponent. He quietly approached the experimental subject and attacked quickly. The huge fist disrupted the operation of the airflow, and the huge wind pressure approached the experimental subject. And the experimental subject he was staring at realized the danger approaching belatedly, and took a step back in shock, trying to dodge the attack in an instant. But this is also what Wang Dong wanted. It is a common technique to surprise the opponent unexpectedly at the beginning of a fight, which can easily expose the opponent's pheromones and put him in an unfavorable situation at the beginning. So the first attack is just a feint. The second attack is the real killer move. Wang Dong changed his fist into a knife, tightened his biceps and released them instantly, pulling the arm muscles, and turned his right forearm into a sharp spear and pierced forward. Remember that he deliberately walked with his waist hunched before? Walking with a hunched waist is to make the opponent misjudge his height. If the opponent misjudges his height, he will also misjudge his arm length. In the ever-changing battle, he deliberately gave a wrong message, so that when the opponent's brain processes the information, he automatically thinks that this distance is safe. But in fact, they are still in a dangerous distance. The battle of the black soldiers is simply a battle of pheromones. Information deception is also a common technique of the black soldiers. Wang Dong's arm stabbed out like a spear, easily hitting the opponent's head in the dark. The finger force was on the skin, through the skull, just like the ripples unfolding at this moment, transmitting to the depths of the brain. And finally a strong sense of shock broke out instantly. Concussion. In the long history of human evolution, the brain, a vital part, was only protected by a hard skull to wrap the fragile brain. At the same time, the buffer space left between the brain and the skull has become the fatal weakness of the brain. Strong blunt force hits can cause concussion at the least and brain death at the worst. The brain shakes strongly inside the skull. The brain that has not evolved muscle cells cannot control the shaking. So even if it has a black soldier level body, the strong shock will still have an impact on the brain that hinders the battle. Wang Dong judged from the touch from his fingertips when he pointed at the opponent's eyebrows. Sure enough, you are weaker than me. The powerful black soldier level experimental subjects not only have high body muscles, but also high skull density. However, there are differences between the experimental subjects in the various experiments arranged by the Black Soldier organization in which they participate. Some have well-developed muscles. Some have high bone density. Some have sharp five senses. And some have high pheromone sensitivity. Wang Dong judged from this finger that the opponent's reaction was slow and bone density was low. And even the pheromones carrying fear that burst out in an instant were messy. In the simple concept of the experimental subjects, The strong live, and the weak die. In their three views, there is no extra mercy. In the severe concussion, the subject's counterattack and blocking movements were severely deformed. Wang Dong blocked 1 or 2 moves, then suddenly squatted down and pulled his fist out from his waist. The whole process happened within 0.1 seconds, and his fist reached the opponent's chest. Boom! The ribs were broken by him, and the broken ribs turned into deadly weapons and pierced into the heart and lungs. The subject's struggling counterattack stopped at this moment. The subject spitting blood fell forward, and Wang Dong's footsteps had quietly retreated away from the scene. The battle between Wang Dong and other subjects was not an isolated case. In another corner of the dark palace, an experimenter pulled his finger out of the opponent's wound, and a slightly feminine voice whispered in the ear of the twitching and struggling experimenter. I forgot to tell you that my nails have been modified. The nail interlayers that have grown out contain alien insect toxins. In the thermal image seen in the conference room, a female test subject with a body temperature as low as 3 red temperatures is leaving another test subject. The other test subject is frozen in place and motionless. If the perspective returns to the scene and leaves the light on this test subject, it can be found that this test subject is tied up with circles of wire all over his body, and the whole person is fixed to the ground in a weird posture. When you rot, I will spread my corpse poison into the air. The female test subject made a hoarse sound, grabbed a handful of soil from the ground, covered her rotten skin to cover up her breath, and found a place to lie on the ground, disguised as a fresh corpse. Another corner of the dark underground palace. A man dug a hole in the ground with his bare hands and buried himself in it. I hope this experiment will stop after my hibernation ends. He has been transformed and is awake for only about 2 hours a day. At the same time, during his sleep, his energy consumption can be lower than that of the North American nighthawk, only 5 in the normal state. In this state, his pheromones can be so low that the alien insects cannot detect his existence even if they are 1 meter close to him. A test subject crawling on all fours on the ground in the dark raised his head and sniffed the air, tilted his head, and showed a weird smile. Even if it is a black soldier level body, the evaporation of water in the body will increase during exercise. This pheromone contained in the water leaks into the air, which is an unconcealed clue. Okay. So far, the pheromones of all the test subjects in the entire dark underground palace have been remembered. It is really a clear pheromone network. Then, let's start hunting from weak to strong. His sense of smell is 1,300 times that of a normal human. Zhu Shizhou sat casually on the ground with his eyes closed. The sound of wind, heartbeat, blood flow, the vibration of muscles tightening and relaxing, the friction of bone joints. These sounds from the outside to the inside seemed particularly clear as he focused on his own perception. A few weeks ago, he had never really experienced his own strength. What kept echoing in his mind was the purpose behind the experiment and the conspiracy hidden in it. So much so that he really neglected the changes in his own body. Zhu Shizhou didn't know what the working principle of 199 beta was, but his whole body was still slowly getting stronger, which was certain. Zhu Shizhou was able to sense the changes in his body, and he only discovered it at this time. This experiment was an experiment that allowed him to quickly adapt to his own strength. After putting aside all unnecessary and disturbing thoughts, the only thing Zhu Shizhou wanted to know was the answer to this question. How strong am I now? Chapter 654 Jessica. Corpse poison. There is an evil star in the dark underground palace that all the experimental subjects don't want to touch. And that is Zhu Shizhou. The ministers in the conference room looked at Zhu Shizhou sitting on the ground in the picture, while the other experimental subjects kept moving away. And they were all speechless for a while. If this continues, the other test subjects will kill each other to death because they dare not approach. Is there any meaning in the test? The test subjects have already started to kill each other. In my opinion, deterrence is also a manifestation of ability. If Zhu Shizhou can really sit there until the test subjects have finished killing each other, it can be considered his ability. But, will things really be that simple? The Minister of the Armed Defense Department answered the doubts of the ministers. Of course, it won't be that simple. These test subjects are carefully selected by me, and there is never a lack of brave and careful test subjects. Oh! In other words, will there be test subjects who dare to touch Zhu Shizhou's bad luck and attack him? That's right. Although the Minister of the Armed Defense Department didn't know which test subject would stand up, he seemed extremely sure, because his assistant must have considered all aspects when doing things. When selecting these test subjects, Not only the strength of these test subjects must be considered, but also their psychology and personality. The assistant stepped forward and said, "One condition known to all the test subjects is that the experiment can be ended by killing one of them. So some of them will naturally want to take the risk and try it. Zhu Shizhou is the most conspicuous one among all the experimental subjects so far. Even if Zhu Shizhou does nothing next, he will naturally be targeted." The head of the reconnaissance department questioned. Targeted? Zhu Shizhou's pheromone convergence ability should not expose his tracks. Right? Hee. Yes. Zhu Shizhou is naturally perfect in his perfect state now. But what if Zhu Shizhou is injured, poisoned, or in other abnormal conditions? Can he still maintain his pheromone convergence ability? Minister Zhu frowned. Poisoned? Are you still putting toxins in the Dark Palace? No. I won't do that. But some of the experimental subjects have the ability to produce toxins. Please turn to page 23 of the information in your hands. Everyone turned to page 23. The assistant smiled and said, "This experimental subject is called Jessica. She was transformed into a living zombie, with 70% of her function shut down, which caused her body to rot significantly. However, after special treatment, she still survived. And we also built a personalized system unique to her by frequently treating her body. Her body has a characteristic: corpse poison. People who come into contact with her rotten muscles. No, not just contact. Even if you just smell her rotten smell, you will be invaded by the toxin. This corpse poison will not infect other people to become zombies. The biggest effect is to cause pheromone disorder in the experimental subject." The head of the logistics department summarized. He had an impression, because in the final analysis, all research on the experimental subject must be approved by him. The head of the logistics department and the director of the Irreminiscent Research Institute. The moment he saw the corpse poison, he recalled, the original research on zombies was to find a way for humans to survive. However, it turns out that although the Zerg are not very interested in rotten meat, they will still eat it up when they are extremely hungry. The survival rate of the subjects who have undergone zombie experiments within 1 month is only 0.1. Jessica is the product of an accidental experiment. She is the only subject who has survived for more than half a year. If nothing unexpected happens, this subject will live longer. Unfortunately, since the zombie experiment is not very meaningful, the organization recently decided to abolish the experiment. So Jessica was sent to the Dark Palace. The organization decided to let her play the last bit of residual heat. Jessica's body can withstand the transformation that other ordinary people cannot bear. For example, the corpse poison that can cause the pheromone disorder of other black soldier level subjects. When placed on other subjects, let alone the pheromones of others, their own pheromones will definitely be messed up first. But Jessica did not. Her pheromones are still maintained at a stable level. In other words, as long as Jessica's corpse poison spreads to the air of the entire dark underground palace, the pheromones that other experimental subjects are proud of will become suicide weapons that will only have a counterproductive effect. Jessica, she may be the one with the least desire to survive among all the experimental subjects. Her life began when she killed her mother with her own hands. Her mother's cancer left her with a high debt. She was almost on the verge of collapse from taking care of her mother lying in bed every day. The last straw that broke the camel's back was that she lost her job. The company's economic situation was not ideal, so it decided to lay off employees. And she was one of the laid-off employees. The devil in her head woke up at that moment. The devil told her that as long as her mother was still alive, she would never be able to relax in the second half of her life. No, it should be said that she was not sure whether she would have a second half of her life. As long as she killed her mother and blamed the hospital for the crime, she could get a large amount of compensation through litigation. At least she could repay the debt she had incurred for the treatment, and her life would still have hope. So one night, she took action. However, due to her panic and strange behavior, Jessica, who was not very skilled in killing for the first time, was eventually identified as the murderer by the police. When confessing the crime to the police, Jessica did not feel much relief. The regret of killing her mother with her own hands overwhelmed her like a tide, suffocating her. She regretted it. So when the Black Soldier organization came to find her, she signed the agreement without saying a word and chose to give up her life. She no longer cared about the rest of her life. Cooperating with the experiment and destroying her body was the only way she could feel better. This made her feel atonement, as if by doing so, her dead mother would forgive her. At the same time, her mind became more and more twisted. I'm like this. How come the rest of you are still alive and well? Jessica cursed everything crazily, especially any experiment subject who was alive and kicking and struggling. For example, in this experiment in the dark underground palace, she didn't want to survive, but wanted to kill all the other test subjects. If she could witness such a result before dying, she would be very satisfied. The corpse poison was spreading in the dark underground palace. This was because she had infected another test subject with her corpse poison, and the dead test subject was excreting a large amount of blood containing her corpse poison. Her disease-rotten flesh could make a fresh corpse rot into a pile of rotten flesh within an hour. Destroy it. Destroy it. Destroy it. The first person to sense the abnormality was Zhu Shizhou. In the entire dark underground palace, the pheromones of many test subjects were disordered, including himself. The pheromones in his body gradually became unstable. What's going on? Zhu Shizhou stood up. At this time, he felt that there were dangers everywhere. His perception was disordered, and his sixth sense kept warning, like a machine that kept reporting errors. Chapter 655. The Battle of Pheromone Disorder. Something is wrong with pheromones. Zhu Shizhou stood up. His pheromone perception seemed to have become dull. No. To be more precise, his pheromone controllability. Due to the pheromone disorder, the pheromone continued to leak out and send back some wrong information. The boundary between safety and danger was gradually disappearing. And Zhu Shizhou also knew that it was probably not just him. It was estimated that other experimental subjects in the Dark Palace were also experiencing the same situation. Because before the pheromone disorder, he clearly sensed that the pheromones of other experimental subjects in the Dark Palace had abnormal fluctuations. It was like gas leaks everywhere, all in similar situations. Did the Black Soldier organization do anything? Or was it the experiment subjects in the Dark Palace who did it? Zhu Shizhou could only think of these 2 points for the time being. If he hadn't sensed that other experimental subjects also had pheromone disorder, he might have thought that there was something wrong with the 199 beta he injected. Just as Zhu Shizhou was secretly alert to his surroundings, suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded in the darkness. It's not what the organization did, but what I did. In an instant, the overly strong pheromone gave a premonition of death. Zhu Shizhou's body tensed up in an instant, and the whole person quickly moved away in another direction. In a very short time, he jumped back 3 steps, away from his previous position. After standing still, he opened his 5 senses as much as possible and felt everything he could feel. Who? My name is Jessica. A person who should have died long ago. This name obviously refers to the female experimental subject, who made a hoarse voice and grinned. Zhu Shizhou did not dare to act rashly, because he was still unclear about what was happening at the moment. He did not notice that the experimental subject quietly approached behind him, even when he made a warning move. Judging from the position of the other party's 2 voices, the other party did not move at all, as if he did not care about his warning. Everywhere was weird. Jessica. I remember. Is it you who caused the pheromone disorder of all the experimental subjects? Zhu Shizhou asked calmly. Are you confused? Are you curious? How did I do it? Do you want to know the answer to this question? Zhu Shizhou's leg muscles were tense. He had locked the other party's position, only 10 meters away from him. If he bursts out with all his strength, he should be able to rush to the other party within 0.5 seconds. He is constantly weighing and trying to get more information. If you are willing to satisfy my curiosity, it's okay to tell me. Hee hee. Do you think I will tell you? The hoarse voice began to move. Strangely, the other party's movement speed is quite slow, like an old man with slow movements. And when moving, you can hear a sticky sound coming from the darkness, which sounds like someone is stirring the dough that has not yet formed. Other experimental subjects dare not come to me, but you came to me after my pheromones were disordered. You must have a way to deal with me. Where does your confidence come from? Zhu Shizhou also began to move. He did not rush forward, but always kept a distance of 10 meters from the other party. When the other party moved forward, he retreated, and when the other party made a detour, he also made a detour in the opposite direction. The hoarse voice did not speak this time. Zhu Shizhou narrowed his eyes slightly. It's poison, right? There is a faint stench in the air. At first, I thought it was the unique musty smell of this dark underground palace, but I smelled a similar stench from you just now. I was infected about half an hour ago. The hoarse voice sounded very pleased. Yes, you guessed it right. But don't think of diverting the blame and attracting other experimental subjects to me to solve the culprit. Because it's useless for you to solve me. I don't have an antidote. And killing me can't stop your pheromone disorder. Halfway through his words, Zhu Shizhou suddenly heard the sound of wind. The whistling sound flashed by his ears. Zhu Shizhou pulled out the arrow from his waist without thinking, and stabbed it hard in the direction of the wind. By the way, he clenched his left fist, rotated his body, and condensed all the muscles in his body to the peak of his fist. The huge fist blasted out. Ding! This is the sound of an arrow piercing a hard object. And his fist was swung in the air. It's hard to deal with without pheromones. Right? The hoarse voice sounded again. Just 1 meter to his left. Zhu Shizhou took advantage of the situation and made a spinning kick. His toes drew a rustling semicircle in the air. It seemed that his toes hit something. Judging from the touch, it should be the corner of the opponent's clothes. His spinning kick missed. I see. You kept your distance from me and moved slowly, which made me misjudge your speed. But in fact, your speed was not slow at all. You seemed to be an agile experimental subject. When I fully released my 5 senses, you were still able to approach me quietly. This shows that your weight is low, so you don't cause too strong wind noise when moving. From the position of your voice, your height should be between 150 and 160. From the attack just now, although I don't know what weapon you have, your strength is very weak. Overall, your physical fitness should be far weaker than mine. Then, why did you dare to approach me and try to fight me in close combat? Zhu Shizhou began to retreat slowly, while pricked up his ears to pay attention to the movements of the other party, and kept analyzing. You must have some kind of confidence that you are confident that you can cause fatal damage to me in close combat, such as the toxin I talked about before. Your toxin has strong penetration and good effect. I was infected without knowing it. I have reason to believe that you have the ability to further strengthen your toxin in the next battle with me, or use other toxins to poison me. Haha. Is that really the case? Jessica's hoarse voice did not change at all, but she was already alert in her heart. It was only a few seconds of fighting, and the opponent analyzed so many things. And the reason why the opponent analyzed while fighting was to share her intelligence, trying to seek help from other experimental subjects, or to kill with a borrowed knife. After analyzing her situation carefully, can other experimental subjects still hold back their thoughts and watch? We have to get rid of this guy quickly, and we can't let him continue talking. Jessica rushed up. As Zhu Shizhou said, her speed was very fast, and her speed was his only ability to reach the black soldier level. She held a piece of rotten meat in her hand, which was torn from her thigh and had already rotted. The reason why she deliberately wanted to get close to the other party was to leave a wound on the other party, and then touch her rotten meat to the wound. As long as the other party's wound touched her rotten meat, the other party's wound would rot in a short time. And if the wound was not removed in time, this rot would spread to the flesh and blood of the whole body. Although Zhu Shizhou did not guess her method, it was quite close. Zhu Shizhou continued to analyze while making defensive movements. I also know that you don't have long-range weapons. Otherwise, your means of attack would not have to be so laborious. After all, using long-range weapons when my pheromones are disordered is the easiest way to kill me. What you analyzed is useless. Jessica bit her wrist violently while approaching Zhu Shizhou. There was no blood, and only a strong corpse odor emanated from the wound on her wrist. Zhu Shizhou also smelled it, and held his breath when his sense of smell caught a glimpse of it. Jessica not only moved quickly, but also attacked at a high frequency. She didn't give Zhu Shizhou any chance to breathe, and rushed forward with the pheromones carrying the stench of corpses. If the pheromones were visualized, it could be found that her own pheromones had completely enveloped Zhu Shizhou, swallowing him up like a swamp. Chapter 656. The last words are the last words of a human. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists and feet hitting each other rang out continuously in the darkness. Zhu Shizhou kept blocking. He was not sure what kind of means the other party had, so he was very cautious when counterattacking. In addition, he was facing a strong man with pheromones. Therefore, although his fists and feet hit the other party's body several times, it was obvious that the other party had removed most of the force. Zhu Shizhou's pheromones became more disordered. The smell of corpses he inhaled before caused the pheromones in his body to fall into a state of collapse. Zhu Shizhou's sixth sense completely failed. The consequences of disordered pheromones were more terrible than pheromone dryness. Pheromone dryness means that one cannot sense the existence of danger. while pheromone disorder means that the premonition of crisis is sometimes as fierce as a rainstorm, and sometimes as safe as being in the arms of a mother. The sense of confusion is quite serious. Zhu Shizhou had never experienced pheromone disorder before, and he could not freely control his body to act according to his will. When Jessica came from the darkness with a sharp weapon, he had no foresight of danger. When the opportunity to counterattack came, the great danger stopped his body. The human body's survival instinct was completely messed up. Zhu Shizhou gritted his teeth, and with a ruthless heart, he directly abandoned all thoughts in his head, rushed forward regardless, and blasted his fist with a strong wind sound towards somewhere in the darkness. Crack! The sound of the bone fracture was quite crisp in the darkness. Jessica panted slightly, jumped back, distanced herself from Zhu Shizhou, and drooped her arms. One of her arms was just broken by Zhu Shizhou's punch. Jessica panted and said, "You should have noticed it. Right? Your pheromones are so disordered that you can't fight normally." Zhu Shizhou also retreated frantically, and only dared to breathe slightly after pulling away from him. His heartbeat was as fierce as a drum, and his lungs were greedy for fresh air. During the fierce battle just now, Zhu Shizhou was holding his breath throughout the whole process. Now that he was away from him, his breath was still long. This was because he forced his body to breathe slowly, fearing that he would be hit again. The other party was willing to give him time to calm his pheromones, and he was happy to cooperate, and replied, "Pheromone disorder. It's quite interesting. This is the first time I have encountered such a weird situation. It seems that you have experienced very few experiments." Jessica narrowed her eyes. This guy is not right. Zhu Shizhou's words made Jessica feel confused, and he exposed the fact that he had never experienced pheromone disorder. If an ordinary black soldier heard this, he probably wouldn't feel anything, let alone notice any doubts. But the experimental subject was different. Although the various experimental subjects they had experienced were varied, almost every experimental subject who could reach the black soldier level had participated in experiments on pheromones. Pheromone activation, strengthening, weakening, metamorphosis, disorder, fusion, various experiments. As an experimental subject, how could he not have experienced them? Either the other party was talking nonsense, or the other party was fundamentally different from these experimental subjects. And what was the termination condition of this dark underground palace experiment? Kill someone. In other words, that special existence was actually the subject of this experiment. As long as the subject was killed, the experiment would be over. At this moment, Jessica wanted to laugh wildly. She was not happy, but simply because she found the termination condition of this experiment earlier than anyone else. She didn't laugh out loud after all. What a joke. Kill this man, and then terminate the experiment? Don't even think about it. She just wanted to destroy everything. None of the experimental subjects in these dark underground palaces can survive. If she kills him now, the experiment will be terminated. And she doesn't want this. With this thought in mind, Jessica supported her arm that was broken by the opponent in the fierce battle just now, grinning and slowly retreating. Zhu Shizhou noticed the opponent's departure, frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to fight anymore?" Jessica said lightly, "I'm injured. It's boring. I won't fight anymore." Zhu Shizhou said, "Oh." Then his legs tightened, and the whole person ricocheted in the direction of Jessica. So fast! Jessica's pupils shrank slightly, and she flashed to the side at the same time. Jessica spit out a mouthful of blood after suffering a strong blow to her waist and abdomen, and her body spun and flew out. You want to ask what's going on, right?" Zhu Shizhou came to Jessica lying on the ground. Although it was dark in front of him, he still lowered his head and faced Jessica's direction and said, "Your battle plan was actually quite successful. It disrupted the opponent's pheromones, but your own pheromones were very stable. It was equivalent to sealing the opponent's cheating ability, but you were cheating yourself. However, in fact, your battle plan has a fatal weakness, which is that your body is too fragile after all. So it's actually very simple to crack it. That is, to forcibly attack you at a speed far beyond your sixth sense, and at a speed that your pheromones can't warn you. It's true that your sixth sense can warn you, but as long as my attack is that fast, I can easily defeat you." Zhu Shizhou finished explaining. This is what he thought of when he broke Jessica's arm without caring about anything. Now he tried it, and it was indeed correct. Jessica's ability can only be used for first-time killing. In fact, facing him, this first-time killing did not succeed. If there is a next time, Zhu Shizhou can kill Jessica the moment he touches her. Hee hee. So that's it. Jessica vomited blood and struggled to get up, but failed. Zhu Shizhou's sprint whip kick hit her waist and abdomen. The strong impact caused a large piece of blood and flesh to be lost in her waist and abdomen, and even broke her lumbar spine. The lower body has lost consciousness and can't stand up. To be honest, I still don't know what your killer move is, but for the sake of safety, I won't ask, so as to avoid other changes. So, do you have any last words? Last words? It's really a familiar word. When she was taken out of prison by the Black Soldier organization, the person who was responsible for picking her up also asked the same question. Your entry into the Black Soldier organization is equivalent to your death in society. All the experiments you face afterwards will not have any human rights. You have completely lost your identity as a human being. So, do you have any last words? The last voice of a human being. Last words. No. Jessica coughed up blood, but smiled, and gave the same answer as before. Death was imminent, and she became frank instead. My killer move is actually the rotten flesh on my body. If you just smell my corpse, even the elite Black Soldier level experimental subjects will have pheromones disordered. And if the wound directly touches my rotten flesh, then my rotten flesh can make your body rot. But I failed. To put it bluntly, there was no decent opportunity. I failed to do it, cough cough cough. Is that so? Zhu Shizhou clenched his fists and said seriously, I remember your last words. Next, I'm going to kill you. I already said there were no last words, so this doesn't count as a last word. Forget it. Just kill me. Until Zhu Shizhou broke her neck. Jessica felt that Zhu Shizhou was a strange guy. This man was definitely not an experimental subject. When a person's pheromones were disordered under her corpse poison, it was too easy for Jessica, who still had stable pheromones, to sense the other person's pheromones. His disordered pheromones, although very sharp, did not hurt people like a murderous knife, but more like a mother scolding. When her mother had not yet suffered from an incurable injury, she scolded her as a child with a gentle tolerance for her mistakes. Jessica's memory before she died stayed in the memory of being scolded by her mother when she was a child. It seemed that her death this time was just a short rest in her mother's comforting arms after her scolding. Chapter 657 Pheromone Explosion. Zhu Shizhou sighed. After killing Jessica, he did not stand up immediately, but squatted and groped on the ground. The touch from his hand was not as smooth as normal human skin, but it felt ulcerated everywhere. He touched Jessica's whole body, but did not find a piece of intact flesh and blood. During the whole process, he was not happy. Every time he touched a rotten place, Zhu Shizhou's body trembled. It's not easy. Sighing a word that he himself could not understand, Zhu Shizhou finally touched the sharp weapon used to attack him from Jessica's hand. When fighting with Jessica, it was obvious that the arrow he held collided with something and bounced off. Jessica later wanted to use this thing to attack him, creating wounds on him, so that her rotten flesh could infect his wounds. This sharp weapon is about the length of a forearm, with a broken tip and spikes. After sensing the appearance of this thing, Zhu Shizhou memorized the details of its length, thickness, hardness, etc. After all, to fight with people in the dark with weapons, you must understand the details required for the battle clearly, and any mistake will cause fatal consequences to yourself. It is this slightly curved weapon. Zhu Shizhou already has some guesses in his mind. He reached out and touched Jessica's calf, and felt a concave place in her leg. He compared the sharp weapon in his hand with Jessica's calf, and sure enough, the length was about the same. Zhu Shizhou roughly guessed that the Black Soldier organization had transformed Jessica's body into a state where the calf bones could be disassembled. The reason why Jessica walked so slowly when she met him before was actually because one of her calf bones was disassembled, and her fast movement was probably more due to the help of the other leg. No wonder Jessica chose an offensive tactic, because she knew that if she evaded the attack, she would probably reveal a huge flaw. So she kept creating a sense of oppression for him, so that he, whose pheromones were disordered, did not dare to counterattack at will. If Jessica met other experimental subjects besides him, this tactic would probably succeed. But Jessica did not know that he was not afraid of death. It was precisely because of this trait that Zhu Shizhou attacked Jessica in violation of his pheromone instinct. The second knockdown was fine, because he used all his strength in the second attack, so it was understandable that Jessica could not dodge it. But he had doubts about the first attack. So the speed of the attack was not that fast. But he still broke Jessica's arm. Now it seems that Jessica, a speed-type black soldier, could not even dodge the first attack because the shin bone of one of her legs was removed. In addition, Jessica never said another thing until her death, since the weapon was the leg bone she removed from her body. Would her bones also be contagious? Not only the leg bone he was holding now, but also the other bones in her body? Theoretically, bones all over a person's body can be used as weapons. And now a big killer is lying in front of him. He can do anything to Jessica. And he can completely deconstruct Jessica's entire body and remove her bones. Zhu Shizhou held his forehead and said, "No, forget it." Zhu Shizhou left the place. Jessica admitted that her rotten flesh was contagious. But she didn't say more, such as how to solve the pheromone disorder. Until Jessica's death, Zhu Shizhou's pheromones were still disordered. With every step he took, the pheromones all over his body were surging wildly, which undoubtedly caused great trouble to his fighting instinct. However, in order to solve the problem of pheromone disorder, Zhu Shizhou could roughly think of two solutions. The first solution is naturally to find a safe place and wait for time to pass. Perhaps the pheromone disorder will subside after a while. Of course, it is also possible that it cannot be quelled. Zhu Shizhou is a newbie who has just had pheromones for a short time. He does not know much about the situation of pheromone disorder. And he does not know the principle of the toxin released by Jessica causing his pheromone disorder. So he cannot determine whether his speculation is correct. But the second solution is even simpler and cruder. Since the pheromones are disordered and cannot freely perceive the pheromones of the outside world, then simply let the pheromones burst. Then wait until the pheromones dry up. The pheromones will naturally not cause him trouble. After the pheromones dry up, it is equivalent to losing the sixth sense, which is undoubtedly seeking death when fighting against alien insects. But now the experimental subjects in the entire dark underground palace are in a state of pheromone disorder. So this idea is still feasible. At least it's better than the sixth sense that keeps reporting errors, Zhu Shizhou thought to himself. Then, let's get started. At this moment, in the meeting room outside the dark palace, the ministers were always paying attention to Zhu Shizhou's situation. So they also noticed what happened to Zhu Shizhou. The thermal sensor image showed that Zhu Shizhou's body temperature had increased significantly. The hot body seemed to be on fire, as if the whole body was ignited by flames. Zhu Shizhou's thermal sensor image showed that Zhu Shizhou's body turned red and purple in an instant. This means that Zhu Shizhou's body temperature has far exceeded the normal body temperature of a black soldier. Have the pheromones exploded? Minister Xiong looked solemn. Minister Zhu's face was not looking good either. This is not easy to deal with. I didn't expect Zhu Shizhou to choose such a strong path. It's like cutting off his own retreat. Although it is very courageous. After the pheromones are exhausted, the process of fighting with other experimental subjects will put him at an overwhelming disadvantage. The head of the reconnaissance department shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be that exaggerated. Don't forget that Jessica is dead now. The pheromones all over her body will slowly spread as her body further decays. The corpse poison elements in the air will become more and more concentrated, and all experimental subjects will fall into a state of pheromone disorder throughout the process." The head of the logistics department said, "I support the words of the head of the reconnaissance department. The next battle is not a battle of the sixth sense, but a battle of the five senses. However, if there is a test subject with resistance to pheromone disorder, sticky, heavy and cold, something exploded from a distance." A few of the experimental subjects, who were sensitive to pheromones, all raised their heads and looked towards a certain place, with deep fear on their faces, as if something terrible had happened where their eyes were about to touch. In their perception, a monster had awakened. The pheromones released by the monster were covering the entire dark underground palace, as if expanding at all costs, showing its fangs, and opening its mouth with a fishy smell to all the experimental subjects. They knew where the pheromones came from. The battle between Zhu Shizhou and Jessica was watched by them from the beginning, and many people noticed Zhu Shizhou's peculiarity. His superstandard strength was obviously one level higher than other experimental subjects. Such a person might be the key to ending the experiment. But none of them made a move, and even noticed that Zhu Shizhou's pheromones were disordered like theirs during the whole battle. But they did not make a move. If there was a fool willing to be a pioneer and test their strength, they would be happy to see it happen. Unfortunately, Jessica failed. And what's worse is that their own pheromones were also seriously disordered. so they dared not confront Zhu Shizhou head-on, and could only hope that there would be another fool to test the guy's strength. But no matter how disordered the pheromones were, their pheromones did not disappear. In their perception, Zhu Shizhou's pheromones erupted quite violently. Like a volcanic eruption, the strong pheromones invaded their pheromone field domineeringly. The pheromones were full of an unquestionable compulsion, and they drilled into their pores all over their bodies, emphasizing their existence fiercely. When they extended their unstable pheromone tentacles to touch the source, the pheromones were torn into pieces by the crazy surging pheromone tide, and exploded everywhere. I don't know how many experimental subjects were cursing in the dark. The disorder of their pheromones made it impossible for them to detect the specific situation of Zhu Shizhou, and their pheromones all sent them a common message of danger. The source of pheromones in the distance was so strong that it almost formed an indestructible barrier. They only knew that the pheromones burst out by the other party were fundamentally different from theirs, and even the magnitude was not at the same level. At the same time, all the experimental subjects made the same choice. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Whether from biological instinct or from a rational point of view, they should retreat now. Their only chance to defeat the monster is after his pheromones are exhausted. In the darkness, Zhu Shizhou raised his head. Now, his pheromone tentacles seemed to be able to extend to all corners of the dark underground palace. In the state of pheromone bursting, it seemed that even the surrounding air became much thicker. Slowly, Zhu Shizhou walked firmly towards the depths of darkness. Chapter 658. A Fool Who Faces Challenges. Zhu Shizhou's movement attracted the attention of many experimental subjects. They knew from the pheromones that it was a waste of time to fight the guy head-on. Next, they just needed to wait until the guy's pheromones dried up, and then they could kill him at will. So when Zhu Shizhou moved, the other experimental subjects basically followed him around. This led to a situation where when the pheromones of all the experimental subjects were disordered, they could not accurately sense the positions of other experimental subjects, and would inevitably fight with other experimental subjects. Oh, it's really troublesome. I wanted to survive to the end. Wang Dong stretched his muscles. He forcibly folded the body of a thin experimental subject in half, and threw it on the ground. The experimental subject's neck had been broken by him, and could not make any sound. After struggling for a while, he gradually lost his voice. Wang Dong did not look at the experimental subject he had just killed. He looked sharply at the darkness in the distance. Zhu Shizhou's pheromone burst was quite violent, and he also felt it. At the same time, the pheromone disorder in his body was also real. If possible, he really didn't want to attack the monster at this time. But who made his pheromone fall into disorder? The situation of all the experimental subjects is similar. They are gradually losing control of their pheromones. As time goes by, their own pheromone errors will only become more serious. Wang Dong doesn't want to face a large number of experimental subjects with unknown strange abilities after his pheromones are completely disordered. He would rather be a fool that everyone expects at this moment and face the monster with pheromone burst. Another important reason for this choice is that he also noticed Zhu Shizhou's specialness. Although there is no conclusive evidence, he is 60% sure that Zhu Shizhou is the experimental subject whose death can end the experiment. So now for Wang Dong. The best solution is to kill that person and end the experiment before he completely loses control of the pheromone. Wang Dong burst out his own murderous aura towards Zhu Shizhou. This is to declare his existence and intention, so that other experimental subjects will not take this opportunity to attack him. The next step is a battle between him and the monster. At the same time, almost in the blink of an eye, the pheromone that had no cohesion in the air seemed to find the target immediately, and it came towards Wang Dong head-on. Wang Dong staggered slightly as he walked forward, and he adjusted a little before he could stand firm. Damn, this is too strong. Wang Dong knew what a terrifying concept it was to be able to cause the enemy's body to be out of harmony with his own pheromones. When pheromones are in the state of explosion, a person's pheromones will reach the peak of their own level, and will fully cover a black soldier-level experimental subject, which can make the experimental subject feel a huge sense of oppression. The other party is undoubtedly an elite black soldier. Under normal circumstances, Wang Dong will definitely run as far as he can. But now, he will not run away. This is his only chance. As if carrying a heavy lead block on his body, Wang Dong's heartbeat roared like a drum as he moved forward, and the great fear became more and more visible as he moved forward. In his pheromone perception, the other party was also moving in his direction. The closer the two got, the more Wang Dong could sense the breath of death. I will die. I will die. Wang Dong stopped when he was only 10 meters away from Zhu Shizhou. But Zhu Shizhou did not stop. At first, he only sensed that a person's pheromone burst out with a strong killing intent in his direction. The pheromone burst state can improve the disordered state of pheromones, but it cannot completely solve it. He only felt a vague direction at first. But as the distance between the two sides shortened, the pheromone became clear. Your pheromones contain fear. You know that you are invincible, but you still catch up. Why don't you wait until my pheromones are exhausted before attacking me? Zhu Shizhou asked calmly. Of course, it's because my pheromones are getting more and more disordered. Damn. You are unethical and sneak attack. Wang Dong screamed. Just now. Before he finished speaking, a sharp arrow shot from the front, piercing the air, stirring up the airflow with a strong sound of breaking through the air and rushing towards his neck. If he hadn't reacted quickly, oppressed by the opponent's powerful pheromones, and was always alert to the opponent's explosion, he would not be able to dodge the shot now. However, even so, the arrow still took away some non-fatal flesh and blood on the side of his neck, and blood splashed out from his fingers. Wang Dong took 3 steps back. His face was ugly. Zhu Shizhou's voice came with some embarrassment. I talked to you to determine the position of your neck through your voice. When I fought with the zombie experiment before, I didn't reveal the fact that I had an arrow, just to be able to sneak attack the experiment at a critical moment. You dared to come when I burst my pheromones with all my strength, which means you are very strong. Right? I don't want to die because I reserved my strength. That's too stupid. Wang Dong's vicious voice came. I think it's more than that. You didn't shoot me to kill me, but to injure me in this way. Your pheromone disorder has caused your pheromone perception ability to become dull, so you can't always sense my position in the battle. So you injure me, let me bleed, and use your strong sense of smell to determine my position. You guessed right. Another arrow was shot out, and Zhu Shizhou's fingers had loosened the bowstring before he finished speaking. At such a close distance, there is no need to cover up the sound of the bowstring's explosion and vibration. Zhu Shizhou is not going to use this move as a killer move that can kill the opponent. In the dark, the limitations are still too great. If you want to kill the opponent, it is not realistic to use long-range archery. So Zhu Shizhou rushed up at the moment he released the bowstring. In addition to reaching the peak of pheromone control, the pheromone burst has another benefit. That is, every cell, every muscle, and every bone in the body will be adjusted to the most perfect state. Zhu Shizhou's power exploded in an instant, making the ground explode like a small bomb, creating a hole the size of the forefoot. With a roar, Zhu Shizhou flashed in front of Wang Dong at an extremely fast speed. Wang Dong could sense the existence of pheromones more clearly than Zhu Shizhou, so he was not surprised that Zhu Shizhou chose close combat. It's too naive to want to kill me so easily. Wang Dong tightened his back muscles and roared, twisting his waist and abdomen, and slightly tilting his body. A strong airflow pressed against his face from the front. From the perception of the airflow and the sense of crisis from his chest, he instantly judged that if he did not dodge, the opponent's next attack would hit his chest. Several fighting tactics flashed through his mind until Wang Dong felt a slight tearing sensation in his chest. The opponent used a knife as a weapon. Wang Dong raised his hand without thinking, and his palm pressed Zhu Shizhou's wrist almost at the moment when his chest was scratched. At the same time, he stepped forward, and his other hand clenched his fist and burst out at high speed from bottom to top, stimulating a fierce fist wind, swinging towards the opponent's elbow. If this blow hits, then he can break the opponent's arm. His expected effect of this punch is to cripple one of the opponent's arms. However, the next moment, Wang Dong's whole body trembled violently, and he retracted his fist at a very fast speed. At the same time, his right fist was bleeding and cut in the middle. His palm was almost cut in half, and blood was constantly gushing down from the wound. He never thought that the opponent had a sharp weapon on his body. Dagger? No. It's a bone. What the hell? But there was no time for Wang Dong to continue to mess around. In the simple fight, Zhu Shizhou determined that Wang Dong's strength was just SOSO. If Wang Dong had no other means, the next battle would be a one-sided massacre. Chapter 659 Pheromone Explosion vs. Pheromone Explosion. The experimental subject, who was transformed into a zombie and I killed before, was called Jessica. Zhu Shizhou used the bone as a dagger and spun it in his hand, making a whirring sound, and said lightly, You may not have listened carefully to what Jessica said before. She has corpse poison in her body, which can cause your pheromones to be extremely disordered. Before this, you just smelled the corpse poison in the air, and your pheromones were disordered to this extent. What do you think will happen if you come into close contact with the bones in Jessica's body? Hearing this, Wang Dong was stunned. There are two things that he didn't expect. One is that the other party didn't lie. If you recall carefully the touch of the fist just now, it really feels like bones. The second point is that this guy is crazy to this extent. You gave that person's body? Wang Dong asked with an ugly face. Extremely frightened, Zhu Shizhou was slightly stunned, and then said sincerely, "No. In fact, this is the weapon she carried, and she pulled it out of her body herself." "You are kidding." Wang Dong didn't believe it. He had deeply felt the crazy characteristics of Zhu Shizhou and wanted to retreat. However, Zhu Shizhou's body rushed in front of him again. Even if he didn't deliberately perceive the drastic changes in wind pressure, he could still feel it. I don't know if it was a psychological illusion, but Wang Dong felt that his pheromone disorder became more intense, which means that his pheromone control power further decreased. Zhu Shizhou punched out, and Wang Dong was forced to block it in a hurry. When Zhu Shizhou's fist touched his arm, the huge force from it made him retreat 3 steps. Zhu Shizhou did not miss the opportunity to make Wang Dong lose his balance. He chased Wang Dong relentlessly and flashed in front of him, punching and kicking continuously. At this moment, his body was 1 step faster than his consciousness. In the process of countless replays in the past, what he could rely on was never the reaction power of the Black Soldier level, but the combat consciousness that was tempered with only 5 senses. Before injecting the 199 beta compound, he only lacked a strong body that matched his combat consciousness. And now, he finally has a Black Soldier level body, and his combat consciousness finally blossomed at this moment. His body is gradually adapting to the Black Soldier level battle, and his 5 senses are frantically capturing all the information that can be perceived. There are 2 bloody smells on the opponent's body. One is the neck, and the other is the fist. At the beginning of the battle, he laid 2 foundations for continuing the battle. The bloody smell from the opponent's neck means that he can lock the opponent's vitals, and the bloody smell from the opponent's fist means that he can lock the opponent's right fist attack. Of course, Wang Dong can still use his left fist and 2 legs, so Zhu Shizhou is not going to give Wang Dong any chance to fight back. At this moment, he attacked fiercely like a storm, using all the muscles in his body to attack Wang Dong's neck without stopping. Wang Dong could not fight back at all in order to dodge or block. Wang Dong gradually became exhausted. "What's wrong? Your movements are a bit deformed," Zhu Shizhou asked calmly. But at the same time, his punches and kicks were not calm at all. From the left hook, the tricky angle made Wang Dong tremble with fear. From the bottom kick, the sound of the explosion made Wang Dong's lower body cold. From the front straight punch, the strong breath of death made Wang Dong unable to fight head-on. Between each move, Wang Dong was constantly baptized by fatal attacks. If he was not careful, the opponent would seize the flaw and disable a part of his body, or even lose his life. If someone in the dark underground palace could see the battle through the darkness, they would only see 2 afterimages of the battle, one of which was attacking fiercely, and the other was dodging in panic. It was obvious who was better. Wang Dong knew that this would not work. The muscles all over his body had begun to ache because he had to be on guard against Zhu Shizhou's attacks at all times. If he continued, he estimated that his body could only last about 10 minutes before a serious mistake would occur. The consequence of a serious mistake is that the opponent would catch the flaw and die. So after hearing Zhu Shizhou's questioning, Wang Dong was determined to fight to the death. "You bastard! You forced me to do this. I didn't want to do this, but it seems that you have to force me to use my last trick." "Sure enough, you have other tricks." Zhu Shizhou's attack did not stop, but his expression became a little more solemn. "In fact, it's not a trick, but the same pheromone burst as yours," Wang Dong roared wildly. At the same time, Zhu Shizhou punched the opponent's arm that was blocking his face. Zhu Shizhou's pupil shrank slightly, and he jumped back slightly with the reaction force, pulling away from Wang Dong. "It feels wrong. I sense your pheromones. It's just like that. But your muscles have become harder." Zhu Shizhou could naturally sense the opponent's pheromones that burst into the air. In fact, his level was not that amazing. He even felt that as long as he drove the pheromones to sweep the scene, He could easily disperse the opponent's pheromones that had burst out with great difficulty. But the key is not here. The key is a constant stream of noises that are beyond the hearing of ordinary people entered Zhu Shizhou's ears. The sound of muscles and bones bursting came from Wang Dong's direction. That sound was like the creaking sound of a bowstring stretched to its limit. Wang Dong's muscles all expanded at this moment, and continued to press on the bones that were under great pressure. Although the black soldier's bone strength is already very high, Wang Dong's muscle strength is even higher at this time. The expanded muscles are like explosives exploding in a small space, increasing the pressure in the confined space to the extreme. The bloody smell on Wang Dong's body became stronger. I don't actually want to use this combat state. Wang Dong's already rough voice became even duller. Now, my skin all over my body is torn by my muscles, and my bones are squeezed by my expanded muscles, and are in great pain. If I hadn't undergone countless similar experiments, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to withstand the side effects of this extreme muscle expansion. Is this your pheromone burst? It seems that your pheromone burst is different from that of normal people. My pheromone burst is to hide my own pheromones in the muscles all over my body, forcing the hardness, flexibility of the muscles to be greatly improved. You should also know that when a person is in a life and death crisis, the muscles of the whole body will be mobilized to the peak state. And the experiment I encountered is to make my muscles constantly bear the pressure of pheromones, and improve the moment of life and death, and turn it into a more lasting peak state. Wang Dong sighed, and like a villain about to die, he kept revealing his abilities. But in this state, I have a huge flaw. That is, the rapid improvement of my physical ability will make my muscles need a period of adaptation. Zhu Shizhou did not speak, because he had realized that since Wang Dong dared to say so, it meant that his adaptation period had been dragged over by him. Thank you for listening. My adaptation period has passed. Wang Dong's grinning voice came. So, are you ready to be baptized by my muscles? Wang Dong took a step forward. However, at the same time he took this step, Zhu Shizhou spoke. In fact, I also have a trick. Although I have never tried it, I think I should be able to do it. At this moment, all the experimental subjects in the Dark Palace looked at the battlefield where Zhu Shizhou and Wang Dong were in shock. The pheromone that filled the entire Dark Palace and belonged to Zhu Shizhou disappeared. No, it shouldn't be said that it disappeared, but it was like a tornado, shrinking rapidly in the direction of Zhu Shizhou. As a result, everyone felt uncomfortable, as if even the air had become much drier. Wang Dong, who was facing Zhu Shizhou, had his senses raised to the limit at this time, and his feelings were the strongest. The overwhelming pheromones were concentrated on the man opposite. Chapter 660 Pheromone Oppression. I want to free them. Instantly, Wang Dong's body sank suddenly, as if the gravity around him suddenly increased. Your heartbeat is very fast. Zhu Shizhou concentrated his pheromones and stared at the darkness in front of him. Although he still couldn't see anything, he could still hear the thundering heartbeat from the opposite side. Wang Dong took a step forward. Just one step, and his body staggered. The footsteps he took forward stepped hard on the ground, leaving cracks on the ground. All the muscles in his body felt like they were falling down involuntarily. In this combat state, in addition to the severe pain from cracked skin and bones that you mentioned, there should be other side effects that you don't want to tell me. Right? For example, your body is overloaded, and your heart will be overwhelmed by the oppression of pheromones. As time goes by, your body will collapse, Zhu Shizhou said calmly. But what he said made Wang Dong feel cold in his heart. Of course, this is just my guess. The reason for my guess is that your heartbeat is too fast, like an engine running at full power. The engine will be overloaded due to overload. So what about your body? And the principle of entering the current combat state you just mentioned is to use your own pheromones to compress the muscles all over the body, forcing the muscles to enter a continuous death crisis, and burst out with more powerful potential. When I heard this, I had an idea that I wanted to verify. What if I force more pheromones into your body? At this time, Zhu Shizhou, who had gathered all the pheromones originally scattered throughout the Dark Palace, looked like an individual condensed from pheromones themselves. A highly concentrated collection of pheromones. How is it possible? Wang Dong maintained the posture of taking a step forward with one foot, unable to move for a long time. It was not that he was unwilling to move, nor that his body fell into the state of collapse that Zhu Shizhou had imagined at this moment. but because Zhu Shizhou forcibly gathered pheromones from all directions and pressed them on him. And his brain was transmitting the sixth sense of death to him at an unprecedented crazy speed. Pheromones are a means of perception, and at the same time, they are also a means of attack and defense in the hands of black soldiers and elite black soldiers. A person can build a layer of defense network around the body with pheromones, and can also forcibly invade his own pheromones into the opponent's pheromone defense network, bringing strong pheromone oppression to the opponent. At this moment, Wang Dong could clearly sense that if he moved even a millimeter, he would die. Although his mind told him that this was not the case and Zhu Shizhou could not kill him instantly, his brain reminded him of this all the time. So much so that all the muscles in his body were tensed up because of the instinct to face death. He was as stiff as a stone and even held his breath involuntarily. This is the instinct of living things. It is a fear that humans cannot abandon after 3 million years of evolution from apes until they enter a long-term peaceful and stable society. It is deeply rooted in their genes. Wang Dong's body began to tremble involuntarily. I am afraid? Wang Dong gritted his teeth and endured the intangible pheromone pressure. His shoulders seemed to bear the weight of a mountain. But he asked himself in disbelief. How could this happen? I am obviously the strongest in this state. Before, I could still fight this monster in normal state. But now I can only take one step. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't breathe. I can't move. Wang Dong was enveloped by an unspeakable feeling of suffocation. It was not because his lungs stopped working, but because the fear engraved in his genes was resisting breathing. Go forward, die. Go back, die. Blink, die. Breathe, die. Open your mouth, die. No matter what you do, you will die. This is the premonition of death that is now filling Wang Dong's mind. Actually, you are afraid of death. Right? Zhu Shizhou saw through Wang Dong's nature almost at a glance. I didn't expect that my move would be so effective. The pheromones you emit now represent your inner emotions, and the only emotion you have now is fear. My move can only be used against opponents who fear death. Your body is indeed very strong. Even my current body is probably not your opponent in a single blow. But your fear of death has become your biggest weakness. Zhu Shizhou slowly walked towards Wang Dong. At this moment, he no longer needed to fully release his perception to sense the other party's existence, because the other party had not moved at all, and the other party's violent heartbeat resounded in the surrounding environment, and he could hear it clearly with just one listen. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. If you don't even dare to face death, you can't escape from my pheromone oppression. Zhu Shizhou has come to Wang Dong. If the two of them were given light now, Wang Dong would see a face full of pity, while Zhu Shizhou would see a face full of fear. Purple due to lack of oxygen. Zhu Shizhou slowly reached out his hand, as if caressing a child, and gently held Wang Dong's neck. Wang Dong's body trembled more violently, but he still did not move. Or more accurately, could not move. As Zhu Shizhou approached, the pheromone pressure from Zhu Shizhou became stronger, almost unimaginable. How could someone have such a strong pheromone? So strong that it turned into substance. Wang Dong's already overwhelmed heart rate rose to another level. No! I'm going to die. All of Wang Dong's senses were conveying this message to him. Apart from this message, Wang Dong could no longer think of anything else. Even his thoughts of escaping were covered by this message. His body was stiff to the limit and was about to break in the next moment. If I exert force now, your neck will be torn apart by me. With your current heart rate, it can be judged that your blood circulation has reached its limit. As long as there is a small wound in the blood vessel, blood will be sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun, and you will die from excessive blood loss. Zhu Shizhou stated a fact that Wang Dong knew very well. This was also one of Wang Dong's weaknesses that he had not said before, but was easily exposed by Zhu Shizhou. The fear increased further. Am I going to die? Wang Dong's brain was in a trance for a short time due to lack of oxygen. However, just when Wang Dong thought that he would enter the end of his life in the next moment, Zhu Shizhou suddenly let go of his hand. I won't kill you now. I'll give you a choice that you can live temporarily. Zhu Shizhou suddenly removed the pheromone that was pressing on Wang Dong like a mountain. Ha, ha, hiss. At this moment, Wang Dong was like a drowning man coming ashore. He collapsed directly on the ground. His hands and feet were weak, and he opened his mouth to breathe in fresh air, violently expelling carbon dioxide from his lungs, and frantically taking in oxygen to supply the oxygen needs of his body muscles. Slow down. I don't want to kill you now. Zhu Shizhou had no doubt that if he hadn't removed the pheromone just now, this guy would have suffocated to death due to lack of oxygen. No. Before that, he should have a heart attack, because his heart was overwhelmed. In short, he let Wang Dong go for the time being. I don't know how long it has been. Wang Dong is still gasping for breath. But he has recovered a little bit of his normal thinking ability at this time. He raised his head and asked with difficulty, "What do you want to do? Why did you let me go suddenly?" Zhu Shizhou stood in front of Wang Dong and said, "I let you go because I want you to help me do something. I want you to kill as many experimental subjects as possible." Zhu Shizhou raised his head, and before Wang Dong could reply, he raised his head with a sigh and said, "In this experiment, every experimental subject is a victim. Among all the people, only one person can survive to the end. And I am sure that the person who can survive to the end must be me." Wang Dong opened his mouth slightly, wanting to refute, but he had no reason to refute. "So I think it's a bit cruel. Their current killing of each other and struggling with all their strength are just adding to their pain. I want to free them as soon as possible. And the best way to free them is to kill them as soon as possible. Do you think what I said makes sense?" Wang Dong froze. This time it was not because of Zhu Shizhou's pheromones, but because he realized that this guy might be the craziest of all the experimental subjects. Because Wang Dong could sense the sincerity that was about to overflow in the pheromones from Zhu Shizhou. This madman really thought so from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 661, Zerd Toxin. Boris. Is he crazy? In the meeting room, the head of the logistics department listened to the voice in surprise. Of course they could hear what Zhu Shizhou said. On the one hand, the ministers were surprised at Zhu Shizhou's confidence, and on the other hand, they were shocked by the content of Zhu Shizhou's speech. The head of the reconnaissance department took a breath. How arrogant is it to think and say so? Minister Xiong's eyes lit up, and he laughed. Arrogant? If you don't have the strength to match it, that's called arrogance. But according to Zhu Shizhou's strength, it should be called confidence. What he said? I am sure that the person who can survive to the end must be me. You are only suffering if you are alive. Killing you will let you seek relief. All based on Zhu Shizhou's confidence in his own strength. He is sure that he is the strongest in the entire Dark Palace. So these words can be understood. You are worthy of being the man I am optimistic about. The head of the Armed Defense Department also smiled and echoed. This time, before he had time to question Zhu Shizhou's ability, Zhu Shizhou applied for early graduation. Therefore, he also strongly agreed with the Dark Palace experiment on the surface. And he was the most active among all the ministers. The assistant on the side, however, squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the thermal image in the screen. Zhu Shizhou's whole body was still red like a furnace. The assistant smiled and concluded, "If you want to become a black soldier, you have to withstand the test of faith. If Zhu Shizhou really has such an awareness, then he can really become a qualified black soldier. The black soldiers hide in the darkness, looking forward to the dawn. And all the darkness before the dawn is worth it." Did Zhu Shizhou really understand? In the dark underground palace, Wang Dong looked up at the darkness in shock. "You are crazy." "No, I'm not crazy. I just gradually understand everything. The choice I give you is actually that simple. You help me to free more experimental subjects. And I promise not to attack you during my pheromone burst. As for whether you can kill me after my pheromone burst ends, that's another matter." Zhu Shizhou squatted in front of Wang Dong without any defense. "Do you agree? If you agree, you can leave here. But if you don't agree, I can only kill you." Now Zhu Shizhou, even if Wang Dong can't see it, can judge from his relaxed tone and the distance between the two sides that this guy has flaws all over his body. If he takes action now, he may have some chances of winning. But Wang Dong doesn't dare. He is afraid. Zhu Shizhou's pheromones, which were so strong that they almost formed a substance, continued to declare his strength, leaving a strong psychological shadow in Wang Dong's heart. Even if the other party restrained his pheromones now, Wang Dong did not dare to take action. He even trembled when he spoke to Zhu Shizhou normally. I agree." Wang Dong didn't know why he agreed to help this madman. Now he just wanted to leave here as soon as possible, and didn't want to think about more things. "As long as you agree." Zhu Shizhou patted Wang Dong's shoulder, felt the trembling of the other party's body, and patted him twice more. "Relax. Your death crisis has passed. After my pheromone outbreak period ends, you will even have the opportunity to launch a revenge war against me. I will give you a fair and above-board chance to kill me." After saying that, Zhu Shurjiu stood up and scattered the pheromones in all directions of the dark underground palace again with melancholy. He was going to find more test subjects. What a waste. A cold voice sounded in the darkness. "I didn't expect that there would be such a guy without balls among us. It's rare that there are test subjects who are afraid of death and can live to participate in the same experiment with me. His name is Boris. Before becoming a test subject, he was a Russian gangster. Because of an accident, the gang was caught while carrying out illegal activities. He and the gang leader were captured by the police. As a result, he was pushed out as a scapegoat and was sentenced to life imprisonment. Needless to say, he was recruited to the Black Soldier organization as a test subject, and he underwent a series of transformations. The biggest experimental result of the organization on him was that he had alien insect toxins in his body. Yes, this experiment is quite dangerous. You should know that only 1 milligram of Zerd toxin is enough to kill an adult blue whale. He doesn't quite understand the specific principle, but he roughly knows that Zerd toxin is a toxin that can destroy the gene chain of organisms. And this toxin is stored in his body in a clever way by the organization. And this point is what the organization deliberately let him know, in order to let him know that if you are not careful, you will be poisoned by Zerd toxin. This information, his sixth sense of death foreknowledge, never stopped for even a second. When he was awake, asleep, unconscious, hallucinating, or mentally collapsed, in various states, his pheromones told him that he would die from the Zerd toxin. So of course, his mental state collapsed. At the same time, he evolved in the atmosphere of feeling the breath of death all day long. He completely eliminated his fear of death, and his pheromones grew abnormally fast due to stress. In the end, he extended his sensitivity to death to others. He could sense a more acute breath of death from fighting with other experimental subjects, so as to accurately grasp the opponent's flaws and deal a fatal blow to the opponent. Most of the other experimental subjects he solved in succession died in his hands because of this. While Zhu Shurjiu was still slaughtering the weak, he had already killed many opponents who he thought were death threats to him. Of course, Zhu Shurjiu was one of them, but he adjusted Zhu Shurjiu's priority to the back. If it was not necessary, he would not provoke this monster. But it seems I have no choice. Boris narrowed his eyes and licked his lips femininely. He could sense that Zhu Shurjiu's pheromones began to extend in his direction and locked onto his breath. So, Boris said to the footsteps that kept approaching him, "It's a wise choice. It seems that your crazy head has not hindered your rational thinking." Of course, the one approaching him in the darkness was naturally Zhu Shurjiu. Because I also know that my pheromone burst has a time limit, so I have to dare to eliminate some obviously strong men before the pheromone burst period ends. For example, you, in my pheromone perception range, you are a greater threat to my death than other test subjects. Either you are very strong, or you have some deadly weapon hidden on you. Boris did not comment, and smiled. Pheromone disorder does not seem to have any effect on you when you have pheromone bursts. Zhu Shurjiu also smiled. It seems that it has no effect on you either. In my perception, your pheromones do not seem to have changed much. They have always been dead. Thank you for the compliment. Boris bowed slightly, then slowly stood up. So, are you ready to die? Fighting with me. Even a scratch will be dangerous. Zhu Shurjiu was about to answer when he heard a scream from the depths of the dark underground palace that was louder than their conversation. You idiot. You actually dared to help that lunatic. Are you stupid? Ah. Everyone, come together and kill this guy. He has been scared for a long time, and it is useless to continue to persuade him. Die for me. Zhu Shurjiu retracted his attention and said to Boris, "It seems that the other side has already started fighting, although I also know that he deliberately selected some weaker experimental subjects. It doesn't matter. You will all die in the end anyway. You are so confident." Boris quietly grasped his wrist, which was the switch for his pheromone burst. Under normal conditions, because he could feel the breath of death at all times, his pheromones had always been maintained in a relatively dull state, and this state could be activated as his needs changed. Just like a bear waking up from hibernation, the recovery and outbreak of his pheromones also required an opportunity. He had already set a psychological hint for himself. If he pressed his wrist for 5 seconds, the sensitivity of his pheromones would increase exponentially, and he would enter the pheromone burst state in an instant. Zhu Shurjiu stood there without moving, as if he was waiting for Boris to be ready. The next moment, Boris's pheromones burst. The thick breath of death exploded in an instant, covering the battlefield between the two. Chapter 662, Reversal of the Situation. Throw. Boris's pheromones are not so much filled with murderous intent as they are filled with the breath of death. In Zhu Shurjiu's perception, Boris is like a collection of explosives, exuding an astonishing breath of death all over his body. A strange feeling enveloped him. Before Zhu Shurjiu could think about it, Boris rushed towards him. The closer Boris got, the stronger the smell of death became. Zhu Shurjiu did not fight Boris directly, but retreated repeatedly, deciding to test some intelligence first. It's really a strong smell of death. Do you have explosives tied to your body? Boris sneered. The smell of death you sense is not even 1/10 of what I usually sense. Zhu Shurjiu distanced himself from Boris, who rushed up and analyzed. Does your body usually bear such a strong smell of death? In other words, you have dangerous items in your body that can kill people and cause your own death if you are not careful. Boris was slightly surprised, and then smiled softly. So what if you guessed it? You could only analyze to this extent at most. Do you still think you can find a way to crack my method? No way. All the experimental subjects who have fought against me so far have died in my hands. After that, Boris's speed became faster, and as the pheromone burst, his body gradually entered the state. However, at the same time, he was surprised to discover a fact. No matter how his speed changed, Zhu Shurjiu was able to maintain a fixed distance from him with ease. To use an idiom from the Xia country, it was with ease. Boris suddenly thought of this word at this moment, and it was just right to describe Zhu Shurjiu now. This also proved from the side that he did not seem to pose any threat to Zhu Shurjiu. Of course, the premise is that Zhu Shurjiu can keep running. Boris grinned and said, Can you keep running? I admit that you are very fast. But the longer the time, the weaker your pheromone burst will be, and the final result will only be that you will be killed by me when the pheromone is exhausted. Is that so? Zhu Shurjiu replied casually. I actually encountered a test subject similar to you. That test subject also tried every means to get close to me, and I can actually find some common points from the two of you. Boris was shocked. He naturally knew that Zhu Shurjiu was talking about Jessica, the guy who caused the pheromone disorder of the test subject in the entire dark underground palace. The deadly weapon you have on you is not a lethal weapon with a wide range of impact like explosives. It can be seen that your purpose in close combat with me is not to die with me. You said before that as long as the skin is scratched, there is a risk of death. This makes me very concerned. Is it a bluff or is it true? Boris narrowed his eyes. You can only run away? Since you are so afraid of me, why don't you go and talk to other experimental subjects? All experimental subjects are the same. Your methods are much richer than mine. If I don't have the courage to understand your methods, wouldn't I have to flee in panic every time I meet an experimental subject? Boris laughed and said, Aren't you running away now? Really? Do you really think I'm just running away? Zhu Shurjiu said lightly, which gave Boris a bad feeling. What do you mean? Zhu Shurjiu stopped retreating, and sensing Boris, who was still rushing towards him by inertia without knowing why, he said, Do you know that the ground in the dark palace is uneven? Boris's heart was suddenly alarmed. His legs were still crossing rapidly because he wanted to move forward quickly. And when he continued to lift his legs and take a step forward, suddenly, the sole of his foot that was stepping on the ground touched something sharp. In an instant, Boris raised his legs and bounced back in an extremely unbalanced posture. When he landed again, his sole had been stabbed by something sharp. It was a kind of tiny spikes, densely spread on the ground. He had no time to react during the sprint, and stepped firmly on it, because his sprint speed was too fast. The epidermis of the sole of his right foot was now pierced by some tiny and sharp spikes. Boris narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this a trap you set up in advance? At the same time, he was thinking quickly in his heart what this thing was. No. I set it up quietly while talking to you just now, taking advantage of the sound of the conversation. The sound of the conversation and your eagerness to kill me caused you to not notice the sound of me breaking something and throwing it on the ground. Or did your pheromones become disordered after your pheromones burst? So your sixth sense didn't give you a warning? Boris naturally knew that Zhu Shurjiu would be able to sense the changes in his pheromones now. That's right. His pheromones are difficult to fall into a disordered state when they are deliberately kept in a dull state. They are as stable as helium that hardly reacts with other chemicals. However, when the pheromones are in an explosive state, his pheromones become active. And naturally the pheromones will be affected by the disorder. However, he previously thought that this effect was not threatening. He was confident that he could get rid of Zhu Shizhou before the pheromones were completely disordered. Now it seems that there is still a little difference. At least, he did not notice some subtle dangers. What is this? This little trick alone can't cause any substantial harm to me. Boris saw that Zhu Shizhou did not move at all. So he lowered his head to check the soles of his feet. Only the epidermis was pierced. It was a tiny spike of who knows what it is. The deepest one only penetrated 1 centimeter deep. Is this guy still expecting him to die of tetanus? Boris didn't think Zhu Shizhou would do such a meaningless thing. This is the guy's bone. Zhu Shizhou answered Boris's doubts. Her corpse poison can disrupt the pheromones of other test subjects. And her rotten flesh can quickly rot the flesh and blood of other test subjects. If the stabbed flesh and blood is not treated in time. No wonder. The hardness of this thing can pierce my epidermis. Boris quickly figured out this guy's tactics and pretended to escape, luring the enemy deep into the depths. After determining his pursuit route, he broke the guy's bones and scattered bone spikes on the route. It was also thanks to you that you took off your clothes as soon as you entered the dark palace, in order to reduce the friction sound of your footsteps on the ground. You didn't even leave your shoes on, which gave me an opportunity. Do you want to guess whether the guy's bones will infect your flesh and blood and cause it to rot quickly? Boris didn't say anything, but he wanted to kill the other party more urgently. In his opinion, this guy was very likely the subject of the experiment. If the experiment could be ended by killing him, then his current infection would not matter, and he might still be saved. He didn't dare to bet whether Zhu Shizhou was lying, because he already had the deadly alien insect toxin in his body. He had a full empathy for the dangerous situation he was facing. The situation was reversed at this moment. Boris gritted his teeth. His advantage in this battle was that he could slowly get rid of his opponent. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent for a while, it didn't matter. The longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for him. As long as he waited for the opponent's pheromones to dry up, the subsequent battles would be solve it immediately. But this monster actually reversed the current situation of both sides through a small trap. Now even if he wants to delay time, he has to consider whether his flesh and blood will really be infected. And if the infection is serious, whether the organization is willing to treat him. So that's it. It's a good trick. Shit! An arrow broke through the air, and Boris instantly got angry and dodged to the left. The arrow penetrated the air, leaving a bang in the air and disappeared into the darkness. And the next moment, he heard an extremely long inhalation. Not good. Boris was in an unbalanced state after dodging in a hurry and had no time to adjust his posture. Although he had the ability to control the body of a black soldier, he couldn't stand Zhu Shizhou's preparation for attack. The previous arrow was just a feint, and the next attack was his killer move. Zhu Shizhou's lungs expanded, sucking all the air around him into his lungs, and he took a fierce step forward. A deafening explosion exploded under his feet, crushing a circle of gravel. His arms were already ready for throwing, and his tense upper arm and forearm muscles were working at full speed, drawing a beautiful and explosive arc in the air. Even the dust in the air was swept out in circles. The remaining half of the leg bone in his hand, under his full-strength throw, was like a cannonball fired at close range, and instantly arrived in front of Boris. Target. Chest. Boom. Chapter 663 The Three Met. And Zhu Shizhou explained. The next morning, Zhu Shizhou had not returned yet. Fu Sidu, who stayed in the training base, had already prepared for Zhu Shizhou's departure. He did not think that Zhu Shizhou would die in the dark underground palace. No matter what happened, Zhu Shizhou would be able to pass the dark underground palace test with an absolute victory. As usual, this was Fu Sidu's confidence in Zhu Shizhou as a man. At the same time, Fu Sidu felt that he had to explain some necessary matters to Luo Sui and Su Chan. After all, they did not know that Zhu Shizhou had the ability to predict the future, and they did not know that there was actually no chess club. But he was not sure that he was the only one who knew the truth. So he had to confirm what Zhu Shizhou had explained to Luo Sui and Su Chan, and exchange information with the two. Time was short, so Fu Sidu first contacted Luo Sui, and then contacted Su Chan through Luo Sui. When Luo Sui and Su Chan came to the canteen where they had agreed to meet, They greeted each other as if they had really met by chance, and then sat at a table very naturally. Others were not confused when they saw this, because Zhu Shizhou was usually very eye-catching, and Zhu Shizhou's friends were also well known by the students. They naturally knew that these three people were Zhu Shizhou's friends, but they didn't see Zhu Shizhou. But it was relatively rare to see these three people together. Why didn't I see Zhu Shizhou? Who knows? Maybe he's training in a place where we mediocre people can't see him. It has nothing to do with us anyway. I'm still worried about how to avoid failing the exam. Alas, more and more students came to the cafeteria for breakfast, and the sound of conversation gradually rose in the cafeteria, perfectly covering up the secret conversation of the three people. Fu Sidu wiped the tableware as if nothing had happened, and said, Zhu Shizhou told me something before leaving. Did he tell you anything? He didn't even ask you know that Zhu Shizhou is going to graduate early? Because he believed that Zhu Shizhou would explain everything clearly before leaving. Especially in the case of life and death. He would definitely arrange the corresponding backup. So Luo Sui and Su Chan must have been told something. Luo Sui and Su Chan controlled their expressions very well, and they didn't seem to be talking about any secret topics at all. From the perspective of outsiders, they might think that they were just talking about nonsense, like the weather is so good today. Luo Sui had a calm smile on her face, while Su Chan had a blank expression. First, Luo Sui, he told me a lot. The core is to ensure that you are not discovered by the organization and can safely carry out the plan in secret, and to ensure that all research is recorded with my extraordinary memory throughout the process. If you are exposed and arrested by the organization, I can also use my memory to back up all the research data, so that it can be reproduced one day. What about you? Fu Sida pushed his glasses, and the glasses reflected light inexplicably. The task I was told is still scientific research, but the research direction is clearer. After the research is safe, stable and has no side effects, I will quietly disclose the medicine to the Black Soldier Organization. The general goal is to promote the medicine to the entire Black Soldier Organization. Luo Sui was slightly surprised, because it was the first time she knew about Zhu Shizhou's subsequent strategic plan. Before this, she had never thought that Zhu Shizhou would choose to disclose the medicine to the organization, and she did not understand this operation. It is normal for you to be confused. It is indeed normal to be confused, because in your mind, there is still the concept of chess club. Fu Sidu said secretly in his heart. Through this sentence, he confirmed that Zhu Shizhou did not tell her the truth, that there was no chess club at all. Fu Sidu continued to push his glasses. I was actually quite surprised when I heard it, because this is equivalent to giving away your own achievements to others. But this is actually what the chess club wants. The chess club is not a hostile force of the Black Soldier Organization, but another secret society with different ideas that has been separated from the Black Soldier Organization. It's just that we need to find another way to achieve our goals through the methods that the Black Soldier Organization explicitly prohibits. Insect Man research is research that the Black Soldier Organization explicitly prohibits. So all research results based on Insect Man will be strictly investigated or even prohibited. Moreover, Insect Man is an important weapon of the chess club. Luo Sui was dissatisfied with Fu Sidu's statement and frowned. The child is called Misha. However, it was not Luo Sui who spoke, but Su Chan. Su Chan said calmly, I am her mother, and the child is Misha. Luo Sui. Fu Sidu. The two ignored this, but Fu Sidu quietly changed his words. Misha is an important member of the chess club. Once discovered by the Black Soldier Organization, she will be taken away for further research. The Black Soldier Organization's research will definitely deviate from our main research direction, and will not be under our control. So we have to act secretly now. But the research results can be leaked. As long as the final research results can't analyze the elements related to insects when analyzing the main components, they can be boldly promoted. And I, the logistics department student who developed the research results, can also graduate smoothly with this result. This is the general plan that Zhu Shizhou gave me. Luo Sui chewed over the overall plan conveyed by Fu Sida carefully. From this plan, she perfectly found her position. That is, with Fu Sida's research as the core, to ensure that Fu Sida can complete the research and implement the plan. She is equivalent to a recorder in Guardian. After understanding this, Luo Sui nodded to show that she understood. Then Fu Sidu and Luo Sui looked at Su Chan. Both of them said what they were told, and Su Chan was the only one left. Su Chan said lightly, Zhu Shizhou told me that he would leave his sperm cells to me and let me get pregnant with his child. After she finished speaking, Luo Sui was shocked and petrified on the spot. But Fu Sidu saw Su-chan looking straight at him. Fu Sidu was speechless. But he still pulled his mouth out twice and said, "Stop talking nonsense. You see I'm useless? I don't have his sperm cells here. How can you think I have his sperm cells here?" Luo Sui then realized that Su-chan was joking. No. She should be serious. If Fu Sidu really had Zhu Shizhou's sperm cells, I'm afraid Su-chan would accept the pregnancy operation without hesitation. Su-chan's expression was like you have done a complete experiment on Zhu Shizhou, and you didn't even have his sperm cells left. You are such a waste. Which made Fu Sidu and Luo Sui speechless. Luo Sui said quickly, "Is this the time to joke? Let's talk about what Zhu Shizhou told you first." Su-chan responded with a look that said, "I'm not kidding." But she knew that the two would not believe her words. So she had to tell Zhu Shizhou the task she was given with a blank expression. First, it is to help you solve the difficulties, and ensure that you do not deviate from the direction when executing the plan. Both Fu Sidu and Luo Sui agreed with this point. Because Su-chan was the smartest person in the command center, and Fu Sidu's intelligence was more focused on research ability, while Luo Sui was not as smart as Su-chan. So it was understandable that Zhu Shizhou would give Su-chan such an important task. Secondly, I need to be responsible for inciting the experimental subjects to cooperate with you in the drug experiment. Fu Sidu nodded, and his slightly frowned brows relaxed a little. To be honest, this is indeed one of the difficulties he is currently facing. He can't openly use the experimental subjects of the organization to do further research. Otherwise he will be discovered. So if Su-chan can provide experimental subjects for him to study secretly, then the problem of experimental volunteers will be solved. How to do it specifically is Su-chan's business. Su-chan said it so lightly. It should be no problem. Finally, Su-chan raised his head and lowered his voice. We have to cooperate with Zhu Shizhou inside and outside to launch a reform in the Black Soldier organization. Chapter 664. Pheromone Drying Up. Dark Underground Palace. The explosion accompanied by the flames burst and disappeared like lightning. Zhu Shizhou's figure kept moving left and right in the darkness. His legs were intertwined like a precise machine, driving his body to flicker in the flames. Every time the flames of the explosion lit up, Zhu Shizhou's figure would appear in different places. But from the root, he was always approaching in a certain direction. Isn't this too foul? In the meeting room, the ministers couldn't help but worry about Zhu Shizhou's condition after seeing the thermal image. And the Minister of Logistics shouted out in worry. Even the raw materials for explosives? What if you blow Zhu Shizhou to death? His body will be unrecognizable. How can I do research? This was directed at the minister, an assistant of the Armed Defense Department. In the eyes of the head of the Logistics Department, Zhu Shizhou's body is the most precious treasure of mankind. If he can study Zhu Shizhou's body, he may be able to develop a medicine that greatly enhances the strength of the black soldiers. This is one of the reasons why he has always coveted Zhu Shizhou's body. Now seeing the explosions that continue to explode in the Dark Palace, he feels that the Armed Defense Department is somewhat unscrupulous. The explosives were made by an experimental subject who searched for raw materials in the Dark Palace. Now Zhu Shizhou is fighting with that experimental subject. To be more precise, Zhu Shizhou targeted that experimental subject, and then attacked that experimental subject. And the experimental subject had no choice but to take out his trump card weapon. If the power was a little stronger and more accurate, Zhu Shizhou would not have time to dodge. And it is estimated that Zhu Shizhou would be blown to pieces. Especially as time went by. The pheromone disorder of the experimental subjects in the entire Dark Palace, including Zhu Shizhou, who was in the process of pheromone explosion, became more and more serious. Just seeing the explosives exploding everywhere, everyone knew that the experimental subjects had serious pheromone disorder. And Zhu Shizhou's dodge distance was not fixed each time, which showed that Zhu Shizhou was no longer sure about the perception of pheromones. And he was at the end of the pheromone explosion. It's almost over. Pheromone explosion. Zhu Shizhou closed his eyes throughout the process of sprinting and dodging. This was to prevent his vision from being affected by the fire. The extreme light in the Dark Palace was no less than a blinding flash bomb. Especially since he had been in the Dark Palace for a long time, and his eyes had adapted to the almost zero amount of light. If he suddenly looked directly at the explosion light, it would cause damage to his eyes. His pheromones were gradually losing stability. Fortunately, the experimental subject on the opposite side did not have unlimited explosives, and the opponent's pheromones were also quite disordered, which gave him a chance to counterattack. Nitroglycerin explosives. I don't know how much raw material you have obtained, but judging from the frequency of your attacks, the explosives in your hand should be almost used up. Right? Zhu Shizhou caught the friction sound of the other party's footsteps and chased him at high speed. In a flash, he arrived in front of the experimental subject. Impossible. Impossible. How come you are not dead? The experimental subject no longer concealed his voice, and a slightly collapsed voice sounded. Your pheromones are so disordered that you can't throw explosives accurately. So it is not a wise choice for you to throw explosives remotely. As Zhu Shizhou spoke, he twisted his 5 fingers into a knife-like shape and stabbed forward quickly. In a moment, he felt a warm touch, and some sticky liquid surged on his hand. The strong smell of blood made Zhu Shizhou want to vomit. He pierced the heart of the experimental subject with a knife and ended the life of the experimental subject. Pulling his hand out of the body of the experimental subject, Zhu Shizhou left the place without stopping. The experimental subjects are almost dead. In the conference room, the minister sighed. It seems that we still underestimated Zhu Shizhou. His strength has truly reached the level of elite black soldiers. The experimental subjects, who have the ability to kill him, have almost died in his hands. The other experimental subjects in the Dark Palace are no longer a threat to him. The ministers have watched the thermal imaging battle in the conference room for a night. It is now the next morning. But they are still energetic and don't look tired at all. The assistant smiled and retorted, No. You all ignore that Zhu Shizhou is in a pheromone burst state. When his pheromone burst ends, he will be in the most dangerous time. The head of the logistics department suddenly changed color at this time. Yes. Zhu Shizhou's pheromone burst period is so long that I almost ignored this abnormality. Can a normal person have such a long pheromone burst period? The enthusiasm in the eyes of the logistics department director seemed to be contagious. And it also appeared in the eyes of other ministers. Calm down. The head of the reconnaissance department said. No matter how strong the pheromone is, and how long the burst period is, what's the use? At most, it can only reduce some casualties of the black soldiers at a critical moment. In comparison, Zhu Shizhou himself is the most precious. Don't have any bad thoughts about Zhu Shizhou. The head of the logistics department smiled and replied. I know. I know. No one knows Zhu Shizhou's value better than me. Otherwise, why do you think I didn't force him to do anything even though Zhu Shizhou has been in the training base for so long? It's good to know. If Zhu Shizhou's body has any problems because of you, The head of the logistics department touched his head and said nothing. He returned to his previous harmless expression and changed the subject. By the way, what's the matter with that experimental subject? Why has he been crawling on the ground from beginning to end? I have never seen him stand up. Now there are not many experimental subjects left in the dark underground palace. Wang Dong. Zhu Shizhou. Plus 2 or 3 cats and dogs. The number has been reduced from 3 digits to single digits. The most eye-catching one is one of the experimental subjects. The words of the head of the logistics department also attracted the attention of other ministers. They turned over the information in their hands. The information showed that this experimental subject had a super strong sense of smell. Since the beginning of the experiment, this experimental subject seemed ordinary on the surface. But in fact, he had quietly and steadily killed many experimental subjects without anyone noticing. At the same time, Zhu Shizhou's pheromone burst ended while there was still a threat. He fell into a state of pheromone depletion. Let's not talk about the other test subjects. What's the matter with that test subject? I always wanted to chase him before, but he always took a detour like a prophet. So I kept fighting with other test subjects and never caught his figure. Zhu Shizhou knew that there was a test subject in the Dark Palace who was not simple. As he said, this experimental subject had escaped his pursuit many times, and his steps were always tripped by other threatening experimental subjects. And he never caught the trace of that guy. Now his pheromones are dry, and he can only rely on his 5 senses. Wang Dong also noticed this. Logically speaking, he is the one who should go up and give Zhu Shizhou a hearty revenge. But he did not do so. Instead, he continued to hunt other experimental subjects. So far, the conditions of all experimental subjects are fair. Those with pheromones have disordered pheromones, and those who have had pheromones burst have dried up pheromones. Wang Dong's pheromone burst has long ended, and his heart is still branded with fear of Zhu Shizhou. The psychological shadow makes him stop moving forward, let alone revenge. He can't help shaking even when he stands in front of Zhu Shizhou, just recalling the strong feeling of death and the overwhelming high-density pheromone oppression. His blood almost coagulates. Revenge? What a joke. Is there really an experimental subject who can kill that monster? Wang Dong murmured desperately. If it weren't for the last step, he would never go up to fight Zhu Shizhou. At this time, in the darkness, the experimental subject, who was still crawling on the ground, looked into the distance. Is the pheromone dry? It seems that it's time to harvest the fruits. Chapter 665 Johnny. Pheromone disorder and pheromone depletion. This is exactly what Johnny expected. From the beginning, when he sensed that the other experimental subjects in the Dark Palace had pheromone disorder, Johnny knew that his chance had come. There is always a saying in the Black Soldier organization that the battle between Black Soldier level experimental subjects is a battle of pheromones. Johnny disagrees with this, because no matter whether it is the experiments he has accepted or the battles he has experienced so far, victory is not achieved by relying on pheromones. He relies on only one weapon. That is, his sense of smell, which is 1,300 times that of ordinary people. No one knows better than him how powerful his sense of smell is. In his sense of smell, everyone's traces are unobstructed, just like a firefly in the dark. While other experimental subjects are still struggling to find a way out, he has already marked each experimental subject in his brain and sorted them from weak to strong. Not only that, the breath emitted from the experimental subject can also tell him the current situation of the experimental subject, whether he is in his prime, or injured after fighting with others, or tired after excessive physical exercise. He actually knows everything clearly. Thanks to this, he can always find the weakest and most suitable opponent at the most appropriate time, and deliver a fatal blow to the opponent with unparalleled accuracy in the dark. Maybe he is not the strongest among all the experimental subjects, but he is the one who can seize the opportunity best among all the experimental subjects. If there is an unmatched strong person, he will retreat, and if there is a weak person who is injured and weak, he will take the initiative to attack. Before Zhu Shizhou's pheromones dried up, Zhu Shizhou belonged to the former, belonging to the kind of strong man that he could not confront head-on no matter what. But after Zhu Shizhou's pheromones dried up, he knew that his chance had come. Others might not notice it, but his nose told him that the guy was injured. The air was filled with the smell of nitroglycerin, mixed with some bloody smell, although it was very faint. But it still existed after all. Such a faint smell of blood cannot be an external injury. The guy was injured in the internal organs by the nitroglycerin explosives without noticing. At the same time, in order not to show any abnormality so that the enemy could take advantage of it, he suppressed the reaction of vomiting blood. The bloody smell I smelled this time was probably the only trace of bloody smell brought out by him holding his breath, breathing only through his nose, and spitting out the carbon dioxide in his lungs. Johnny lay on the ground and laughed strangely. So where will that guy go next? There are a total of 12 medical points in the entire dark underground palace. The smell of medicine in each medical point is simply unbearable. The nearest medical point to that guy is 200 meters away from him. Well, then go to the medical point and wait for him. Johnny moved. His gecko-like movements were not deliberately made to create a weird atmosphere, but because his body was transformed to move only by crawling. The Black Soldier organization seemed to be keen on escaping the fate of being used as food by alien insects through various ways of transforming humans. Their experimental subjects existed for this purpose. Unfortunately, the Black Soldier organization tried hundreds of times, thousands of times, and tens of thousands of times, but they did not find the right answer. And those experimental subjects transformed by them would naturally not be transformed back to their original posture by the Black Soldier organization. Johnny is an extremely underestimated experimental subject. This is not the first time he has participated in such a cruel elimination experiment. He knows very well that the experimental subjects participating in this experiment are all experimental subjects that have been determined by the organization to be worthless. The organization will let these useless experimental subjects play their last residual heat. So this cruel elimination experiment was created. In the previous times, Johnny broke through the siege when others were not optimistic and became the experimental subject who survived to the end. It can be said that he is more experienced than other experimental subjects, and he knows how to grasp and create opportunities. In addition, although his crawling posture looks inelegant, it is very advantageous to move. Normal people walk on their legs, and the weight of the whole body has only 2 fulcrums. When they lift their feet, they directly press the weight of the whole body on one leg. The friction when walking will naturally be greater. The slight friction between the soles of the feet and the sand and stone ground is a fatal flaw in the ears of the Black Soldier level masters. However, He has trained the skills of walking on all fours. And the weight of the whole body has 4 fulcrums. If he really hides his footsteps, then no one can find him. Therefore, when fighting with him, the prerequisite for victory is that you still have pheromones. Johnny quietly moved to the medical point closest to Zhu Shizhou. He had no doubt that Zhu Shizhou would go to the medical point to find medicine that could treat or suppress his injuries. The medical point was a sloppy-looking low wooden house with a door, a window, a table, and a shelf with various medicines. Johnny quietly hid behind the door of the low wooden house. Lying on the ground, holding a sharp dagger in his right hand, the weapon in his hand was looted from other defeated experimental subjects. He had repeatedly cleaned the bloody smell on the dagger, and the smell was so faint that he could not smell the smell clearly on the dagger, let alone other people. He had thought about it. As soon as the door of the wooden house opened, he would immediately eject from behind the door and cut the opponent's throat with a dagger. At such a short distance, if he was not prepared in advance, he would definitely be killed by him. Johnny was lying on the ground like a crawling old turtle, sniffing the breath of Zhu Shizhou coming from all directions. The way he used to sense the enemy was never pheromone. Here it comes. Johnny narrowed his eyes and controlled his heartbeat and breathing to an extremely low level. This is the basic skill of every black soldier level experimental subject. He smelled Zhu Shizhou's figure appeared about 50 meters away, moving forward with a vigilant attitude. That's it. The more vigilant you are, the more you prove your lack of confidence. Your pheromones are so low that you lose your sense of security. Especially since you are still injured. You are eager to find a safe place to heal your injuries, so you can only move forward cautiously in the dark. Johnny was more relieved. Zhu Shizhou's performance so far was within his expectations. 40, 30, 20, 10. This bastard moves so slowly. Although Johnny could understand why Zhu Shizhou was so cautious, he still expressed his contempt for Zhu Shizhou in his heart. In his eyes, Zhu Shizhou was almost a dead man. As expected, Zhu Shizhou came to the door of the wooden house and put his hand on the door. At this moment, Johnny and Zhu Shizhou were only separated by a wooden wall. Johnny could even hear Zhu Shizhou's deliberately restrained long breathing. And the sound of the other party pressing his hand on the door of the wooden house was also quite obvious. Any black soldier level experimental subject could hear it clearly. Creaking, the wooden door of the wooden house was opened at an extremely slow speed. But the structure of the wooden door made it still make a sound when it was opened. When he entered the wooden house, he also opened the wooden door at a speed as slow as a snail. Johnny was not in a hurry to do it. It was not the best time yet. The best time should be when the other party completely opened the wooden door, felt that he was safe, and then stepped into the wooden house. When a person is out of a dangerous environment and completely relaxed, the brain will secrete a large amount of dopamine that has survived the disaster, prompting the body to relax involuntarily. And at the same time, the person's breathing will fluctuate. The fluctuation is extremely subtle and requires a strong ability to grasp the timing. And Johnny, his sense of smell will tell him everything. The subtle smell of blood left by Zhu Shizhou's injury will be the key to his victory. Chapter 666. Rewind and fine-tune. Chance of victory. This door was open for a full 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, the door slowly opened as if blown by the wind. And Johnny also restrained his breath for 10 minutes. And his heart rate dropped to a point that almost made people think he was hopeless. After the door was fully opened, Johnny clenched the dagger in his hand, and the muscles of his limbs were tense, ready to eject from the door. He even preset several attack routes at his head in an instant to ensure that all the routes that Zhu Shizhou could escape could be blocked. One foot slowly raised and stepped on the floor of the wooden house. Now! Johnny ejected instantly. In a crawling posture, he could use the explosive power of his limbs to burst out twice the speed of the black soldier level experimental body with the same physical fitness as him. And the distance between him and Zhu Shizhou was less than half a meter. At this distance, no one could dodge, let alone make a corresponding response. But the next moment, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhu Shizhou's voice sounded calmly in Johnny's ears. Johnny's dagger fell into the air. The force was so strong that he didn't have time to be shocked or retract the dagger. Johnny's whole face was grasped by a big hand, and his wrist holding the dagger was pinched by another hand. The tight feeling at his wrist turned into an extremely strong pain, and then it broke out from his whole body. He was pressed to the ground by Zhu Shizhou, and the loud explosion made Johnny dazed. What's going on? How could this happen? Why? It hurts. At this moment, Johnny felt that his body was about to fall apart. The doubts in his head were not resolved. He had no idea how Zhu Shizhou avoided his fatal blow. How many times do you think I have anticipated fighting with you? Zhu Shizhou's voice sounded like a ghost in Johnny's ears. I just pretended that my pheromones were dry. But in fact, I still have the last trace of pheromones. At such a close distance, you can't sneak attack me at all. Johnny's eyes widened in a trance. Pheromones are not dry. No. This guy is lying. Johnny's pheromones are disordered. But not gone. At such a close distance, Johnny can naturally sense that Zhu Shizhou's pheromones are not used at all. In other words, Zhu Shizhou did predict his existence in advance when his pheromones were dry. So it was not what Zhu Shizhou said that he used pheromones to sense him, but involved another method that he could not understand. Why? Why did this guy lie? Was it to bluff other test subjects and prolong the time to restore his pheromones? Johnny still couldn't get the answer to the question. Zhu Shizhou broke his neck. No one knew that this was the 30th time Zhu Shizhou had faced this guy. The first 10 times, he was killed instantly in this medical cabin. Although he was fully alert from the second time and tried to fight back, he still only delayed his death by 0.5 seconds. When he died unwillingly for the 15th time, he passed the nitroglycerin explosive formation of the previous opponent without injury, and came to this cabin carefully, ready to face death again, but found that the old silver coin did not appear at all. So Zhu Shizhou speculated that in this dark underground palace, where everyone's pheromones were disordered, the opponent could grasp his physical condition in some way. Zhu Shizhou took this opportunity to capture the fleeting opportunity of victory. From the 16th time, he tried to disguise his own information. He found that just biting his tongue tip, the extremely faint smell of blood could attract this guy to take the bait. This guy was like a shark in the sea that smelled blood, and he would bite him tightly every time. The opponent dared to face him only when he was injured, which meant that the opponent was actually not as strong as him in terms of direct strength. And if the opponent chose to confront him, he would definitely choose to sneak attack. The opponent's concealment skills were extremely good, so good that he was killed by the opponent before he had time to think about anything in the first 15 times. It was a concealment skill that he could not find even half a meter away from him. If the opponent was allowed to freely choose the sneak attack method, Zhu Shizhou felt that he would die if he tried it 100 times. Therefore, Zhu Shizhou needs to determine the opponent's sneak attack method and timing, instead of trying to sense the opponent's presence to determine the opponent's sneak attack timing. He tries to adjust his own state many times to induce the opponent to launch a sneak attack at a fixed time. From Johnny's perspective, Zhu Shizhou came to the medical point for the first time. But in fact, the medical point was the place that Zhu Shizhou deliberately determined for Johnny to sneak attack. Zhu Shizhou tried the whole process of opening the wooden door no less than 10 times. One foot stepped into the wooden house, and the muscles didn't have time to tighten, and were killed. Stepping into the wooden house, the muscles tightened 1 second in advance. The opponent was alert, and delayed the attack, and was killed. Entering the wooden house, trying to counterattack, the opponent missed the timing of his counterattack, and was killed. 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 In the repeated deaths, Zhu Shizhou constantly fine-tuned the state of his body's movements and breath. The whole person was like a precision-operated machine, and each adjustment was extremely small. Even though Johnny's grasp of the timing was superb, he didn't know that this was a trap set by Zhu Shizhou to determine the timing of his sneak attack. Johnny's excellent concealment skills were completely useless to Zhu Shizhou. After determining the timing and position of Johnny's sneak attack, Zhu Shizhou only needed to move his body at the right time and in the right place. Johnny's first attack failed, and the flaw that appeared after the attack failed became the opportunity for Johnny's death. Zhu Shizhou spent a month to deal with Johnny, but in the eyes of others, Zhu Shizhou just crushed Johnny without suspense, without any ripples. The ministers in the meeting room were slightly disappointed. That's it? It can't pose any threat to Zhu Shizhou at all. The game is over. The last experimental subject that could pose a threat to Zhu Shizhou has died. The remaining experimental subject named Wang Dong is weak in appearance. His fear of Zhu Shizhou will greatly limit his original strength. It's only a matter of time before the test ends. In fact, the result was just as the ministers expected. Wang Dong killed all the other experimental subjects. The only living experimental subject in the field except him was Zhu Shizhou. Wang Dong thought so. So it was his turn to stand in front of the monster. Wang Dong came to a distance of 100 meters away from Zhu Shizhou with fear in his heart. But his body was so stiff that he couldn't move forward. Chapter 667. Does Zhu Shizhou have the ability to perceive pheromones at the level of an alien insect? What's wrong? Your breathing is very rapid. I can hear it clearly from 100 meters away. Zhu Shizhou and Wang Dong were 100 meters apart. But his voice came from afar and reached Wang Dong's ears, causing Wang Dong's body to twitch and his legs to step back uncontrollably. Since you choose to stand in front of me, it proves that there are only two of us left. Right? Zhu Shizhou said as he approached Wang Dong at a walking pace, not concealing his position. It would be better to say that he wanted to reminisce with an old friend rather than preparing to fight his opponent. He gradually approached Wang Dong in this manner, and Wang Dong froze in place and could not move. Wang Dong broke out in cold sweat, and his breathing became much more rapid, gasping for breath. The pheromone burst has obviously passed. But why? My body still seems to be oppressed by his pheromones. Move quickly. My body. If I don't move, that guy will get closer. I will die. I will die in his hands. Zhu Shizhou has come to a position 20 meters away from Wang Dong. This distance is an excellent fighting distance for both sides. Whether Wang Dong bursts towards Zhu Shizhou at a speed or Zhu Shizhou bursts to attack Wang Dong, it takes less than a second to cross this distance. Zhu Shizhou stopped. His calm voice reached Wang Dong's ears. As you can see, my pheromones have dried up. So don't worry. I can no longer cheat with pheromones to oppress you like before. Now I can only rely on my five senses to fight. Wang Dong knew very well that what Zhu Shizhou said was indeed true. However, his body was so stiff that he couldn't even imagine it. His body, which was able to move flexibly before, now seemed like a rusty machine. And even the slightest movement seemed a little difficult. Your breathing is not normal. Are you afraid of my rival? Wang Dong's pale face twitched again, and he twisted his neck to shake his head to deny it. But his throat seemed to be strangled, and he couldn't utter even a syllable. Your body has remembered my pheromones. When you try to sense me, your body will reflexively recall the fear you felt at that time. In fact, this ending has long been doomed. From the moment you chose to follow my arrangement and fight with other experimental subjects, you could no longer escape the fear of death I imposed on you. I told you before that the best way to eliminate fear is to face it. As long as you can't face the fear of death, you will never be able to resist me even if you know I want to kill you. Zhu Shizhou's words are not difficult to understand. But even if Wang Dong can understand them now, he can't really overcome his fear. He was just a black soldier level experimental subject, but not a black soldier whose emotions were truly wiped out. Zhu Shizhou walked slowly to Wang Dong. The distance between the two was only an arm's length. Wang Dong was still panting heavily, sweating all over. Wait. I understand. You are in pain now. Let me help you relieve this pain. Zhu Shizhou slowly stretched out his hand to Wang Dong. What are you talking about? At this moment, Wang Dong finally forced his body to move, swinging his arms with all his strength, and punched Zhu Shizhou in front of him. Zhu Shizhou's body lightly jumped back a small step, and Wang Dong's fist brushed his chest. This punch was quite direct and not fast, so he successfully dodged it just by hearing. The moment Wang Dong's fist passed in front of him, he reached out and grabbed Wang Dong's wrist. Is this a sequelae that cannot be eliminated? Or can the influence I imposed on you before be slowly eliminated over time? In fact, I really want to test it. But if I really continue to test it, it will be too cruel for you. Zhu Shizhou's hand holding Wang Dong's wrist gradually exerted force. Give up. You have no hope from the beginning. Ah! Wang Dong finally went crazy, and shook off Zhu Shizhou's hand with all his strength. While screaming, he drove his body, and rushed towards Zhu Shizhou with his fists and legs like a storm. Just from Zhu Shizhou's easy dodge, Wang Dong's attack was completely without any rules, and he just relied on his strong physical fitness to punch Zhu Shizhou. This level of attack neither blocked my dodge route nor attacked my vital points. The angle of attack can be understood at a glance. There is no tricky trajectory at all. Stop. You have completely lost your mind. Zhu Shizhou's evaluation was quite accurate. Wang Dong's brain nerves have been in a tense state since Zhu Shizhou applied pheromone pressure. Until just now, Wang Dong knew that he had fallen into a deadly situation. But his body could not move freely, which caused the string in his head that had been tense to break. He lost his mind. At this moment, he did not think about any fighting skills. He just threw a set of straightforward cuckold punches randomly. And the fear in his heart continued to grow exponentially. Go to hell. Why? Why? I just want to live. Why must I die? Why must I be put into this shitty experiment to fight against a lunatic like you? Go to hell. Die. 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 Wang Dong screamed and screamed in collapse. Zhu Shizhou turned sideways, dodged Wang Dong's punch, then leaned forward and took a light step. I want to know the answer to this question too. With lightning speed, Zhu Shizhou's fist stopped on Wang Dong's forehead. With a crisp sound, his fist peak hit Wang Dong's forehead and made a small concave pit. Boom! This was Wang Dong's last heartbeat that was extremely intense but stopped abruptly. The dark underground palace was instantly quiet. There was no screaming or shouting, nor the sound of Wang Dong's fierce attack breaking through the air. Zhu Shizhou slowly exhaled the last breath of turbid air. The next second, Wang Dong's tower-like body collapsed with a thud on the ground. Zhu Shizhou stood there for a long time with a blank expression on his face. After 2 full minutes, his mumbling broke the silence. Is it not over yet? No one responded, and the exit of the dark palace was not opened. This proved that the experiment was still going on. It seems that he did not kill all the other test subjects. Zhu Shizhou muttered to himself, using all his 5 senses to perceive everything around him. Then why did he come to me? Is it because he thought that he and I were the only test subjects left? In other words, the remaining test subjects are very good at hiding their auras, and can deceive this guy's perception. Zhu Shizhou pulled out the dagger seized from Johnny from his waist, held it tightly in his hand, and slowly sat down on the spot with one leg crossed, staring straight at the darkness. His tone was calm. Are you choosing a delaying tactic? Although I don't know who you are. Aren't you worried that I will be able to sense your presence after my pheromones are restored? Dead silence. No one responded. In the huge dark underground palace, only Zhu Shizhou's voice echoed endlessly. Whether you are really confident or dare not fight me head-on, I can tell you that I am now defenseless. If you want to make a move, now is the best time. If you miss it, you will have to face me with my pheromones restored and in perfect condition. Still no one responded. After a long silence, Zhu Shizhou sighed. I see. It seems that you are really prepared. The entire dark underground palace fell into a dead silence, without any breath of living people. Seeing Zhu Shizhou in the video sitting down and fighting with the air, everyone looked at the Minister of Armed Defense. Is there any point in continuing? The Minister of Armed Defense had an unchanged expression, sitting on the chair and calmly accepting the gazes of the ministers. In addition to Zhu Shizhou, there is another experimental subject alive. But the situation of this experimental subject should not be explained by common sense. Right? The last experimental subject can reduce his physiological state to the limit of 5 and enter a special hibernation. At this time, he is no different from a corpse. Under normal circumstances, even elite black soldiers cannot find the existence of this experimental subject when entering the dark underground palace. Only extraordinary monsters such as alien insects can sense the pheromones of this experimental subject. The Minister of Armed Defense briefly introduced the situation of this experimental subject. So, there is no point in continuing. Right? Minister Zhu has confirmed that Zhu Shizhou's combat effectiveness has met the graduation standards, and does not want to waste time anymore. Minister Xiong also frowned. No. This is also part of the test. Suddenly, the assistant's voice interrupted the minister's thoughts. The reason why we chose this test subject is actually to test the extent of Zhu Shizhou's pheromone perception. This test subject with the ability to hibernate is the test subject with the strongest pheromone convergence ability that the Black Soldier organization can currently produce. If Zhu Shizhou's pheromone perception is still in the category of elite Black Soldier or lower Black Soldier, he will not be able to discover the existence of this test subject. But if Zhu Shizhou's pheromone perception reaches the alien insect level, the head of the logistics department exclaimed. How is it possible? Even if it is Zhu Shizhou, his pheromone perception cannot be that strong. The assistant smiled and said, Don't rush to deny it. Whether Zhu Shizhou's pheromone perception has reached the alien insect level can be tested through this test. Of course, we also recognize that Zhu Shizhou's strength is enough to pass this experiment, even if he fails to find the last test subject in the end. It doesn't matter. Let's give him 3 days. At the end of 3 days, if he fails to successfully sense the location of the last test subject, then this experiment will end. 3 days? The ministers looked at each other. Actually, if they initiated a vote now, Zhu Shizhou could pass the test directly. But they were indeed intrigued by the assistant's words. They really wanted to see whether Zhu Shizhou, the strongest genius in human history, could break the limits of their cognition. They knew that Zhu Shizhou's pheromone perception was very strong. But could it really be as strong as the alien insect level? Let's wait and see. Chapter 668. Conjecture about his own pheromones. Zhu Shizhou has completely lost his sense of time. It should be said that when he deliberately let go of his five senses to perceive everything in the outside world, his sense of the passage of time became blurred. He was fully immersed in perception, and he could no longer carefully grasp the changes of time every minute and every second. Where are the remaining experimental subjects? Zhu Shizhou didn't know how many experimental subjects were left. But as time passed, his originally dried up pheromones were also recovering little by little, and finally refilled to a perfect state. The ubiquitous corpse poison in the dark underground palace would still cause his pheromones to become disordered, and he believed that the remaining experimental subjects were also suffering from the same situation. In the state of pheromone disorder, the remaining experimental subjects would never be able to perfectly converge their pheromones, and there would definitely be flaws. So he used the pheromone burst again without hesitation. But the result was far beyond his expectation. He did not sense the existence of any experimental subjects. In other words, either the remaining test subject also has perfect pheromone convergence ability in the pheromone disorder environment, or the remaining test subject is a dead person. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou's pheromones spread outward with him as the center, spreading to the entire dark underground palace, forming a pheromone network like a spider web, but more delicate and tight than a spider web, capturing all the pheromones transmitted from the flowing airflow. He did not let go of any bit, but still did not perceive the information he should have. Is your pheromone convergence ability so strong? It seems that your strategy is to consume me. I admit that you do have the capital to do so. In Zhu Shizhou's opinion, the last remaining experimental subject already knew that his strength could not match his. So he chose the most sensible tactic, which was a protracted war. Before fully deploying the pheromone, Zhu Shizhou had tried various postures that exposed his flaws, such as sitting, lying or lying down. But he still failed to attract the opponent to attack, which shows how patient the opponent is. The opponent was determined to fight him to the end. Zhu Shizhou touched his stomach. There is one bad thing about the pheromone burst. That is, this move consumes a lot of physical strength. In the state of pheromone burst, his whole body function will be raised to the peak state, and the calories consumed will be far beyond the normal state. Therefore, Zhu Shizhou only intends to search for the opponent's traces during the pheromone burst period once. If he can't find it this time, it means that he will return in vain next time. Instead of wasting physical strength in vain, it is better to save physical strength and play a real protracted war with the opponent. He can also test whether his body, which was forcibly raised by 199 beta, has the endurance level of a normal black soldier. On the first day, Zhu Shizhou's pheromones burst once, and he searched in vain, so he sat on the ground for a day. On the second day, Zhu Shizhou lay down. He spent a day sorting out all the battles he had fought since entering the dark underground palace, including the battles that no longer existed in the current timeline. He integrated them bit by bit, incorporated them into himself, absorbed the battle experience, and extracted the corresponding advantages from the different fighting styles of each experimental subject. In addition, he also summarized his current strength. He actually had a reference template in his mind. That is, Thorn, who was an elite black soldier. Thorn was one of the few elite black soldiers whose strength he knew very well, and they had fought many times in Papua New Guinea. At that time, Zhu Shizhou was able to defeat Thorn by cheating with the rollback. Now looking back on those battles, and comparing them with his battle in the dark underground palace, he saw it more thoroughly. His current strength should be a little stronger than Thorn at that time. In other words, he has reached the level of an elite black soldier. He carefully examined his own situation. His physical fitness was only at the level of an ordinary black soldier, but his pheromone level was so high that even he felt it was outrageous. Before injecting 199 beta, Fu Sidu did not tell him that this thing had such a significant effect on the improvement of pheromones. Either Fu Sidu did not know that 199 beta had this effect, or he himself was very special. After his physical fitness reached the black soldier level, his pheromones showed an explosive growth. To be honest, both possibilities are very high. Fu Sidu is just a student after all. He himself cannot control pheromones freely, let alone accurately know the promoting effect of 199 beta compound on pheromones. So the first possibility is not small. The basis of the second possibility is that Zhu Shurjiu associates pheromones with his own flashback. What is the essence of pheromones? The Black Soldier organization is still very ignorant about pheromones, but it can be clearly concluded that the basis of the existence of pheromones is information. As long as a living thing is alive, it will emit active information all the time. And pheromones are a collection of such information. He, Zhu Shurjiu, this adult male, if we put aside the ability to rewind, is actually a very ordinary human individual. But when it comes to rewinding, we have to think a little more. Zhu Shurjiu has a guess. Since the essence of pheromones is information, does the pheromones produced by him also contain information about his countless rewinds? This is not nonsense, because it is obvious that his brain cells remember all his rewind timelines. In other words, his memory system, constructed by biological cells, stores his rewind memories. This is quite strange. Obviously, after rewinding, the body state will return to its original state, and the human memory system is constructed by brain cells. Why can he still remember the memory before the rewind when even the brain cells are rewinded? Previously, due to cognitive limitations, Zhu Shurjiu could not give a good explanation. But now he has a bold idea. That is, his brain cells actually change before and after the rewind. What changed was not the brain cell substance itself, but the information. After the rollback, his brain cells still retained the information before the rollback. This also led to his ability to still remember the memories before the rollback. After this guess, Zhu Shurjiu continued to associate. Then, what about other cells besides brain cells? Do tens of trillions of cells in his body contain the rollback information? Those non-existent futures that he thought disappeared outside the broken timeline. Have they actually turned into information and been stored in all the cells of his body from his perspective? When his body was still relatively weak and he could not control pheromones, this information just stayed quietly in his cells, without any abnormality. After his body reached the Black Soldier level, all this information was transformed into pheromones that he could control and was stimulated. This guess made Zhu Shurjiu feel enlightened. If the human body is regarded as a container for storing information, then the information in his body is obviously much more than those guys who only have one life. At the same time, his mind was open. If there is really someone in this world who can interpret pheromones, can he read his countless memories of replays from him? The above are all Zhu Shurjiu's guesses. There is no evidence to prove that his guess is correct. Zhu Shurjiu just thinks about this problem in his spare time in the Dark Palace. However, the explanation he came up with can perfectly explain why he, as an ordinary person, can have such powerful pheromones after achieving the Black Soldier level. It is actually very simple to verify his guess. That is to keep dying. If his guess is correct, then every time he dies, his pheromones will increase. As long as he dies enough times, his pheromones will continue to grow to an extremely terrifying level. Before his body reaches the Black Soldier level, he cannot conduct this test, because he does not have the ability to sense pheromones at that time. But now, it is easy for him to sense pheromones, so the experiment is very feasible. However, if this is really the case, Zhu Shurjiu thought of this, and his mind suddenly became a little dazed. He thought of Su Feng's global alien annihilation plan with America as bait, which he had speculated. If one day his own pheromones grow to the point where they can cover the world, then he will naturally become the top delicacy in the eyes of alien insects around the world. Maybe he can replace America with his own body. Halfway through thinking, Zhu Shurjiu felt that his idea was too whimsical and could not help but slap himself. Damn it. If I still can't save the world when the day comes when pheromones can cover the world, I might as well hit my head and die on tofu. Zhu Shurjiu spent the second day of the protracted war in his mind-blowing thinking. Chapter 669, Experiment. And, on the third day, Zhu Shurjiu began a carpet search. Under normal circumstances, he did not know the structure of the Dark Palace, and there was no way to determine his current location. And if he wanted to search a vast dark area in the dark, his sense of direction would be confused, and he could not form a specific map image in his brain. Even the strongest black soldier from the reconnaissance department could not build an effective map. However, now Zhu Shurjiu could only find the target through a carpet search. This is the dumbest method, but also the most likely method to be effective at present. He no longer chose to extend the pheromone to the entire dark palace, but formed a pheromone concentration area with a radius of about 20 meters. In this way, he was equivalent to carrying a pheromone scanning radar with a radius of 20 meters. Needless to say, Zhu Shizhou once again chose the pheromone burst. Within the radar scanning area, Zhu Shizhou could sense any movement and became a highly sensitive sensing organism. Zhu Shizhou walked to the edge of the dark palace. This was his first attempt to explore the entire area of the dark underground palace. This method won't work. The head of the reconnaissance department, who was most proficient in reconnaissance skills, watched Zhu Shizhou's actions in the video and immediately understood what Zhu Shizhou wanted to do, and said no. The uneven ground in the underground palace, the completely dark environment, and the corpse poison that caused pheromone disorder everywhere. If it were me, there would be no way to traverse every corner of the underground palace in this way. In the end, the confusion of direction probably caused me to search only 80% of the area. The premise of this calculation result is that the pheromone burst can persist in the carpet search throughout the whole process. Minister Zhu shook his head with a little disappointment. Yes, the uncertainty is too high. And since he chose to use a carpet search, it proves from the side that he really couldn't sense the existence of the last experimental subject when the pheromone was all over the dark palace. And the experiment was over. The purpose of their staying here is not to see Zhu Shizhou in the experiment in a stupid way, but to verify that Zhu Shizhou has the alien insect-level pheromone perception. Now this result is still quite disappointing to them. The assistant said with a smile. It was agreed to wait for 3 days before, and now it is the 3rd day. So let's wait until the end of today. The other ministers had no objection. In the test of witnessing the graduation of the strongest genius in the history of the Black Army, no one wanted to quit halfway. As a result, the Dark Palace experiment ended. Until the end, Zhu Shizhou was unable to find the experimental subject who survived to the end. It was the people from the Armed Defense Department who opened the Dark Palace and allowed Zhu Shizhou to see the light again. So if the rule said at the beginning only the only experimental subject who survived to the end can leave the Dark Palace was followed, this experiment should not have ended. But the people who made this rule were the ministers. So the ministers naturally had the qualifications to modify the rules. Not to mention that Zhu Shizhou did not meet the conditions specified by the rules. Even if Zhu Shizhou had just stepped into the Dark Palace, the ministers voted unanimously that Zhu Shizhou could graduate. Then Zhu Shizhou could graduate on the spot. From the beginning, this rule was actually meaningless. What determined whether Zhu Shizhou could graduate was not the rule, but the approval of the ministers. After figuring this out, Zhu Shizhou first asked about the specific situation of the last experimental subject with a look of reluctance. The person in charge, who entered the Dark Palace and prepared to take Zhu Shizhou away, replied, "Oh, you mean the experimental subject? His ability is hibernation, which can reduce his own life activities to below 5. After he determined from the beginning that the other experimental subjects were not easy to mess with, he directly found a place to dig a hole and buried himself in the ground." Zhu Shizhou was a little stunned. He didn't expect that there would be an experimental subject who survived in this way. Before leaving, "Can I see the guy's hiding place?" The person in charge was a little confused and felt strange in his heart. He thought, could it be that Zhu Shizhou still misses this Dark Palace? After asking his superiors, the person in charge nodded. Of course. So, Zhu Shizhou was taken to the hiding place of the experimental subject. When Zhu Shizhou was brought here, there were still staff members digging. He saw the subject who had delayed the experiment for 3 days. A 30-year-old man with a dusty face and a confused face when he was woken up from the pit. He didn't look special. His appearance was ordinary, and there was nothing different from ordinary people. "Ah? Is the experiment over?" Without the help of the staff, the subject stood up unsteadily. Zhu Shizhou could sense that the body of the subject was gradually returning to normal, and the pheromone was gradually warming up and improving, and finally returned to an ordinary black soldier level. Apart from being able to hibernate, this experimental subject really has nothing special. Zhu Shizhou had no intention of talking to the other party. While the experimental subject was being explained the current situation, Zhu Shizhou took the opportunity to look around. The location chosen by the other party was quite clever. It was quite far from any medical point from this location. I guess this location was also carefully selected by the experimental subject. He anticipated in advance that other medical points would become frequented by the experimental subjects. So he did not set up a hiding place close to the medical point. and he was very lucky to avoid being discovered by other experimental subjects by chance. Ah! The experiment was terminated. The other experimental subjects died. And the only ones left were me and that guy? The experimental subject, whose name was unknown, was stunned after listening to the staff's introduction. He carefully and secretly looked at Zhu Shizhou, who looked around expressionlessly and didn't know what he was looking at. He could see that Zhu Shizhou's current state was simply perfect, except for being a little dirty. There was no embarrassment in any aspect. This is enough to show that Zhu Shizhou almost survived this experiment in a crushing manner. Unlike him who dug a hole and buried himself, Zhu Shizhou is a real strong man. Fortunately, I chose to hibernate, the man muttered, and then saw Zhu Shizhou said to the staff, I want to go around. Can I? Although the person in charge felt strange, he still asked his superiors. The superiors replied a little late this time. The person in charge nodded to Zhu Shizhou and said, We just happened to collect the corpses in the underground palace. I will give you half an hour of free time. After half an hour, all the ministers will wait for you outside. I know, Zhu Shizhou said, and began to walk towards the edge of the dark palace. He didn't walk slowly along the edge until he reached the edge of the wall. Now is a perfect opportunity. The whole dark palace is lit up. Since there is light, he can remember the map of the whole dark palace with his black soldier level vision. Other staff members looked at Zhu Shizhou walking away and retracted their sight. What a strange guy. Nonsense. He is a genius. How can mortals like us understand the ideas of geniuses? Let's get to work quickly. The confused experimental subject looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was moving freely, and said blankly, Ah? How can you move freely? Do you still treat the experimental subject so well? Then I will. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Put on the electronic shackles quickly. You still want to move freely. What are you dreaming about? But that guy, if you don't shut up, I'll sew your mouth shut. Chapter 670. See you next time. You bastard. In the eyes of others, Zhu Shizhou's behavior is more like he is nostalgic for this dark underground palace experiment. After all, this is an experiment that symbolizes a successful graduation. So it is normal for him to feel emotional and want to stay here for a while. But if someone puts this conjecture in front of Zhu Shizhou will definitely vomit on his face. Nostalgia? What a joke. Zhu Shizhou hates this experiment very much. It's just that he can't show it at all. What he showed in the dark underground palace is actually what the mysterious assistant of the Minister of Armed Defense Department of Su Feng, the mastermind behind the scenes, wants to see. They want to see a compromised chess piece that has been successfully brainwashed by them and has given up the bottom line. In this case, Zhu Shizhou will perform according to the repertoire they set and show it to them. But this play did not end perfectly. The real perfection is that he successfully found and killed the last experimental subject. Zhu Shizhou didn't know whether his assistant knew the truth that he could foresee the future. But if Su Feng was the director of this scene, then Su Feng would definitely want to see where his limit was. At the same time, his final performance would also determine his position in the hearts of the Black Soldier organization after graduation. Is he a genius with great potential, or a strong man whose depth cannot be seen at a glance? The former requires time to cultivate, while the latter can be used directly. Zhu Shizhou never forgot that his current goal was the same as Su Feng's. First, he had to make him the strongest in the human race, and then use his influence to change the decision of the Black Soldier organization to attack the enemy of the world. This moment is a critical point. The experiment is not over yet, but the ministers unanimously agreed to let me graduate, probably because they saw the limit of my pheromones. The carpet search I chose later went against their expectations. If you want to graduate in the most perfect posture, then the best way is to use the pheromone perception that exceeds their cognitive limit to sense the existence of the last experimental subject as they expected, and then kill him. But Zhu Shizhou stopped walking and looked down to see his expression. He can obviously survive. This is definitely not a coincidence. If Su Feng is really behind this drama, then Zhu Shizhou can easily deduce Su Feng's purpose of killing two birds with one stone. First, send a hibernating, experimental subject to test his current ability. Others don't know the truth about his pheromones. But can Su Feng not know? Su Feng never regarded him as a real pheromone-sensitive strongman from the beginning to the end, but believed that everything he did was created by the ability to predict the future. Therefore, The entire Dark Palace experiment arranged by Su Feng was actually just to test how useful his ability to foresee the future could be. The other test subjects were fine. But this test subject was to test whether he could predict the location of the test subject when he was desperate. Secondly, it was to test whether he had really given up his bottom line. Su Feng specifically asked the assistant to set a 3-day deadline. After 3 days, the experiment would automatically end. In other words, even if he did nothing, he could wait until the end of the experiment. If he had foreseen such a future, and there was still a trace of naivety in his heart, he would have let the experiment end in this safe manner. But what about after that? Su Feng would never give up brainwashing. Cruise ship explosion, Papua New Guinea Continental Annihilation Plan, Dark Palace experiment. Su Feng made him experience helplessly watching and capable of saving. And in the end, he had the ability, but gave up helplessly. Every step of the arrangement pushed him step by step into the abyss. The fall of life turned into a numb scene in his eyes little by little. If he let the experiment end like this, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that he did not foresee the future, and the other is that he deliberately let the experimental subject go. Su Feng is the kind of guy who will bite like a mad dog and spend all his efforts to verify as long as there is a trace of doubt. If he really let the experimental subject go, then Su Feng will definitely arrange more brainwashing plans in the future. By then, how many people will die because of this? After walking through the entire Dark Palace, Zhu Shizhou's eyes have remembered many things, including the place where he killed Wang Dong in the end. The entire dark underground palace was littered with corpses. He personally killed more than a dozen experimental subjects, and more of them died in the slaughter. Their deaths were different. Zhu Shizhou watched expressionlessly as other staff members carried away the bodies one by one, while the blood from those bodies still remained on the ground, condensing into an abyss that almost swallowed him. Zhu Shizhou, it's time to go out. The ministers are waiting for you. A call suddenly woke Zhu Shizhou's thoughts. Oh, I'm coming, Zhu Shizhou responded, without any emotion in his tone. Turning around and walking away, Zhu Shizhou followed the staff who led the way. But in fact, he had memorized the whole picture of the Dark Palace, and he could find the exit by himself without the staff leading the way. Following the staff, the exit of the Dark Palace was getting closer and closer to him, stepping up the stairs with dazzling light. Step by step, the fresh air filled his lungs, which made him feel strongly uncomfortable. At the end of the light, there were blue sky and white clouds under the sun. The 7 ministers of the Armed Defense Department, Reconnaissance Department, Emergency Mobility Department, Assault Department, Support Department, Logistics Department Command, stood at the exit, each with a heartfelt, happy, or kind, disgusting smile on their faces. Clap, clap, clap. They applauded and congratulated Zhu Shizhou. Congratulations, Zhu Shizhou. You graduated. From today on, you're an elite black soldier. Go to a wider sky. You'll be the next strongest human being. Have you ever considered working under me for a while? Before you leave, you should have a good checkup at the logistics department. Ha ha ha. Each minister showed no false emotions, and they really celebrated for him. Beside these ministers stood a smiling assistant, who was exactly what Zhu Shizhou had guessed. Su Feng's pawn in the Armed Defense Department. And it was he who completed the test for Su Feng. Although he knew that it was meaningless to do anything to this guy now, Zhu Shizhou walked forward. Although he knew that even if he was killed now, he would still be alive and kicking next time. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhu Shizhou paused and walked slowly to the assistant. The other ministers did not understand what he meant, and the assistant gradually put away his smile and looked at Zhu Shizhou, who walked in front of him with doubt. Then, all the stunned ministers did not react, and even the assistant of the person concerned realized it later. Zhu Shizhou's action was as natural as patting an old friend on the shoulder. He pressed the assistant's head with both hands from both sides. In an instant, his arms exerted force. Huh? The assistant's whole face was distorted by horror and Zhu Shizhou's force. The next moment, crack, boom, the assistant's whole head exploded. He didn't even have time to struggle or cry out in pain. A scarlet fountain gushed out into the sky in an instant, splashing all over Zhu Shizhou's face. At this moment, the ministers' minds were blank. What happened? Everyone stared at Zhu Shizhou, who had accomplished all this in a daze. Their hands that were clapping froze at the same time, and the scene was dead silent. Seeing the foolish expressions of the ministers, Zhu Shizhou's expressionless face finally smiled. and he heaved a sigh of relief while wiping his face. Huh. Uh-huh. This feels much better. Zhu Shizhou turned his head to look at the ministers, smiled and raised a middle finger to them. See you next time. You bastards.